Long Yu didn't know where he was exposed, but it must be one of the two gods who had the means to track him, whether it was through the power of deduction, spiritual perception, or some other weird means. Now Long Yu is in danger. He had no choice but to leave the area as quickly as possible. Xiaoxiu, go as fast as you can and explode. Long Yu ordered the void nether dragon blade, and then flew through the void millions of miles at a time, but even at this speed, it seemed that he couldn't get rid of the two soul-like gods, and they were still chasing after them. It seemed as if he could be sure of his location. The Soul Clan has been able to stand firm in this star field for such a long time, so it is indeed not easy to bully. How could Long Yu not let the gods notice that he had done such a big thing in the Soul Clan territory? But at this time, the connection between Long Yu and the Void Nether Dragon Blade suddenly became more consistent. This special Taichu divine item finally reached the third level of awakening after a long time. The awakening of the Void Nether Dragon Blade in the first two levels has improved it a lot. Now after awakening to the third level, the power of the water system contained in the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade has increased 3 times compared to before. This time's awakening skill is also a passive awakening skill. The effect is to triple the power of the water system. In this way, whether it is void travel or void burial, etc., the effect will be 3 times stronger than before. In terms of void burial, of course, the power has been increased by 3 times. As for void travel, it is very useful for Long Yu's current situation. The distance of one-time teleportation has also been increased by 3 times, reaching more than 10 million miles. In the void, more than 10 million miles is nothing. But each breath time can teleport more than 10 million miles. This speed is a bit terrifying. Even after Long Yu awakened the Void Ghost Dragon Blade to the 3rd level, he suddenly killed the 2 soul race creatures. God got rid of it. Xiaoxiu, well done. Long Yu laughed and moved forward quickly in the void. In this way, he could not only avoid the risk of being chased by the Soul Clan gods, but he could also continue to make waves in the Soul Clan's territory and plunder more things. But by this time, all the 9 nether hunters that Long Yu had left in the previous void had been cleared away, leaving him wondering what the situation was like in that void. He couldn't even notice whether the 2 gods were still chasing after him. This is not a good sign. It means that he cannot even know the danger. It is very likely that a tragedy will occur if he is not careful. He continued to gather some Joyo hunters and let the Joyo hunters disperse along the way. These Joyo hunters did not receive the order to kill the Soul Clan, but only played a reconnaissance role. In this way, Long Yu could every once in a while, he would get a general idea of the situation in the void he was passing through. Of course, there are disadvantages to this. As long as the opponent follows the 9 nether hunters, they can find the current position of Long Yu, but he has no choice. After scattering enough Joyo hunters along the way, Long Yu suddenly stopped this behavior, then changed direction and teleported away in another direction. In this case, the possibility of the other party being able to track him was greatly reduced. 3 days later, Long Yu had arrived at a completely different galaxy. Even this galaxy no longer belongs to the jurisdiction of the 2 soul race gods before. However, he found that when he came to this galaxy, all the soul race cultivators in this galaxy were in an extremely nervous state. Long Yu immediately understood that the news about the 9 nether hunters had spread throughout the entire Soul Clan territory. Such a big thing happened and dozens of cultivation planets were basically destroyed, which was enough to attract the attention of the entire Soul Clan territory. In fact, Long Yu can be sure that many gods in the Soul Clan territory are now looking for traces of him, but it is a pity that he was not able to find him for a while. It's a bit troublesome. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. If he took action now, he might fall into the opponent's trap, and he would not be able to escape unscathed once he took action. If there were gods ambushing in this galaxy, the situation would be very bad. For the sake of safety, he did not take action immediately, but continued to teleport towards the galaxy further away. Even at this time, he didn't even dare to summon the 9 Nether Ball. Although this would slow down the speed of consolidating his realm, there was no other way. If you practice slowly, just slow down. Life is the most important thing. But if he is making trouble in this Soul Clan territory, basically the Soul Clan will have no intention of sending people to attack the Void Galaxy. As for the Silverstone tribe and the Shinshui tribe, after losing a godlike creature and not getting any specific information about the Void Galaxy, they probably won't launch the next action easily. Long Yu still has plenty of time. Long Yu went deeper and deeper into the territory of the Soul Clan. The further he went to the center of the Soul Clan's territory, the more he could feel the overall strength of the alien race, the Soul Clan. Compared to the human race and monster clan, there were countless large-scale cultivation planets in the Soul Clan's territory. Just like the king-killing planet in the Iron Wall Galaxy of the Demon Clan, it is already one of the 4 major cultivation planets in the Iron Wall Galaxy. But within the territory of the Soul Clan, in every galaxy, there are at least a dozen cultivation planets similar to the King of Killing Stars, and there are also 1 or 2 super-large cultivation planets. On these cultivation planets, cultivation geniuses emerge in large numbers, and powerful, those gathered. Even if Long Yu is now trapped in these cultivation planets, it may not be so smooth to escape. As for the sources of divine texts deep in the Soul Clan's territory, they are all very powerful sources of divine texts, and are also very tightly defended. At least for the current Long Yu, he does not have the ability to rob the source of these large-scale divine texts. Whether a race is strong or not, it's really difficult to tell from the edge of the territory. Only by going deep into the territory of the race can we see how powerful it is. Long Yu thought in his heart, but did not flinch, but continued to go deeper into the center of the Soul Clan's territory. The current situation is still not suitable for him to take action. The turmoil caused by the Joyo Hunter is far from over. If he takes action now, he is undoubtedly seeking death. Even if he comes to the center of the Soul Clan's territory, he can find everywhere there are more frequent patrols than usual. Moreover, there are secret traps and arrays in many places. If Long Yu hadn't practiced balanced control and his spiritual perception is at least 10 times stronger than ordinary people, he might have stepped into those traps long ago. If you want to brave the alien territory alone, what you need is almighty ability, which cannot be achieved simply by strong combat ability. Even if Long Yu reaches the godlike realm, he cannot single-handedly challenge the entire Soul Clan. That is unrealistic. Even if there are a sufficient number of 7th-level masters who self-destruct around him at the same time, they can pull him into the space-time storm. Even if it is a god, it is difficult to escape in extreme circumstances, not to mention that there are so many godlike souls in total. Even if Long Yu is strong, it is impossible to fight against so many godlike people, let alone him now. The martial arts realm of a 7th-level master is far from being able to fight against the strong men at the godlike level. About a month had passed since he entered the border of the Soul Clan's territory. During this period of time, Long Yu was like a spectator, constantly wandering around the Soul Clan territory, detecting the situation. Although he was nervous, he was still more relaxed compared to when he was in the Eclipse Ancient territory, as if just like strolling in the back garden, I didn't feel any pressure at all. Almost a month after he entered the Soul Clan territory, he felt that the time was almost ripe, and the next action was once again put on the agenda. The first step is to choose the target location. Deep in the Soul Clan's territory, almost any cultivation planet can be a target location, because Long Yu can feel the breath of the divine essence existing therein. In other words, on any cultivation planet, there are soul cultivators who have integrated the divine essence. This is the center of the extremely prosperous Soul Clan territory. The cultivation planet here is extremely prosperous, and the requirements for Long Yu's actions are also higher. He is not allowed to make any mistakes, otherwise not only will he fail to achieve his goal, but he may also put yourself in danger. Before the action started, Long Yu took the lead in activating his chess piece. That was the demon dust clone that he had condensed before. It had always stayed in the galaxy far away from where he was now. It was well hidden and had not been discovered by any Soul clan. Although the distance is extremely far, Long Yu can still control the two magic dust clones, so that the two magic dust clones directly condense a large number of Joyo hunters, and then let those 9 nether hunters fly around. Drive away, land on a nearby training planet, and kill those soul cultivators. There is no doubt that this is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. When the 2 demon dust clones left by Long Yu took action, in less than a day, the surrounding Soul Clan strongmen would definitely move towards those 2 faraway places, and even attract the presence of gods. Many traps against him will also be launched at the same time. And this time is when Long Yu really takes action. Among the human race and the demon race, there has never been anyone as bold as Long Yu, who is ready to rob the cultivation planet in the center of the Soul Tribe's territory, but only Long Yu has such strength and mind. After the 2 demon dust clones took action, Long Yu waited for a long time. Then, he landed on the training planet with lightning speed. I wonder how many divine essences can be harvested on this cultivation planet. If everything goes well, you can go back after finishing this job. Long Yu thought in his heart. Countless Joyo hunters spread out in all directions of the cultivation planet with him as the center. The cultivation planet that Long Yu came to was covered with green trees, and all kinds of strange trees grew on the entire surface of the cultivation planet. Each of these plants is very huge, even larger than the towering trees on the planets in the territory of the human race and the demon race. Each giant tree here is hundreds of miles high, and the canopy spreads for thousands of miles, covering a large continent. On the surface of such a cultivation planet, there are many natural creatures, but they are basically insects, etc. There are no life forms such as beasts and birds. Existences like insects form part of the ecosystem of the entire planet. As for the Soul Tribe, they seem to be alien creatures. They have no body, but they do not need to eat. They only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth produced on the planet. Can survive. If it were with the naked eye, Long Yu would not be able to see the existence of any cultivators on this planet. But if you release your spiritual awareness, you will find that there are countless densely packed soul cultivators on this cultivation planet, even in the ocean. Nearly 109 nether hunters were divided into 100 batches, and surged out in all directions on the planet, killing any soul cultivators they saw as quickly as possible. The place Long Yu chose was the most prosperous place on the entire planet for cultivation. In such a prosperous place, the Soul Clan has the most powerful people, but it is also the densest, making it easiest to quickly increase the number of Joyo hunters. As for encountering some difficult opponents, Long Yu will personally deal with them. Anyway, he decided that this is the last vote, and he has to run away after finishing it, without worrying about exposing his true identity. Almost just a stick of incense passed, and hundreds of thousands of Joyo hunters appeared on the entire cultivation planet, spreading farther away like a wave of wild sea. During this period, Long Yu also discovered the strong Soul Clan members are all 7th level masters, and should be some of the strongest people on this cultivation planet. They can be said to be the strongest people on the entire cultivation planet on weekdays. They guard this cultivation planet and possess the most abundant resources on this cultivation planet. However, I don't know whether they act as a family or something among the Soul Clan. Constitute the basic organization. These 2 powerful men are equivalent to the family patriarchs on the human cultivation planet. Now they must appear in person if they encounter such a thing. It's a pity that they were targeted by Long Yu just after they appeared, and the reason why they are stronger than other soul races is because the fruits of their innate magical powers incorporate a certain amount of divine essence. As expected of a super training planet at the center of the Soul Clan's territory, Long Yu had just started to discover two powerful men like this. This is similar to the fact that Long Yu once met Master Baiyun of Baiyun Galaxy. I am afraid that he is not far from the godlike realm, but he does not have the opportunity to go further. Long Yu had killed such a guy many times in the Eclipse ancient territory. These two powerful Soul Clan 7th level masters must be relatively old, so they gave the opportunity to other younger generations and did not participate in such actions as the Eclipse ancient territory. It is a pity that now, they are in Long Yu in front of him, he was as helpless as a child. Long Yu is at the level of the 5th stage Great Master, and he can still kill the alien races of the 7th stage Great Master who are at their peak in the Eclipse ancient domain by relying on their ingenuity and the like. Now that he has reached the peak of the 7th level Master, there is no need to mention it. Unless he was a super strong person at the level of the previous Golden Six Wings, he would not be his enemy at all. Dark Flame Gueso. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the Dark Flame Guesua, an advanced modified godlike source product, burst out, carrying endless black flames, and directly involved one of the powerful 7th level masters of the Soul Clan. But the next moment, Long Yu directly withdrew the Dark Flame Ghost Cord. The black flame of the Dark Flame Ghost Cord only burned away the opponent's spirit and soul, but it still left behind the opponent's small world. Long Yu stepped forward and took the small world into his bag with a flip of his hand. At the moment, he doesn't have time to search the wreckage of this small world. Anyway, he can be sure that there is at least one shadow essence in it. He can collect it by killing another one. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand with the unbounded grip and blasted it towards the 7th level master of the Soul Clan at the other end. The terrifying forest demon divine text directly shook away his spirit and soul, and then the remains of his small world arrived at Long Yu. In hand. Even these 7-level masters who are at their peak are no match for them in the hands of Long Yu. Because his current strength has exceeded that of ordinary great masters. With the Shinluo pattern alone, Long Yu can weaken the power density in the bodies of those great masters by half, which makes the opponent's strength as small as that of Long Yu. Like cotton, it is impossible to resist Long Yu. Strong souls from the Soul Clan kept appearing to hunt down the 9 nether hunters summoned by Long Yu. But it is a pity that the number of Jiuyo hunters on the entire cultivation planet is still increasing. It was not until it formed a completely unstoppable trend that reinforcements from other cultivation planets finally surged out from the spacetime teleportation arrays. They constructed magic circles one after another and began to eliminate these 9 nether hunters in large numbers. But at this time, Long Yu had already left this cultivation planet with the 2 small worlds of the 7th level masters of the Soul Clan. On the entire planet of cultivation, these 2 Soul Clan 7th level masters are the strongest. Once Long Yu gets the small world of these 2 Soul Clans, there is no need to kill other Soul Clans, because it is too dangerous to stay. Before he left, he still activated the Dragon Blood Holy Wind diagram to completely erase the traces of his existence. Then he activated the Void Nether Dragon Blade and quickly approached the border of the Soul Clan's territory. At this time, the direction Long Yu chose was not the direction of the Void Galaxy, but the direction of the Monster Clan's territory. He did not move towards the Void Galaxy, because if he was tracked, it would probably bring disaster to the Void Galaxy. After all, the overall strength of the Void Galaxy is still not strong enough to withstand the large-scale attack of the Soul Clan. But the Demon Clan is different. Anyway, the war between the Soul Clan and the Monster Clan has existed for a long time, and there is nothing wrong with Long Yu attracting hatred to the Monster Clan again. Based on the current speed of the Void Ghost Dragon Blade, it would basically only take about a month for Long Yu to cross half of the Soul Clan's territory. This speed is already very terrifying. He hid in the void, constantly teleporting, and left behind the chaos of the Soul Clan that he had created with his own hands. Now he has no time to think about what is going on in the Soul Clan's territory. Because he won't leave any clues for them at all, he just needs to keep running away, and his escape route is very weird, basically giving the Soul Clan no chance to catch up. Coupled with his terrifying speed, he would not be caught by the Soul Clan. Of course, maybe some soul-like gods have some secret means to detect his existence, but he is not particularly afraid now. After all, he doesn't need to snatch anything anymore. If he just runs away, even if there is a soul directly in front of him, the race god, he also has the confidence to break through. Along the way, he began to search among the wreckage of the two small worlds, and what he found surprised him. There is such a rich harvest. Long Yu didn't expect that he would make a fortune this time. From the wreckage of the two Soul Clan's small worlds, he got 2 of the wood element's prime essence, and 4 of the shadow essence. There are 2 life essences. There are 8 divine essences, and Taichu essences in total. This is the first time that Long Yu has harvested so many beings, and it doesn't seem to be particularly difficult to obtain. It's just that the opponent is hidden in the deepest center of the Soul Clan's territory, so it seems more dangerous. Judging from the strength of the two Soul Clans, they would not be taken seriously by Long Yu at all. Long Yu thought for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to need the shadow essence. The remaining 2 magical powers, one was Soul Seal Siphon and the other was 9 Nether Dragon Breath, seemed to be better if they were integrated into the wood element Taichu essence. The essence of the wood element was integrated into one of Hong Ying's innate magical powers, giving her blood-colored whip's innate magical powers the ability to destroy spiritual souls. What if it merges into the 9 Nether Dragon Breath? This is a deified magical power, and if it is blended into the wood-type primordial essence, if it can also directly attack the spiritual soul, its destructive power will be extremely terrifying, because the 9 Nether Dragon Breath is originally a pure attacking magical power. As for the Soul Seal Siphon, it is a limited magical power. The wood element absolute essence may be able to derive an effect that can trap the opponent's spiritual soul. But no matter what, Long Yu has no time to experiment now. Because even if he is experimenting in the void, there is a possibility that something is wrong, and any clues now may lead to his whereabouts being captured by the soul-like gods. Long Yu was not very afraid of a soul-like god, since he could escape anyway. He is also not particularly afraid of the 2-headed soul race gods. But if more than 3 soul-like gods were to besiege him, then he would definitely be dead. With the strength of the powerful godlike beings, he could only deal with them now, but not be able to defeat them, let alone guard them. Those powerful gods in the center of the Soul Clan's territory. The godlike beings that can catch up with him now are basically close to the peak of godlike beings. Their power density is definitely not only 10 times that of ordinary practitioners, but may even reach 20 times. It is unwise for Long Yu to delay here. As for testing the effects of magical powers, we should wait until we leave the Soul Clan territory. By then we will reach the Monster Clan territory, and our safety will be guaranteed to a certain extent. At least for now, among the human race and Monster Clan there are many powerful godlike people, but the Soul Clan does not have the courage to attack the Demon Clan rashly. // The 3D floating fighting mobile game National Master adapted from Tianquan Tudou is now in public beta, please pay attention. Long Yu moved forward quickly towards the territory of the Demon Clan. A blink of an eye covered the distance of thousands of miles. The entire Soul Clan territory behind him had long been in chaos. Although he was alone, he had caused huge losses to the Soul Clan territory by relying on the magical power of the 9 Nether Hunters. It can be said that since the development of the Soul Clan, something like this has never happened before. A foreign being actually invaded the core area of the territory and caused extremely serious damage. For Long Yu, he didn't feel that he had done anything important. Anyway, the alien race was hostile, and no matter how much he killed, it would be the best to clean up the soul race, so that the demon race and the human race could have more territory and expand their territory. faster. At least the overall strength will be much stronger. Now the peak combat power of the human race has been much greater than before, but the overall strength has not changed much. It is still difficult for the two races to completely rise with just a few extra godlike experts. In the entire Soul Clan territory, those gods have basically taken action. Even those powerful Soul Clan gods are now taking action in anger. But it's not that easy for them to find Long Yu. How vast is the territory of the Soul Clan? Long Yu is not even a speck of dust in this territory. The only way for the other party to find him is through deduction, but Long Yu uses the Dragon Blood Holy Wind diagram to display all the information he has. If the other party wants to deduce what has been cleared away, there is no way to deduce it. Unless the soul race among the opponent's group of gods realizes a little bit of the power of time, they may be able to rely on the power of time to track the traces left by Long Yu. This is the only possibility for them to track Long Yu. In such a large Soul Clan territory, there are 20 godlike experts. Even within the territory, there are at least 10. Among so many godlike experts, there are really one or two who have a little understanding of the power of time. Profound. They do not need to use the power of time, and they cannot control time. However, one of the soul-like gods has a keen sense of time and can detect the aura left in a certain place within a period of time. It is this ability that allows the soul-like god to rely on continuous deduction to know the current approximate location of Long Yu. Although Long Yu mostly uses the 9 nether hunters in his attacks, there is no doubt that when he condenses the 9 nether hunters, he will also leave a corresponding aura, so it is not too difficult to track him based on this. Once the location of Long Yu is determined, the next thing will be much easier to handle. The territory of the Soul Clan is naturally filled with time and space teleportation arrays just like the human race and the demon tribe. If you want to surround Long Yu, you only need to use the time and space teleportation formation and rush towards where Long Yu is. However, Long Yu's speed is too fast. Even in the territory of the Soul Clan, it is extremely difficult to completely surround Long Yu. Therefore, the Soul Clan dispatched 6 heads of gods for this operation. At the beginning, the 2 humanoid gods failed to catch up with Long Yu, but now, the 6 soul-like humanoid gods took action together, vowing to surround Long Yu in a small space, and then kill him, and even according to the dragon in the direction of the advance, these soul-like gods sent their men to lay some traps and arrays in advance in the void of the galaxy ahead. Once Long Yu falls into these trap formations, he will be completely trapped. Although it is not impossible to escape, it can definitely trap him and delay him until the 6 major categories of gods arrive. Long Yu didn't know any of this news. However, he did not stupidly move forward in a straight line, but moved forward in a roundabout way. The direction of each teleportation would not be a straight line, but would move forward irregularly, and there was no discernible pattern in his progress. In this way, even if the Soul Clan could know his location, it would not be easy to arrange a chase and interception in advance. However, after 10 days, Long Yu discovered that something was wrong in the surrounding void. From front, back, left, right, up and down, there was a tyrannical aura approaching from each of the 6 directions, approaching where he was. And he discovered that the void nearby was actually blocked. Is the godlike god here? Moreover, the space nearby has been completely sealed, so that even Xiaoshu can't teleport out of the void with me. Long Yu frowned slightly. If he didn't have the means, he would probably be surrounded and killed by the opponent right now. It can be seen that the opponent's formation must have been prepared for a long time to accurately trap him in this void. It's a pity that these soul-like gods still made a mistake in their calculations. Long Yu has many methods. The Path of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu's 7th innate magical power was activated, and a jet-black beam suddenly burst out, sweeping through the void, smashing the space blockade in front of him, and completely disintegrating the space divine text contained in it. It's a pity that this space blockade is not a godlike method, otherwise it would have trapped me for a longer time. As for now, goodbye. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and the void dragon blade took him away in a flash. The whole person disappeared from this area and appeared 10 million miles away from the original place. And this scene surprised all the six-headed soul gods who started to attack him. They had managed to design this trap within 10 days, but they didn't expect it to be easily broken by this human boy. The problem arises from one of the conditions, which is the space blockade. None of these six-headed gods knew that Long Yu had the means to break through the space blockade. And it turned out to be such an easy method. At this time, Long Yu slipped away directly from their encirclement. It was not easy for them to catch up with Long Yu. The key was that Long Yu's teleportation speed was so fast that he was close to 6 of them. You can't even catch up from behind. The Void Nether Dragon Blade is a special primordial divine item. There are few of this level in the entire Soul Clan territory, let alone one that happens to be of the same type. If Long Yu can awaken the Void Nether Dragon Blade to a higher level, the speed will obviously be faster, and some special awakening skills will also be derived, which can be said to greatly improve Long Yu's comprehensive combat capabilities. Different from advanced source products such as the Dark Flame Guesua, although the Dark Flame Guesua is powerful, it can only kill enemies and has no other effect. The Void Ghost Dragon Blade is different. Long Yu broke out of the encirclement and without any stagnation, he continuously traveled through the void and quickly moved away from the previous trap location. Even if those soul-like gods could lock his position, it would not be possible to set up such a trap again in a short period of time. During this period of time, Long Yu could just accumulate strength. For this trip to the Soul Clan territory, he prepared a lot of strength-restoring elixirs, which came in handy at times like this. In his small world, he always prepared 5 magic dust clones at the beginning. These 5 magic dust clones were completely condensed by Long Yu in order to break the opponent's space blockade. After all, if there is a next time, the opponent's space blockade will be broken. It must have been planted by God himself. In that case, it would not be so easy for Long Yu to break through the space blockade, and he would have to make preparations in advance. And just 12 days after Long Yu left the first trap area, that dangerous feeling came again, and he once again broke into a space-blocked area. As he had expected before, this space-blocked area, the area has been personally arranged by the Soul Clan god. It is absolutely impossible for him to slip away as easily as before. It's a pity that Long Yu was prepared for this. 5 demon dust clones appeared, and each cast the 9 nether path towards the space-blocked area. Coupled with the effect of the Shanluo pattern, and the 5 demon dust clones taking action at the same time, the area was instantly destroyed. The power of the blockade in the space began to disintegrate. Although the disintegration speed is not particularly fast, it is still enough for Long Yu to escape from this space. The soul race gods who were besieging them from 6 directions were going crazy. They didn't expect that this human boy could even break the space blockade set by the gods. One of the soul race gods felt the power of the space blockade he had laid. The density was suddenly weakened by half. Because of this, the human boy was able to gradually disintegrate its power. Before these 6 Soul Clan gods could rush to Long Yu's side, Long Yu once again slipped away from under their noses, and this time, it was probably the Soul Clan's last chance to besiege Long Yu. In a few days, Long Yu will be able to leave the Soul Clan territory and go to the Demon Clan territory. Once Long Yu completely leaves the Soul Clan territory and arrives on the alien battlefield, it will be inconvenient for these 6 Soul Clan gods to pursue them. Because once the 6-headed soul-like gods are chased out, it is very likely to cause other races to take action. Just confirming that the 6-headed soul-like gods are outside is likely to cause the nearby Shinshui tribe, Ice God tribe, etc. to move towards the Soul Clan territory is on the offensive. They had to take this situation into consideration, so their last chance was to stop Long Yu before he left the Soul Clan's territory. Fortunately, some magic formations are maintained on the border of the Soul Clan's territory all year round. These magic formations are completely activated at this time. Usually these magic formations are used to block foreign enemies, but now they are used to block the territory. Enemies inside escape. The Soul Clan has never been in such a mess as this time, which caused the 6 Soul Clan gods to hate the human boy Long Yu extremely. If he is not eliminated, it will definitely be the biggest insult in the entire Soul Clan history. When could even the declining human race be able to be so arrogant in the territory of their soul race? Long Yu quickly approached the border of the Soul Clan's territory. He knew very well that the closer it got to this time, the more dangerous it would be. If he was not careful, he might be caught by the soul race god, and the consequences would be obvious. If there were only 1 or 2 soul-like gods, he could still find a way to escape from the opponent, but with 6 soul-like gods sent out together, there was no way he could do it. If Long Yu was surrounded by them, he might not be able to hold on. It will take 3 breaths to kill him. Of course, the opponent may not necessarily kill him, but the outcome would probably be worse than being killed. How to escape from the Soul Clan territory? Long Yu knew that this problem was difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, he had to try, otherwise there would be a dead end in the end. Fortunately, even the soul-like gods couldn't tell the difference between his true body and the demon dust clone. Even the power of deduction will lose its accuracy when there is a clone of demon dust. This is Long Yu's last resort. If the other party sees through and blocks it, then he really has nothing to do. 10 demon dust clones dispersed from his body in a row. The reason why this move was left to the last is because the demon dust clones really consumed the power in his body. If this move was used within the Soul Clan territory, it would be very difficult. Maybe he couldn't even get close to the boundary line of the territory, and he had completely consumed those pills. So now is the key. The demon dust clones flew out when they approached the boundary line of the Soul Clan's territory. The Void Dragon Blade left the prepared water-based Taichu power in the bodies of these demon dust clones, which allowed these demon dust clones to carry out the process one after another. Traveled through the void 10 times. This is something that Void Nether Dragon Blade and Long Yu have been planning for such a long time, and now they have finally begun to implement it. When Long Yu's plan began to be carried out, the 6 soul race gods and other powerful soul race men were all dumbfounded. A total of 11 human race boys scattered in different directions. Who was the master? Is it the real person? Even the soul-like god with a keen sense of time was unable to deduce the existence of Dragon Yu's true body through his own power, and the 10 Dragon Yu's demon dust clones did not show any difference from his true body. That is, spreading out in all directions. The 11 Dragon Royals quickly approached the border of the Soul Clan's territory and triggered the warning circle. The Path of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu and 10 Demon Chen clones activated the 9 Nether Paths at the same time. Since they were Demon Chen clones, even the innate magical powers they used were exactly the same, and there was absolutely no difference between them. At this critical moment, the 6-headed soul race gods can only try their luck. After all, they have 6 gods. If they separate to stop Long Yu, they can also block the kid's body with half the probability. Each of Long Yu's demon dust clones are at least 100 million miles apart, which is the distance traveled through the void 10 times. If they were connected with each other, they would be like a spider web. Each of the 6 soul-like gods found one, and then they quickly came over to kill him. By coincidence, Long Yu's body was actually targeted by one of the soul-like gods. However, the strength of this soul-like god was not too strong. Its power density was about 13 times that of ordinary practitioners. Like the other 5 soul-like gods, the power density of each one has basically reached more than 15 times. Only the soul-like god can hold on, but he also has to use means such as the Dark Flame Ghost Cord. Once the Dark Flame Ghost Cord is used, the true body will be exposed, and other soul-like gods will also be exposed. I'll come after you. Long Yu is now extremely calm in his mind. He is not panicking at all, but is thinking about countless possibilities in his mind. Fortunately, these gods are from the soul race, so it is easier to defend. Long Yu thought to himself, and finally gave up the idea of resistance. It was impossible to counterattack the opponent, or even to delay the time. All he could do now was to resist the opponent's offensive, and then within this period of time, destroy the space at the boundary of the Soul Clan's territory. Blockade. The power of this space blockade is to surround the entire Soul Clan boundary with a powerful array. Once it is opened, even the godlike strong ones cannot easily pass through, let alone Long Yu. Fortunately, Long Yu possesses the innate magical power of the Nine Nether Path, and is still able to slowly disintegrate this layer of sealed space. The 10 dragon-controlled demon dust clones, plus his body, are all activating the 9 nether paths with all their strength. The dark beams are disintegrating this sealed space at the fastest speed, and the 6-headed Soul Clan godlike offensive is also come at this time. Waves of terrifying mental shock waves fell on Long Yu and the other 5 demon dust clones, but a silvery glow of the pure body appeared on the surface, blocking most of the opponent's offensive. The attack that those 5 demon dust clones encountered was much stronger than what Long Yu encountered now. Basically, they only lasted for 3 breaths before the defense of the pure world body was declared broken and completely shattered. Part of the spiritual power in the demon dust clone's body was completely destroyed by the opponent. The connection between Long Yu and the 5 demon dust clones was also interrupted, and he could no longer control the 5 demon dust clones to do other things. In fact, soon the 5 demon dust clones will completely collapse because they have lost their spiritual connection with Long Yu. The soul-like god who attacked Long Yu was slightly weaker, but it allowed Long Yu to resist for a relatively long period of time. When the opponent started to attack again, he activated the purifying soul mirror and directly knocked the opponent away. Part of the force bounced back tenfold. Although facing a strong person in the godlike realm, the purifying soul mirror could not completely rebound, but this move still surprised the soul-like god, and he immediately took defensive measures to resist the rebound of Long Yu. Mental shockwave. At this time, Long Yu finally disintegrated the blocked space in front of him and created a gap. Even if it was just a gap, it was enough for Long Yu. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Long Yu greeted the nether dragon blade of the void, and the next moment, a surging water-based Taichu power emerged from where he was, and then led him to teleport out to the outside world, finally breaking through the entire boundary of the Soul Clan's territory. Line blockade. As long as there is a gap, Long Yu can transform into nothingness and penetrate through it, and then be sent away through the void. The combination of various methods allowed Long Yu to successfully escape from the Soul Clan territory and successfully achieve his goal this time. However, compared to the 8 divine essences and Taichu essences he obtained this time, to be honest, what he caused was really big. If the gods of the Soul Clan knew that Long Yu only wanted to grab 3 shadow essences at first, they would almost cry. They might as well give them to Long Yu directly. At least, their losses will not be so great. You must know that what Long Yu caused has caused at least tens of billions of Soul Clan individuals to die. Countless cultivation planets have even become ghost lands because of this, and there is no existence of any Soul Clan cultivators. After being ravaged by the 9 nether hunters, how can the word miserable be used on the cultivation planet? Of course, if Long Yu directly asked the Soul Clan for the shadow essence in the first place, the other party would definitely treat it as a mental illness or something wrong with his brain. Anyway, Long Yu finally escaped, and after he escaped, he teleported to a very far distance and penetrated deep into this alien battlefield. If the 6-headed Soul Clan godlike powerhouse still pursues him, it is very likely that he will being discovered by people from other races would bring a certain danger to the Soul Clan territory. The six-headed soul race god can still see this kind of thing very clearly. However, they just watched Long Yu run away, but they were really unwilling to accept it. They finally discussed it and decided that the two strongest soul race gods would attack and continue to hunt down Long Yu in the alien battlefield. The power density of these two soul race gods has reached 18 times, and they can be regarded as the strongest group of beings among the soul race gods. In a head-on confrontation, Long Yu would probably be completely blasted to pieces within 2 breaths. Moreover, one of the two soul-like gods is the one who has a keen sense of the power of time and can accurately sense the position of Long Yu. Now that Long Yu was exhausted and had consumed almost all the elixirs on his body while escaping, it was no longer possible to use demon dust clones to distract them. Fortunately, we have arrived at the alien battlefield. Long Yu thought this way, but at this moment, he actually felt that there seemed to be strong power fluctuations coming from the nearby void. Some of the power fluctuations even gave him a familiar feeling. He didn't think much and quickly passed by the starry sky. But not long after, when the two soul-like gods came after them, the starry sky suddenly changed. In this void, there were actually several strong men in the godlike realm hidden, and they were still from the human race. And the demon clan. Long Yu even knew many of them. Red Warbler? Moonsong? You have become gods, but why are you here? Long Yu turned around and saw the familiar figures of the two women, and was immediately stunned. This is simply an unexpected reinforcement. In addition to Yu Song and Hong Ying, there are 3 other gods in the field. There are 5 gods in total, although many of them are new gods, but against the two soul-like gods, the outcome can be easily judged. We estimated that you were about to escape from the demon clan, so we stayed here for the first time. Unexpectedly, we waited for you. There were other people nearby, and they were all rushing over now. This time, we are going to severely damage the Soul Clan. The phantom of the godlike Phantom of the Sky Bat Monster Clan, which Long Yu was very familiar with, flashed past and appeared between the two Soul Clan godlike figures. The terrifying revelation-level divine power burst out at this moment. For the Demon Clan, the Soul Clan is a formidable enemy that has troubled them for a long time. After this eclipse of the ancient domain, the overall strength of the human race and the demon race received a big explosion, which gave the gods the idea of taking a big action, and the timing of the action happened to correspond to Long Yu's action. After Long Yu made a big fuss in the Soul Clan territory, it happened to be the most chaotic time in the entire Soul Clan territory. If you take action at this time, you can definitely get the biggest gain. Now appearing in front of Long Yu are 5 gods. Godlike Flash, Black Tiger, Landslide, and the new godlike Red Warbler and Moonsong. Among them, Hong Ying and Yuga had obviously just come out of seclusion and practice, and then came to this star field, ready to meet Long Yu. This surprised Long Yu. Unexpectedly, both of them stepped into the star field at this time. Reached a godlike state. As for Fu Hua, Black Tiger, and Shan Bang, the strength of these 3 veteran deities is much stronger than that of the 2 new female deities. 2 of them, Black Tiger and Shan Bang, have 15 times the power density of ordinary cultivators. Glitz has reached 16 times the power density. It is much stronger than the 10 times the power density of the newly promoted gods. However, Hong Ying and Yu Gu are better than possessing a divine source product. Not to mention the intermediate transformation divine source product on Hong Ying, even the primary source product on Yu Gu can be regarded as an extremely powerful combat weapon. No matter whether it is Flashy, Black Tiger, or Landslide, there is no godlike source product on his body. After all, not everyone can have this thing. If they could have had that strength at that time and brought out the modified godlike source products from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, then the overall strength of the human race and the demon race would have exploded long ago, instead of suddenly improving just because of this time. 5 gods appeared and attacked, directly towards the 2 soul-like gods. Not even the dragon Yu on the side paid attention to them for the time being. Because their goal is to kill these two soul-like gods. Now, these two soul-like gods have left the territory of the soul tribe and are separated from other soul-like gods. This is an excellent opportunity to eliminate them. If you don't take this opportunity to kill them, you will try to kill each other later. Not so easy. Long Yu was relieved. Godlike Fu Hua, Black Tiger, and Landslide, the strength of the three of them is very good, coupled with the support of the godlike source products of Hanying and Yuega. Basically they have suppressed the two soul-like gods as soon as they entered the battle. Got beaten. Long Yu took the opportunity to rest where he was. There was likely to be a fight later. He had to prepare early, at least to allow his body's strength to recover a little more, and his escape would be much easier. He observed the battle. It's basically a one-sided situation, but even if 5 people join forces, it's not an easy task to completely kill the two powerful soul-like gods on the other side, especially when they have to be careful not to let the other side slip away. Once a flaw is revealed and the other party escapes, all the plans will be in vain. The number of godlike beings in a race is basically one less than the one who dies. For the soul race, if these two godlike gods are killed, it will definitely affect their overall racial strength. This time, the joint action of the human race and the demon race, it's obviously not the actions of a few godlike people. Before the two soul race gods could find a way to escape, Long Yu felt that other gods were approaching quickly from different directions, either human race gods or demon race gods. The next person who appeared in front of Long Yu was Lu Shuang and Yu Feng. These two new gods were responsible for guarding other places. Now that there was a battle here, they rushed over immediately. Although it was two newly promoted gods, but their strength is not bad. If they join the battle, they can definitely be the last straw to crush the opponent. What's more, from another direction, Long Yu discovered an unexpected figure, who had actually become a godlike being. Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor, whom Long Yu had not seen for a long time, actually appeared under such circumstances, and flew quickly from another direction alone, which surprised him. Suddenly, the 8 major categories of gods gathered together. The Holy Emperor smiled and greeted Long Yu from afar, but he couldn't come over and say anything for the time being. He could only throw himself into the battle immediately. It could be seen that the Holy Emperor was just a newly promoted god with a power density of only 10 times that of ordinary practitioners, but with the addition of her and Liu Xuan Yufeng, the situation in the field suddenly became clear. Everyone had a clear division of labor. 2 people were responsible for preventing the other party from escaping, while the remaining people used all their strength to attack. The 2 soul-like divine tails were unable to take care of both, and soon fell into an extremely embarrassing state. With 8 besieging 2, the situation could not be clearer. And this means that the current territory of the human race and the demon clan is basically in a state of being completely undefended, but it is obvious that the human race and the demon clan have already made arrangements for this, and are not afraid of it during this period. Something unexpected happened. The 2 soul race gods must have called for rescue a long time ago, so at this time, Long Yu could feel that from the direction of the soul race territory, the other 4 soul race gods who were originally staying in the territory were moving towards them as quickly as possible. Come this way. It's a pity that things happened too suddenly. Even if the 4-headed soul race gods rushed over as quickly as possible, it was already too late. The 2 soul-like gods who were under siege were soon completely overwhelmed by the crowd's offensive. Even their final attempt to self-destruct was not possible, and they were strangled in the cradle. These 2 spiritual souls were quickly disappeared into the starry sky. The wreckage of the 2 small worlds was collected by everyone. Immediately, the 8 godlike creatures joined forces to face the 4 attacking soul-like gods. Obviously, the opponent only has 4 gods, and they don't dare to rush over like this. The main reason is that the two soul gods being besieged have been killed, so the remaining four soul gods have no chance to come over again. What is so significant, it is even possible to include them themselves. Just when the two sides were confronting each other in the void, an accident happened again. The human race and the demon race have prepared too many things for this attack. In the originally empty void, a group of alien life forms that Long Yu had never seen suddenly appeared. This group of alien life forms were liquid life forms like the divine water tribe, but they were completely transparent, like ocean waves. Clusters appeared from the void. Obviously, this group of alien life forms had been hidden in the void before, but now they just suddenly appeared. This is an ambush. This is the Liquor Clan. They have been in alliance with us, the Human Clan and the Demon Clan, for a long time. What we have been waiting for is this moment, to attack the Soul Clan. Seemingly seeing the surprise in Long Yu's eyes, Lei Shenhua smiled and said to him, "The divine wine of Lei Shen College was brewed by the brewing masters of the Liquor Clan. It's a big race in the starry sky, but it's a pity that the Soul Clan rose up and occupied the territory of the Wine Clan. In order to destroy the Soul Clan and return home, the Wine Clan chose to ally with us, the Human Race and the Monster Clan, and now we finally have the chance." I see. Long Yu had heard before that the Human Race and the Demon Race cooperated with a certain alien race. The origin of certain things in the seminary was provided by this alien race. Only now did he know that it was the Wine Race. Every individual of this wine tribe is made of transparent waves. At this moment, there are about hundreds of thousands of wine tribes, emerging from the void in an instant. Under the leadership of the three powerful gods of the wine tribe, they are heading towards the Soul tribe. The territory rushed over in an instant. The Liquor Clan is also the race that mainly understands the life attribute divine scripts, and the shadow attribute divine scripts are also involved. After all, they are originally a race that lives in the current territory of the Soul Clan. For the Liquor Clan, the Soul Clan can be said to be a competitor with similar power to itself, and can be said to be a feud. The 8 human beings and the demon race gods together restrained the 4 soul race gods who rushed out. Then, the 3 wine race gods began to attack the boundary line of the soul race territory. Under the offensive of the dominant power, the boundary line barely lasted long before it collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of strong men from the Liquor tribe rushed into the territory of the Soul Clan and began an extremely brutal massacre. Although there are many dominating legions guarding the edge of the Soul Clan's territory. But the Liquor Clan, who had been preparing for this moment for a long time, dispatched hundreds of thousands of great masters. At least some of them were at the level of great masters. Compared with the ordinary master army, the overall strength was much stronger. The guarding Soul Clan Dominator Legion had almost no ability to resist, and was crushed by the Liquor Clan Legion, completely turning into dust in the starry sky of the universe. Sharp. Long Yu was shocked by this arrangement. He did not expect that he would trigger such a large-scale war. Although he originally felt that the human race and the demon race were about to take action, he did not expect that they would use his actions as an opportunity. Draw out 2 soul-like gods and kill them, and then contain the remaining 4 soul-like gods. Then, the Liquor tribe's army pressed into the territory, leaving the border of the Soul tribe's territory basically undefended. Obviously, the entire Soul Clan territory is now boiling. The Soul Clan gods, who were originally guarding in other directions, are rushing towards this direction as quickly as possible. You must know that in front of the gods, other cultivators are completely just delivering food. The 3-headed Liquor Clan godlike leader was completely unstoppable after breaking into the Soul Clan's territory. In a short period of time, he completely broke through the Soul Clan's boundary barrier, and then occupied several relatively close space-time teleportation arrays. Then through these time and space teleportation arrays, the Wine Clan quickly moved deeper into the Soul Clan's territory. The three wine clan gods each led a part of the liquor clan's great master army to wreak havoc in three different directions. Holy Emperor, how did you become a god? At this time, Long Yu finally had time to communicate with everyone. What surprised him most was the experience of the Holy Emperor. The first thing he thought about was, would someone give her the best creation? But it turned out not to be the case. When you were in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, I entered another special god ruins, and got some opportunities there, and stepped into the godlike realm. The Holy Emperor pursed his lips and smiled. Awesome. Long Yu is not joking. After experiencing the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he knows very well the difficulty of these similar god ruins. If he does not possess high enough talent, it is impossible to escape from them alive, let alone break through the martial arts realm and obtain more opportunities. The Holy Emperor was originally an elite among the White Feather Monster clan. She was an ancient being who was sealed in the Nine Netherworld. Needless to say, her talent was natural. Among the White Feather Monster clan, her bloodline had already surpassed that of all other White Feather Monster clan member. If you get an opportunity like the Relics of Gods, then it is not impossible to step into the realm of gods. Hongying, Yuega, congratulations on becoming a god. Long Yu's heartfelt blessing. Now that humans and monsters have emerged in large numbers, and Liu Shuang, Yu Feng, and Long Zitian all have a top-quality creation, they should all be able to select a genius to cultivate and step into the human race. The level of God. Thinking about it this way, the overall strength of the human race and the demon race will become unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps in a short period of time, it will still not be able to compare with the glorious moments of the human race and the demon race, but compared with the decadence of the past thousands of years, it can be said that there is hope for a rise. The most critical thing is the current battle. If the Soul Clan's territory can be successfully occupied, it will be a great victory for the human race, Monster Clan, and the Liquor Clan. In terms of actual benefits alone, they will receive countless benefits. Even if we only occupy half of the Soul Clan's territory, that would be a great progress. The impact of the various natural materials, treasures, creations, etc. on the development prospects of a race cannot be underestimated. I'm really worried about myself. I went to the Soul Clan territory alone to commit suicide. Fortunately, I'm fine. Hongying flew to Long Yu's side complainingly, hugged his arm and complained. Am I that easy to die? I don't believe you, man. Long Yu chuckled and touched her head. This girl has finally reached the level of a god. She has reached a bottleneck in this starry sky. It is not that easy to continue to improve from a god. Even if you just want to double the power density, it is extremely difficult. Even if you want to get another deified innate magical power, you need a certain amount of opportunity. At least after stepping into the class of gods, even if they are fighting against other alien gods, they already have the power of resistance and will not be killed without any resistance. Even if they cannot be defeated, they can still save their lives in a duel. Okay, you are awesome. Hurry up and break through to the godlike realm. Then we will have to rely on you to lead our void galaxy, to expand our territory. The Red Warbler chuckled. Although she has stepped into the realm of God and can be said to be stronger than Long Yu now, she is still very obedient around Long Yu, and has no arrogance towards him. The main reason is that she knows very well that it is only a matter of time before Long Yu steps into the realm of gods. Once Long Yu reaches the realm of gods, Long Yu will be much more powerful than other new gods, and even more powerful than many veteran gods. All must be tyrannical. Long Yu chatted with everyone for a while, and then everyone began to analyze the overall situation. The strong men of the Liquor Clan led hundreds of thousands of great masters to attack the Soul Clan territory. It was just a one-sided action. Under the arrangements of the human race and the demon race gods, when Long Yu broke out from the Soul Clan territory, there are already many dominant legions of humans and monsters attacking towards the border of the Soul Clan's territory. Of course, more attack locations are very far away from this place. After all, the boundary of the Soul Clan's territory is still very broad. In other directions, the human race and the monster race even revealed some information to the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan. These two outer God clan, whose territory borders the Soul Clan's territory, must not be able to turn a blind eye with the methods of the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan. It can be said that at this time, all sides of the Soul Clan territory are under attack. In addition, at the beginning, Long Yu caused major events in the territory where the cultivation planets were massacred. The entire Soul Clan territory has been completely destroyed. Confusion arose. Such chaos has not occurred for a long time. This can be called a genocide. Therefore, when the attacks from all the tribes started, the highest alarm was sounded within the Soul tribe, and even some old monsters were fully mobilized. How strong a race's overall strength is depends not only on the number of its gods, but also on how strong its strongest god is. For example, the Soul Clan. The strongest Soul Clan god among them is the Soul Clan. The Emperor has 25 times the power density. A powerful god of this level, even a new god like the three Hongyings, cannot be his opponent. After all, in addition to power density, all 7 and 8 magical powers have been deified, and he also has some special means. Such as divine martial arts, divine-like source products, etc., are very likely to be possessed. After all, they are the most powerful existence of a race. The conditions for the birth of godlike products are 20 times the power density. Once a godlike product reaches 20 times the power density, a godlike product will be born after death. However, if you want to transform the god-like product, you need a higher power density. Generally speaking, 40 times the power density is required. Power density can carry out primary transformation of godlike source products, and by analogy, a godlike power density of 60 times can carry out intermediate transformation of godlike source products. If you want high-level transformational divine source products, you have to reach at least 80 times the power density. And such existences, let alone in remote areas such as the human race or the demon race and the soul race, even in the Sword Clan and Six Wings. Among super-alien races such as the human race and the mechanical race, they are definitely considered to be overlord-level beings. Among the Soul Clan, there are a total of 3 godlike experts with a power density of 20 times. As for the human race and the demon race, there is only 1 person each. Fortunately, among the 3 gods of the Wine Clan, there is one extremely powerful being who also has 25 times the power density. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, the overall strength of the Wine Clan is not strong, and there is no territory. In the case of territory, even if you want to develop, you can only survive. If it weren't for the help of the human race and the demon race, the Wine Clan might have disappeared from this star field long ago, just like the Bone Clan a long time ago. The Soul Clan encountered an unprecedented crisis of genocide. Almost all the Soul Clan within the Soul Clan's territory mobilized and dispatched one dominating legion after another towards the boundary lines of the territory in all directions. When a race faces the crisis of genocide, it can definitely unleash unprecedented cohesion. In the past, the Soul Clan nobles in the center of the Soul Clan's territory were content with enjoying themselves. Now they have shown their strongest strength and sent the strongest fighting force towards the boundary of the territory. The Soul Clan who dominates the secret realm, almost millions upon millions were sent towards the border. Of course, the most important thing is godlike. Among the Soul Clan, a total of about 20 gods were now dispatched, heading towards the borderline. The strongest soul-like god rushed towards the direction of the Liquor Clan's attack, but by the time it arrived, the Soul Clan's territory had been completely reduced to the territory of 1 or 2 galaxies. You must know that the entire Soul Clan territory, although much larger than the Monster Clan territory, only has a total of more than 340 galaxies. In a short period of time, 2 galaxies were captured, which was definitely a huge blow to the Soul Clan. The most important thing is that few of the Soul Clans in these 2 occupied galaxies could survive. Down. Among the 2 Soul Race galaxies near the border, there is only one Soul Race god who is permanently guarding them. Now they have joined the crusade against the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, they are being restrained by the 8 human race and monster race gods, and they cannot turn back. Under such circumstances, there is simply no existence that can withstand the Liquor Clan's offensive. After occupying 2 galaxies, the Liquor Clan began to set up camp. Within the scope of these 2 galaxies, they set up defensive arrays and spiritual shock traps, each of which led to time and space teleportation arrays deeper into the Soul Clan's territory. There are a lot of defenses deployed around it. Once a Soul Clan legion or a god appears from the time and space teleportation array, it will encounter a fierce attack from the Wine Clan. The Wine Clan focused on defending 3 large time and space teleportation arrays, which were guarded by 3 gods. As for some other small time and space teleportation arrays, they were either directly destroyed by the Liquor Clan, or they were set up as baits. There are a lot of traps, and even the strongest gods can delay their appearance for a long time through these time and space teleportation arrays. This battle plan can be said to have been arranged by the Liquor Clan for a long time. Now that it is put into effect, the Soul Clan is almost in a helpless situation. Those 2 lost galaxies are basically impossible to get back for the time being. After all, the number of soul-like gods in the Soul Clan is limited, and other directions in the Soul Clan's territory are also encountering other attacks. The human race gods and demon race gods were almost all out at this time, with only a few remaining within the borders of the human race and the demon race. There are also 2 major outer gods, the Ice God Clan and the Desolate God Clan, who also took this opportunity to attack the Soul Clan territory at the same time. Even if they can take the opportunity to occupy a galaxy, it will be a big profit. There can be a huge amount of cultivation resources in a galaxy. Can support at least hundreds of billions of practitioners. The Soul Clan in the entire Soul Clan territory has become completely crazy now. If they were not crazy, they would have no chance. Facing the invaders, countless strong Soul Clan masters who dominated the Secret Realm and the Great Master Secret Realm chose to rush in and explode themselves, creating space turbulence with their own power, which could at least lead to the death of several aliens. A brutal racial war began. And Long Yu only played a starting role, because he rushed out of the Soul Clan territory and attracted 2 Soul Clan gods, so that all these plans could be implemented. After killing 2 soul-like gods from the beginning and restraining 4 soul-like gods, the overall strength of the entire Soul tribe was greatly weakened. However, it is not easy for the 8 godlike experts like Fuhua, Black Tiger, and others in the field to kill the 4 soul-like gods. Therefore, there is no action for the time being. The 2 sides are just confronting each other. The human race and demon race are not worried at all. However, the 4 Soul Clan gods were very anxious to return to the Soul Clan territory to help. Unfortunately, once they make any move, Fuhua and the other 8 people will also take corresponding actions, completely containing them here. If it's just a containment, wouldn't it be too passive? Long Yu looked at the tense situation, but couldn't move his hands, and suddenly smiled. These 4 soul-like gods are not weak in strength. If they are pushed too hard, they will probably fight to die with us. We don't need to take this risk. Godlike Fuhua said to Long Yu. You are 8 gods, 8 against 4. It is very easy to kill each other. Long Yu said the truth, of course with his help. After all, the Shanluo pattern allowed him to weaken half of the opponent's power density when he fought. This effect was extremely terrifying. It could even be said that Long Yu came from the Eclipse ancient domain. One of the best things ever. It's just this effect that others don't know. Hong Ying and Yuga knew about it, but they didn't tell anyone else. The main reason was that they didn't want others to use Long Yu like this. After all, the current Long Yu was only at the realm of the 7th level master, and he might die if he wasn't careful. In the hands of a godlike creature. Among our 8 deities, 5 are new deities. Their power density is only 10 times the basic level, and they don't have many deified supernatural powers. Shanbing, the powerful godlike person of the Black Tiger Demon clan, has always had a good impression of Long Yu. Now he calmly analyzed it with Long Yu. If they really fight, the 2 new godlike people may not necessarily be like this. A rival to any one of the 4-headed soul-like gods. Godlike Dragon Wing also nodded. Landslide is right. Now we just need to contain them. This soul race annihilation battle will definitely be successful. On the contrary, if we act rashly and something unexpected happens, it is likely to affect the big picture battlefield. Don't worry, trust me, I'll take action first, and you can fight whoever I hit. Be sure to kill one of them quickly, and the rest will be easy to handle. Long Yu said solemnly, looking at Fu Hua, Shanxing and Longyi, the 3 veteran gods of the demon clan. There was some surprise in the eyes of the 3 people. You start first? Although you were able to cause big troubles in the Soul Clan territory and then escape, it is no joke to confront a godlike powerhouse head-on. Are you confident? There is some doubt about the Black Tiger-like god Landslide. Senior, don't you still believe me? Long Yu smiled. Hong Ying and Yuega didn't say much. Since Long Yu wanted to take action, they just had to follow. Although Hong Ying was usually a bit unruly towards Long Yu, she was still very obedient and well-behaved when faced with such a big thing. The Holy Emperor was also full of doubts. She hadn't seen Long Yu for a long time. Although she had heard that Long Yu broke into the Soul Clan territory and could escape after causing big troubles, she already had a high opinion of Long Yu. But he still didn't expect that Long Yu would take the lead in attacking those soul-like gods. You know, that's a god. In front of a powerful godlike person, the 7th level master will be completely killed if he is not careful. Long Yu, do you really have this confidence? However, thinking of Long Yu's methods in the past, the Holy Emperor also smiled. Her trust in Long Yu appeared on her beautiful face. She still chose to believe in Long Yu. If Long Yu took action later, she was determined to do it. Attacked with all strength. Lu Shuang and Yu Feng were a little curious about Long Yu. Is this boy so strong now? Even if the 8 of us join forces, we may not be able to kill a soul-like god instantly. If you attack first, you are likely to be counterattacked by them. Are you sure you want to do this? Fu Hua, the godlike creature of the Sky Bat Demon clan, asked, with a solemn expression. Yes, nothing will happen. If you attack together, there won't be any accidents. Long Yu is still very confident in the Xianluo pattern. And these exchanges were all conducted in secret. The 4-headed soul-like gods had no idea at all and were still trying to find ways to escape. With this mentality, it was easier for Long Yuqi to succeed in a sneak attack. After Long Yu made the suggestion, everyone thought about it carefully, and soon everyone decided to take action. The 3 veteran gods of the demon clan didn't really want to take action. After all, they wanted to be stable in character and were not as impatient as the new gods. But since Long Yu said it with such certainty, they did not refuse and each prepared their actions. While the 4 soul-like gods were not paying much attention, Long Yu made a sudden move. Travel through the void. Surrounded by the power of the water element, Long Yu Langbuting teleported to one of the soul tribesmen, and then shot out the unbounded grip. The boundless grip formed by the forest demon's divine text was like an invisible hand. It instantly grasped the soul of the soul race god and tried to deal a devastating blow to it. Unfortunately, Long Yu's boundless grip, the grip is not powerful enough and cannot cause any harm to the opponent at all. On the contrary, it was the power of the xuanhuan pattern in his ancient god's brain that followed the method of the unbounded grip and invaded, instantly covering the body of the soul-like god, reducing the power density of the soul-like god. Weakened by half in an instant. Originally, this soul-like god had 14 times the power density, but at this moment, his whole body's strength was instantly softened by the xuanhuan mark, and it became only 7 times the power density. Do it. The others did not hesitate at all and took action directly. The methods of the 8 gods came out in unison. Even Long Yu could only get out of the way first. Countless means and magical powers aimed at the spiritual soul fell on the boundless grasp of Long Yu. Hit by the soul-like god. With almost no ability to resist, the soul-like god just wanted to launch an offensive against Long Yu, but he suffered an extremely terrifying attack. Moreover, this attack was suffered after its power density was weakened by half. There's no way to stop it. The defensive barrier of the spiritual soul was opened, but it was completely shattered in just an instant, and then the destructive power of those spiritual souls fell on this soul-like god from all directions, tearing its spiritual soul into pieces. Next one. The soul race gods who died in this way still have a certain amount of spiritual soul left. They are not like being swept by the dark flame ghost cord, and can be swallowed by the 9 nether sphere. However, even if the soul clan leaves behind spiritual souls after death, the time these remaining spiritual souls can survive in the world is really too short. At this moment, Long Yu does not have much time to devour the soul clan god. He immediately moved towards the other soul-like god, still using the unbounded grip. His method was not strong, but the xuanhuan pattern in the brain of the ancient god gave him extremely powerful ability to weaken the powerful godlike people. After the second attack, the 8 human race, demon race, and godlike offensive once again it rolled in and easily killed the second soul-like god. At this time, the 2 remaining soul-like gods reacted. One of the soul-like gods took advantage of this opportunity and immediately broke through the space barrier in the distance, trying to teleport away. The other soul-like god knew that Long Yu's methods were extremely powerful, and launched a terrifying offensive directly against Long Yu. A storm of spiritual and soul impact seemed to have condensed into a solid body, covering Long Yu from all directions. Come over. At the same time, a burst of space divine text blockade completely trapped Long Yu in it, as if he wanted to kill him all at once, and he would not stop until he died. It's a pity that Long Yu just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and activated the Book of Shadows, his innate magical power. At that moment, his whole person turned into nothingness and completely disappeared from the void. The void space is a very strong space barrier. The impact storm of the spiritual soul shattered the void space at once and fell on Long Yu's body. However, this spiritual impact storm has been weakened and was destroyed by his purification. The body easily resisted it. Go on, kill. The power of the unbounded grip bloomed in the body of that kind of god, carrying the powerful and weakening light of the xuanbrand mark, wrapping up the soul-like god. The next moment, the spiritual offensive of the 8 godlike creatures arrived, killing the soul-like god instantly. There was still the last soul-like god left, but it ran very fast and was already close to the boundary of the Soul Clan's territory. Follow me. By this time, godlike Fuhua had completely trusted Long Yu. After killing the 3 soul-like gods, the decline of the entire Soul Clan was completely irreversible. This time, with the help of Long Yu, the strategy turned out to be even easier. The 8 deities, including several new deities such as Hongying and Yuge, chased after the fleeing soul deity. Ahead, the powerful wine race godlike man who was notified also turned back to intercept the soul race godlike creature. Not long after, the soul-like god could not escape the fate of death and was completely killed. This soul-like god, Long Yu used the 9 nether ball to devour it, causing the 9 nether ball to grow a lot. Phew! But now as the power of the 9 nether ball becomes stronger, even if it devours gods, the improvement won't be much. Maybe swallowing those gods with higher power density can have a better effect. But with such an existence, Long Yu couldn't even tolerate him, so it was better not to provoke him for the time being. The battle to annihilate the Soul Clan, and the rest of the battle will be left to the Wine Clan and other strong men from the Human Clan and Monster Clan. Long Yu has just gained a lot, and still wants to consolidate his own strength before making plans, and they have just killed 6 people. The head soul race god has obtained the remains of 6 small worlds, which he can search and plunder. When invading and defending, people are often able to unleash their maximum strength. This battle to annihilate the Soul Clan must be an extremely brutal battle. Even if Long Yu, a 7th level master, participates in it, it will not play a decisive role. Moreover, the coalition forces of the human race, monster race, and liquor race have already laid a huge foundation. Advantage: there is no need for Long Yu to get involved. Taking the Holy Emperor, Hong Ying, and Yugu with him, Long Yu left the alien battlefield near the border of the Soul Clan and headed towards the Monster Clan territory. This time in the Soul Clan annihilation battle, except for a few strong men from the human race and the Demon Clan, basically all the elites came out. Let's go back to the Demon Clan's territory and we can take care of it. Maybe some alien race will sneak up on the Demon Clan. They are wreaking havoc within the territory of the tribe. Hong Ying said with a smile, of course the most important thing is to go back to the Blood Demon Galaxy to see it. I haven't been back for a long time. If I take you back with me this time, my father will definitely be very happy. Hong Ying has been away from her hometown for so long, but those relatives will indeed miss her. What's more, when she goes back this time, Hong Ying has actually achieved the realm of a god, which will definitely surprise her parents, not to mention that Long Yu still carries the remains of the 6 soul race godlike small worlds with him. Since Long Yu was the biggest hero in this battle of annihilation of the Soul Clan, the remains of the 6 Soul Clan godlike small worlds were all given to Long Yu as a reward for him, with 3 veteran godlike beings in charge. Long Yu himself worked hard in the Soul Clan territory, but only managed to obtain 8 divine essences and Taichu essences. But among the ruins of these 6 soul-like god small worlds, there are at least more than 20 pieces of divine essence and primordial essence, which are extremely valuable. The absolute beginning essence found among them was of course given to the Holy Emperor, Hong Ying and Yugu. As for the other divine essences, they were gifts that Long Yu planned to give to the Blood Demon Clan. In any case, the Blood Demon Clan can be regarded as the race of his own woman. If the overall strength becomes stronger, it will still be beneficial to Long Yu. A battle like the Soul Clan Annihilation War just happened. After the Soul Clan has invaded some of the Soul Clan territory, it will also need to send people used to take over guarding. The more powerful there are in the Blood Demon Clan, the more clan members will naturally be sent there, and another force similar to the Blood Demon Galaxy can even develop. As one of the 248 Blood Demon Galaxies of the Demon Clan, the influence of the entire Blood Demon Clan can be said to be very huge. Among the entire Demon Clan, it can be regarded as a giant and the leader of powerful existence. If Long Yu before going to the Eclipse Ancient Territory followed Hong Ying back to the Blood Demon Galaxy, he would definitely be scorned by the people of the Blood Demon Clan, but now, no one has the right to disdain Long Yu. Hong Ying and Long Yu went to the Blood Demon Galaxy, which could be regarded as a visit to relatives. This was also the first time that Hong Ying brought Long Yu back to introduce him to other tribesmen. In the past, only Xuelua, the Emperor's commander, knew about it. Of course, Xuelua is now the commander of the dominant army, which is completely different from before. Long Yu still remembers that before he met Hong Ying, he knew the young master, Hong Jun, from the Blood Demon Clan. Unfortunately, this boy's martial arts talent was not as good as Hong Ying's, and he was unable to follow Long Yu and his sister to the godlike god Academy. Long time no see. I still remember that when we were on the king-killing planet, Han Jun had to sacrifice a lot to protect Long Yu, and even made enemies with the Golden Dragon Monster clan, so Long Yu still admired Han Jun, at least. Treat each other as a friend. The two girls, Holy Emperor and Yu Ge, had nothing to do for the time being, so they went to the Blood Demon Galaxy with Long Yu and Han Ying. However, when they officially went to meet their relatives of the Blood Demon clan, the Holy Emperor and Yu Ge were too lazy to follow them. They planned to go to some tourist resorts in the Blood Demon Galaxy for a while, which could be regarded as consolidating their cultivation strength when they first entered the godlike realm. In the previous battles with the Soul Race gods, these new Soul Race gods all felt their own shortcomings. If it weren't for the influence of Long Yu's Xian brand, even the 8 of them would not be able to defeat a Soul Race god. The gods killed them, which was a bit of a big blow to them. Originally, before becoming a god, in their eyes, a god was the strongest existence. If they broke through, they would be able to reach the top, but now it seems that they are still far from being able to do this. They still have power density that needs to be improved, their innate magical powers have not been fully deified, their brains of the ancient gods have not been opened, and their forbidden skills have not been practiced. Even in terms of soldiers, they are still far from the top. With only one divine item of absolute beginning, even if it is the divine item of absolute beginning that has awakened to the 12th level, it can only be regarded as average among the powerful ones at the godlike level. What's more, they also know that Long Yu's combat power is not limited to these aspects. There are also magical elixirs, special elixirs, and so on. The Baji bloodline alone can increase Long Yu's basic strength by 8 times. Although strong men at the godlike level basically compete with power density, under the same power density, the stronger the basic power, obviously the more terrifying it is. By then, Long Yu's basic strength will definitely far exceed that of ordinary godlike experts. If the power density catches up, it is even possible to become one of the strongest in this star field. You must know that the current Long Yu, in every aspect, has surpassed some strong men in the godlike realm. When he officially steps into the godlike realm, will he be weaker than the ordinary godlike? This also gave Saint Emperor and Yu Ge a sense of urgency. Although they entered the realm of gods earlier than Long Yu, they may soon be surpassed by Long Yu in strength. Not long after, Long Yu and the others returned to the territory of the demon clan. As for Lu Shuang and Yu Feng, they did not participate in the Soul Clan annihilation battle. After all, they are just new gods. They are easily damaged in such battles, which is very serious for the human race and the demon clan. Loss. So they were sent back to the human race territory to guard it. After all, they were all members of the human race. 3 days passed. Long Yu and others reached the Blood Demon Galaxy in the center of the Demon Clan's territory, through the time and space teleportation array. This galaxy is all blood red in color, and most of the sources of divine texts in it are blood red. They contain original level blood-colored divine texts, as well as some derivative gods of the Golden System's Taichu power with similar attributes. Arts. There are mainly 6 large-scale cultivation planets in the entire Blood Demon Galaxy. However, among these 6 large-scale cultivation planets, only one is the real center of the Blood Demon Galaxy. Its scale is similar to the largest cultivation planet Long Yu has seen in the Soul Clan territory. However, within the territory of the Soul Clan, there are at least several such giant cultivation planets in a galaxy. It can be seen that the foundation of the Monster Clan is still much worse than that of the Soul Clan. If it weren't for the opportunity of Long Yu to disrupt the territory of the Soul Clan this time, and the overall outbreak after the emergence of the Eclipse Ancient territory, plus the cooperation with the Liquor Clan, even the human race and the Monster Clan combined would not be able to do anything. Maybe he has some plans for the Soul Clan. What's more, this time, the Soul Clan's annihilation battle also borrowed the power of the Ice God Clan and the Desolate God Clan. Of course, there is no alliance between the human race monster race and the ice god race desolate god race. Both sides just have the same goal, to expand the territory of their own race and seize the soul race's territory. This soul race annihilation war was initiated by the human race monster race. Yes, the ice god clan and the desolate god clan can only be regarded as taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, maybe in the future, the human race and monster race will confront each other with the ice god clan and the desolate god clan. No one can predict this. Anyway, this war will definitely not end in a few years. It is by no means an easy task to annihilate a race that is already very powerful, and even in the end, I am afraid that the soul race will not be easily annihilated. It should still shrink its effective strength and stick to a certain range of the galaxy to keep it. The last living space. It is very difficult to truly exterminate a clan. Of course, the goal of the human race, monster race, and liquor race is not to annihilate the clan. The main goal is to seize the territory first. In that case, they can have greater room for development. Under the circumstances of one day and another, they will one day be able to completely eliminate the soul race. Eliminate, as long as some unnatural beings don't appear among the soul clan. Blood Demon Galaxy, I haven't been back for a long time. Standing on the Blood Demon Star, the largest cultivation planet in the entire galaxy, Feng Yin stretched out happily, showing off her slim and attractive figure to the fullest, attracting many passers-by's attention. Long Yu walked out of the time and space teleportation array, hugged her slender waist, and stepped onto the streets of the largest Blood Demon Imperial City on the Blood Demon Star. In the Blood Demon Imperial City, basically only half are Blood Demon tribesmen, and the remaining half are demon cultivators from other races from other places. There are also a small number of human races, but in the Blood Demon Imperial City, the human race is basically very popular. Excluded. Although the human race and the demon race have been united for a long time, they still have different cultures and living environments. It is not that easy to completely integrate them. If an ordinary female cultivator from the Blood Demon tribe looks down on a male cultivator from the human race, the possibility that Feng Yin, a princess from the Blood Demon clan, can fall in love with Long Yu is a fantasy. Unfortunately, such a thing will happen after all. And it turns out that Red Warbler is very discerning. If it weren't for Long Yu, even if Feng Yin could enter the seminary, she wouldn't have been able to reach the level of a god so early. This makes Red Warbler quite proud of her foresight. Let's go and meet my father and the others. Feng Yin smiled and stayed in Long Yu's arms, walking gently towards the palace of the Blood Demon Imperial City. The reason why she came back now was because she felt that the time was right. If it were before the eclipse ancient territory, there might be unpleasant troubles. But after the eclipse moon ancient territory came out, it would be a tight training time, and there would be no time to return. Now that I finally have some time to relax, I take the time to come over and settle things down. The Holy Emperor and Yu Gu had already separated from the two of them. Long Yu and Feng Yin walked straight towards the palace of the Blood Demon Imperial City. Regarding the Blood Demon clan princess Feng Yin, she actually ran away with a young man from the human race. This matter has long been spread throughout the Blood Demon galaxy. But now that Feng Yin has finally returned, it has suddenly become a big news. The demons or humans who can come to the Blood Demon Imperial City can definitely be regarded as strong. Even cultivators in the realm of great masters can be seen everywhere. Half of these practitioners were members of the Blood Demon clan, and of course they immediately recognized Feng Yin's identity. However, as cultivators, they were not qualified to come up to chat or block the way. They could only wait for the two of them to leave and start talking behind them. Isn't this Princess Feng Yin? She ran away for so long, and now she's finally back. Shoo! Don't you feel the aura on her body? Although she seems to be hiding her aura, her cultivation level seems to have far exceeded before. Even stronger than me. What? You are a powerful 7th level master. Is it possible that the princess is stronger than you? She is already a godlike existence? Godlike, it is so easy to break through. Although this eclipse of the moon has brought many new gods to the ancient realm, the possibility of the princess being one of them is not high. Everyone was talking about it, but they had no idea that Feng Yin had really entered the godlike realm. News that reaches the level of a god is completely beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. If it takes a long time to finally give birth to a god, then the news about this god will probably spread throughout the entire demon world. Clan and human race territory, this is not surprising. But now, there are too many new gods, and they have immediately started a war to annihilate the Soul Clan. It is impossible for certain news to reach the ears of ordinary practitioners so quickly. After all, according to Long Yu's previous experience, it is not certain whether there are aliens lurking in the territory of the human race or the demon clan to inquire for information. Recently, some strategic news, not to mention ordinary practitioners, even the royal family of the Blood Demon clan, not aware of it. The key is that although the overall strength of the Blood Demon clan is good, there is no godlike person among them. It can be said that Feng Yin is the first godlike strongman in this demon clan. Therefore, the return of Long Yu and Feng Yin does not bring any too shocking news. For example, Feng Yin has stepped into the realm of gods, and Long Yu has made great achievements in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and after coming out, he continued to lead the annihilation battle of the Soul Clan. Start waiting. No one on this planet or in the entire Blood Demon Galaxy knows this news. It can be said that Long Yu and Feng Yin came back completely quietly. After all, they didn't have much time, but anyway, the two of them have reached the level of strength now. Regardless of Long Yu's status, as long as Feng Yin reaches the level of a god, her behavioral choices cannot be interfered with by others. Not even her parents can influence her decision. I have not come back before because I am afraid of being opposed. After all, in the cultural history of the Blood Demon clan, there is still a slight rejection of the human race, and intermarriage does not happen among the royal family of the Blood Demon clan. Apart from anything else, the royal family has the purest blood among the Blood Demon clan. Once they marry humans, their descendants will no longer be the royal family of the Blood Demon clan. Arrive. Soon, Long Yu and Feng Yin joined hands and arrived at the palace where the Blood Demon royal family was. This is a blood-red majestic palace. For ordinary monks, it may be a mammoth palace that is difficult to enter in a lifetime. But in Long Yu's eyes, such a palace is nothing. You must know that he has seen countless foreign palaces, as well as the truly magnificent buildings in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Now such a blood-red Blood Demon clan palace has no impact on Long Yu at all in terms of momentum. Let's go. The palace was guarded by strong men from the Blood Demon clan, but when they saw Feng Yin, the princess of the Blood Demon clan, coming over, they just glanced at the token symbolically and let her take Long Yu into the palace. After the two entered, the strong Blood Demon clan, guarding the palace, couldn't help but communicate. Is that the man chosen by Her Royal Highness, the princess? He is really from the same clan as the rumors say. But even the human race is not an ordinary human race. Although it hides its cultivation, it is definitely stronger than us. So what if he is stronger than us? That one is Her Royal Highness the Princess. It is said that Your Majesty is very troubled by this matter, and now she has finally brought it back. It seems that there will be big news soon. Why do we care so much? Anyway, at our level, we can't see the good show that's about to happen. Speaking of which, Her Highness the Princess is really beautiful. If I can marry Her Highness, I will have no regrets in my life. It's just you? Hee, even so many clan masters can't pursue Her Highness the Princess. We'd better stop thinking like this and guard the palace gate. Tell me, is it really okay for us to hide our cultivation and come in like this? Hong Ying thought rather naughtily. Anyway, many of the news about her and Long Yu were only circulated among the gods in the seminary and among the gods. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to know about it in the realm of the human race and the demon race. If they chose to hide their cultivation, no one would be able to see it. Come out. It doesn't matter, you can do whatever you want. Long Yu smiled slightly. He felt that Hong Ying's suggestion was not inappropriate. It was just a good opportunity to see the real situation among the Blood Demon clan. If Hong Ying had not hidden her cultivation, she would have caused a sensation on the entire Blood Demon star. Then let's go. Remember to behave well later. I will reward you well tonight. Hong Ying hugged Long Yu's arm and showed a particularly charming smile. Long Yu couldn't help it. Unfortunately, now was not the time to be impulsive, so he had to endure it first. I'll take care of you tonight. Long Yu said fiercely. Soon the two of them walked through the long front hall, and when they reached the center of the entire Blood Demon clan royal palace, a group of people came up to announce that the emperor of the Blood Demon clan was already waiting in the main hall, and asked the two of them to hurry over. The Blood Demon clan guards who came to report the news had a look of hatred in their eyes when they looked at Long Yu. They were obviously very dissatisfied that Long Yu had snatched away the princess they dreamed of. However, Long Yu completely ignored those hostile looks. On the contrary, he found that there was a look of gloating in these people's eyes, which made Long Yu's heart move. With this formation, it seemed that the emperor of the Blood Demon clan had prepared some good things for him, but he didn't know what he wanted. How to deal with him? Long Yu shook his head and didn't think much about it. No matter what, he and Hong Ying didn't need to be afraid in a place like this. I understand, take us there. Hong Ying said calmly to the group of Blood Demon clan guards, and then followed them, together with Long Yu, towards the main hall of the Blood Demon clan palace. In Hong Ying's impression, the main hall of the Blood Demon clan's palace has always been the place where business matters are discussed. If she were to welcome her back normally, she would definitely not choose to greet her in the main hall. Therefore, Hong Ying had already guessed that her father would eventually. They were dissatisfied with the status of the Long Yu human race and made some arrangements for this. However, she didn't care and followed Long Yu directly. The reason why I chose this time to come back was just for now. Even if Hong Ying is not a god, the current strength of Long Yu alone can completely destroy the entire Blood Demon clan galaxy, and no one can stop him. Of course, maybe what Hong Ying's father cares about is not only the issue of strength, but also the issue of bloodline, but this was already ignored when Hong Ying chose Long Yu. After experiencing so many things with Long Yu, it is absolutely impossible for Hong Ying to give up on Long Yu. As for her to accept other youths from the Blood Demon clan, there is absolutely no possibility. Under the leadership of the Blood Demon clan guards, the two people quickly arrived at the main entrance of the entire Blood Demon clan palace. Your Highness, please come in. The guards were standing outside and did not go in. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Although he was only at the door, with his superior spiritual perception, he had discovered that there were many powerful people gathering in this main hall. Even not long ago, when Long Yu was plundering those cultivation planets in the Soul Clan territory, he didn't find that there were so many strong men on those cultivation planets. Even the 7 stage masters, there were hundreds of them in the main hall. Name. Among these 7 stage masters, there are the older generation of Blood Demon clan strongmen and the new generation of Blood Demon clan geniuses. I am afraid that they only gathered in this main hall after hearing about the return of Hong Ying. As for Long Yu, could guess what he wanted to do. This is to give him a showdown. The original Long Yu had basically no reputation. Although he had done some things in the demon clan's territory and even repelled the pursuit of several demon clans such as the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, their Blood Demon Clan was not that kind of weak demon clan. Among the entire demon clan territory, the Blood Demon clan can definitely be ranked among the top 20 clans. There are very few demon clans that can occupy an entire galaxy like the Blood Demon clan. A race like the Golden Dragon Demon clan only controls a galaxy with other demon clans. Compared with the Blood Demon clan, in comparison, the overall strength is much weaker. Long Yu and Hong Ying stepped into the main hall of the Blood Demon clan's palace hand in hand. "Father, I'm back," Hong Ying said crisply, and then there were nearly 1,000-strong Blood Demon tribesmen in the main hall. At this moment, they all cast their eyes over, and most of them were focused on Hong Ying. As for Long Yu, who had hidden his cultivation, few people will care. The entire main hall of the Blood Demon clan's palace was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. On the other hand, Hong Ying and Long Yu didn't feel any pressure at all, and walked together towards the main hall. But Long Yu was still a little embarrassed. He and Hong Ying came in with their cultivation hidden like this. It seemed like they were showing off. But no matter what, as long as Hong Ying is happy. After all, the pressure on Hong Ying to fall in love with the original Long Yu was indeed quite high. Now that she has finally returned to her true form, it is a normal idea to tease these generals of the Blood Demon clan. Stop. 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 After the two of them entered the main hall, before they had even walked a few steps, a young man from the Blood Demon clan stepped out from the side and walked out arrogantly. This young man from the Blood Demon tribe is a cultivator of the 5th level master. His strength is quite good, and he is not too old. He is even younger than the original Xuanhuan. You must know that Xuanhuan is Hong Ying's brother and the prince of the Blood Demon clan. He has definitely received the most abundant training resources since he was a child, but this is still not as good as the young man from the Blood Demon clan in front of him. This shows that this young man's talent is really great. Not vulgar. This is the son of the 13th general of the Blood Demon clan, named Nali Rong. Among our Blood Demon clan, the 13th general can be regarded as the lord of a territory, and controls the north of the Blood Demon galaxy. Unexpectedly, today he brought my son is here. Hong Ying had no scruples at all, smiled and said to Long Yu intimately. Well, I understand. Hello, Nali Rong. Long Yu smiled lightly and nodded. Excuse me, what can I do? Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened, and facing a genius who was a 5th level master of his own, their expressions remained calm and their hearts did not beat. Such an intimate exchange. Young Nali Rong suddenly felt angry. By the way, it stands to reason that in the main hall, if my father doesn't speak, it won't be anyone else's turn to jump out and point fingers. But today, it is obvious that my father has acquiesced in this matter. Hong Ying sent a message to Long Yu in private, and no one else could hear her. At this time, Hong Ying and Long Yu raised their heads and saw that at the end of the main hall, there was no one sitting on the blood-red throne. Apparently, the emperor of the Blood Demon clan had not come over yet. I'm afraid they just want these generals to rub off Long Yu's spirit first. If the situation is good, then the emperor of the Blood Demon clan will rush over directly and send Long Yu away. On the contrary, if the situation changes, then the Blood Demon clan emperor, the emperor could also look at the situation and deal with it, so as not to fall out with his daughter. After all, the emperor would not act so recklessly. But in Long Yu's view, all this is meaningless. Nali Rong was very angry. He could see that neither Her Highness the Princess nor the man beside her took him seriously, which made him very unhappy. Your Highness, it's all right. What's going on with this human youth? It seems that he has just stepped into the realm of the Great Master, but he dares to act like no one else in the main hall of the Blood Demon clan's imperial city. It is really annoying. I heard that you are the man chosen by Her Royal Highness, the Princess. Li Rong stared at Long Yu proudly. He was wearing a set of blood-red armor. It could be seen that it was a set of ancient-level warriors. It was already very good for the juniors in the 5th stage master stage. Unfortunately, under Long Yu, in the eyes of the emperor, this thing is like a toy. Yes, what's wrong? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. I challenge you. Li Rong's eyes flashed with blood, and his body was filled with murderous intent. Your Highness, the princess, is so noble. How can a human boy like you get involved in it? Although I am just an inconspicuous and unknown person among the Blood Demon clan, I am not as noble as you. You are much stronger, but you alone cannot protect the noble body of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Oh, it turns out it's a challenge. If you want a challenge, just say so. Why do you talk so much? Come on, let's do it. Long Yu smiled and waved directly to Li Rong, indicating that the other party should take action directly. This situation made Na Li Rong angry. You underestimate me. In this case, I won't be polite. Your Highness, please. Na Li Rong turned his head and looked at Hong Ying. It can be seen that this boy still likes Hong Ying very much. Hong Ying's martial arts talent is the highest among the Blood Demon royal family of this generation, so although there are 3 other princesses in the entire Blood Demon royal family, Hong Ying has always been the ideal target for many talented children in the Blood Demon clan. Well, come on. After Hong Ying said to Li Rong, she simply backed away. She didn't stop him or say anything, and just got out of the way, which made Na Li Rong confused. He originally thought that Her Royal Highness the Princess would definitely stop this seemingly unfair battle, but now it seems that this is not the case. Is this kid hiding his strength? No matter how you look at it, he is just a human kid who is a great master. Li Rong observed it carefully, but unfortunately, let alone him, not even one of the nearly 1,000 super powerful Blood Demon clan members in the main hall could see Long Yu's hidden cultivation. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire main hall became even more tense. Countless strong men from the Blood Demon clan standing around all turned their attention to Long Yu in the field, wanting to see how the human boy would deal with Li Rong's challenge. I know Li Rong's strength. I once fought with him on the alien battlefield. He faced 3 ice gods of the same realm alone without changing his expression. In the end, he killed the 3 ice gods one by one and seized the remains of his small world. Yes, the son of the 13th general must have real talent and knowledge. In my opinion, although he is not the top among our Blood Demon clan, he is still better than that human boy. However, how can a mere human race have the dignity to come to our Blood Demon clan's palace and take away Her Royal Highness the Princess? Everyone wanted to see Long Yu being killed by Na Li Rong. Although it is inconvenient to kill in the main hall, there is no problem in giving some color and humiliation. This can make Her Royal Highness the Princess give up and choose a young genius from the Blood Demon clan. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't take these guys seriously at all. The traces of Long Yu and Hong Ying completely disappeared from the eyes of the Blood Demon clan after they entered the seminary. Even the emperor of the Blood Demon clan did not know where they had gone. Therefore, in recent days, Long Yu and Hong Ying's experience is a state of complete ignorance. It is even more impossible for them to know about gods, soul clans, and the like. Even in this soul clan annihilation battle, the Blood Demon clan only sent 3 master legions to fight. They only served as backup and did not go to the frontal battlefield. As for the specific situation on the frontline battlefield, especially the battle between gods, no one understands at all. So now, Long Yu is given a good opportunity to show his face. If no one had troubled him, I'm afraid everyone present really didn't know how strong Long Yu was. Even if they were forced to obey by Hong Ying's godlike state, they still wouldn't be convinced by Long Yu. So now, what Long Yu has to do is to convince these people in the field. Then Li Rong, just do it. Long Yu stood there calmly, showing no fear or nervousness at all. Arrogant. Seeing his relaxed expression, Li Rong smiled disdainfully, then raised his hand, and the original level bloody divine text surged out from his hand, turning into a bloody torrent and crashing down towards where Long Yu was. This move was Li Rong's innate magical power, which was not very powerful. After all, he saw that Long Yu was only in the realm of a great master, so it was not convenient for him to kill him directly. This move fell on Long Yu, swallowing him up and drowning him in an instant, leaving everyone around him stunned. That human boy didn't use any defensive means? You're not going to die like this, are you? It seems that Li Rong only used 3 points of his power, but that human boy is only a master of cultivation, so there is a real possibility that he won't be able to withstand it. Everyone was talking about it. They couldn't help but look at Her Royal Highness the Princess, Han Ying, and found that Han Ying looked completely relaxed, with no trace of worry on her face. The expressions of some elders in the field who had more sensitive spiritual senses changed a bit, because they felt that Long Yu, who was enveloped in a torrent of blood, did not even move at all, and was not even damaged at all. The next moment, the bloody torrent dissipated from the field. Long Yu's complete body appeared in everyone's eyes, with a playful smile on his face. Don't use this method to embarrass people, right? Come on, use all your strength, otherwise I will really feel your attack. It's like a mosquito bite. Long Yu's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. Although he did not move at all, and even the breath in his body did not flow at all, he was able to resist this attack with his physical body alone. Even the black gown on his body was not damaged at all. This was a set of clothes specially refined for him by old man Tianhua after he came out of the Eclipse ancient territory. It can be connected with his body. As long as his body is immortal, these clothes it will not be damaged, and it can be said to be a very practical thing. When Na Lirong heard this, his face suddenly turned red with anger. He said fiercely, "Don't hide your cultivation and come to fight openly. Otherwise, I don't know how much strength I will use. If I kill you, it's hard to explain. Don't be afraid. You can't kill me yet, or even hurt me at all. Use all your strength to make you give up." Long Yu said calmly. "Well, Li Rong, since he asked you to use your full strength, then you just use your full strength. Even if something happens, it is not your responsibility." Many people on the side began to persuade him, mainly because they couldn't stand Long Yu's pretentious look now. Isn't he just a boy from a clan? Isn't it just that he has resisted the power of less than 30% of his strength? What are you pulling at? Your Highness? Li Rong turned his head and asked Han Ying. "Go ahead, do whatever you want." Han Ying pursed her lips and smiled confidently. After getting Han Ying's consent, Li Rong nodded. However, there was also a hint of solemnity in his expression, because he could see from the blow just now and the strong confidence of Long Yu and Han Ying that this human boy would definitely not be so easy to deal with. Anyway, just after the blow, he was sure that Long Yu was hiding his strength. Otherwise, how could he be motionless without any damage? Even a strong man from the Abyss clan, who is known for his strong physical strength and a great master realm, cannot do this. He was sure that Long Yu was hiding his cultivation. In this case, he would prepare to deal with Long Yu with all his strength. "This is my absolute beginning divine item." Li Rong raised his hand, and 3 bloody beads appeared in front of him, revealing endless bloody murderous intent. These 3 blood-colored beads attracted and entwined each other in space, forming a special blood-colored magnetic field. They seemed to have been awakened to the 7th level by Li Rong, who was considered a good genius. However, even compared with other students in the seminary, Na Li Rong is still far behind. Unfortunately, Na Li Rong does not know that Long Yu's previous experience was that he came out of the seminary and surpassed presence of all other students. "Heavenly veins, open!" Na Li Rong gave a sharp shout, and a third eye appeared on his forehead. This eye was blood red, and as soon as it appeared, his basic strength doubled. Long Yu could tell that this was a way to increase basic strength in one move. It should have been developed with special elixirs like Baji blood pill. Although it could only double the basic strength, the victory was that it didn't. What kind of harm is it? Unlike Long Yu's Baji blood pill, every time it is activated, it will damage its own small world. Long Yu would not activate the Baji bloodline unless it was absolutely necessary. The Tian Mai opened by Li Rong is different. It seems to be a simplified version of the Baji bloodline, but there is no damage and the effect is not so strong. Overall, it is a good method. At the level of the Great Master, it is said that when confronting cultivators of the same realm, once the heavenly vein is opened, it is very likely to form a crushing force on the opponent. It can be seen that facing the current Long Yu, Li Rong plans to use all his strength. Bloodline Enlightenment. A pair of blood-colored wings appeared behind Li Rong. This is the biggest difference between the Blood Demon clan and the human race. Apart from the pair of blood-colored wings, basically the body structures of the human race and the Blood Demon clan are very similar. After the bloody wings were revealed, Li Rong's basic strength doubled again, reaching 3 times what it was at the beginning. At this time, he began to activate the 3 bloody beads, which were his absolute beginning divine artifacts, and unleashed the strongest attack he could unleash now, the 7th level awakening technique, Bludgeon Flurry. Those 3 blood-colored beads suddenly burst out with shining blood-colored light like 3 stars in the night sky. The origin-level bloody divine text surged down like the light of stars, more than 10 times stronger than the bloody torrent just now. Just from the momentum alone, it seemed that it was going to swallow up Long Yu's entire body. Someone's going to die. Then Li Rong has actually reached this level. This is equivalent to the power of a method that can only be unleashed by a 6th-level master. As expected of the son of the 13th general, he indeed has such terrifying strength. But it seems that the human boy is still not ready to move. In the main hall, nearly 1,000 strong men from the Blood Demon clan were in shock and confusion. If they didn't take action to resist this move, I'm afraid something would really happen to this kid. Unfortunately, Long Yu really didn't move at all. The red warbler on the side also pursed her lips and smiled softly. She didn't feel nervous at all like she did during the battle. She just felt like she was watching a show, watching a good show. The light of the bloody stars fell, and Long Yu's whole person was shrouded in it. But before the light of the bloody stars dissipated, Long Yu's voice came out, "It's still tickling. In my opinion, let's change it to someone else." "That Li Rong, you can't do it." The next moment, Long Yu punched out, without using any divine power, relying purely on his physical body. He completely smashed the burst of bloody star light, and the figure wearing a black gown once again appeared in front of everyone. In the field of vision. This scene left nearly 1,000 strong men in the field dumbfounded. Is this guy still a human? Especially Li Rong, who had done it himself. He knew very well that the blow he just made, even if the Yuan clan, the 6th-level master, was in front of him, it would not be unharmed, let alone break it easily, and then walked out. You have the cultivation level of a 7th-level master. Na Li Rong's face darkened. Are you admitting defeat? Long Yu did not answer his question, but smiled lightly and asked. Admit defeat. Although Li Rong was very unwilling, he had tried his best just now and was unable to harm Long Yu at all. This made him know that Long Yu was really strong. At least, it's not something he can match now. Let me do it instead. Another man from the Blood Demon tribe with a thin voice walked out from the crowd. His steps were extremely graceful, his face was slightly pale, and he had a sickly feminine beauty. He looked no different from a woman. This feminine man from the Blood Demon tribe is a powerful 7th-level master, and he is about the same age as Li Rong. It's Yamai Shoku. If Shuelua and Na Li Rong can be regarded as super geniuses in the Blood Demon clan, then this Shanjing Shachi can be said to be the pinnacle genius in the Blood Demon clan. It can even be said that the talent of Shanjing Shachi is at the top of the list. In the past 100 years, only Red Warbler has been able to compare with it. In the eyes of many strong men from the Blood Demon clan, Shanjing Sha can also challenge the existence of gods in the future. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that Hongyin is more talented than Shanjing Sha, and with the help of Long Yu, this ability can in the near future, I have entered the realm of God. If nothing unexpected happens to this Shanjing ruler, even if he can step into the realm of God, it will be 100 years later. Shanjing Qi is now at the pinnacle of the 7th level master, and in terms of innate magical powers, martial arts, and combat weapons, he is stronger than other 7th level masters, even some of the older generations. They are no longer a match for Yamairaku. Your Highness the Princess, I am a master of mountains and rivers. I have discussed with Your Highness the Consort, and I hope you will forgive me. An elegant smile appeared on Shanjing Sha's feminine face. He came to Hongyin and bowed respectfully. It's okay, go ahead. The Red Warbler nodded. She still has some impressions of Shanjing Sha. After all, when she was a child, there was only one guy like this who could barely keep up with her improvement. So in terms of talent, this Shanjing Sha was pretty good, at least among ordinary people. The top is the top. It's a pity that there is a gap compared with Hongyin, let alone compared with Long Yu. The current Long Yu only practiced a few years later than Hongyin, otherwise he would have been a godlike existence. What are the rules for us to discuss? An inexplicable smile appeared on Shanjing Sha's feminine face, and he asked Long Yu with a smile. Still the same as before, you attack with all your strength, and I will follow. Long Yu smiled faintly. Really? Yamaishoku smiled. Really? Long Yu nodded. That would be offending. After saying this, Shanjing Sha's face finally began to look solemn. He had just keenly sensed all of Long Yu's movements, but the key point was that Li Rong was too weak and did not let Long Yu use any means at all. Even the divine text was not dispatched. So now, Shanjing Shachi still knows nothing about Long Yu's strength. After all, he was the man chosen by Hongyin. Shanjing Qi still attached great importance to Long Yu. From the beginning, he knew that Li Rong was definitely not his opponent, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. He didn't even force Long Yu, by any means. Shanjing Qi stood on tiptoes, pacing slowly, circling around the field but not taking action. Since Long Yu said that he was just defending, he couldn't make a sneak attack and could only wait for the other party to make a move. Originally, if he continued, Long Yu would have no pressure at all. Victory was inevitable. All he cared about was to let Hongying's father see that he was very strong and definitely worthy of Hongyin. But Shanjing Shachi was still observing Long Yu, and a loud report came from outside the main hall. Report. A group of soul race aliens appeared in the Blood Demon Galaxy. They came through the time and space tunnel. They were led by the gods. 2 of our race's cultivation planets have been completely destroyed. When this report came, the entire main hall of the Blood Demon clan's palace immediately became chaotic. The Soul Clan attacks. Godlike leader. 2 cultivation planets have been destroyed. At this time, who is still in the mood to care about Long Yu? It seems that the competition can only be postponed to another time. If you have the courage, you can follow me to defend against the aliens. Do you dare? Shanjing Sha's figure paused, and a look of intense hatred bloomed in his eyes. Of course, these hatreds were completely directed at foreign races. For Long Yu, this feminine genius of the Blood Demon clan showed a provocative look. Without further ado, let's go. Long Yu ignored Shanjing Qi. As soon as he heard that the god of the Soul Clan was actually leading a team to attack the Blood Demon Galaxy, he knew that the farce in the main hall of the palace could not continue. He nodded towards Hongyin and immediately stepped forward to hug her. And then the void dragon blade flashed, leading them directly to the nearest time and space teleportation array. How can this be? A large group of blood monsters in the main hall of the palace were stunned when they saw this. There was a layer of space shield on the blood monster star. How could they teleport away so easily? But now is not the time to discuss this, as we are facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, follow me on the expedition. The emperor of the Blood Demon clan, who had been hiding behind the main hall, Hong Ying's father, immediately flew over the entire Blood Demon clan palace, and led many powerful Blood Demon clan members out. Even if the gods are attacking, as the guardians of the Blood Demon galaxy, they absolutely cannot do nothing. At least they must delay until the demon clan's godlike seniors come to support them. Before that, they must ensure that the entire blood, the smallest loss to Yao Xinghe. No one would have thought that when the Soul clan was facing the crisis of genocide, they would still want to fight back against the demon clan. Fortunately, it's the Blood Demon galaxy who came, otherwise we might not have been able to get there so quickly. Long Yu took Hong Ying, and the two of them teleported to the time and space teleportation array on the Blood Demon star, and relaxed a little. Yes, but now, our Blood Demon clan will suffer heavy losses. The Red Warbler looked worried. I wonder where the Holy Emperor and Yugu went to play, so they should also get this news, right? Long Yu frowned slightly. It's still unknown how many gods have come to the Soul clan. If he and Hong Ying were alone, they might not be a match, but with the addition of the Holy Emperor and Yugu, they would definitely be enough. Contact them first, just to be on the safe side. Hong Ying nodded solemnly to Long Yu. Although it will take some time to contact them and allow more cultivation planets to be attacked, it is better than being killed in the past. In that case, the losses will be even more severe. Good. Long Yu thought so too. Through the time and space teleportation array, the two quickly arrived at a relatively remote landscape area in the Blood Demon galaxy. This landscape area has always been a very popular tourist attraction, including other demon clans and even cultivators from the human race. I would love to come to this landscape area. This is a rare starry sky surrounded by 7 stars. The 7 blood-red sources of divine writing, although a little dim, become brighter than other stars because the 7 sources of divine writing are gathered together. In the center of the 7 sources of divine writing, there is a remote cultivation planet. Although it is surrounded by 7 divine sources, this remote planet not only does not have very rich cultivation resources, but even the creative power of the spiritual energy of the world has been taken away by the rotating power of these divine sources, making it extremely desolate. Only traveling cultivators would come to this place to see the strange sight of 7 blood-red divine sources gathering together. The first travel destination of the Holy Emperor and Yugu was right here, the 7 God Star. Soon, Long Yu and Hong Ying set foot on the desolate land of the 7 gods. This land is full of beautiful viewing areas. Countless families have established viewing spots here and charge fees for tourists. The income can be considered quite good. I'll come find them. After Hong Ying said these words, the power of deduction instantly spread to the entire 7 gods. After she stepped into the godlike realm, she could clearly understand the situation on the entire planet with just the power of deduction. No one can escape her exploration. What's more, the Holy Emperor and Yugu at this time should be unprepared for the power of deduction, and they can feel that this power of deduction belongs to Hong Ying's deduction power. After almost 3 breaths, the Red Warbler got the news. I found them, follow me. Hong Ying pulled Long Yu and soon arrived at a famous viewing area on the 7 God Star. There are many tourists in this area now, and the 2 girls, Holy Emperor and Yugu, hide their own cultivation. Each wearing cool casual skirts, playing leisurely in the viewing area. Seeing Long Yu and Hong Ying coming over, the 2 women felt a little strange. What's wrong? What happened? Yugu asked first. The two women left the viewing area and went to the sky to join Long Yu and Hong Ying. The team led by the gods of the soul race invaded the Blood Demon Galaxy. They should have entered through the time and space tunnel. Red Warbler replied. These soul clans should have preserved the time and space coordinates of the Blood Demon Galaxy a long time ago, so they were able to build a time and space tunnel directly leading here. And to build such a time and space tunnel, at least 3 gods must use their talents at the same time. Okay. Long Yu solemnly said, so, I have to go with you so that we can fight. Otherwise, the entire Blood Demon Galaxy may be in trouble. When Yu Ge and the Holy Emperor heard this, they immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. They each nodded and decided to go with the 2 women to kill those soul-like gods. Even if there are 3 soul-like gods, at least as long as they are held back, they can wait until the powerful godlike people guarding the demon tribe arrive. In that case, the final victory will belong to them. The meeting of the 4 people did not take too long. Soon, they continued to teleport through the time and space teleportation array towards the direction of the galaxy invaded by the Soul Clan. At the same time, the royal family of the Blood Demon Clan, as well as the major generals, have all led their troops to dispatch. The Blood Demon Galaxy, which has been protected and controlled by the Blood Demon Clan until now, cannot be killed so easily. Even if it is a godlike existence, there is no problem in delaying it for a while. At the same time, the situation here spread as quickly as possible, and the news soon reached a strong demon race godlike person 3 galaxies away. This godlike expert from the Monster Clan is a strong man with 17 times the power density. He has always guarded 1/3 of the Monster Clan's territory. Now that he heard that the Blood Demon Galaxy was invaded by the Soul Clan, naturally that is impossible. When he was idle, he took his legion of followers and rushed towards the direction of the Soul Clan's invasion as quickly as possible. One advantage of fighting in the local area is that troops can be dispatched very quickly. With the help of the time and space marked teleportation array, the intruders can be surrounded quickly. This means that in normal times, no foreign race will come in and die. To attack a race's territory, the best way is to gradually encroach from the outer ear. It is basically unrealistic to defeat the opponent at once. The first to arrive were the royal family of the Blood Demon Clan, who were relatively close, as well as many generals of the Blood Demon Clan. At this moment, 2 cultivation planets have been occupied by soul race invaders. The demon race or human race living on those 2 cultivation planets can be said to have said goodbye to this world, and it is impossible to save them. In order to prevent the loss from expanding, the time and space teleportation arrays around the 2 cultivation planets have been completely sealed. The power of the space divine inscriptions has been completely solidified. The teleportation arrays have been sealed. There will be no souls in the surrounding time and space teleportation arrays. Appear. But even so, it's not the safest. You must know that the opponent is led by a strong godlike person. Even if you just move forward in the void without passing through the time and space teleportation array, it will probably take less than a stick of incense to reach the next cultivation planet. In the realm of time, if there is a situation anywhere, report it immediately. The Emperor of the Blood Demon Clan, Hong Ying's father, Xuanhuan, commanded the 3 great Master Legions. He personally led the team to one of the training planets closest to the invaded training planet, and was ready to fight. Preparation. Although he couldn't kill the godlike creature, he could still delay it for a while. The 3 great Master Legions are already the limit for the Blood Demon Clan. This is the strongest combat force stationed in the entire Blood Demon Galaxy. Damn it, I don't even know how many gods my opponent has. It's too passive to continue like this. Shanjing Shachi also led a domination army to stay with Xuanhuan and guard the nearby cultivation planet. It is impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. They can only delay the existence of those gods by relying on the geographical location and the ancient defense array prepared long ago. Don't panic, wait for the news. Xuanhuan is still relatively calm. After all, he is the emperor of the Blood Demon clan. It is not that he has never experienced this kind of scene before. At least he has faced alien gods, so he will not be afraid when he hears the name of alien gods. On the other hand, some of the great masters and the Blood Demon clan that dominates the secret realm are very nervous now. Foreign invasions rarely happen, and it is even the first time in these people's lives. Many blood monster warriors have never been to the alien battlefield and have never seen the alien race at all. They just heard that there were many casualties in the alien battlefield and it was very scary, so now they are all nervous. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely solemn, as if there was a dark cloud hanging over everyone's hearts. Even Xuanhuan, although very calm, was actually heartbeating extremely fast. The Blood Demon tribe, from the 1st general to the 18th general, have now led their respective legions to guard the 5 cultivation planets around the 2 murdered cultivation planets. The time and space teleportation formations further away have all been blocked. After that, the opponent's target of attack will only be one of these 5 cultivation planets. Including the void in all directions, everything is covered with dragnets. Although it cannot stop the progress of the god, it can detect the opponent's progress for the first time. Bamangsing is under attack. At this time, news soon came from the direction of the 13th general, which immediately made the people nearby feel nervous. I'll go for reinforcements. After Shanjing Shachi received the news, he immediately activated the time and space teleportation array temporarily and brought the Dominator army he led to the nearby Bamong star. As soon as they came out of the time and space teleportation array, they encountered an extremely violent attack. Because the Soul Clan army attacked, the first target was these time and space teleportation arrays. As long as these time and space teleportation arrays were turned on, the legions could be sent to the enemy faster. Come up front. Fight. Shanjing Shachi didn't hesitate at all. The blood-colored divine symbols all over his body exploded, and a pair of blood-colored broad wings stretched out, and he charged into the incorporeal soul army. Layers of blood-colored light covered Shanjing Chi's whole body, defending against attacks from all directions. However, in fact, the Blood Demon clan was at a disadvantage when facing the Soul clan, because the Blood Demon clan was targeting the spiritual soul. There are not many means of attack. Fortunately, Shanjing Chi himself had such a method, and he immediately killed several members of the Soul Clan Legion who usually dominated the secret realm. However, the legion led by Shanjing Shachi was very uncomfortable. On the one hand, the Soul Clan is invisible, relatively hidden and difficult to detect. On the other hand, once it appears, it is also difficult to kill it completely. In this regard, Yamai Raku's approach is to reorganize his dominant army. In each team, there must be at least 1 or 2 beings who can attack the spiritual soul, while the others are responsible for defense and guarding the surroundings. Under this arrangement, the Dominator Legion led by Shanjing Chi did not suffer much losses, and they quickly cleaned up the souls who had invaded the time and space teleportation circle and rushed outside. At this time, Shanjing Shachi realized the seriousness of the matter. There was actually a soul-like god who personally led a team and was launching a fierce attack on the entire training planet. It seemed that General 13 and others couldn't hold on at all. In addition to the 13 generals, there were also 15 generals and 7th generals stationed on this planet. After receiving the news of the attack, Yamai Takumi and the other 2 generals also rushed over through the time and space transmission array. There are a total of 10 Dominator Legions on the entire planet, and there is also a Great Overlord Legion led by General 7. In terms of combat effectiveness, 1 Great Overlord Legion is at least as good as 5 Overlord Legions. Now it is the Big Master Legion that is restraining the godlike strongman from the Soul Tribe, while the other Soul Tribe Master Legions that were brought here are fighting fiercely with the other Blood Demon Tribe Master Legions. The defensive formation that had existed on the Bamong Star for a long time was activated in all directions at this moment. With the cooperation of the Great Overlord Army led by General 7, it barely managed to trap the strong soul-like god. This is because the strength of the soul-like god is not very strong. He is just a being who has just become a godlike being, and his power density is only about 11 to 12 times. Of course, ordinary practitioners will not know things like power density at all, because there is no need to know. Even if you know it, if you can't break through to the godlike realm, you won't think of any special methods to fight against the godlike. Just like lions, wolves, tigers, and leopards are always hunters, and rabbits, sheep, cows, and horses are just prey after all. The entire defensive formation around the Bamong Star was set up by the humanoid god a long time ago. Although it has been a long time, it was still able to barely trap the soul-like humanoid god. There happens to be such a defensive array on the Bamong Star, because the Bamong Star has a relatively long history. If there are other relatively new cultivation planets, there is no such defensive array. I want to invite the gods to decorate the cultivation planet. A defensive array consumes a lot of money, and may not be used for hundreds or thousands of years, which is a complete waste. Among the human race and the demon race, there are very few gods, and there are so many cultivation planets. There are only 10 cultivation planets that can have similar defensive formations. If it hadn't been like this, Bamangsing would have been defeated by the Soul Clan god long ago. The current situation is quite stable, and there should be enough time for others to clean up the Soul Clan's dominant army. But, what should I do with that godlike creature? It is simply impossible for the Blood Demon clan to kill the soul-like god. Even if it is barely trapped now with the ancient defensive array, I am afraid that it will not be trapped for long. When the soul-like god, if God escapes, the entire planet will definitely fall in a short time. But we can delay it as long as we can. The current solution is to wait for the godlike experts from the demon clan to come and help. There were fierce battles everywhere on the Bamong Star, but this battle was bloodless, because the Soul Clan's attacks were all mental and soul attacks, and the Blood Demon clan who was hit died immediately without any physical damage. The Soul Clan itself has no body at all. Even if it is killed, it will disappear directly into smoke, leaving nothing but a little spiritual remains and the remains of the small world surrounding them. I can't hold on anymore. The 7th General's harsh words spread almost throughout the entire Bamong Star. Everyone else, all retreat. The 7th Legion stays and defends the godlike god. The 7th Legion is the direct legion of the 7th General. It is the only Great Overlord Legion on the Bamong Star. The 10,000 members of the Blood Demon tribe have at least entered the realm of the Great Overlord. This is the only one. Legion, it is possible to delay the soul-like god a little and allow other legions to evacuate. The other legions evacuated in turn, but none of the dominating legions was intact. In this short confrontation, the Blood Demon dominating legion that suffered the least losses lost at least 1,000 people, and their bodies that had lost their spirits and souls were shed by their comrades. Take away with tears. When Shanjing Shachi led the Dominator army, he led retreat, he himself was at the front and behind. He had to wait until all his own people were gone before leaving. But at this time, he saw 2 familiar figures emerging from the white light of the teleportation array and flying straight towards the center of the ancient defensive array above the sky. Your Highness? Shanjing Shachi was stunned when he saw this. He quickly became nervous and shouted, Your Highness, the soul-like god over there is about to escape from trouble. Don't go there, it's too dangerous. Don't worry, you go first. Hong Ying was too lazy to say any more nonsense now, and just asked others to evacuate first. General 7, you and your legion will also leave immediately, don't hesitate. Your Highness. The seventh general is old, but his cultivation is still there. Hearing this, he burst into tears. What are you doing here? It's enough for us to hold this beast back. You hurry up and leave. If I tell you to leave, you will leave. Long Yu gave a sharp shout, and the aura of his seventh stage master's peak cultivation finally burst out, and a giant shadow appeared behind him, holding a huge totem in his hand. Siphon Totem. This is an innate magical power that incorporates the essence of the wood element. It is also a deified magical power, Soul Seal Siphon. Long Yu had previously integrated the wood element's origin essence into it. At this moment, when it was used, the huge totem seemed to be connected to the sky. Like a pillar, it appeared on the surface of the Bamong star. The giant shadow behind the siphon totem is a symbol of deified, supernatural power. As soon as this innate magical power appeared, everyone in the surrounding Blood Demon clan army was shocked. What kind of method was this? Such a majestic power. He was obviously just a 7th level master of the human race, but he actually released such terror. His momentum is even comparable to that of a powerful god. Deified magical powers are originally exclusive to godlike powerful people. Without a godlike existence, it is basically impossible to possess deified magical powers. Long Yu is a complete exception. At this time, the soul-like god finally broke through the shackles of the ancient defensive formation. A terrifying and violent spiritual impact rushed out in all directions. The power that had been suppressed for a long time exploded in an instant. He wanted to kill all the blood demon warriors around him. However, one giant shadow after another, holding huge dark totems, appeared around the strong soul-like godlike person, and then a strong attraction exploded from these siphon totems, releasing the spirit of the soul-like god-like person. The impact was completely swallowed into the totem. The moment it comes into contact with the opponent's power density has been weakened by half. Then Long Yu's innate magical power is the deified magical power. In addition, it is integrated with the essence of the beginning of the wood system, and its ability to absorb spiritual and divine power is even stronger. More than 10 times. The totem was in charge, and it actually completely withstood the first wave of impact from the soul-like god. This scene made the Blood Demon clan members still on this planet stunned. Shanjing Sha, who hadn't left yet, also opened his eyes wide. He is actually so strong. That's a god. He actually managed to withstand the attack of a god with just one move of his innate magical power. It's really too strong. Seeing this situation, the old 7th general suddenly made up his mind. Everyone, stand down. After receiving the order, no one of the members of the Blood Demon tribe's dominant legion dared to disobey the order and retreated into the distance. Although they bravely came to besiege the Soul Clan god, they never thought that they could return alive. Now things seem to have turned around, but can the human race, relying solely on the 7th level master, really be able to resist the soul-like god? That's Her Royal Highness's man. The 7th general retreated while staring at the field carefully, not wanting to miss any details of the battle. Burst. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu squeezed his hands, and a total of 7 dark totems in the field rushed towards the place where the Soul Clan gods were in the center, and then they exploded completely. The terrifying mental impact turbulence swept through at this moment. It covered the entire area and completely enveloped the soul-like god. This is the power of the soul-like gods themselves, so the impact on the spiritual soul is still very strong. It is a pity that a god is a god after all. Although Long Yu has weakened its power density by half, it can only be said that it is too naive to kill it. The Soul Clan's spiritual aura flew out of the spiritual explosion in the next moment, and arrived at Long Yu's head in an instant. Buzz. A gloomy and terrifying voice came, and a dark shadow emerged from behind the soul-like god. The deified supernatural power took action, and the invisible arm, composed of countless spiritual and divine powers, actually divided the space where Long Yu was into 9 parts. Then, the invisible spiritual arm actually tore the space apart and turned it into 9 space fragments. This was the first time that Long Yu used his own strength to confront a god like strongman head-on. In the past, he was just a support, so there was no great pressure, but now, he felt that the opponent's offensive almost forced him to breathe. The space he was in was divided into 9 fragments, and he only had time to stagger his demonic heart at the most critical moment, so that the demonic heart was not cut open. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's body instantly split into 9 pieces, completely shattering in the void. "Do you died?" Shanjing Shaku, the 7th general, and others looked at the field in horror. They had never heard of such a method of cutting space fragments. And the princess's man was so strong, but he was still killed in one move. "Your Highness, don't go." Shanjing Shachi saw the red warbler at a glance and immediately exclaimed. Just now Hongying didn't help Long Yu because she was covering the retreat of others. Now almost everyone has retreated to a safe area. If she doesn't take action against the soul-like god, Long Yu will really be killed. At this moment, both the 7th general and Yamai Shoku felt that Her Highness the Princess was about to die for her love. But when Hongying teleported into the void, the next moment, the same godlike aura suddenly bloomed. The blood-colored wings stretched out, and a huge shadow with wings appeared behind her, deifying the magical power and taking action. At this moment, the entire Bamong star seemed to be dyed blood red, and Hongying became the blood demon that devoured the world. The surrounding blood demon clan warriors were all stunned. Their princess turned out to be a god. The blood-colored god created a torrent that filled the sky, completely surrounding the rest of the soul race gods. Immediately afterwards, the huge shadow of the wings behind Hongying condensed countless blood-colored whips, and they crashed down towards the place where the Soul Clan god was. This soul-like god had been attacked by Long Yu at first. In a short period of time, its power density was weakened by half, with only 5 or 6 times the power density. Although Hongying is only a new god, it also has 10 times the power density. Force density. At this moment, the deified supernatural power that was integrated into the essence of the wood element, the blood-colored long whips, like blood-red thunderbolts, fell on the spirit and soul of the Soul Clan godlike, causing irreversible damage to it again and again. Harm. Long Yu, who was cut into several parts by space division, took advantage of this time to directly reshape his physical body. In just 2 breaths, Long Yu completely reshaped his physical body. As for the other 8 physical fragments that were decomposed as the space broke, they still existed in the space, which made Long Yu himself a little puzzled. He raised his hand, and the void burial enveloped the space in the field, and then exploded, sucking in all the fragments of his body and destroying it. It feels really bad to see that other parts of my body are still there. Even Long Yu doesn't want to leave pieces of his body outside. After he finished dealing with it, he immediately continued to deal with the soul-like god. It's no better now than before. There were 8 gods attacking together before, so once Long Yu took action, the other gods could join forces to kill the soul-like gods, but now there is only Hongying alone, even though the power density of Hongying is already that of that soul-like god. Twice as powerful as a god, but it is still very difficult to kill the opponent completely. The main thing is that Hongying's only method for targeting spiritual souls is the deified magical power. The other magical powers have no great effect on the Soul Clan, so there is no need to use them. In this case, the whole scene is a bit tricky. Dark Current Divine Inscriptions. Unbounded Grip. Long Yu used his endless high-level martial arts from a distance, and the Anilia god created an invisible hand and fell into the body of the soul-like god, affecting it. While sealing the power in the opponent's body for a moment, the power in his body began to flow away. This is the special effect of Dark Stream Divine Text. Although it was only a revelation-level divine text, and although it was only a method used by Long Yu, the 7th-level master, it still made the soul, like God, feel very bad. It wanted to kill Long Yu first, because it noticed that Long Yu's attack had the effect of reducing its power density. If it didn't kill Long Yu, it would never be Han Ying's opponent. At this time everyone around him was also stunned. Not only did they not expect that the princess of the Blood Demon clan would be a strong person in the godlike realm, but they also did not expect that the man of the princess could be resurrected after being cut into 9 pieces. It can be seen that the man is really physically powerful. However, what he was facing was an attack from a powerful godlike person. How could the man who was a 7th-level master resist it? This is too strong. And after resisting, he did not retreat, but continued to fight with the soul, like God. Shan Jingsha looked on and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally understood now that in the main hall of the Blood Demon clan royal family, Long Yu and her Royal Highness Princess were so calm and composed. It turned out that their strength had reached such a level. But at the same time, Shanjing Shachi also felt that Her Highness the Princess was too bad-tempered. Was it because she was hiding her cultivation in this way, because she wanted to see the jokes of the younger generation of the Blood Demon tribe? It stands to reason that Her Highness the Princess has already entered the godlike realm. Even if she becomes the emperor of the entire Blood Demon clan, no one will have any objections. If the human race is allowed to show off, although many people will change their minds about its strength, after all, they are not of the same race. Between the Blood Demon clan and the human race, Shanjing Sha still felt that Long Yu was not worthy of Han Ying. You must know that now Han Ying has reached the level of God, but Long Yu is still a 7th-level master. He may not be able to step into the level of God in his whole life. How can such a man, who is still a human being, be worthy of the powerful Blood Demon clan? Your Highness? However, Shanjing Shaku couldn't say anything now. The battle in the field was extremely fierce, so that even these thoughts just passed by him for a fleeting moment, and he was attracted by the fierce battle in the field. The 7th general was also surprised. The old 7 generals are at the pinnacle of the 7th-level masters, and have practiced endless-level martial arts. They are relatively strong among the older generation. They have also traveled to the Eclipse ancient territory, but unfortunately they have not been able to obtain anything. Good things encounter danger and leave dangerously. The concept of the 7 generals is still relatively deep-rooted. Even if this son has the ability to contain the gods, he can't get together with Her Highness the Princess. After all, they are a human race. He looked at the field. In the fierce battle, Long Yu cooperated with Han Ying, but he completely suppressed the soul-like god. The soul-like god wanted to kill Long Yu, but Long Yu kept dodging him. And the fierce attack of Han Ying, the soul race god, did not have a good chance. The current stalemate in the field is exactly what Long Yu and Han Ying want to see. A stalemate means that the other party may call for rescue, so that when other gods come over, they can catch them all. After all, the opponent does not have a time and space teleportation array to use, so it is difficult to rush over with support. But after Long Yu and Han Ying restrained the soul-like god for about a quarter of an hour, the auras of other godlike experts finally came from the distance. It was the other 2 godlike experts from the Soul tribe who had finally arrived. If they want to kill Han Ying, the godlike creature, as quickly as possible, the 3 soul-like gods want to join forces and kill Han Ying, then immediately turn around and leave. After all, the 3 of them are in the hinterland of the demon clan and will stay there for a long time. If you go down, you will definitely attract more monsters and gods. But they didn't know that this was simply a trap created by Long Yu and Han Ying. They show up. Long Yu felt the aura of the other 2 soul-like gods from afar, flying quickly from the distant void. Well, Holy Emperor, you go, get ready. The Red Warbler's message was also passed through special channels to the ears of 2 gods prepared not far away. There are two other gods. On the Bamong star, the members of the blood demon tribe who had not yet retreated were all looking ashen at this moment. They thought that their princess would definitely be able to repel the opponent's attack after she revealed her godlike strength. However, they did not expect that two new godlike creatures would arrive from the Soul clan, and they would soon arrive on the battlefield. It is so difficult to deal with one humanoid god. If it is to deal with three humanoid gods, Her Royal Highness may not be able to bear it, right? Your Highness! Shanjing Qi quickly shouted, two gods from the Soul clan have come to support us. Let's retreat first. After the other senior gods from the demon clan come over, it won't be too late to deal with them together. The seventh general also gave a sharp shout, everyone leaves Bamong Star and is not allowed to stay. Your Highness, Princess, you should retreat too. The blood demon clan finally gave birth to a godlike creature, and the seven generals and others did not want to see Hong Ying die here. Unfortunately, although they had good intentions, Long Yu and Hong Ying had other plans and could not just retreat. In that case, it's time to get rid of it. Long Yu nodded to Hong Ying from afar, then raised his hand, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions quickly condensed in his hand. The apocalyptic black divine inscriptions were released with magical power, and condensed into a dark 9 nether ball. After this 9 nether chi appeared in the field, it directly slowed down the movements of the soul-like god 7 or 8 times. But Hong Ying is outside the influence of this time flow slowing area. The giant bloody winged shadow appeared again behind Hong Ying, and then the bloody divine inscriptions burst out, turning into countless bloody whips, and landed on the spirit and soul of the soul race god. This time, the soul-like gods were affected by the 9 nether balls, and there was no time to defend themselves. The entire spiritual soul was completely shattered and cut into thousands of pieces by the bloody whip. Swallow! Long Yu clenched his fists, and the power of the 9 nether balls instantly gathered up, swallowing the killed Soul Clan god. Although the effect was no longer strong, if he kept swallowing it like this, the 9 nether balls would definitely still will be improved. However, at this time, Long Yu discovered that the Joyo ball was not that powerful in slowing down the time flow of gods, and was weaker than when dealing with other people. After all, he is only a 7th level master, and it is impossible for him to exert all the effects of the 9 nether ball. After killing the first soul-like god, the two approaching soul-like gods knew something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, but how could they retreat at this time? The stalemate shown by Long Yu and Hong Ying finally attracted the other two soul-like gods. It was impossible for them to let each other leave. What follows is a 3-on-2 situation, with a godlike killer like Long Yu assisting on the side to weaken the opponent's godlike power density. As soon as the two soul-like gods retreated, the figures of the two women appeared in the void. As soon as they raised their hands, the majestic power of the holy light and divine words enveloped the entire void, covering the entire void. Space is completely frozen. This is one of the innate magical powers of the Holy Emperor, the Holy Light Blockade, which can use the power of the divine script of light to seal the void, filling the entire void with the power of the sticky divine script of light. With this method, even if it is a dragon, it is difficult to break through use 9 nether paths, because such a space blockade does not rely on space attribute divine words. The alternative space blockade method stunned the two soul-like gods for a moment, and then they completely lost the chance to retreat. Hand of 9 netherworlds. Unbounded grip. Long Yu condensed a demon dust clone, and then teleported into the void, each using a small trick. A dark, white bone arm of a huge black shadow shot out from the void and landed on one of the soul-like gods. It did not trap it, but the power of the Shanbrand mark contained in it made that the power density of the soul-like gods has been weakened. As for the other soul-like god, a burst of dark current divine writings suddenly burst out from his soul body. The strange power of the Shanluo pattern contained in it also weakened its power density, making it even more difficult to escape from the Holy Emperor. The holy light blocks the space. Then, the Holy Emperor, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying joined forces and besieged one of the soul-like gods whose power density was originally 13 times higher. The other soul-like god originally had 14 times the power density, but now he was held back by Long Yu. The 9-nether ball, the 9-nether hand, the siphon totem, the 12-star prison, etc., were constantly bombarded by various means. The main reason was to keep the 9-nether ball, so that the soul-like god could not help his companions for a while. The other two gods are so young? I've never seen them before. The blood demon warriors in the field were once again shocked by the situation before they had time to retreat. As they watched Yu Ge and the Holy Emperor appear, they could easily feel that the two women's cultivation was in the same godlike realm as Hong Ying. Moreover, these two women were both godlike creatures that they had never heard of before, let alone seen it before. They are new gods. It is said that many new gods have appeared in the Eclipse ancient territory this time, but we haven't had time to notify every place in the territory, so we don't know yet. Yes, it seems like this. In our place alone, 3 new gods have emerged. That woman in white is also a member of our demon clan. After the words fell, the Holy Emperor's whole body changed, white light burst out, and the whole person turned into the demon cultivator. A snow-white giant bird shuttled out of the void, and behind it appeared the shadow of a snow-white giant bird, exactly as it displayed its deified magical power. It seems to be from the White Feather Demon clan, but the most talented person in this generation of the White Feather Demon clan seems to be a man, and he seems to have been missing for a long time. The disappearance of the White Feather Demon clan seems to be because of this man named Long Yu, right? It seems that this godlike person from the White Feather Demon clan also has a close relationship with the man of Her Highness the Princess. Could it be that that man is riding 2 boats? It's possible, and there may be more than 2. Look at the new human god. If he wasn't close to them, how could he appear in the territory of our demon clan in the first place? What they are talking about now is of course Moonsong. Poor Long Yu, in the eyes of these blood monster warriors, turned out to be a playboy, and a very capable playboy. He was only a 7th level master, but the girls he picked up were all godlike. Isn't this too powerful? Or is it that the girls this man selected all have the talent to enter the godlike realm? This way of looking at people is too accurate. After the situation in the field improved, the blood demon warriors were not so nervous. After the shock, they saw that one of the Soul Clan gods had been killed, and they knew that the situation in the field should be fine. After all, the remaining it was 3 against 2. They couldn't see Long Yu's role in the battle, so they subconsciously ignored Long Yu and regarded him as a freeloader. The 7th general looked at the field. Long Yu and the 3 new gods seemed to know each other, and they seemed to have been fighting together for a long time and had a good relationship. He felt even more upset. He originally felt that a man who was a 7th level master was not worthy of the princess of the Blood Demon clan, but now he felt even more inappropriate. I must advise Her Royal Highness the Princess later. Now that Hong Ying is a strong man in the godlike realm, he can't just say whatever he wants like before. Although he is dissatisfied, there are some things he still can't say more, and he can only mention them a little first, and see. Let's talk about Hong Ying's reaction. Therefore, General 7 decided to take his time and not rush. Everyone in the battle didn't know the random thoughts of those blood monster warriors. Long Yu struggled to hold off one of the soul race gods, while the other soul race god, after its power density was halved, was beaten violently by the 3 women together, using various divine inscriptions, spiritual attack methods, and magical powers. Swept out one after another. Hong Ying and Yu Ge both obtained the primary source products that Long Yu brought from the Eclipse ancient domain, but now they are of little use against the soul-like gods. They can only use a small amount of their own to cause damage to the spiritual soul's method. Fortunately, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with a soul-like god whose power density was weakened. It was like 3 adults beating a child. Although it was troublesome, they finally killed it completely, and the spirit and soul were split into pieces, in which consciousness dies completely. The nine nether ball once again devoured his body without hesitation. Although there was not much spiritual soul left, it was still better than nothing. After devouring it, plus the soul-like god that had just been devoured, the nine nether ball finally allowed the nine nether ball to devour his body. The ball's time flow slowing effect has been increased to 9 times. It would be easy to deal with the remaining soul-like god in the end. But before everyone could react, the soul-like god suddenly made a move. When this move appeared, circles of spiritual ripples rippled out in all directions. It can be seen that it has been preparing for a long time. When this move exploded, the mental ripples instantly moved away from the holy light blockade in the field, and then fled out with the soul-like godlike body. Since it had always been within the influence of Long Yu's 9 nether balls, it took a lot of time to use this trick, but in the end it was able to escape. This should be the last of the 3-headed gods. They came through the space-time tunnel. How about we chase them back? Hong Ying narrowed her eyes, feeling very unhappy that a soul-like god had escaped, and wanted to chase after him. No problem. As Long Yu spoke, he collected the remains of the small world of the 2 soul-like gods who had just died. There should be a lot of divine essence or primordial essence in them, or some other refining elixirs or combat weapons. There is still value in searching for the precious materials. After all, they are the remains of a small world belonging to a powerful godlike person. Then Hong Ying began to urge the power of deduction. The martial arts secrets unique to the Blood Demon clan she practiced became more effective after she entered the godlike realm. If used to deduce ordinary practitioners, even if the opponent is far away from the human race, she can do it in a short time. Deduced within. Now it doesn't take long for her to deduce the location of the escaped Soul Clan god. As for the martial arts secrets that enhance the power of deduction, Hong Ying taught Long Yu the secrets after she came out of the Eclipse ancient territory. Although this is a secret that is not passed down by the Blood Demon clan, for Hong Ying, Long Yu is her most important. Close people. Long Yu had given her so many good things and good methods. This was the only method in her that Long Yu valued. How could she hide it? However, Long Yu had been practicing other things for a while, so he had not touched the secret martial arts technique called 9 calculations of blood spirit for the time being. While Hong Ying was performing the deduction, Shang Emperor and Yuga came to Long Yu's side. Are you okay? The Holy Emperor asked with concern. After all, Long Yu was only a 7th level master, and he had just resisted the soul race gods alone for such a long time, so the Holy Emperor was quite concerned. It's okay. If you want to pursue the space-time corridor next, you must be careful. You may encounter more soul-like gods. Long Yu solemnly reminded, of course, the Soul Clan territory is facing a fierce attack now. If more Soul Clan gods appear here, once we are delayed, the entire Soul Clan will be destroyed faster. Regardless. No matter what, we must pursue the time and space tunnel this time. Now Long Yu is somewhat resistant to ordinary soul-like gods. Thinking back to the time when he first entered the space-time tunnel and encountered 2 Ice God clan gods, Long Yu at that time could only tremble in front of the celestial gods. If he hadn't had the Ice God clan's holy relics on him to delay time, he would have been there long ago. He died in that time and space tunnel. It was during that experience that the Void Nether Dragon Blade transformed into a special Taichu divine item. If the number of dead creatures in the time and space corridor is enough, the Taichu furnace may appear again. This makes Long Yu quite looking forward to it. It would be best if it appears again and lets him temper the ancient dragon skeleton tower to make it more powerful. It became a special Taichu divine product. In this case, Long Yu has 2 special Taichu divine items. If they are all awakened to the 12th level, his combat effectiveness can still be greatly improved. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to awaken this special Taichu divine product. After all, the comprehensive functions of such warriors are superior even to those of advanced modified godlike products. With such expectations, Hong Ying quickly deduced the location of the soul-like god. Then, Long Yu brought the three women into the small world, and let the void dragon blade take them and teleport in that direction. The speed of the void travel was much faster than that of the three women. Now the only way to catch up with the fleeing soul-like god is through void travel. In an instant, the figures of Long Yu and the others disappeared from the sky above Bamong Star. The seventh general of the Blood Demon clan, Shanjing, Shachi, and other Blood Demon clan warriors were all a little frightened. Is this crisis over like this? 3 of the Soul Clan gods attacking the territory of the Blood Demon clan are already considered to be a lot. It seems that this time, the alien offensive was disintegrated by Her Royal Highness, the Princess, and her friends. This news soon reached the ears of the Emperor of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Huang. After he heard that Hong Ying had actually entered the realm of a god, he suddenly became ecstatic. The Blood Demon tribe finally had a god. For a demon cultivator race, once a godlike person appears, it means that this race will rise. Baichuku W. For example, the Skybat Monster clan has a godlike person named Fuhua, who is one of the top 3 powerful races in the entire Monster clan territory, as well as the Black Tiger Monster clan's Landslide and so on. Under the leadership of 7 gods, the strongest overall strength of the entire demon race at this stage is the 7 demon cultivator races. Now that a godlike person has appeared in the Blood Demon clan, it clearly means that the overall strength of the entire Blood Demon clan will increase several times, and both training resources and territory will be greatly improved. Just like the Skybat Monster clan, they directly control 2 galaxies and are the 2 most fertile galaxies in the entire Monster clan territory. With godlike beings, the entire race can become stronger, which has become the truth of the entire starry sky world. Whether it is the human race, demon race, other soul races, etc., tribes or organizations with godlike experts will eventually gain some advantages in training resources. This is why after receiving the news now, the Blood Demon clan emperor Huang Hongwang's joy. However, now is obviously not the time to allocate training resources. It is said that the Soul Clan's annihilation battle is going very smoothly. By then, we should be able to obtain more territory and training resources on the other side of the Soul Clan's territory. The third general stood next to Hong Huang and said with narrowed eyes, "We can't make the final decision on resource allocation." Hong Huang shook her head, but thinking about it, my daughter should fight for some opportunities for our clan, at least she will not be worse than other demon clans. Yes, congratulations to the Emperor, for giving birth to such a gifted daughter. She is indeed worthy of the royal bloodline of the Blood Demon clan. The third general of the Blood Demon clan laughed. I had thought about the possibility of her stepping into a godlike realm, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hong Huan sighed, the human race next to her is only a 7th level master. If you want to step into the world of gods, it will not happen overnight, and it is even possible that you will not be able to step into it in your lifetime. The third general nodded and said solemnly, yes, in my opinion, Her Royal Highness the Princess should find a young hero from the Blood Demon clan as soon as possible and marry him. The children born in the future will definitely be gifted, and maybe they can be born. Another godlike person. Since ancient times, all the gods of the demon clan have married with the same race. For example, the god of the Bat Demon clan that day, Lord Fuhua, has 8 law-protecting generals. It is said that they are all her spouses. However, so far, only 3 offspring have been born, are all talented people, and have become the pillars of the Sky Bat Monster clan. It is not easy for an existence at the godlike level to give birth to offspring, let alone between different races. If Her Highness, the Princess really marries that human boy, I'm afraid. When the third general said this, his meaning was already obvious. Well, after this battle is over, I must persuade her properly. Xuanhuan nodded. Even if she must be with this human kid, we can arrange for several other young talents from our tribe to marry her. It is really normal for a godlike existence to have multiple spouses. When the Blood Demon Clan Emperor Xuanhuan and the 3 generals of the Blood Demon Clan were discussing these matters, they did not know the relationship between Long Yu and Han Ying. Of course, they couldn't know that Han Ying was able to reach the godlike level so early because of the help of the top-quality creations that Long Yu brought from the Eclipse ancient domain. Of course, it was mainly because of Han Ying's own talent. If the best creations were given to other characters of the Blood Demon Clan, no more than 10 would be able to successfully enter the godlike realm. Under such a relationship, it is simply impossible for Xuanhuan and the 3 generals to get Han Ying to give up Long Yu, or to accept other men from the Blood Demon tribe. She is an eclectic woman, even if no offspring, nothing to her. Anyway, there is no way she would betray Long Yu. You must know that Long Yu has never had a good relationship with other women until now. For Han Ying, she was still very touched in her heart. She didn't say it on the surface, but she knew that many women in the Void Galaxy secretly liked Long Yu. If Long Yu had been willing, he would have hugged him on both sides by now, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. Of course, if Long Yu wants another woman, Han Ying won't be particularly disgusted. It mainly depends on who the other woman is. Anyway, Han Ying knew that the union between her and Long Yu would be difficult to produce offspring, but she did not regret choosing Long Yu. Until now, Long Yu has been very good to her and has not slacked off at all. At this moment, Long Yu and the 3 women had already chased him to the space-time tunnel where the Soul Clan Legion appeared. Colorful rays of light appeared in the 2 training planets, which were the time and space tunnels leading to the interior of the Soul Clan's territory. The 2 training planets near the time and space tunnels had already been occupied by the Soul Clan's Overlord Legion and the Great Overlord Legion. All the members of the Blood Demon Clan who originally lived on these 2 training planets must have been killed, and not even a single one was left alive. We can't let them escape. As the princess of the Blood Demon Clan, Han Ying was filled with rage at this moment. Seeing that the 2 cultivation planets began to disintegrate, she knew that at this moment, hundreds of billions of members of the Blood Demon Clan alone might have died. You must know that there must be someone who dominates the secret realm on these 2 cultivation planets. In the small world of the strong Blood Demon Clan who dominates the secret realm, there are also Blood Demon Clan creatures. The total number of monsters and humans living on the 2 cultivation planets is about 10 billion. But if you include the creatures in the small world, the casualties will be extremely heavy. You must know that in the small worlds of these powerful masters who dominate the secret realm, it is also possible talented and powerful people are born, and then they are selected to practice in the great world outside the world. Kill. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, he rushed directly into the spacetime tunnel. The fleeing godlike strongman from the Soul race had entered the time and space tunnel at this moment, and ordered several Dominator legions to guard the entrance of the time and space tunnel, hoping to delay them for time so that they could escape. After all, there are 3 powerful godlike beings chasing it now. Even though they are all new godlike beings, with the effect of Long Yu's Xian brand, it will definitely die as long as it is stopped. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't pay attention to the dominating legions of the Soul tribe at all. Even though the dominating legion set up a space blockade in the field, Long Yu's 9 nether path magical power directly blocked the space. The barrier is broken down and penetrated. Then, a void passage took the 3 women into the time and space tunnel. Now their main goal is to kill the godlike creature, and then clean up all the Soul Master Legions and Great Master Legions that exist in the Time and Space Tunnel. After entering the Time and Space Tunnel, even Long Yu cannot use the Void to travel casually. In the Time and Space Tunnel, the Space Divine text is extremely chaotic. When the Void travel is used, it is far away and sometimes close. It is impossible to determine the exact teleportation position. There is no need to use it, and it is very possible to be teleported beyond the edge of the spacetime tunnel. Although Long Yu is definitely no longer afraid, it will still be very troublesome if he teleports out. He simply released the 3 women, and then the 4 of them flew towards the depths of the spacetime tunnel together. The Holy Emperor in the distance threw out a holy white whip, entangling the spiritual soul of the soul-like god. Far away, unable to move for a moment. Well done. This control magical power is good. Although it is not a deified magical power, it blocks the opponent's escape. Even if it's just for a moment, it's enough. The realm of absolute sky. Long Yu activated the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and a space-blocking barrier appeared in the field. Even with the strength of the soul-like god, it would take several breaths to break through the Jukong realm. During this period of time, the 3 women had already besieged them, and Long Yu's 9 nether orb also created a small time flow slowing area, which only enveloped the soul-like god in it. In addition, Hongying the 3 girls, Holy Emperor and Yugu are all outside, enjoying the normal flow of time. Under such circumstances, the 3 women launched a terrifying offensive against the soul-like god. On the opposite side of the time and space corridor, no soul clan has come over for a long time. After all, they originally thought that the 3 soul clan gods were enough, and there was no need for more gods to come. Moreover, there were only 3 soul clans near the exit opposite the time and space corridor. These 3-headed gods gathered. The other gods of the Soul Clan are all resisting the fierce attack from the border of the Soul Clan's territory and have no time to take care of the situation here. This time, the Soul Clan encountered a war of annihilation launched by the human race and the Monster Clan, and was destroyed long ago. The Liquor Clan, which had disappeared for a long time, also reappeared. Big loss. In order to find opportunities out of despair, they launched a counterattack plan, which was to let several gods to counterattack the territory of the human race and the demon race based on the previously obtained coordinates of the human race and the demon race. In this way, by disrupting the opponent's rear line, it is very possible to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao, and relieve the battle pressure near the boundary line of the Soul Clan's territory. It's a pity that the situation on the Monster Clan's territory was wrong. They happened to choose the time and space coordinates of the Blood Demon Galaxy. Then Long Yu and the 3 gods were here, and before the 3 Soul Clan gods could cause it, with enough damage, the Soul Legion has been defeated. The main reason is that after the 2 soul-like gods were killed, the opponent's remaining combat power could not stop Long Yu and them at all. After catching up with the last soul-like god, with the help of Long Yek Xuanluo's pattern, the 4 of them jointly killed the soul-like god in less than a quarter of an hour. The 3 women's methods were not weak, and they faced against the soul-like gods whose power density has been weakened. They fight with great arrogance and do not give the opponent the slightest chance. At this point, all the 3-headed soul-like gods that invaded the Blood Demon Galaxy have been killed. Next, let's lead the other soul legions into the space-time tunnel and kill them, and see if we can create another Taichu furnace. There was a look of expectation in Long Yu's eyes. Attacking the territory of the Demon Clan, the Soul Clan legions in the Blood Demon Galaxy are quite large in total. The number of the Domination Legions alone is at least 10, among which there are 2 large Domination Legions. At this moment, they are still wreaking havoc in the Blood Demon Galaxy, and unaware that their godlike commander had been killed. However, after not receiving orders from the Soul Clan godlike god for some time, the members of these Soul Clan Dominator Legions were also a little confused. Even the commanders of these Dominate Legions, they all obeyed the orders of the Soul Clan godlike god. Now they are no longer there. The order was conveyed, and they were all a little at a loss. Originally, the 3-headed soul-like gods wanted to break through to more cultivation planets, and then let the subordinates of these dominating legions go over to wreak havoc and kill all the human and monster races on the cultivation planets. Unfortunately, when they arrived on the Bamong star, they encountering the arrival of Hongyin and others, the three-headed soul race gods died one after another. These soul-dominated legions were confused when they suddenly saw a human god appearing in the starry sky. It was a human god, with a physical body, definitely not a soul god. Such a human god actually fell from the sky and came to the Dominator Legion that was resting on one of the training planets. On another training planet, a demon-like god appeared and descended, directly causing panic among the soul-dominated legions. Neither Yu Ge nor the Holy Emperor easily killed these Soul Clan dominating legions. Instead, they symbolically destroyed a small part of them, and then left those dominating legion members who had not obtained the power of the Soul Clan gods. In response, they all fled back towards the time and space tunnel. This was because Yu Ge and the Holy Emperor deliberately let them escape, because Long Yu's plan required that these Soul Masters legions all die in the time and space tunnel. The two Blood Demon Clan training planets that were originally captured have turned into a piece of less at this moment. Countless human demon clans who have lost their spiritual and soul consciousness have fallen on the planet in random directions. Most of them are members of the Blood Demon Clan. By the time Emperor Honghuang of the Blood Demon Clan arrived, there were almost no living beings left on the two cultivation planets, which made the visitors extremely worried. They looked at the seven-colored space-time tunnel in the void, all of which contained anger. If Her Royal Highness had not been there this time, more than 10 cultivation planets would have fallen in the entire Blood Demon galaxy. After all, not every cultivation planet is a Bamong star. There is an ancient godlike defense array that can resist the soul-like gods for so long. When the godlike warriors guarding the monster clan arrive, the Blood Demon galaxy will definitely suffer heavy losses, which will be a huge blow to the Blood Demon clan. What did the godlike master from the demon clan say? Where is he? Honghuan asked his subordinates at this time. We're already halfway there. We should be able to come over soon. However, the crisis on our side has been resolved. If that adult comes over, it won't be of any use. The three generals beside Honghuan said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter, that adult has been guarding the galaxy. If something like this happens now, he will definitely need to come over. What's more, the space tunnel is still there at that time. We can't decide what to do next. Honghuan shook his head. The space-time tunnel is an existence that can only be created by a strong godlike person, and its duration is fixed. If the godlike master had not come, no one knows whether other soul-like gods would appear from this space-time tunnel. If they did, the Blood Demon clan would once again face disaster. It's a bit strange. Even if the three-headed soul race gods are killed, the other ordinary soul race legions should still be there. I don't know where they are now. The three generals looked around in confusion. The two cultivation planets were extremely desolate. The people they brought were packing up the things on the two cultivation planets, recycling all the small worlds of the dead, and collecting them. Take away all useful things. These are all cultivation resources that cannot be wasted. There are also a small number of soul masters who died on these two cultivation planets, and all their trophies have been taken away. But what makes them suspicious is, where are the other members of the Soul Clan Dominator Legion? Send someone to explore the space-time tunnel, and remember to report any news. Honghuan gave the order, and suddenly some detection scout teams headed towards the entrance of the colorful space-time tunnel. In the corridor of time and space, Long Yu and Han Ying were guarding the other end, on the one hand to prevent other powerful soul clans from coming over, and on the other hand to intercept the soul clan master legions that had been driven back. Soon, one by one, the master legions and the big master legions came from the demon clan. People poured in from the entrance of the space-time corridor in the direction of the territory. Die. Long Yu didn't hesitate and threw out the dark flame ghost cord. Because these guys have to be completely killed before their internal power can be absorbed by the space-time tunnel and condensed into the absolute beginning furnace outside the edge of the space-time tunnel, Long Yu is too lazy to use the 9 nether ball to absorb these guys. There is no interest in searching the remaining remains of the small world. The value of the resources contained in the remains of a godlike small world is definitely more than that of 10 Dominator legions. Just now, Long Yu and the others obtained the remnants of the 3-headed Soul Clan's small world, and Long Yu's 9 nether balls were also swallowed up. After obtaining the remaining spiritual souls of these 3-headed Soul Clan, I have gained a lot. There is no need for the remaining soul-dominated legions in the field to compete with each other. Kill them as quickly as possible at once. Only in this way can the Taichu furnace be born in the tunnel of time and space. Hongying, do you have any soldiers in your body that are so incomparable that they have self-awareness? Long Yu asked. No. Hongying was a little confused, but she couldn't blame her. In fact, it was very difficult for soldiers to become wuxuang. Even dragon you can only match the void dragon blade and the ancient dragon skeleton tower. For others, even gods, it is very difficult for them to match the warriors to the point of being unparalleled. This kind of thing depends on chance. Therefore, even if the Taichu furnace is created, Long Yu is probably the only one who can temper special soldiers in it. If the ancient dragon skeleton tower becomes a special combat weapon like the void nether dragon blade, its role will be greatly improved for dragon control. Of course, most of them are auxiliary. If it is offensive ability, these 2 weapons, the soldiers are not as good as the Anyan Guesua. Burning with dark flames, this high-level source item whizzed past the field, taking away the consciousness of a strong man who dominated the secret realm of the Soul Clan, completely incinerating his spiritual soul and completely destroying it. Upon seeing this, some Soul Clans chose to self-destruct. Unfortunately, the power of self-destruction was limited in the time and space tunnel, and they were all absorbed by the power of the beginning outside the edge of the time and space tunnel. No matter how these Soul Clans acted, it was impossible to escape from the encirclement of Long Yu and Hongying. In the field, giant phantoms with bloody wings kept flashing, and countless blood-colored long whips were waved by the giant bloody phantoms. As long as they touched any soul master in the field, they could kill each other at once, no less than Long Yu's darkness. Yan Guesua. After all, Hongying is a being in the godlike realm. It is completely easy to achieve the same killing efficiency as Long Yu. In total, Hongying has killed more soul masters than Long Yu. A bit more. After all, Long Yu still needs to recover his physical strength, but a strong godlike person has endless power in his body. What he uses by any means to consume is not his own power, but the power of the world, so he has no such worries about running out of power. Moreover, Long Yu's dark flame ghost cord can only be extended for tens of miles at most, which can be said to be the limit. Unless Long Yu can step into the godlike realm, he can exert the true power of this dark flame ghost cord. Hongying's innate magical power, those blood-colored long whips dance, coquettishly, enough to attack spaces hundreds of thousands of miles away. In the tunnel of time and space, the alien cultivators of the Soul Clan who dominate the secret realm can be said to have nowhere to escape. One after another, the Soul Clans were killed. They wanted to turn back, but found that the exit of the spacetime tunnel had been blocked by Yu Ge and the Holy Emperor who were chasing after them. No matter which direction they fled and sprinted, there was only a dead end. Facing the strong men in the godlike realm, these ordinary people, the Overlord Legion and the Great Overlord Legion have no resistance at all. Just like when Long Yu delayed the 2 ice gods. For Monster Clan Master Legions stepped into the time and space tunnel, but in the end no one was able to come out alive. The situation now is similar to that then, but the identities of the hunter and the prey have been exchanged. Long Yu became a hunter. Aliens have become prey. The essence of the power of countless soul clans who continued to die began to gather outside the edge of the time and space corridor, and the entire time and space corridor was like a death slaughterhouse. Although it is cruel, the war between races is what it is. Either you die or I die. Everything is just to become stronger and gain a wider living space, and Long Yu is no exception. He can be sure that the Sword Clan, Six-Wing Clan and Mechanical Clan will not fail to take action, but the opponent's territory is relatively far away, and they have not yet just arrived. He must become stronger before the other party arrives. Let the existence of these Soul Master Legions come to pay homage to Long Yu's ancient dragon skeleton tower and turn them into special soldiers. In this way, Long Yu's overall strength will be greatly improved, and it will also be able to fight against powerful foreign races. Will be more confident. After a stick of incense, the entire space-time corridor has become much quieter. In the originally crowded space-time corridor, all the souls of the souls were destroyed and turned into power. They gradually condensed into a world outside the edge of the space-time corridor. The condensed body of the power of the beginning. With tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 soul masters in the secret realm killed or injured, the Taichu furnace finally condensed again and appeared in front of Long Yu. The first time Long Yu encountered the Taichu furnace was on the alien battlefield, but it was on the alien battlefield outside the territory of the Demon Clan, in the direction close to the territory of the Ice God Clan. At that time, Long Yu smelted the ultimate infinite-level warrior Void Dragon Blade in the Taichu furnace and smelted it into a special Taichu divine product. He has only awakened to the 3rd level so far. The difficulty of awakening can be imagined. And now, the Taichu furnace appears again, and Long Yu will certainly not miss the opportunity to smelt the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda. It is a pity that Yu Ge and Hong Ying are not matched with the unparalleled endless level warriors. Otherwise, they could take this opportunity to be smelted in the Taichu furnace together. What surprised Long Yu was that the Holy Emperor actually possessed an endless level combat weapon named Fei Ju Chenyu, which actually matched the unparalleled level. This surprised everyone, but the Holy Emperor had been separated from everyone for so long. And still, it is normal to be able to step into the ruins of gods similar to the ancient eclipse domain and get the opportunity to become a godlike creature. It is also normal to be able to combine with endless level warriors to the point of being unparalleled. A special Taichu divine product that was smelted by the Taichu furnace has a very strong overall ability. Although its pure attack and defense may not be very good, in terms of other auxiliary aspects, it definitely surpasses some modified divine-like products. In this way, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor entered the edge of the space-time tunnel together. Long Yu had no problem, he could transform into nothingness and walk through the turbulent flow of the power of the beginning, while the Holy Emperor had entered the godlike level and had no problem either. Soon, the two of them sent their unparalleled warriors into the Forge of Absolute Beginning, while the two of them waited outside. Compared to the first time when he smelted the nether dragon blade of the void, Long Yu was much calmer this time when he smelted the ancient dragon skeleton tower. From the outside world, the power of soul masters who dominate the secret realm is constantly being absorbed after their death, constantly filling the entire Taichu furnace, and then being integrated into the dragon skeleton ancient tower and Fei Ju Chenyu. What makes Long Yu a little surprised is that in such a smelting in the process, he gradually became connected with Fei Ju Chenyu's spiritual consciousness. Huh? The Holy Emperor also raised his head at this time and glanced at Long Yu. Apparently she also felt the self-awareness of the Dragon Bone ancient pagoda. These two endless level warriors, which were fused to the unparalleled level, actually began to fuse with each other when they were smelted in the same Taichu furnace. This shocked Long Yu. He doesn't want this. In this case, who will the successfully smelted soldiers belong to? He was unwilling to lose the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the Holy Emperor was definitely not willing to lose Fei Ju Chenyu. But the current situation in the Taichu furnace was beyond their ability to stop the two of them, and they could only resign themselves to fate. If I had known this, maybe we shouldn't have come in to smelt at the same time. Long Yu was a little puzzled. Let's see what the specific situation is first. The Holy Emperor's face was not very good either, but he was more open-minded than Long Yu. He even had a special emotion in it, which made her feel a little expectant. As time passed, the power of the entire Taichu furnace was absorbed by the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda and Fei Ju Qianyu, and then the two were smelted in the Taichu furnace to become a warrior, 1,000 dragon bone feathers. In the Snow White the dragon's bones were incorporated into the feathers, and the self-awareness of both parties was also merged. When the weapon finally appeared in front of them, both of them were a little embarrassed. Because this weapon was separated after leaving the Taichu furnace and became Fei Ju Qianyu and Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda again, but the self-awareness existing in it was the two merged into one. Originally, Dragon Bone Ancient Tower's self-awareness was boring and his thinking was somewhat mechanical, while Fei Ju Qianyu's self-awareness was that of a naughty little girl. Now the two self-awarenesses have merged into a new consciousness. Moreover, this new consciousness can actually link the consciousnesses of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor at the same time. Under such circumstances, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor can actually know what the other is thinking. Originally, there was no barrier between the warriors and cultivators who were incomparable to each other. Now, there is no barrier between Long Yu and the Holy Emperor. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Because now both of them could clearly know what was thinking in the other's mind. At this time, Long Yu felt that the Holy Emperor actually had some competitive thoughts towards him in his mind. This thought seemed to come from when he was in the world of Shenwu. It was already born. When Long Yu became the Lord of Nine Nethers, he left the Holy Emperor behind. However, later on, the Holy Emperor left Long Yu to start his own business, and instead became a godlike one step ahead of Long Yu. At this moment, Long Yu could feel all the difficulties that the Holy Emperor had experienced in the past period of time, as well as the various dangerous scenes he encountered in the ruins of gods similar to those in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. All these memories were captured by Long Yu. You felt it clearly. The Holy Emperor's experience can be said to be a narrow escape from death. The memories in Long Yu's mind were naturally felt by the Holy Emperor, including everything he had experienced when he was in the seminary, as well as the various crises he experienced when he participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, and what he encountered in the deepest part of the Eclipse Ancient Territory. The scene they arrived was all seen by the Holy Emperor. Even the Holy Emperor already knew about things that Long Yu had never mentioned to anyone. In the depths of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, a young man who looked very similar to Long Yu and Yi Ziwei was also noticed by the Holy Emperor, which gave her an incredible feeling and she couldn't help but ask. "Come out, is this the son of Yu and Yi Ziwei? Now that you can see my memories, you should be able to see all my memories." "So, I don't know what's going on." Long Yu shook his head and said in a deep voice. "That's right. I didn't see anything between you and Yi Ziwei, I only saw you and Hong Ying." When the Holy Emperor said this, he suddenly blushed and could not finish his words. "Ahem, let's study these two weapons first." Long Yu was also a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Although the two warriors are separated, the consciousness in them is still connected. It has completely become a self-awareness, just like a serious girl who is wondering about her own changes at this moment. The consciousness of this serious girl also has the same consciousness as before. The memory of two consciousnesses, so it also takes some time to digest. When Long Yu and the Holy Emperor turned their attention to the soldiers, the serious girl's consciousness had already understood all the previous memories. "It seems that we have merged. Dragon Bone's Ancient Pagoda and Fei Ju Qianyu are both in the past. Now my name is Dragon Bone's Qianyu." The girl's serious consciousness was introduced into the minds of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor at the same time. "But you are obviously separated." Long Yu pointed at the field. Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda and Fei Ju Qianyu were separated, but they both had the self-consciousness of a serious girl. It can still be integrated. The girl's meticulous thoughts came to her, and then the two of them saw the ancient dragon skeleton tower and Fei Ju Qianyu decompose themselves, and finally merged into 1,000 feathers covering the dragon skeleton, which was the dragon skeleton 1,000 feathers. These two weapons were originally special Taichu divine items, but now after being fused together, they have become the special among the special. After the two weapons were fused together, the overall power increased several times. The two of them didn't know the specific power yet, but there was no doubt that this seemed to be a trump card for the two of them. After all, this was the weapon that most people could use. An existence that I have never heard of. The special primordial divine product is already very rare. Before the Void Dragon Blade, there was only one godlike strongman in the entire human race and demon race combined. But now, there are two more pieces at once, and these two pieces can actually be fused together. I need to wake up quickly. The girl's consciousness expressed to Long Yu and the Holy Emperor solemnly. Let's call you Qianyu. Do you know how to awaken you quickly? Long Yu asked. Just use me to fight. The serious girl answered seriously, and then said, of course, if you two are fighting together, if you use me, my awakening speed will be at least twice as fast. In addition, I don't like the name Qianyu very much, it's better to call me Long Yu. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor looked at each other, and they were both a little puzzled. No matter who it was, this was probably the first time they had seen such an arrogant warrior consciousness, right? But since she wants to call her Long Yu, let her do it. It just sounds like the pronunciation of Long Yu's name, but the tone is different. As for why this young girl prefers the name Long Yu to Qianyu, it may be because of the inheritance of the Dragon Bones Ancient Pagoda. The Dragon Bones Ancient Pagoda is a warrior created by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor and once existed. Self-awareness is the right thing, and that self-awareness should have some inheritance relationship with the Dragon Clan. Overall, the fusion of warriors seems to be a good thing, and if they fight together, their awakening will be twice as fast. But the only troublesome thing is that Long Yu and the Holy Emperor can actually detect what the other is thinking, which is usually fine. But wouldn't it be particularly embarrassing if Long Yu does something strange with Hongying? When Long Yu thought this, the Holy Emperor couldn't help but blush and coughed. Don't worry, do whatever you like, I won't tell anyone. Her snow-white long hair was gently moved, her pretty face was blushing, and she looked very cute. Amidst the turbulent flow of the colorful Taichu power, she remained motionless, and the white divine power flowed around her delicate body. She embellishes it even more movingly. Long Yu looked away, otherwise he would feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he didn't sense any emotion like admiration from the Holy Emperor's mind. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Long Yu didn't know how to deal with it. In his mind, he still only thinks that having a wife is enough. Even in this world where martial arts is respected, it is normal for a strong man to have more wives, but Long Yu doesn't want to let down Hongying. After all, there is only one relationship. The more people are given, the less each person gets. Soon, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor each collected their soldiers and returned to the space-time tunnel from outside the edge. Regarding the fusion of soldiers, Long Yu directly explained it to Hongying and Yu Ge. Anyway, when they fight together in the future, the fusion of soldiers may often occur. It is the same now that they have explained it first. There is no need to hide it. However, Long Yu did not say anything about the exchange of consciousness and memories between the two of them for the time being, and it was certainly impossible for the Holy Emperor to say anything about it. After all, this thing is quite special. If you want to tell others, it is better to think about it first. The main reason is that Long Yu is worried about whether there will be any misunderstandings about Hongying. The space-time tunnel will exist for 3 days. During this time, we have to stay here, otherwise if other soul tribes come over, they will cause greater damage to the Blood Demon tribe galaxy. Long Yu said to everyone, and then began to distribute the previous spoils. Due to repeatedly killing some godlike experts from the Soul Clan, Long Yu now has a lot of Shadow Essence, Life Essence, and Wood Element Taichu Essence. Considering that the next step is mainly to fight against the Soul Clan, he integrated the Wood Element Taichu into his innate magical powers. The essence is pretty good. It is worth mentioning that if you want to take out the fused Divine Essence or Taichu Essence, it will cause a certain loss of the essence. Any essence will lose its effectiveness after being taken out of the innate supernatural power 3 times. In the small worlds of these soul-like gods, some divine essences and primordial essences have been taken out twice. Now that Long Yu takes them out from the remains of their small worlds, they lose their effectiveness in an instant and turn into ash. But even so, after killing enough soul-like gods, the divine essence and primordial essence obtained can allow the 4 of them to fill up all their innate magical powers. Any innate magical power of any type of attack will basically have the ability to destroy the spiritual soul after being fused with the wood element's Taibei essence. For Hongying, Yuega, and the Holy Emperor, the most fused wood element's Taibei essence is followed by the life essence. As for the shadow essence, only Long Yu among the 4 can use it, but it doesn't matter. He can use the excess shadow essence as a resource reserve for the Void Galaxy forces. After all, it is not easy to get the essence of divine writings and the essence of the beginning. That is to say, when you kill a strong godlike person, you will gain a little more. It is really difficult to get much through other ways. You have to wait for a natural birth from the source of divine writings. It takes tens or even hundreds of years for a piece of essence to come. The existing divine essence and Taichu essence have all been accumulated in the past. The 4 of them integrated the essence of Taichu and divine literature into their innate magical powers, and their overall combat power as gods became more powerful, even more than that of Long Yu. But no matter what, the 8th magical power of Long Yu, the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether orb, and the effect of the Xian brand pattern in the brain of the ancient god are completely irreplaceable by others. At this stage, these 2 abilities are exclusive to Long Yu. Fortunately, the Xianluo pattern is the pattern of the ancient god obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain. Among the 3 nearby star regions, there may be other godlike powerful people who have opened the ancient god's brain domain and have similar or greater abilities. The powerful ancient god's mark. But the 9 nether ball is a magical power that few others can possess. The ball of 9 netherworlds. Long Yu condensed the 9 nether sphere nearby, shrouded him alone, and then began to work hard to consolidate his cultivation. Now his 7th level master's cultivation strength has been consolidated by more than half. If this situation continues, he will in a few days, you will be able to break through to the godlike state with confidence. By then, Long Yu will undergo a transformation. In the space where the time flow was slowed down by the 9 nether ball, Long Yushuan consolidated his cultivation. After 3 days have passed in this space, only 4 or 5 hours have passed in the outside world. After all, the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether balls has reached nearly 10 times. With the continuous devouring of gods, the 9 nether balls, the ball becomes more and more powerful. It's a pity that even the improvement of devouring gods is not very big now. I wonder if alien gods with higher devouring power density will bring some surprises to Long Yu. At this time, from the entrance of the space-time tunnel, close to the demon clan's territory, a group of people ran in. It was a strong demon clan god, like man wearing a black robe. His expression was rather gloomy, but this person was extremely powerful. Strong, the power density reached 17 times. This is the demon god who was rushing towards the blood demon galaxy before, but he arrived relatively late, and there was no situation in the scene. They were all solved by Long Yu and the 4 of them. In the time and space tunnel, you can clearly feel the aura of countless dead souls, and the power of Taichu outside the time and space tunnel is extremely chaotic. On the contrary, the Taichu furnace has dissipated after losing its power supply. Dragon Bone Ancient, the smelting of Ta and Fei Ju Qianyu has consumed the life energy of 100,000 soul masters. Lord Ghost Crow. Seeing the black-robed demon race godlike warrior leading everyone over, the Holy Emperor, Hong Ying and Yuga stood up one after another and said hello. Long Yu also walked out of the area where the time flow slowed down, glanced at the demon god, and then nodded. Junior Long Yu, I have met my senior. You are Long Yu, not bad. As a god of the demon clan, Guiye had naturally heard of Long Yu's name. After all, it was Long Yu who started this annihilation battle of the Soul Clan. As a 7th-level master monk, being able to achieve such a level is indeed an unprecedented genius, but you can't slack off. If you don't become a god, you won't be considered a strong person. You have to work hard. Guiye's face was gloomy and expressionless, but it could be heard that he still admired Long Yu, but he seemed to be a little facially paralyzed and not very good at expressing his emotions. This demon-like god is the second strongest among the demon clan. His power density is 17 times what he has only achieved after practicing for 300 years. I will work hard. Long Yu nodded. Naturally there was no suspense. Behind Ghost Crow, he led 3 large master legions of the Black Crow Demon Clan, and Hong Huang of the Blood Demon Clan also led many master legions behind him. Seeing that the entire space-time tunnel was cleared, suddenly there was a look of surprise on his face. Unlike Guiye Crow, he knew that Long Yu's entry into the realm of gods was a matter of course, and he was still thinking about how to convince Hong Ying to accept other young talents from the Blood Demon Clan. However, in this situation, not even the Emperor of the Blood Demon Clan, Hong Huang, has any qualifications to speak. Guiye raised his hand and said expressionlessly, Hong Ying, Yuge, and Saint Emperor, how about going to the Soul Clan territory with me and killing the enemies? The 4 of us together can definitely kill some Soul Clan gods easily. For contribute to the Soul Clan annihilation war. He raised his head and glanced at the other exit of the space-time tunnel. It was colorful and exuded the spirit of the Soul Clan. It seems that these gods are too tired of guarding the territory of the Demon Clan. They want to go directly to the territory of the Soul Clan to kill the enemy. If something big happens deep in the territory of the Soul Clan, it will be possible for the entire Soul Clan annihilation war. Produce an extremely critical impact. Ghost Crow did not want to make meritorious deeds, but simply wanted to kill the enemy. An ancient battle like the Soul Clan annihilation battle was rare in 10,000 years. He did not want to miss such a grand occasion, and also wanted to participate in it personally. But if no one is guarding this space-time corridor? Hong Ying was a little hesitant. After all, the time and space tunnel leads to the Blood Demon Galaxy. If they go to the Soul Clan territory to kill for fun, but other Soul Clan gods sneak into the Blood Demon Galaxy to destroy them, the gain will outweigh the losses. Long Yu can guard first. His strength is fully capable of holding back those soul-like gods, right? Ghost Crow said to Long Yu, still expressionless, looking very indifferent. It's okay for me to keep watch, but if something unexpected happens, you have to get back as quickly as possible. Long Yu said calmly. It is not a big problem for him to hold down the godlike person, but it is difficult to kill the godlike person, and the entire space-time tunnel can only exist for 2.5 days. Before the time-space tunnel disappears, you must come back, otherwise you will be trapped in the Soul Clan. Inside the territory, even the 4 of you can be easily killed. Ghost Crow nodded. He knew that what Long Yu said was reasonable, so he did not use the godlike airs to suppress Long Yu, and he knew very well that once Long Yu stepped into the godlike realm, his strength would directly surpass him, reaching a level that even he could not match. Then let's go. Ghost Crow only took Hong Ying, Yuge, and the 3 daughters of the Holy Emperor with him, and the 4 of them flew towards the other end of the time and space tunnel, and soon disappeared at the colorful exit. Originally, Long Yu was still a little worried, but now that he and the Holy Emperor are able to communicate with each other, no matter what happens, Long Yu will be able to know it immediately and respond to it, and if something happens to Long Yu, he can also quickly notify the Holy Emperor and the others. After the 4 godlike experts left, the remaining 3 master legions of the Black Crow Demon tribe stationed themselves in the time and space tunnel, preparing to guard the time and space tunnel. They don't know who Long Yu is, and why Lord Ghost Crow is so respectful to him, but they still feel that the main force guarding the space-time tunnel is still them. After all, these are the 3 most elite master legions of the Black Crow Demon clan, who have gone through life and death on foreign battlefields. The people of the Blood Demon clan, led by Emperor Xuanhuan, stepped towards Long Yu, as if they wanted to say something to Long Yu. But Long Yu didn't want to pay attention to them. Hong Ying is not here, and he doesn't know what to say to these people. The most important thing for him now is to break through to godlike status as soon as possible. In the time flow slowdown area of the 9 nether ball, his cultivation is consolidated extremely quickly. Almost, when the time and space corridor is about to disappear, I can try to sprint to the godlike realm. There was a hint of expectation in Long Yu's eyes. When Long Yu began to focus on consolidating his cultivation, Hong Huang and others came to the side. They stopped in the void of the space-time tunnel, not far from Long Yu. They looked at the 9 nether ball, beside Long Yu. The dark power emitted covered Long Yu's entire body, and Long Yu seemed to be practicing. Making them frown slightly. What now? Should we go talk to him? The 3rd general stopped beside Honghuan and said with a slight frown. Honghuan was also a little hesitant. Originally, according to his character, he must have come up to talk to Long Yu directly, but just now the godlike strongman Guiyu was very complimentary when he treated Long Yu, which gave him some other ideas. Could it be that this kid has many unknown secrets? It might not be appropriate to go up and talk to Long Yu like this. If nothing else, Honghuan still cares about her relationship with her daughter Hongying. Some time ago, he hadn't seen Hongying for nearly a year, which made him miss her very much. Now that he finally saw her, he didn't want to be too impulsive. If it caused any consequences that affected the relationship between the 2 parties, he would regret it. In time. Not only in terms of emotions, but also in terms of strength, the current Hongying is a strong person in the godlike realm. If Honghuan was not her father, he would have no qualifications to influence Hongying's decision-making, let alone ask her to give up Long Yu and choose other young talents from the Blood Demon clan. After thinking about it, Honghuan shook his head. Forget it, leave some people to guard the space-time tunnel, and the others will go back to Bamong Star and the 2 nearby cultivation planets for reconstruction work. Don't waste time here. Yes. The 3 generals took the order and led several dominating legions to leave the space-time corridor. Shanjing, Qi, and 7th General came forward and came to Honghuang's side. Your Majesty, this Dragon Master is definitely not weak in strength. Shanjing Shachi said to Honghu, I saw him rush up and hold down the Soul Clan God first, so that Her Royal Highness the Princess would have time to send us away one by one. Otherwise, the Soul Clan God would use whatever means he wanted. Then we can kill tens of thousands more elites. He is only in the realm of the 7th level master. Are you sure that he can hold back the god on his own? Honghuan asked with narrowed eyes. Didn't Lord Ghost Crow say that just now? General 7 sighed. Lord Ghost Crow believes in Long Yu, it's better not to doubt him. Besides, I also witnessed the previous battle on Bamong Star with my own eyes. This boy is indeed very strong. Well, being strong is one thing, but inheritance is another. Honghuan shook his head. There have been too many unfortunate examples of the union between our Blood Demon clan and the human race. The main reason is that it is impossible to produce offspring. After all, this Long Yu is just a cultivator of the 7th level master. The gap with the gods is too big. Of course, it is not convenient to talk to Long Yu now. She has to wait for Hongying to return and then have a good discussion with her. Even for the continuation and future of the race, she should choose a few races. It's the young talents inside. Then let's wait until Her Royal Highness comes back. Regarding Honghuan's words, the 7th general did not think he was wrong. If it was the previous Honying, they would not have thought like this. I am afraid they would have forced Honying to leave Long Yu, but now Long Yu has shown extremely strong combat effectiveness, and on the other hand, Honying has become a god. Even if they have ideas, they can only use the tone of discussing with Honying, and cannot force her. If Honying is not willing, no matter what they say, it will be useless. This is godlike. Once you step into the godlike realm, you have already transcended worldliness and reached the pinnacle of the starry sky. Compared with other cultivators, you have a completely different status and voice. Naturally, Long Yu didn't know what Honghuang and others were talking about. The time flow slowing area of his 9 nether ball completely covered only him, making the time flow in the area around him nearly 1/10 that of the outside world. In other words, Long Yu has been cultivating in this time flow slowing area for 10 days now, and only 1 day has passed in the outside world, and his original cultivation has been almost consolidated. From the battle in the Void Galaxy to a battle in the Soul Clan territory, it had been consolidated for many months, and until now, he felt that his 7th level master's cultivation had basically been completely consolidated. Maybe before the space-time tunnel disappears, he can try to break through to the godlike realm. With the help of this slowing down of the time flow, Long Yu's cultivation speed is completely astonishing compared to others. Honghuang and others did not wait there for long. Long Yu, on the other hand, has been practicing there, while at the same time paying attention to the situation of the entire space-time tunnel, and making sure to keep in touch with the Holy Emperor. After their soldiers merged with each other, the consciousness of both parties was completely integrated. No matter how far apart they were, they could feel each other's presence and know the other's situation. This situation was equivalent to being incomparable with a soldier. The same, and a little more wonderful than that. After all, the consciousness of the two people is not directly connected, but is connected to each other through the consciousness of Dragon Bone Chenyu, a combat weapon. After leaving the time and space tunnel, Gue Crow took 3 women with him, a total of 4 powerful godlike people. It can be said that they caused trouble in the Soul Clan territory, just like the 3 Soul Clan godlike people arrived in the Blood Demon Galaxy. Massacres were carried out on some nearby cultivation planets. There is no mercy at all between alien races. The Soul Clan could treat the Blood Demon Clan so cruelly to the Blood Demon Clan in the Blood Demon Galaxy, slaughtering all the Blood Demon Clan on the 2 cultivation planets. Naturally, they could also treat the Soul Clan like this, not to mention that Long Yu could do such a thing alone. Did a lot. By condensing some of the 9 Nether Hunters' magical powers and throwing them directly onto some weaker cultivation planets, the Soul Clan on that cultivation planet can be completely slaughtered. The 4 ghosts and crows attacked together and did not separate. The main reason was that they were afraid of falling into the other party's trap. Therefore, the 4 of them joined forces and killed each other very quickly. In just half a day, they had already cleaned up the 4 cultivators. Most of the soul races on the planet. A few soul tribes escaped through the time and space teleportation array, but soon the time and space teleportation array was completely sealed, just like the Blood Demon Galaxy, preventing the 4 gods from being directly teleported to other cultivation planets, thereby reducing losses and delaying time. Let the powerful godlike people from the Soul Clan come over to help. It is a pity that the entire Soul Clan territory is now under attack from all directions. It is not easy to spare manpower to deal with them. What's more, in the previous war, the Soul Race gods had suffered heavy casualties. 6 Soul Race gods were killed at the beginning, and 3 more Soul Race gods were killed in the Blood Demon Galaxy, and other boundary lines were also killed. There have been casualties among Soul Race gods. To put it simply, from the beginning of the war to now, some of the weaker gods of the Soul Clan have basically died. half of the remaining gods are at least strong men with a power density of 15 times, and there are still several powerful ones among them. An existence with a density over 20 times. Facing the Liquor tribe, Human tribe, Monster tribe, and the Ice God tribe and Earth God tribe who are taking advantage of the situation at the same time, the current Soul tribe territory can be said to be filled with war. It is not that easy to distribute the remaining half of the gods to the maximum extent. Of course, the Soul clan cannot leave the 4 gods of Ghost Crow who have penetrated deep into the territory of the Soul clan. They should have already taken action against this, but they don't know what kind of actions the other party will take. It is very possible that some not particularly strong Soul clan gods were sent to contain them. After all, they passed through the time and space tunnel. If they were restrained and prevented from leaving, the 4 of them would most likely die within the Soul clan territory. Even if several Dominator legions were to surround them and all self-destruct, the spiritual soul vortex generated would be enough to completely involve the 4 of them, and then destroy their spiritual souls and consciousness. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor always kept in touch. Long Yu knew that the Holy Emperor and the others had not encountered any trouble for the time being, and the Holy Emperor also knew that Long Yu was already preparing to sprint to the godlike realm. 2 days later. The time and space tunnel is about to dissipate, and Ghost Crow and the others also plan to return. After all, they cannot really fall into the depths of the Soul clan territory like this. Anyway, they have destroyed nearly 10 cultivation planets. This operation has been very profitable. It is very likely that some of the opponent's godlike experts have been restrained, making the battle on the border of the Soul clan territory more powerful. The overall strategic significance is still very obvious. At this time, Long Yu started to sprint towards the god. He also has 2 first-class creations on his body, which are the rewards he received from the Eclipse Ancient Realm. They have not been used yet, and the creative power contained in the 2 first-class creations is enough for him to transform the small world. It has expanded to 100 billion miles. As Long Yu absorbed the 2 first-class creations, a touch of the power of time and space divine writing gradually emerged next to him, and the flow of time began to change, causing the entire space to begin to distort irregularly. Long Yu himself has already understood the power of time. When the small world expanded to 100 billion miles, all the power in his body was undergoing a transformation. It was originally a relatively loose power, but now it is constantly changing. Gather together. This process is the process of increasing power density. As the space around him was distorted, the practitioners of the Black Crow Demon Clan and the Blood Demon Clan who were still in the time and space tunnel looked over with some strangeness. They had never seen such a scene before. If you want to become a god, you must condense the power density from 1 to 10 times. This is the most basic. Generally speaking, it takes a lot of time to condense the power density from 1 to 10 times. When few people break through to the godlike realm, they do it in the tunnel of time and space, let alone tens of thousands of people watching. But now Long Yu knows that he should not be in danger. After all, the time and space tunnel is about to dissipate, and Guaya and the others will be back soon. When they come back and see this situation, they will naturally protect him to break through. Double. 1.5 times. Double. Long Yu's power density finally began to slowly increase. This process was entirely due to the changes brought about by expanding the territory of the small world to 100 billion miles, and then the world power of the small world was completely integrated with his whole body's power. The reason why you need to consolidate your cultivation before is because only after you have completely consolidated your cultivation, can the world power of the small world be fully integrated into the body, thereby increasing the power density tenfold. The compressed power from the power of the world completely squeezed the power in Long Yu's body together. As the density of power increased, the real power of these powers increased explosively. Basically, after entering the godlike realm, it is more difficult for a cultivator to increase his basic strength. Instead, he must cultivate the power density to increase it. When you first entered the godlike realm, the tenfold increase in power density was brought about by the power of the world. But if you want to increase the power density, you can only practice some special martial arts secrets. These martial arts secrets it is not easy, and not everyone can practice each secret martial arts method, and the conditions are quite harsh. Therefore, the Holy Emperor, Han Ying, and concubine you are still just new gods, with only 10 times the power density. It is still quite difficult to find a suitable martial arts secret method to increase the power density. Of course, this is not an issue that Long Yu should consider now. Anyway, after stepping into the category of gods, there will often be some special opportunities for them to find such martial arts secrets, which are similar to those in the Eclipse ancient domain. If they enter and explore them, they may realize the martial arts secrets that suit them. Those special locations are not open now, so this batch of new gods are still just new gods. It is basically impossible to increase the power density unless they have some other adventures. Under such circumstances, the tyrannical effect of the Xianluo pattern in Long Yu's mind is obvious. It can be said that this Xianluo pattern is a weapon for leapfrogging challenges. This also made Long Yu realize that in future battles, power density is everything. Whether the ancient god's brain domain is opened, and what kind of ancient god's patterns and seals exist in the ancient god's brain will be the biggest factors that affect the outcome of the battle. Even if dragon control is average in other aspects, just relying on the Xianluo pattern allows him to challenge those strong men with 20 times the power density when he first steps into the godlike realm. And such strong men, basically, he is already one of the strongest beings among the alien race. Now among the human race and the demon race, there are only 2 people with a power density that reaches 20 times. And these 2 people, Long Yu has not seen so far, are the real people of the demon race and the human race. As soon as Long Yu entered the godlike realm, he could weaken the opponent's power density by half during battle, thereby pulling the opponent to the same power density level as himself, and use various other means to try to defeat the opponent. No new deity has ever been able to achieve this. At this moment, as Long Yu's power density continues to increase, the space distortion around him has become more and more serious, allowing tens of thousands of people from the surrounding Black Crow Demon clan and the Blood Demon clan's dominant legions to see. Shocked. What on earth is this guy doing? Even with the improvement of other gods, Long Yu will not be in the current situation. The main reason is that the 8th magical power, the 9 Nether Ball, exists in Long Yu's body. Under the influence of the transformation of the 9 Nether Ball, the space around him it has become such a twisted existence. When I entered the godlike realm, I was able to awaken a deified magical power. This deified magical power turned out to be the 9 Netherworld Ball. Long Yu was quite surprised now. He felt the same feeling he had after killing an opponent during the melee on the 5th floor of the Eclipse ancient domain. A magical power transformed into a deified magical power. This feeling was very wonderful and unique, and he could not feel it wrong. Therefore, he can be sure that his 9 Nether Ball has now become a deified magical power. Originally, he thought that other magical powers such as the Eye of Shadow would become a deified magical power, but he did not expect that the 9 Nether Ball would become a new deified magical power, which made him feel happy. In his heart, the strongest one now, the magical power, is undoubtedly the 9 Nether Ball. Now that the 9 Nether Ball has become a deified magical power, what kind of effects can it produce? Long Yu didn't know. Anyway, his power density is still increasing, and it will take a certain amount of time to truly break through to the godlike realm. At this time, bad news suddenly came from the Holy Emperor who was connected with Long Yu. Long Yu clearly felt that the Holy Emperor and the 3 women were together with the Ghost Crow. They seemed to have encountered a very powerful existence and were blocked at the other end of the time and space tunnel. They could not return for the time being, but the time and space tunnel was about to dissipate. If they cannot come back in time, it is very likely that the four of them will be trapped deep in the Soul Clan's territory, and will be slowly consumed to death. In fact, there was no need to consume anything, because Long Yu felt through the Holy Emperor that the Soul Clan gods they met over there actually had 3 heads, and one of them was one of the 3 powerful ones in the Soul Clan. A super strong man known as the Tiangu Soul King, whose power density reached 23 times. The mere existence of the Tianguhan King puts great pressure on the 4 Gia people. Even if the 4 of them join forces, they may not be their opponents. Not to mention, that day the Guhan King also led 2 people with a power density of 16 times. 17 times as powerful as a god. 3 godlike warriors from the Soul Clan appeared on their way back without warning, and then launched an offensive against them, making it clear that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the 4 of them. Guaya and the others never expected that Tiangu Soul King would appear to intercept them. Now, even if there were 4 of them, they might not be able to go back alive. Hold on, be careful, and focus on defense, I'll be over soon. Long Yu gritted his teeth and reminded the Holy Emperor through the soldier's consciousness. The Holy Emperor can also feel the current state of Long Yu and knows that he is now at the critical moment of breakthrough, and the power density has been increased to about 5 times. Once Long Yu reaches 10 times the power density, he will be able to fight 20 times. The strength of an alien god-like creature with a density of power. Moreover, the influence of the Shanluo pattern can weaken the Tian Guhan King, allowing them to join forces and possibly kill each other completely. This opportunity cannot be missed. Of course, the premise is that they have to support Long Yu's arrival. It will take about an hour for Long Yu to be able to break through, and this is still under the effect of slowing down the time flow of the 9 nether ball. If the time flow is not slowed down, Long Yu will need at least 10 hours to complete it. Breakthrough. It has to be faster. At this time, Long Yu mobilized all his strength and took the initiative to merge with the power of his own world. In this way, he could save a little time, and it would be good if he could get there earlier. The location of the opponent is not very far from the exit of the time and space tunnel. Long Yu only needs to get out of the time and space tunnel and rely on the Void Dragon Blade to travel through the void more than 10 times to reach it. The key now is that Long Yu must break through first. If you give up halfway through the breakthrough, it can be said that all your previous efforts have been wasted. Not only will the power density not be able to reach 10 times, it will even be extremely difficult to step into the god-like state in the future. After all, the territory of 100 billion miles in the small world is already the limit. If you want to continue, expansion is even more difficult, and all the power of the world has been consumed to increase the density of power. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor have the same mind, and both sides can know the status of the other. But now, the Ghost Crow god who suggested coming to clean up the Soul Clan's territory was covered in sweat. He had completely transformed into a pitch-black crow. The shadow of the giant black bird behind him kept flickering, and a total of 5 deified magical powers were used alternately. Moreover, Guaya used a divine martial skill and an elementary modified divine-like source product to finally join forces with the Holy Emperor to stop the solitary Soul King that day. As for the other 2 godlike warriors from the Soul race, they were resisted by Hanying and Yuega respectively. However, it was obvious that the power density of the 2 women was much lower than that of their opponents. They could not withstand the opponent's offensive at all and could only keep retreating. If both women hadn't carried the godlike source products from the Eclipse Ancient Domain given by Long Yu, they would have been killed by the other party in a short time. Fortunately, the primary transformed godlike source products were not a big deal. Chinese cabbage. Among the 3 soul-like gods, only the Tiangu Soul King has a primary modified godlike source product, and the other 2 soul-like gods do not have it. The low-level transformation of godlike source products can only be obtained at least in the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient territory, and after obtaining it, you have to survive the final death battle in the Eclipse ancient territory to bring it out. If the Soul Clan had that kind of intermediate-level transformed godlike source product, they would probably have expanded their territory to the outside world long ago. This is the limit of the Soul Clan's strength. For Long Yu, it seems very easy to obtain the godlike source products from the Eclipse Moon ancient domain, but for others, it is quite difficult. After all, the few godlike source products in the Eclipse Moon ancient domain it was competed by hundreds of alien geniuses in the 3-star regions. This bought Long Yu some time. With the help of the godlike source product, Hong Ying and Yu Ge resisted the opponent's offensive. Moreover, what Hong Ying possesses is an intermediate-level modified godlike source product specially gifted by Long Yu, called Wandering Soul. It happens to be a godlike source product full of spiritual and soul power, used to deal with the soul race. God is the perfect fit. When she was in the Blood Demon Galaxy before, there was no need for Hong Ying to use it. But now, facing the critical moment of life and death, Hong Ying must show her strongest strength, otherwise she may not see Long Yu. Deep in the Soul Clan territory, the godlike Ghost Crow, as well as the newly promoted godlike Hong Ying, Saint Emperor and Yu Ge, were blocked by the powerful godlike Tiangu Soul King of the Soul Tribe. They were unable to return to the time and space tunnel of the past, and fell into a fight to the death. Wandering Soul, Soul Wall. Hong Ying possesses this intermediate-level modified godlike source product, which at this moment turned into 7 layers of spiritual barriers, covering her side and protecting her whole body. And outside this layer of soul wall, a soul-like god with 16 times the power density was continuously releasing terrifying spiritual soul impact waves towards her. The waves almost caused the space to tremble, and the 7-layer mental barrier was destroyed. Crush them one by one. Although Hong Ying is already a god, the power of the wandering soul that she can exert is limited. She is not like Long Yu, who has completely mastered the godlike source products, because she does not have that much time. Long Yu mastered the dark flame Gueso because in the time flow slowing area of the 9 nether ball, in fact, it took a long time, but the outside world didn't last as long. Therefore, the power of this intermediate source item cannot be fully demonstrated. Of course, even so, Hong Ying can relatively easily withstand the opponent's offensive with this wandering soul. Although the layers of mental barriers are continuously destroyed, as long as the opponent cannot destroy all 7 layers of barriers at once, then the wandering soul will be added soon. The mental barrier kept appearing, being destroyed, and then replenished. The battle between Hong Ying and the soul-like god fell into a stalemate for a while. That soul race god is so angry. It saw that Hong Ying actually had a godlike product, and it was an intermediate-level modified godlike product. Not to mention how excited it was, but it found that it was not an easy task to defeat the godlike product. Although Hong Ying is still unable to fully use all its power, the intermediate source product is an intermediate source product after all. With a soul-like god with 16 times the power density, it will still take some time to break through its defense. Such a stalemate, the war must continue. If this space had not been completely enclosed and there was no need to worry about the red warbler escaping, it would obviously be more difficult to deal with the red warbler. The primary source item that Yu Ge possesses is a crescent moon, but this crescent moon is not an entity, but is composed of a burst of starlight. This primary source item that Long Yu obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain, which coincides with the power Yu Ge possesses and her natural Taichu divine quality. It contains the power of the Star Divine Script, which is a powerful revelation-level divine script. Coupled with her own fit with this attribute divine script, she can exert greater power. In fact, this elementary source product in Yu Ge's hands actually exerted as much power as the wandering soul in Hong Ying's hands. Yu Ge relied on this Qinxing moon to continue fighting against the soul-like god with 17 times the power density. Unexpectedly, she was not at a disadvantage. Instead, she fought vigorously. With her various deified magical powers, there wasn't much danger at the moment. The ones facing the greatest pressure are the godlike Ghost Crow and the Holy Emperor, who are fighting against the Tiangu Soul King. The Ghost Crow turned into a pitch-black bird, and the shadow of the black bird kept flickering behind him. He used his innate magical powers with every move, which caused a lot of trouble to the lone Soul King that day, but the trouble was just trouble. The main thing Tiangu Soul King has to deal with is the Holy Emperor. Unlike Hong Ying or Yu Ge, the Holy Emperor has a modified godlike source product. She doesn't even have a godlike source product, but she does have a special combat weapon, which is Fei Ju Qianyu. After the smelting in Taichu furnace, Fei Ju Qianyu's power has been greatly improved compared to before. Although it is said that Fei Ju Qianyu cannot merge into Dragon Skeleton Qianyu without Long Yu by his side, its power cannot be ignored. After all, the Holy Emperor is already a powerful being at the godlike level, with his own power density reaching 10 times. Compared with Long Yu's use of the Netherworld Dragon Blade when she was a 7th level master, the attack power of Fei Ju Qianyu she now uses is definitely many times greater than that of the Netherworld Dragon Blade. Soldiers of the same level are more powerful than godlike and other warriors. The effects that ordinary cultivators can exert are completely different. Relying on Fei Ju Qianyu and the innate magical power after deification, the Holy Emperor barely resisted the killing moves of Tiangu Soul King. His spiritual soul was always in the opponent's soul-killing array, and the situation was extremely dangerous. If the godlike Ghost Crow hadn't been able to contain the Tiangu Soul King as much as possible, the Holy Emperor might have completely lost his life by now. The meaning of Tianguhun King is very obvious, that is to kill the Holy Emperor, who is easier to kill first, and then the godlike Ghost Crow will not be able to cause trouble. Hold on a little longer, Long Yu will be here soon. The Holy Emperor took the time to deliver a message to the godlike Ghost Crow. She herself has turned into a snow-white bird, with countless snow-white feathers floating in the field. The invisible spiritual soul-killing array surges around her like a storm, filled with murderous intent. She maintained contact with Long Yu. After they persisted for half an hour, the momentum pressure brought by Tiangu Soul King became stronger and stronger, and even the methods used by Tiangu Soul King began to become more and more powerful. During the battle, Tiangu Soul King's power density was continuously increasing. At first, Tiangu Soul King had 23 times the power density, but as time passed, it has now reached 26 times the power density, and as the battle time goes by, its power density increases more and more, coming faster and faster. During this process, the defensive pressure on the godlike Ghost Crow and the Holy Emperor was increasing. Tiangu Soul King did not use the killer weapon from the beginning. In that case, it may not be able to kill the Holy Emperor and Ghost Crow, but it is confident because it has the ability to increase the power density in a short time during the battle. Ability. This ability is either provided by a special martial arts secret method, or it comes from the ancient god's pattern in the brain of the ancient god. These two are completely incomparable to the Holy Emperor and Ghost Crow. It's too late. I'm afraid the situation will be a bit uncertain when he comes over. The godlike Ghost Crow is very tired now, mainly because during the battle, although he was not mainly targeted by the Tiangu Soul King, he was constantly hit by the opponent's innate magical power, and countless invisible soul threads tied as the soul slowly entangled itself. These soul threads were inconspicuous at first, but half an hour later, when the Ghost Crow began to pay attention to them, they had already entangled its soul tightly. If you can see the existence of the soul, you can see that Ghost Crow's soul is now completely entangled into half a mummy. As time goes by, when his soul is completely entangled, he will be unable to use any power, can only wait to die. No, Long Yu has never let me down. Now that he has stepped into the human realm, in addition to weakening the opponent's power density, he can also participate and fight with us. I am looking forward to him stepping into the human realm. What about the fighting power of the God Queen? The corners of the Holy Emperor's lips were slightly raised. Although she was in the middle of a fierce battle and might even be killed by the powerful killing array of Tiangu Soul King at any moment, she maintained a conscious connection with Lan Yu and could clearly feel the current situation. How powerful is Lan Yu? Although he only has 10 times the power density like other new gods, Lan Yu has many more methods than others. No matter which aspect of strength it is, Lan Yu can be said to be top-notch. With the help of such a new god, even killing the Tiangu Soul King will not be difficult. The space-time corridor has disappeared. Lan Yu will be here soon. The Holy Emperor continued to convey the message. Ghost Crow's face darkened. The time and space corridors had disappeared. Can they still escape? Even if Lan Yu comes, it can't change the current disadvantage, right? Now in a short period of time, the power density of Tiangu Soul King has increased twice, reaching 28 times. This makes Gui Ye feel a deep powerlessness. No one knows the power density of this guy. He can finally, to what extent? And once the power density reaches 30 times, then he and the Holy Emperor will be completely killed without any chance of resistance. Die. The murderous intention of the Tiangu Soul King has spread almost throughout the entire space through the spiritual soul. It has already noticed that the space-time tunnel has been closed, so the next few gods from the human race and the demon race have become it. The prey is destined to be impossible to escape. With a power density of 28 times, it can completely crush the Holy Emperor. At this moment, Tiangu Soul King's killing move was launched again. The divine power of countless spiritual souls condensed into a terrifying invisible sword energy, which swept towards the Holy Emperor. Although the opponent's offensive was invisible to the naked eye, one could clearly feel the lethality contained in the opponent's attack. In the past, the Holy Emperor relied solely on hiding to avoid the fate of having his soul riddled with holes. But now, she couldn't even hide, because the opponent's soul sword energy came so fast that she barely had time to react. At this moment, a shadow flickered in the void, and then a huge ancient tower appeared in front of the Holy Emperor, instantly merging with Fei Ju Chenyu around her body. 1,000 feathers escape. A familiar scream came out, and then the feathers made of 1,000 bones took the Holy Emperor and instantly transferred to another direction. A figure in black appeared next to the Holy Emperor, leading her to avoid the killing blow of the Tiangu Soul King. Dragon Royal. Seeing this, the godlike Ghost Crow was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that he could kill the Holy Emperor with just that blow, but he didn't expect that a dragon yu suddenly came out. And the good news is that now the dragon yu actually stepped into it. A godlike state. The dragon-like dragon appears. The situation on the field suddenly became unclear. Originally, the 4 of them, Ghost Crow and Saint Emperor, would definitely be killed by the team led by Tian Guhan King. However, as Lan Yu broke through and appeared in a godlike realm, everything became complicated and confusing. No one knows what kind of strength Lan Yu, who has just stepped into the god-like realm, has. Even Lan Yu himself didn't know, because he didn't know what kind of effect and power the 9 nether ball would have after it became a deified magical power. Lan Yu appeared on the battlefield without any warning and saved the Holy Emperor, which surprised the Lone Soul King that day. However, when it discovered that there was only a new human god with 10 times the power density, it was relieved. Such an additional human god would not affect the overall situation. But the recent changes in the human race and the demon race, why are there so many gene gods? No wonder they launched a total annihilation war against the Soul Clan. But it doesn't matter how many new gods there are, the Soul Clan will always stand under this starry sky and will never be annihilated by you. Tiangu Soul King carries endless resentment and extremely strong fighting spirit. For the Soul Clan, this war is about being invaded, and the human race and the monster clan are the invading parties, so the Soul Clan people have a more fearless aura when fighting, which is incomparable to the human race and the monster clan. In order to repel the invaders, a large group of Soul Clan cultivators have begun to heroically self-destruct near the border of the Soul Clan territory. The same goes for Tiangu Soul King. His fighting spirit can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. Moreover, there are now 5 godlike warriors from the human race and the demon race. 4 of them are new godlike warriors, which makes him very excited. If these are combined, if all 5 gods are killed, it can definitely be regarded as a huge victory for the Soul Clan. The main reason is the improvement of morale. The Soul Clan has been beaten all the time, and more than 10 godlike experts died at once. If some interest is not returned, the morale of the entire Soul Clan will become lower and lower. Dragon Royal. When Long Yu appeared, the godlike Ghost Crow, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying all discovered it immediately. However, the 3 of them were fending off their respective opponents, and there was no way to say more to Long Yu for the time being. What? Just seeing that Long Yu had finally arrived, and that he had stepped into the godlike realm, they all had some surprises in their hearts. Hong Ying and Yu Ge both felt that this hopeless battle finally had a glimmer of hope, but if it still didn't work, I'm afraid they would really be lost in the depths of the Soul Clan's territory this time. The godlike Ghost Crow was a little annoyed. After all, he was the one who proposed to go to the depths of the Soul Clan to cause trouble for the Soul Clan. Now the pressure on the front line must have been reduced a lot because Tiangu Soul King has left, but it is replaced by the 5 gods on their side. His life is really not worth it. The godlike Ghost Crow feels that it's a good thing that Long Yu can't come. At least one less powerful godlike person will be lost. But if Long Yu comes, I'm afraid he will be left here together. Without waiting for Guiye to think too much, Long Yu immediately started his offensive against Tianguhan King after rescuing the Holy Emperor. The situation on Hong Ying and Yuige's side is fine for the time being. After all, they are supported by divine-like source products. However, Tiangu Soul King's strength is constantly improving, and its power density has reached 29 times. If he is not killed first, at that point, I really can't run away, no matter what. Long Yu, cooperate with me. Long Yu warned the fusion soldier Long Gu Chenyu, and then charged in the direction of Tiangu Soul King. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Long Yu Chenyu, the consciousness of the fused warrior, could completely sense Long Yu's fighting intentions and cooperate with him immediately. The Holy Emperor was also the one who understood the fighting situation at the same time. At this moment, the consciousness of the Holy Emperor and Long Yu are connected with each other, and the smoothness of their fighting is much better than that of ordinary 2-person cooperation. Dragon Skeleton Break, enter. Long Yu activated this move that originally belonged to Dragon Bone's ancient tower. At this moment, of course, it can also be used by Dragon Bone's Chenyu. 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers surrounded Long Yu's entire body, and then the whole person spun at a very fast speed, sprinting to the area where Tiangu Soul King was in an instant. Dragon Bone does not have the ability to attack the spiritual soul, but when Long Yu reaches the side of Tiangu Soul King, he directly uses the unbounded grip, and the ancient-level prison-shaking divine inscriptions burst out, and an invisible hand appeared in the soul of Tiangu Soul King and completely captured it. Burst. The 3rd stage of the unbounded grip completely exploded the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions. While it had a slight impact on the soul of Tiangu Soul King, the most important thing was that it invaded the opponent's body with the power of the Shenluo mark. At this moment, the opponent's power density was weakened 10 times. Originally, the Tiangu Soul King at this moment already had 29 times the power density. It can be said that once it reaches 30 times the power density, it will be an invincible existence in the nearby star field. However, it is a pity that he was defeated by Long Yu. Under the influence of the Shenluo mark's power, Tiangu Soul King's power density was instantly weakened by 10 times, leaving only 19 times. This effect made Long Yu frown slightly. He originally thought that the effect of the xuanhuan mark was to weaken any opponent's power density by half, but now it seems that this is not the case. The power of the xuanhuan mark can only weaken the opponent's power density by 10 times. In other words, when the opponent's power density exceeds 20 times, the xuanhuan mark can only weaken the opponent's power density 10 times at most. For example, it can weaken the power density of 29 times to only 19 times. Although the effect of the Xian brand mark was not as good as expected, for Long Yu, this was not enough to declare him a failure in this battle. Even if the opponent's power density is still twice as current, he will not necessarily lose. Because now that he has reached the level of a god, he can finally use all kinds of methods without any scruples, and his power is much more powerful than before. Just the unbounded grip move just now, and the prison-shaking divine inscription contained in it, had already had a great impact on Tiangu Soul King, sealing the power in his body for nearly a breath, allowing Long Yu to rely on this short period of time. Time flies away from Tiangu Soul King. Kill. Tiangu Soul King didn't have any extra thoughts to convey. Facing Long Yu's provocation, although it realized that this guy seemed a bit difficult to deal with, it still didn't take it to heart. The gap in power density represented everything. As soon as it thought, there were layers of mental ripples that gathered from all directions in an instant, unexpectedly enveloping Long Yu in it unknowingly. Although these layers of mental ripples have no lethality, they have a great disruptive effect on the spiritual soul. When used by Tiangu Soul King, it can completely make some ordinary new gods appear insane. In such a fierce and tense battle, once you become insane even for just a breath, the result is completely predictable, that is, the opponent will seize the opportunity and kill you completely. However, Long Yu's lips curled up slightly. When the layers of mental ripples finally came to his body, silver light shone out from his whole body, forming an airtight mirror around his body. Purifying Soul Mirror. Although those layers of mental ripples were released by a super strong person like Tiangu Soul King, when they encountered Long Yu's purifying soul mirror, half of the power was still completely reflected back by it, but the power of the rebound was not. It's no longer 10 times what it used to be. At the godlike level, it is completely impossible for the purifying soul mirror to rebound the opponent's spiritual attack power tenfold. The rebound effect has been greatly reduced, mainly because of the increase in power density. If it only reflects ordinary power, the purifying soul mirror can rebound 10 times, but the power with 10 times the power density can only be strengthened by about twice the rebound. And now the power density of King Tianguhan is 19 times. The rebound effect of the purifying soul mirror can only enhance half of the power by 50% and then bounce back. Of course, even this effect has already made Tianguhan Wang was shocked. The body that purifies the world. Long Yu's whole body shone with silver light, completely blocking the remaining half of the mental ripples. When he appeared in front of others, there were already 3 more demon dust clones. These 3 demon dust clones, huge shadows flickered behind them, and each of them used a deified magical power towards Tiangu Soul King. 9 nether hands, soul seal siphon, and 9 nether dragon breaths. Long Yu's 3 deified supernatural powers appeared at the same time. Among them, Jiuyo's hand extended from a huge humanoid shadow, glowing with forest white light, and held the soul of Tiangu Soul King in it. Long Yu incorporated the wood-based absolute beginning essence into the innate magical power fruit of Jiuyo's hand, and directly took out the previous gold-based absolute beginning essence. In this way, Jiuyo's hand has the special ability to imprison the spiritual soul, making it impossible for Tiangu Soul King to escape from the trap at this moment. Hand of 9 Netherworlds. The shadow of the giant black dragon appeared, and a jet of black flames fell on the Tiangu Soul King, who was trapped in the hands of Senran Jiuyo, causing his spirit and soul to suffer terrifying burning power. The soul seal siphon is condensed into a siphon totem, which continuously absorbs the spiritual soul power in the surrounding space, and then releases it towards Long Yu, forming a solid spiritual barrier around him. For a moment, Long Yu seemed to be tied with the Tiangu Soul King. The explosive power he showed when he first stepped into the godlike realm shocked even the ghosts and crows. Even at the beginning, it was difficult for the godlike ghost crow to fight against the Tianguhan king to this extent. However, were the two sides really tied? At this moment, Long Yu was using only his ordinary methods, nothing beyond other new gods. It was impossible to defeat the Tiangu Soul King, who had 19 times the power density with this. The next moment, the soul power of Tiangu Soul King exploded, and the spiritual ripples spread, completely shaking away the shadow behind Jiuyo's hand and Jiuyo dragon breath in an instant. Its power density also increased again at this time, reaching 20 times. Long Yu had long known through the Holy Emperor's consciousness that Tiangu Soul King could use some means to continuously increase its power density during battle. Now seeing that the opponent's power density has increased again, reaching 20 times, he knows that he cannot delay it any longer, because no one knows what level Tiangu Soul King can finally reach. If the power density is increased, Long Yu really won't be able to defeat this guy. If it weren't for the Xian brand mark that weakened the opponent's power density by 10 times, Long Yu might not be able to withstand even one move in front of Tiangu Soul King now. We must fight to the death. Long Yu thought to himself, and finally made up his mind to try his best. He himself didn't even know what kind of combat power Long Yu had when he entered the godlike level. At this moment, the strength density of the solitary Soul King had just reached 20 times, and Long Yu instantly took out a basic modified humanoid. The divine source product is the divine mirror stone that was used in the death battle area of the Eclipse ancient domain. The stone of the divine mirror appeared, and a majestic power surged out from this godlike source item. Mirror City. The ancient-level prison-level divine inscriptions all over Long Yu's body were condensed through the divine mirror stone, forming giant mirrors. These mirrors were completely dark gray and looked gloomy, but the power contained in them should not be underestimated. Once in the death battle area of the Eclipse ancient domain, Long Yu activated the Mirror City, and what was condensed was the Golden Mirror City. At that time, he used the Golden Flame Divine Power, which was a god with a power density 100 times greater. Power. Now he can only use his own prison-shaking divine inscriptions that are 10 times denser. But even so, the divine power gathered through the divine mirror stone is much more powerful than activating the hell-shaking divine script alone, and even scarier than when Long Yu uses the unbounded grip. The prison-shocking divine inscriptions condensed from the prison-shocking divine inscriptions completely shrouded the spirit and soul of Tiangu Soul King in it, and then completely exploded in the next moment. Even the prison-shaking divine text, after it exploded through the City of Mirrors, had an extremely strong impact on the spiritual soul. King Tiangu's soul was shrouded in the City of Mirrors, and the City of Mirrors suddenly exploded. The whole spirit and soul of Tianguhan King suffered a lot of trauma. Even though Tiangu Soul King opened the mental defense barrier in time, the explosion of the Mirror City is the most powerful means of the Divine Mirror Stone, a primary modified godlike source product, and its power cannot be easily resisted. Regarding the Divine Mirror Stone, Long Yu is also able to fully utilize its power. Like the Dark Flame Guesua, it can be said to be completely integrated. This is also due to the time flow slowing effect provided by the 9 nether ball. Otherwise, not only would the current Long Yu be unable to enter the godlike realm, but his strength in other aspects would also not be as strong as it is now. The City of Mirrors exploded, and Tiangu Soul King's soul suffered trauma. However, it can be felt that the injury suffered by Tiangu Soul King's soul is recovering quickly under the brewing of a burst of spiritual and divine power. Just like Long Yu's demonic heart, which can quickly reshape his physical body, a similar method allowed Tiangu Soul King's soul to be completely repaired in an instant. Obviously, now that Long Yucai has 10 times the power density, it is still impossible to deal with Tiangu Soul King with just a basic modified godlike source product. But before Long Yu could use other methods, Lone Soul King finally launched his truly terrifying offensive that day. Corrupted Soul. I don't know what kind of magical power or martial arts King Tiangu Soul used, but the power of spiritual souls suddenly condensed in all directions of Long Yu. Then these spiritual soul powers turned into threads and wrapped around Long Yu. Sun sealed his spiritual soul in place. The silver radiance of the pure body kept flashing out, but it was penetrated by these corrupted soul threads, trying to trap Long Yu in place. What kind of method is this? It can actually penetrate the pure body. Long Yu was shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a magical power. However, he did not panic. Instead, he activated the innate magical power, the Book of Shadows, and directly transformed himself into the power of the corrupted soul. He was completely integrated into it. Immediately afterwards, the next wave of Tiangu Soul King's offensive fell from the sky. It did not pay attention to what kind of power Long Yu had transformed into, but directly used the extremely powerful terrifying divine words to condense into a ball with 20 times the power density. A soul bomb. The bomb instantly exploded in the void where Long Yu was, blowing all the corrupted souls in the field to pieces. At this moment, Long Yu didn't even have time to activate the Book of Shadows before he suffered the terrifying power from the soul bomb. At that moment, he transformed himself into nothingness, but the void space was shattered in just one breath. His whole body broke away from the void space and fell out. The terrifying explosive force of the soul bomb shattered the void space of Long Yu's incarnation, and then bombarded the body of the pure world shining with silver light, bombarding the defense layer of the pure world body to pieces. Long Yu's whole body was wrapped in countless dragon skeleton feathers. These dragon skeleton feathers actually had the effect of weakening the power of the opponent's mental attack. Long Yu finally managed to hold on, but his spiritual soul had also suffered a certain degree of damage. Long Yu cannot recover quickly from the damage to his spiritual soul. If his spiritual soul is destroyed, he will really die. Just like the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor at that time, he was sealed into the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and although the physical body exists, it is no longer himself. Long Yu gritted his teeth, and the Baji blood in his body exploded instantly. After experiencing the explosion of Tiangu Soul King, he knew that if he was to withstand such a soul bomb from the other party again, he would definitely not survive, so he had to suppress the other party and kill him completely before he continued to take action. The next moment, Long Yu's 8 pole blood veins were completely opened, and all the power in his body increased one after another, and his basic strength reached 8 times his own. After reaching the godlike realm, basic strength can rarely be improved. And after Long Yu stepped into the godlike state and activated the Baji bloodline, the increase was no longer the total amount of basic power, but the power density, and the damage caused to the small world by activating the Baji bloodline became greater than before. Big. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the 9 nether balls condensed out, and countless dark entangled beams entangled the spirit and soul of Tiangu Soul King, and at the same time completely slowed down the flow of time near Tiangu Soul King. At this moment, in Long Yu's eyes, Tiangu Soul King's movement speed suddenly reduced to only 1/10 of its original speed, basically posing no threat to him unless the opponent could destroy the 9 nether ball. Only by dropping it can the slowing effect of this time flow be broken. During this period of time, the 4 divine powers of Long Yu burst out. The 4 tyrannical powers of the Death Divine Script, the Shura Divine Script, the Hell Divine Script, and the Underworld Divine Script condensed together to form a land of death. The ancient god's forbidden technique of the 4 phases of killing prison was immediately used, as if it had been constructed. A realm of absolute death emerged, in which even space began to wither. This dead area directly trapped the spiritual soul of Tiangu Soul King in it, and then 4 kinds of cold and cold divine power began to erode the spiritual soul of Tiangu Soul King, causing its influence on the 9 nether sphere. underneath, he suffered even more suffocating pressure. The control of the 9 nether balls and the killing attacks of the 4 phases killing prison, the two combined turned out to be an extremely terrifying killing method. First, the opponent could not resist the 4 phases killing under the control of the 9 nether balls. Prison killings. But if you want to destroy the 9 nether ball first, the power of the 4 phases killing prison will definitely cause extremely serious damage to it, and even cause it to be directly hit hard. The power of the 4 phases of killing prison continued to erode into the spiritual soul of Tiangu Soul King, making it feel unprecedentedly uncomfortable. A violent tearing sensation came from the spiritual and soul level, which made it know that this human boy was very powerful. He even has the strength to kill it. Tiangu Soul King's ancient god's brain exploded instantly, seemingly producing an extremely mysterious effect, and then his whole body's spirit suddenly exploded. At this moment, Long Yu felt that Tiangu Soul King's power density had reached 40 times, but it was only for a moment. This explosion caused Tiangu Soul King's power to directly explode the Jiryo ball. Then with the remaining power of violent power, he rushed straight out of the area covered by the 4 phases of killing prison. Is this the effect of some kind of ancient god's pattern? It instantly explodes with twice the power density, thus achieving an astonishing combat effect. Although it was erupted from the opponent, Long Yu looked a little excited. It seems that after the ancient god's brain is activated, it can indeed have a lot of effects. If you can get some stronger ancient god's patterns, then it will be a powerful weapon for godlike people. Generally speaking, the improvement of combat effectiveness can definitely be said to be a qualitative leap. But what Long Yu should consider now is not this, but the need to kill the Tiangu Soul King first. Fortunately, the 9 nether ball is his innate magical power, and he can condense it at any time, and the 4-phase killing prison is just a forbidden technique of the ancient gods. After stepping into the godlike state, there is no need to worry about insufficient strength. The same can be done, use it at any time. Countless jet black entangled beams of light were released from the 9 nether ball, shooting towards Tiangu Soul King, and then continued to entangle his figure. 5 demonic dust clones surged out of Long Yu's small world, each activated the magical power of the 9 nether balls, and then released it, pulling a large area of the field into the area where the time flow was slowed down. Tianguhan King's speed was weakened again. The godlike ghost crows and the holy emperor who were outside the area did not stand around and watch. They originally wanted to help Long Yu, but seeing that Long Yu seemed to be able to deal with the lone Soul King that day, they chose to help Heng Ying and Yu Ge. At this moment, seeing a large area in the field where the flow of time slowed down appeared, the two gods, Holy Emperor and Ghost Crow, were each shocked. What kind of method is this, so powerful? One after another, the 9 nether balls appeared in the field and controlled Tiangu Soul King, and even seemed to control the increasing trend of its power density. This gave Long Yu hope of defeating the opponent. His real killing moves mainly lie in the 4-phase killing prison and the Dark Flame Guesua. However, the Dark Flame Guesua is an advanced modified god-like source product. It is best not to take it out easily in the depths of the Soul Clan's territory. Otherwise, the news will be easily leaked. This is not the time to defend the Void Galaxy before. As long as all future enemies are killed, the news will naturally not leak out. But now it was different in the depths of the Soul Clan territory. He could never know what kind of powerful existence was hidden in this void. There might be spies from other alien races hidden in the Soul Clan territory. Once word spread, nearby people would, some alien races might make him their first hunting target. You must know that Dark Flame Guesua is an advanced modified godlike source product, and its appeal to godlike creatures is absolutely supreme. As I said before, only those who have a power density of 80 times will condense such a godlike source product after death, and then be transformed into a high-level source product, exerting extremely powerful power. Godlike strongmen with power density up to 80 times do not exist at all for small races such as the soul race, human race, and monster race. Only among powerful races such as the sword race, mechanical race, and six-wing race, they do not exist. Only then is it possible for a peak god of this level to exist. Now that Long Yu has stepped into the category of god, combined with some of the news and experiences he had learned before, he can guess that Jiuyo Dragon Emperor was originally a god of this level, and his power density is definitely more than 80 times higher. Such a being was killed with one blow. Long Yu could not imagine what kind of powerful person he encountered. Is the difference between gods and gods really so big? Tiangu Soul King, let me test the effect of my new deification power on you. Long Yu constructed a large area in the field where the flow of time was slowed down. Only his own actions were not affected within it. Others, even the Holy Emperor Hanying and others, would be slowed down by the flow of time if they broke into this area. In Long Yu's eyes, everything in the area where the time flow slows down is like a lens that has been slowed down 10 times, including the movements of Tiangu Soul King. However, Tiangu Soul King is indeed very strong. It keeps using various methods. The powerful power in the brain of the ancient god keeps exploding. Every time it explodes, it can blast a 9 nether ball, and then free yourself for a while. It's a pity that Long Yu's speed of condensing the 9 nether balls is faster than the speed at which it destroys the 9 nether balls, making it difficult for it to escape from the control of this time-slowing area. This shocked Tianguhan King. You must know that the power of time has barely touched the threshold for it. It is said that only existences at the level of gods can master and use the power of time. The reason why quasi-gods are quasi-gods and cannot become true gods is their control over the power of time. If time can be controlled, then the gods will truly step into the level of gods. But now, a new human godlike person can actually use the power of time to reduce the time in his area? This situation made Tiangu Soul King simply unbelievable. And immediately after, each of Long Yu's demon dust clones began to display the 4 phases of killing prison. The endless cold and cold divine inscriptions continued to expand and spread in the area where the time flow slowed down, and once again destroyed Tianguhan. The king was trapped in it. In a realm belonging to death, the 4 divine powers of Shura, Hell, Underworld, and Death are constantly eroding into the spiritual soul of Tiangu Soul King, corroding his spiritual soul to be riddled with holes. If Tiangu Soul King hadn't had the means to quickly restore its spirit and soul, I'm afraid that with all these means, it would have been completely killed. Tiangu Soul King, as one of the 3 strongest godlike warriors in the Soul Clan, naturally has its own strength. The rapid recovery ability of the spiritual soul is an important part of its combat power, and also allows it to experience after a series of cruel life and death struggles. Countless cultivation resources were obtained for the entire Soul Clan. At this moment, even in the face of Long Yu's absolute suppression, Tiangu Soul King did not show any signs of decline. Instead, his momentum became more and more courageous, and the aura of his spiritual soul exploded one after another. Some kind of feeling in the ancient god's mind. The pattern of the ancient god allows it to continuously break through the 9 nether balls and the 4-phase killing prison. Seeing that the 9 nether ball and the 4-phase killing prison failed to work, Long Yu was a little surprised. The 9 nether sphere and the 4-phase killing prison can be said to be his strongest means now, but he still did not use his full strength. Now it seems that facing a powerful existence like Tiangu Soul King, Long Yu does not need to use his full strength. There is really no way to kill the opponent. Now that he has practiced the ancient god's forbidden technique of 4 phases killing prison to a small level, it is not that easy to improve it. It requires a long period of accumulation. But the 9 nether ball transformed when he entered the godlike level. Long Yu originally had not used the magical power of the 9 nether balls after deification, but now, it is no longer possible if he does not use this deified magical power. It is impossible to kill the Tiangu Soul King. Long Yu can feel that among the methods used by Tiangu Soul King, there are actually ancient forbidden arts. That ancient god's forbidden technique, combined with the explosive ancient god's pattern in the ancient god's brain, can blast several 9 nether balls at once, and the speed of destruction is getting faster and faster, and it is heading towards the direction of Long Yu. Come closer. Now, besides using the high-grade source product Dark Flame Guesua, Long Yu now has only one other option, and that is to explode the 9 nether sphere as another layer of power to deify his magical power. When the innate magical power is deified, the cultivator can choose to condense the giant phantom and display the deified magical power, or he can choose to continue to use the original ordinary magical power. Until now, Long Yu has not used the deified magical power of the 9 nether ball. When the Lone Soul King continued to break through the 9 nether balls that day and approached Long Yu finally decided to take action. 9 nether ball, let me see what kind of power you have. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a giant shadow of a dark dragon appeared behind him. This giant dragon looked a bit like the physical body of the 9 nether dragon emperor, but it was different in some aspects. Not only was the shape much larger, but also in terms of momentum, it surpassed the physical body of the 9 nether dragon emperor. After the shadow of the dark dragon appeared, a dark and deep sphere instantly appeared in front of it, which was the deified magical power, the 9 nether sphere. When the 9 nether ball appeared, a terrifying momentum descended on the audience. An extremely violent pressure descended from the sky and poured towards the Tiangu Soul King in the field. A hallucination occurred. These illusions are not ordinary illusions, but illusions condensed by the power of time. The spirit and soul of Tiangu Soul King have been trapped in the turbulence of time, and his consciousness is completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. So strong. Long Yu himself was shocked by the power of the 9 nether ball. The phantom of a giant jet-black divine dragon, spitting out the 9 nether orb, actually dragged a being as powerful as Tiangu Soul King into the turbulent flow of time, causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. Although he didn't know that he could kill the opponent. No matter how long you are trapped, even if it is just for a breath, you can give Long Yu a huge advantage. Kill. When Long Yu discovered that the other party had been pulled into the turbulent flow of time, he did not hesitate at all, and activated a dozen demon dust clones in the field, and almost simultaneously launched the 4-phase killing prison towards Tiangu Soul King, endlessly. The power of death instantly eroded into the spirit and soul of Tiangu Soul King. Moreover, the current Tiangu Soul King's consciousness is completely immersed in the turbulence of time and cannot wake up. It is the best moment for Long Yu to attack him. Originally, Tiangu Soul King's spiritual soul could recover quickly, but now, this ability to recover quickly has disappeared. Obviously, this recovery ability needs to be controlled by Tiangu Soul King's consciousness, and it is not like the heart of demon dust. Automatically help him reshape his body. Under the ferocious offensive of the 4 phases killing prison, the spirit and soul of the entire Tiangu Soul King was quickly and completely eroded by the power of death, and his spirit and soul continued to disintegrate in the power of death. Almost 3 breaths passed, before King Tian Guhun finally woke up from the turbulence of time, but by this time it was already too late. Another explosion of the Mirror City occurred near Tiangu Soul King. Combined with the erosion of the death power of 3 breaths, only an extremely tiny strand of his spiritual soul remained, and the rest had been decomposed into the smallest strand of soul in the void. Pure raw power. The Tiangu Soul King suddenly exploded, and the ancient god's brain opened at full strength, and the power density of his remaining spiritual soul suddenly increased to 40 times. Unfortunately, it was a pity that there was no way to save it. It was equivalent to when Long Yu only had 1 heart of demon dust left, and the opponent was still attacking the heart of demon dust vigorously. It would be difficult for him to restore the defeat no matter what. It's the same now. There is only the last trace of the opponent's spiritual soul left. Although the ancient god's brain began to recover quickly after the power explosion, the damage caused by Long Yu's four-phase killing prison was faster. The opponent's recovery speed it is completely inferior to the lethality of the four-phase killing prison. After the two sides were in a stalemate for about a stick of incense, more and more demon dust clones and four-phase killing prisons appeared in the field, which finally became the last straw to overwhelm Tianguhun King. The power of the four phases killing prison has spread throughout the entire place. The nine nether ball also remained in the field, exuding an extremely terrifying and forbidding aura. The power of time flowed gracefully around Long Yu's body, making the space appear a little distorted. Looking from the outside, Long Yu seemed to be alone. In the middle of hell. But that day, the Lone Soul King was completely killed in this hell. Swallow. The deified divine power, Jiuyo Ball, naturally devoured the remaining soul of Tiangu Soul King at this time. His spiritual soul completely dissipated, and finally his power was swallowed up. At this point, Tiangu Soul King, one of the three major categories of gods of the Soul Clan, the Lone Soul King finally completely disappeared from this world in the hands of Long Yu. Tiangu Soul King, one of the three powerful gods of the Soul Clan, has 23 times the power density, and has opened the ancient god brain, which incorporates a variety of ancient god patterns with strange effects. It has to be said that such a powerful being was completely killed by Long Yu on his own, which has to be said to be a miracle. But this is not the only miracle born in Long Yu's hands. That is to say, the godlike ghost crow saw this scene as if he had seen a ghost. He had no idea that Long Yu had such strength. However, the other holy emperor, Hong Ying and Yu Ge, had long been accustomed to this. In particular, the holy emperor had a heart-to-heart connection with Long Yu. The moment Long Yu stepped into the realm of God, she already understood how strong Long Yu was. No one knew that Long Yu possessed the eighth magical power. Not even the Red Warbler knew. But the Holy Emperor knew it, and she knew even more clearly how terrifying Long Yu's eighth magical power was. This magical power came from the ancient divine object of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and it absorbed and swallowed the entire small world of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. It was formed by condensing power, even including the seven fruits of innate magical powers. After the Nine Nether Ball, born in this way, turned into a deified magical power, its effect was simply terrifying. In the field, Tiangu Soul King died completely. The shadow of the huge dark dragon finally dissipated. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't encountered such a fierce battle for a long time. He had just stepped into the godlike realm and had such an opponent. It was still difficult to improve his strength. Very good experience. In particular, Long Yu felt that he had used the four-phase killing prison many times in this battle, and in the process of the constant confrontation between the four-phase killing prison and the Tiangu Soul King, he had to use the ancient four-phase killing prison technique. The level of understanding of the divine forbidden technique has once again improved a lot. If you spend a little more time, it won't be too difficult to comprehend the four phases of killing prison to perfection. Long Yu was overjoyed, knowing that when the four-phase killing prison reaches Dashang, his strength will reach a higher level. If he is the four-phase killing prison at the Dashang state now, he may not be able to deal with Tiangu Soul King. It is time to use the divine power of the Nine Nether Ball. But no matter what, it is most important to clean up the battlefield first. After he completely killed the Tiangu Soul King, the battlefields on the other two sides were basically over. When Long Yu came to the field, the godlike ghost crow helped Yu Ge deal with the Soul Clan godlike creature with 17 times the power density. The two of them joined forces, and after such a long period of suppression, they finally took advantage of each other. In the moment of sudden distraction, he completely killed the opponent. The Holy Emperor and Hong Ying also took advantage of a very rare opportunity to seize the opportunity to completely drive away the opponent's consciousness and kill the opponent half to death. And this opportunity was unexpectedly when Long Yu's divine power of the Nine Nether Ball was unleashed, and immediately after, Tiangu's Soul King fell into a life-and-death crisis, leaving the two soul-like gods in shock. As a result, the three-headed soul-like gods in the field who originally wanted to surround Hong Ying and the others were finally completely dead. Long Yu activated the nine nether balls and swallowed up the remaining spiritual power of the two soul-like gods. Then the remains of the three small worlds were delivered to Long Yu's hands. These three soul race gods are different from the ones we killed before. These three are all the mainstays in the entire soul race territory. Any one of them is comparable to the veteran gods among the human race and monster race, and their strength is even greater. Losing to people like godlike Flashy and Landslide. Therefore, the things in the wreckage of their small world must be good. There are many treasures, and the essence of divine literature and the essence of Tai Chu are just one of them. Long Yu put away the remains of the three small worlds. The Holy Emperor, Hong Ying and Yu Gu naturally wouldn't say anything. They had been following Long Yu for a long time. When they were stronger than Long Yu before, they all took him as their leader. Not to mention that now Long Yu has completed a battle after becoming a god. After transformation, he was actually able to kill the Lone Soul King that day in a single fight. Such fighting power is extremely rare to see even among the entire human race and demon race. Therefore, it can now be said that Long Yu is already the top strongman among the human race and the demon race. Even if the strongest people from the human race and demon race appear in front of Long Yu, they may not be able to defeat Long Yu. After all, Long Yu, the fighting power is really terrifying. What's more, he still has the Dark Flame Guesua, a high-level source item that he hasn't used yet. Otherwise, it would be easier to deal with the Lone Soul King that day. As for the godlike Ghost Crow, he knew very well that his life was saved by Long Yu, so of course he would not ask for the remains of the small world. Ha ha ha, I never expected that such a monster would appear in our human-monster alliance. The godlike Ghost Crow was filled with excitement at this moment. When Fu Hua told me before, I didn't quite believe it, but now I see that you are much stronger than what she said. Wait 2 more years and you will be in vain. The opening time of the temple, after you enter the Void Temple and get your own godlike cultivation secret method, it is conceivable that your strength will surpass all the godlike ones in the nearby star field. On the side of the human race, demon race, and the outer gods, the strongest godlike ones only have 30 times the power density. Stronger gods appeared in the center of the entire Langya star territory, led by the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan, as well as other moderately powerful alien races, some of which had power density 40 or 50 times that of the human race. The godlike combat power of the Demon Clan. However, there are not many cultivation resources in these remote areas, and the quality and grade of the sources of divine texts left by the gods are not high, so those powerful alien races have no interest in coming to compete for them. Long Yu, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we would have been buried deep in the Soul Clan's territory. The godlike Ghost Crow came to Long Yu's side and spoke to Long Yu with great respect. Before, he only had some optimism and expectations for Long Yu, but now, it has completely turned into respect. In this world, strength comes first after all. When Long Yu showed a combat power that far exceeded his, Long Yu is no longer the way a senior looks at a junior like before, but the way he looks at a peerless genius. Senior, there is no need to be like this. If you hadn't held off Tianguhan King for so long, I wouldn't have had time to come over. Long Yu shook his head. Although his strength had become stronger, he still maintained enough respect for the veteran gods of the human race and the demon race. He took out some elixirs from the small world of Tiangu Soul King that were purely condensed with the power of spiritual soul. In other words, this kind of thing should be called soul medicine. These soul medicines are used for healing, mainly treating spiritual and soul damage. In the battle with Tiangu Soul King just now, even Long Yu's spiritual soul suffered some trauma, not to mention the Holy Emperor and the godlike Ghost Crow. Long Yuan took some soul medicine to heal his soul, and after taking it each, he quickly fully recovered from the trauma to his soul. The remnants of the small worlds of the 3 soul race gods were collected by Long Yu. He kept them for use. Except for the soul medicine, he had not touched anything else. Okay, let's rush out of the Soul Clan territory all the way. Now that Long Yu and Tiangu Soul King have been killed, it can be said that there are almost no opponents in the entire Soul Clan territory. Unless the other 2 powerful gods of the Soul Clan join forces to deal with Long Yu, otherwise they will be completely defeated. Can traverse the entire Soul Clan territory. Of course, if the 5 gods join forces now, they can open up a space-time tunnel to the inside of the Demon Clan's territory. Anyway, Hongying has the space-time coordinates of the Blood Demon Galaxy, so it can be opened easily. But they don't have to. A space-time tunnel will exist for 3 days. During these 3 days, if someone in the Soul Clan's territory wants to kill everyone, it will be bad to go to the Blood Demon Galaxy through the space-time tunnel. And now that Long Yu leads the team to clean up the interior of the Soul Clan's territory, it can be said to be an extremely critical strategy for the entire Soul Clan Annihilation War. If the original Annihilation War of the Soul Clan would take at least a few years, then Long Yu has now destroyed Tiangu Soul King, shortening this time by at least 1 year. He will then lead a team to clean up the entire Soul Clan territory. I'm afraid that in just a few months, the entire Soul Clan will be completely destroyed. And this is actually the case. When Long Yu began to lead the team to clean up the territory of the Soul Clan, the entire Soul Clan was quickly defeated. After realizing that Tiangu Soul King was dead, most of the remaining Soul Clan cultivators lost the will to fight. Even the other 2 strongest soul race gods did not choose to seek revenge from Long Yu. Because they know very well that the situation of the Soul Clan is over, the most important thing for them next is to preserve the fire of the Soul Clan and strive for some room for survival. Their last chance is to save enough offspring and then find a safe place to hide and develop, or to find a temporarily safer race to receive shelter like the Liquor Tribe. Of course, the price of accepting asylum is to provide benefits to the race. For example, one of the conditions is that the Wine Clan continues to provide the human race and the Monster Clan with divine wine. This cannot be said to be utilization. The human race and the Monster Clan provide the Wine Clan with a survival and development environment, and then the Wine Clan provides the human race and the Monster Clan with their own technologies, resources, etc. It can be regarded as a win-win method. The Soul Clan was defeated. The remaining 2 Soul Clan gods, whose power density was 20 times higher, even disappeared quickly, without a trace. They took the remaining Soul Clan gods with them, as well as some more talented cultivating tribes, and fled the Soul Clan together. Territory. As for where he went, no one knows. All in all, the Soul Clan was completely defeated, and what was left was to carve up the huge territory of the Soul Clan. But at this time a new war was brewing. Because the Soul Clan was defeated too quickly, many galactic territories in the territory had no time to take over. As a result, the Ice God Clan, Earth God Clan and other foreign gods wanted to get involved. In the process of fighting for the Soul Clan's territory, the Human and Demon Clan alliance finally had one conflict after another with the Outer Gods. After breaking through from the Soul Clan territory, Long Yu and Hongying returned to the Blood Demon Galaxy. As for the Holy Emperor, Yu Ge and the godlike Ghost Crow, they are participating in the battle for the territory of the Soul Clan, mainly to compete with the Earth God Clan and the Ice God Clan. Although the Soul Clan is easily defeated now, this is the result of 5 races attacking the Soul Clan together. Now, the Ice God Clan and the Earth God Clan have joined forces to compete with the human race and the demon race for territory. The pressure on the human race and the demon race is still very high. Fortunately, this time the human race and the demon race have done well in the Eclipse ancient domain, and many new species of gods went to the alien battlefield one after another. For example, although new gods like the Holy Emperor and Yuga cannot compete with the veteran gods of foreign races, they can still hold them back for a while. The most important thing is that the new gods have to face the ordinary domination army. It was a completely one-sided crushing of the Great Overlord Legion. Even a new godlike creature, even if it only has 10 times the power density, can still be used as a strategic powerhouse in the war between races, and can come in handy at many critical moments. As for the final effect of their participation in the war, what they brought to the human race and the demon race was probably to include dozens of more galaxies than the original territory. There are more than 400 galaxies in the entire territory of the Soul Clan. These more than 400 galaxies will eventually be divided up by the human race, the demon clan, the ice god clan, the earth god clan and the wine clan. Among them, the wine clan and the human race monster clan, there is an agreement, and there are certain restrictions within the agreement. For the wine tribe, the territory they occupy cannot be too broad. The human race and the demon race are the initiators of this soul race annihilation war, so they naturally need to get the most benefits. What's more, the main hero of this soul race annihilation war is Long Yu, a super genius god belonging to the human race. When Long Yu returned to the Blood Demon Galaxy, a month had passed since Long Yu traveled from the time and space tunnel to the depths of the Soul Clan's territory. During this period of time, the human race and the demon race have each occupied more than 50 galaxies. As for the wine race, they have also obtained the territory of 30 galaxies as the basis for their initial development, and this is just the beginning. With the complete defeat of the Soul Clan, after the two remaining powerful godlike souls have fled, they will encounter less and less resistance if they want to occupy the remaining Soul Clan territory. The galaxy that occupies the Soul Clan territory it gets easier and faster. As for the Ice God Clan and the Earth God Clan, they have each gained more than 20 galaxies. These two races are purely here to make soy sauce, but the profits are very rich. Many strong people from the human race and demon race are still a little unhappy about this, but they think that if the Ice God Clan and the Earth God Clan hadn't contained the other two directions, many powerful Soul Clan men still couldn't say anything more. Anyway, everything in this world is based on strength, especially between races. It is impossible to calm down and talk about any truth. However, as the legions of the Ice God tribe and the Earth God clan gradually came into conflict with the human and demon legions, a new round of war seemed to be brewing again. Long Yu also received news from Lei Shenfuhua, saying that the Ice God clan and the Earth God clan might need his help, but he was still prepared to settle his own affairs first. Anyway, there is no relationship between him and the Outer God clan. Maybe when the fight actually breaks out, it's just a small friction. Whether it is the Ice God clan or the Earth God clan, they are not a race like the Soul Clan. In terms of overall strength, the Ice God clan or the Earth God clan may not be as good as the Soul Clan, but the key point is that if any race were to deal with the Ice God clan or the Earth God clan like the Soul Clan, it would be over. All races will join forces to resist foreign enemies. Although in normal times, or when it is not very critical, these outer gods fight on their own, and they may even have great conflicts with each other, and even wars may occur. But when faced with the crisis of genocide, these 6 outer god races will definitely stand together. This is also the biggest reason why these 6 outer god races can survive to this day. The 6 races that unite are the top among them. The strong one probably has about 30 times the power density. But the overall strength is really too strong. Even the number of the Overlord Legion and the Great Overlord Legion far exceeds that of other races. So this was the reason why Long Yu judged that it was impossible for the human race and monster race to start a large-scale war with the Ice God clan and Earth God clan in a short period of time. This made him decide to settle his own affairs first. His matter is of course the Red Warbler's matter. After returning to the Blood Demon Galaxy, Long Yu took Hong Ying directly to the center of the Blood Demon Galaxy, the Blood Demon Imperial City on the Blood Demon Star. Although Long Yu and Hong Ying have now stepped into the realm of gods and no longer need to look at the faces of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Ying's father was very kind to her when she was a child. After all, he is Hong Ying's relative. Long Yu cannot possibly know matter whether you ask or not. The two of them headed all the way to the Blood Demon Imperial City. Almost all the members of the Blood Demon clan royal family who had received the news in advance were now waiting for the two of them in the main hall of the royal palace in the Blood Demon Imperial City. This time, even the Emperor Xuanhuan of the Blood Demon tribe can't hide away from people like last time, because now Long Yu and Hong Ying are already existences in the godlike realm. No matter how they objected to Long Yu and Hong Ying being together, they could not be disrespectful at all when Long Yu and Hong Ying came to visit. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences of angering a god-like person. In the main hall, everyone was solemn. The 7th General, the 13th General, the 3rd General and other important figures of the Blood Demon clan were all gathered in the main hall. As for the throne in the main hall, Emperor Hong Yan was sitting, looking a little sad. He watched Long Yu transform into a godlike state with his own eyes, and learned that Long Yu, together with the godlike Ghost Crow and others, killed the big shot of the Soul Clan, Tiangu Soul King. This represents the current status of Long Yu. He is no longer the Long Yu he used to be. He still didn't know that Long Yu had killed the Lone Soul King that day. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked, and he wouldn't have said anything today. When Long Yu and Hong Ying stepped into the main hall hand in hand, hundreds of people in the hall cast their gazes on them, all with awe in their eyes. Even Shanjing Shaku, who was originally very complacent in the face of Long Yu, others have now become extremely humble. How dare ordinary people like them have any temper in the face of gods? The 3 generals of the old Blood Demon clan pay homage to Master Long Yu, and pay homage to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Under Hongwan's instruction, an old man came out. It was the 3rd General who had been assisting Hongwan. He first respectfully paid a respectful visit to Long Yu and Hong Ying, and then said bluntly, "Two adults, although you are strong men in the godlike realm, but there are some things that I still have to say. Since ancient times, the Blood Demon clan's royal family has pure blood and rarely intermarry with other demon clans, let alone the human clan. It's not that our clan looks down on the human clan. In fact, although the human clan and the Blood Demon clan are similar, they are not mutually exclusive. It's difficult to combine to produce offspring. And it is difficult for a strong godlike person to give birth to an heir. If a godlike person from different races combines with a godlike person, the possibility of giving birth to an heir is almost zero. Therefore, I boldly ask Her Highness the Princess to give birth to an heir for the Blood Demon clan. For the sake of your bloodline and the future of the Blood Demon clan, make some other plans." The 3rd General spoke eloquently, and it sounded like he had good intentions, and there was indeed nothing wrong with his words. However, he didn't dare to say that he would ask Hong Ying to find some young talents from the Blood Demon clan. After all, now that Shen Long Yu was present, wouldn't saying such a thing be the biggest offense to Long Yu? He could only tell Hong Ying about the matter. As for whether Hong Ying listened or not, it was beyond his control. Even when the 3 generals said these words, they had already put their own lives and deaths aside, and were ready to be killed by Shen Longjiu or Hong Ying in anger. However, Long Yu and Hong Ying would certainly not be so domineering. Hong Ying nodded. "What the 3 generals said is true, but I have thousands of elite Blood Demon clan descendants. If you want to pass on your heirs, you may not need me as a female. As far as I know, Brother Shuelua is also possible." Stepping into the godlike realm, Long Yu smiled, and continued Hong Ying's words, "From today on, the human race and the demon race will usher in an era that is more prosperous than ever before. Godlike strong men will emerge in an endless stream, and the cultivation resources they bring will also be able to cultivate more and more godlike creatures will emerge. The Blood Demon clan may not have this opportunity. Since Hongying and I are in love, her people are my people. Even if we can't have children, I will not leave the Blood Demon clan alone. I have already made a decision in this battle to annihilate the Soul clan. A decision has been made. At least 2 of the galaxies within the Soul clan's occupied territory must be allocated to the Blood Demon clan. Long Yu naturally has a say in the distribution of the Soul clan's territory and the galaxy. Most people don't know it, but the gods are very well informed. They all got the news from the god ghosts and crows. That day, the lone Soul King turned out to be Long Yu. Killed by one person. Therefore, fighting for 2 galaxies for the Blood Demon clan is not a big deal at all. The Blood Demon clan, which has 3 galaxies as its territory, will be able to obtain 3 times more training resources than before, and the number of talented descendants it can cultivate will also be 2 to 3 times more than before. This is a great gift from Long Yu to the Blood Demon clan. For ordinary cultivators of the Blood Demon clan, this gift is equivalent to reducing the price of all cultivation resources in the Blood Demon clan by 2/3, making it easier for them to improve their cultivation. For a race, what is a more important resource than territory? What's more, Long Yu sent more than 2 galaxies this time. He stretched out his hand in the main hall, and 3 small world remnants that could not be seen with the naked eye appeared in his hands. One of them was the small world remnants of the Tiangu Soul King. The remains of the Tiangu Soul King's small world are definitely extremely rare treasures for any human race or monster race. Even for the gods of the human race and the demon race, there is a high possibility that they can find some useful things, and even increase their combat effectiveness by a large margin. However, for Long Yu, it is not special. Important. Long Yu has no shortage of training resources. The things that Tiangu Soul King may have in the wreckage of his small world will not give him much improvement. The most important thing for him now is time, and he needs to spend a certain amount of time to try to understand the divine power of Jin Yin. On this day, the small world wreckage of the lone Soul King, plus the small world wreckage of the other 2 soul-like gods, Long Yu gave it to the Blood Demon clan after thinking about it. Anyway, Hongying is his woman, and Hongying belongs to the Blood Demon clan, so it will do no harm to him if the Blood Demon clan becomes stronger, and it can also become a force for him in the future. Compared with the current Void Galaxy, the overall strength of the entire Blood Demon clan is still much greater than that of the Void Galaxy. After all, there are more than 10 Dominator Legions in it, not counting those Dominator Secret Realm beings who have not joined the Legion. When Long Yu took out the remains of the small worlds of the 3 gods of the Soul clan, almost no one in the main hall of the Blood Demon clan dared to speak. These 3 remnants of the small worlds were the remnants of the small worlds of the powerful godlike people. Ah! Godlike powerhouses are still relatively far away for the Blood Demon clan. If any alien gods come to attack the Blood Demon galaxy, they will have almost no resistance. Of course, this is talking about the red warbler stepping on the river. Before becoming a god, a powerful godlike person seems to be a superior god in front of ordinary practitioners. Although he is only a godlike person, he is not much different from a god among the human race and monster race. Now the wreckage of the small world of 3 powerful soul race gods appeared in front of him. How could they not be surprised? Even Hong Huang stood up from the throne in shock, with an unconcealed look of surprise in his eyes. Among the 3 small world remnants of the soul race gods, one of them was the remnant of the small world of Tiangu Soul King. This should have been won jointly by many humans and demon gods, right? Why was it left to Long Yu alone to handle? And Long Yu didn't care at all and gave them to the Blood Demon clan. Moreover, this boy from the human race actually said that after the annihilation of the soul race, he promised them the scope of 2 galaxies to the Blood Demon race. Even if this boy becomes a god, he is just a new god. How can he be like this? A big voice? After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan knew that there must be something extraordinary about Long Yu, that's why he was like this. Xuanhuan didn't know what it was specifically. After all, he hadn't reached that level, so it would be difficult for him to guess it. Moreover, if Long Yu killed the Tiangu Soul King alone, Xuanhuan probably wouldn't be able to tell it. Believe. In any case, Xuanhuan now admits that Long Yu surpasses any young talent in his blood demon clan. Since he is given so many great gifts, it would be outrageous for the blood demon clan to make things difficult for him. Besides, he is already a godlike person. Even if the blood demon clan makes things difficult for him, there is nothing they can do to him. Instead of making trouble with Long Yu, might as well just expose it. After coming out of the Blood Demon clan, Long Yu and Hong Ying prepared to go to the Soul clan territory to help fight together. By the way, Long Yu also wanted to go to the Liquor clan to find the winemakers of the Liquor clan and ask them to give out more divine wine. But at this time, they got a piece of news, that is, the Void Galaxy was unexpectedly attacked. Arrived to attack. The attack did not come from the Soul tribe, but from the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silverstone tribe. These two races united and once again dispatched several gods, trying to break through the spirit barrier of the Void Galaxy. The specific motive is not very clear, but it seems that the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silverstone tribe have a clear goal this time, which is to break the spirit barrier. Now Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Gu have all left the Void Galaxy, and only concubine Yu, Jitao, and Yi Ziwei are left guarding them. For a moment, they were blocked in the spirit barrier and could not get out, because of the strength of the other party's dispatch. It's just too strong. There is one godlike expert on both sides with 20 times the power density alone. The gods with 20 times the power density are considered to be at the peak of the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silverstone tribe. Why would they come out to deal with us, a small force in the Void Galaxy? After Long Yu got the news, he was very confused. He immediately thought about it and realized that it was probably the Sword Clan, Six-Wing Clan, and Mechanical Clan that were behind this. Although the three major races had not gotten over it so quickly, it was still possible to convey the news. If the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan were to attack the human race, they would definitely pass through the territories of the Xuanhuan Clan and the Silverstone Clan. The Void Galaxy can also be said to be the outpost battle between the human race and the demon race. No matter what, let's go back first. Let's go. After Long Yu finished speaking to Hong Ying, he decided that it would be better to find the Holy Emperor and Yu Gu first and go to the Void Galaxy together. Until now, the existence of the Void Galaxy has been unknown to ordinary humans and monsters. Only the godlike experts of the humans and monsters vaguely know that Long Yu and Yu Fei are in the Void, far away from the territory of the humans and monsters. Among them, a force of their own was established. There is basically no suspense in the Soul Clan annihilation battle here, and there is no need for Long Yu to participate immediately. However, the Void Galaxy is attacked. This is something that must be resolved first. It is very likely that the Xuanhuan Clan and the Silverstone Clan will attack like this. Void Galaxy wants to get the spacetime coordinates inside Void Galaxy. In that case, the strong man of the three major races of the Sword Clan can be teleported directly, which would be more convenient. When the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silverstone tribe launched such a large-scale offensive, something must have happened. The most likely ones were the movements of the Sword tribe, the Six-Wing tribe, and the Mechanical tribe. Calculating according to time, the other side should have almost the news was sent here, and I was ready to come. Be prepared to face the three major races of the Sword Clan. Long Yu reminded Hong Ying. Although the existence of the three major races has not appeared for the time being, it is very likely that the opponent will appear in the middle of the fight. It is very likely that the opponent is waiting for news in the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe or the Silverstone tribe. Let the Silverstone first people from the clan and the Xuanhuan clan are coming to explore the way, so it's better to be prepared in advance if anything happens. Such a move is relatively reasonable. Therefore, Long Yu must also make preparations in advance. As long as there are gods with power density less than 30 times, they are no match for me now. However, among the 3 major races of the Sword Clan, there are strong men with power density 80 times. Although such beings cannot leave their territory, come out to attack the Void Galaxy, but it shouldn't be a problem to dispatch some with 40 or 50 times the power density. Long Yu thought to himself, knowing that the situation was more urgent now. Therefore, when Hong Ying went to find the Holy Emperor and Yu Ge and notified them to go back together, Long Yu activated the 9 nether ball in an open place in the Blood Demon Galaxy and dragged himself into a time flow that was 10 times faster. In the slowing down area, he started practicing. From now on, he must be in a state of cultivation all the time. He stepped into the 3rd core space of the 9 nether prison monument, and then continued to comprehend the ancient god's forbidden technique of 4 phases killing prison at 10 times the speed. He had already achieved some success in the 4-phase killing prison before, but after the fierce battle with Tiangu Soul King, he used the 4-phase killing prison many times. The improvement brought about by this kind of life and death fight was the result of daily meditation. Unachievable no matter what. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Yu immersed himself in the 3rd layer of the 9 nether prison monument, comprehending the 4 powers of death, Shura, Hell and Underworld, and constantly absorbed them into his body, using the ancient trick of killing the prison with 4 phases. The divine forbidden technique, combined with the perception and understanding from the previous battle with Tiangu Soul King, quickly improved. Long Yu was in the time flow slowdown area of the 9 nether ball, and time was 10 times slower than the outside world. He has been practicing for 10 years, and only 1 year has passed outside. This is his biggest means to improve himself in a short period of time and deal with various crises in reality. What is a bit puzzling is that even if he swallowed the 3-headed souls of Tiangu Soul King and others, God, the time flow rate of the 9 nether ball is still only 10 times slower. To achieve a breakthrough, Long Yu didn't know what conditions were needed, but if it didn't even work to swallow the Sky Soul King, breaking through the 10-fold limit shouldn't be achieved through swallowing. Long Yu doesn't know exactly what it is, but he doesn't have much time to study it in a short time. Hong Ying went to find Yu Ge and the Holy Emperor. It would take several hours anyway. After all, the Holy Emperor and Yu Ge were now fighting against the Ice God clan and the Earth God clan on the battlefield of the Soul Clan territory. In these few hours, the spirit barrier of Void Galaxy can completely hold up, so Long Yu doesn't need to worry too much for the time being. Therefore, all he needs to do now is to prepare for the future. To face the strong men from the Sword Clan, Six-Wing Clan or Machine Clan who may appear, 30 times the strength density should be the minimum, and it may even appear guys with 40 times the strength density came to deal with him. After all, in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, the Golden Six-Wing tribe already knew that he was a human being, and also knew that he had obtained the Golden Flame Divine Power. If many clues were connected, the Six-Wing tribe would definitely come to him. A few hours is not a long time. But for Long Yu, he was able to practice in the area where the flow of time slowed down for at least 3 days. After all, he had 3 times more time than others. In the battle with Tiangu Soul King, Long Yu has initially mastered 10 times the power density. He is basically familiar with the power at the level of godlike realm. The 4-phase forbidden ancient god-killing technique used in the prison, with the increase in power density, the power is not even a little bit greater than before. The 3 days in the area affected by the 9 nether ball passed by in a flash. When Hong Ying came with the Holy Emperor and Yu Ge, preparing to return to the Void Galaxy with Long Yu just walked out of the core space of the 9 nether prison monument. After 3 days of studying the forbidden art of the ancient gods, I finally reached the state of great success. Having comprehended the forbidden art of the ancient gods in the Desheng realm, the 4-phase killing prison, the power is now at least twice as powerful as before, further enhancing Long Yu's strongest lethality, and there are also the most important change. That is the four-phase killing prison of the Desheng realm, and the speed of condensation has been doubled compared to before. If it was said that it took 2 or 3 breaths to prepare for the four-phase killing prison in the past, now Long Yu only needs to raise his hand to activate the four-phase killing prison, condensing the power of the 4 killings and completely trapping the opponent into death. In the area. At this time, Feng Yin brought the Holy Emperor and Yuga over, and opened a space-time tunnel based on the space-time coordinates of the Void Galaxy left behind. After Feng Yin entered the realm of gods, she was able to collect the space-time coordinates of the Void Galaxy in the Void Galaxy. After leaving, she was able to join forces with other gods to open the space-time tunnel and go back directly. At this stage, among the many powerful gods in the realm of gods in the Void Galaxy, only Jitao, who occupies the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, has the ability to open long-distance space-time tunnels alone. The other gods are all new gods. If you want to open the space-time corridor, you can only work together. At this moment, Long Yu didn't do anything. With the strength of the 3 women, they had joined hands to open a space-time tunnel, leading directly to the Void Galaxy. Then Long Yu constructed a hidden magic circle outside the space-time tunnel. In this way, those blood demon cultivators in the Blood Demon Galaxy will not see the space-time tunnel and then go to the Void Galaxy. After all, the existence of the Void Galaxy is still a big secret to ordinary demon cultivators. With the strength of Long Yu, although he is not very proficient in magic circles, he is a strong man in the godlike realm after all. The hidden magic circle is constructed with 10 times the power density. Unless the opponent is also a godlike person, it is absolutely impossible to discover this. Time and space tunnel. Basically, there will be no godlike creatures in the Blood Demon Galaxy. On the one hand, the number of godlike creatures is already very few. On the other hand, most of the powerful godlike creatures from the human and demon races are now fighting against the alien races. To be on the safe side, Long Yu also left a demon dust clone in the spacetime tunnel. If any other existence enters the spacetime tunnel, the demon dust clone will be able to discover it immediately and tell Long Yu to prepare for it. When the spacetime tunnel disappears in 3 days, the demon dust clone will naturally follow suit. It turns to ashes. Through the time and space tunnel, the 4 finally return to the scope of the Void Galaxy again. Long Yu, Feng Yin, and Yuga left here not long ago, but this is the first time the Holy Emperor has come here. As a genius who also came out of the 9 Nether realm, the relationship between the Holy Emperor and everyone is naturally very close. Not bad. When the 4 of them returned to the Void Galaxy, they immediately felt an extremely tense atmosphere, which made their minds tense. The entire area of the Void Galaxy is connected to the surrounding Divine Barrier. When the Divine Barrier is attacked, anyone in the entire Void Galaxy can detect changes. At this moment, Long Yu felt that the surrounding space seemed to be shaking continuously. It was obvious that the Divine Barrier was under a powerful attack. This offensive comes from the godlike warriors from the Shinshui tribe and the Silverstone tribe. How's the situation? As soon as Long Yu appeared, he took the 3 daughters of the Holy Emperor with him and teleported together to a place close to the spirit barrier. In this place, the 3 godlike experts, Concubine Yu, Yiziwei, and Jitao, are present. At the same time, other warriors from the entire Void Galaxy, including Chihua Manshin and others who came out of the 9 Nether realm, are all gathered here. When the Void Galaxy was attacked, all of them shared the same hatred and no one wanted to escape. The Void Galaxy could be said to be their home for them and would not be controlled by any other force. It gave them a lot of freedom. At this moment, everyone is looking forward to Long Yu's return, and then kills the opponent, or at least repels the opponent. But they are also very confused at the same time, because even if Long Yu returns, they probably won't be able to face such a powerful alien god, right? Those two alien gods are both existences, with more than 20 times the power density. Even if Long Yu returns, it is not that easy to kill him. Of course, everyone in the Void Galaxy still doesn't know that Long Yu has entered the godlike realm, let alone that he has killed the Tiangu Soul King of the Soul Clan. After all, the news of the human race and the monster clan wants to be conveyed to the Void. Xinghe is still relatively slow. So when everyone in the Void Galaxy saw Long Yu appearing with 3 girls, and all 4 of them were in the godlike realm, their eyes widened. Brother Long has actually surpassed the level of God. I knew it wouldn't take long for him to break through. Sure enough, it would be much easier to deal with those guys. However, if you want to kill those 2 alien gods, Brother Long alone may not be enough. You must have other people assisting you. Everyone was surprised, and then began to speculate and think. Everyone knew the strength of Long Yu. They knew that since Long Yu had stepped into the realm of gods, the wave of alien attacks in front of them should be able to be repelled, but they didn't know Long Yu's strength. The specific combat effectiveness of the Imperial Guard is unknown, so we cannot make too optimistic guesses. The Xinshui tribe and the Silver Stone tribe attacked together. There were 6 godlike warriors in total. 2 of them were powerful beings with 22 times the power density. There were also 4 godlike beings, with 15 or 16 times the power density. It's extremely difficult to deal with. Concubine Yu turned around and saw the 3 girls brought back by Long Yu, and her eyes suddenly lit up. The most important thing is that Long Yu has also stepped into the realm of gods, so the situation will be much better. Even without Dragon Yu, the number of gods in their Void Galaxy has now reached 6. Which is the same as their opponent. What's more, they now have Dragon Yu in Void Galaxy. It seems that they have been huddled in Void Galaxy for a whole day, and then finally you can now face off against the opponent. Besides a god? Long Yu continued to ask. There are still a total of 12 Dominator Legions, and there is no big Dominator Legion. However, this part of the alien race should not be the main fighting force. They are just scattered around the entire Void Galaxy, surrounding our Void Galaxy. Yiziwei floated over and said with some worry, even if we repel those alien gods, I'm afraid we won't be able to annihilate all these alien Master Legions. Some news about our Void Galaxy will probably be known to the other party. It doesn't matter, the Silver Stone tribe and the Xinshui tribe are nothing to worry about. What I'm afraid of are the possible existence of the 3 major races of godlike gods. Anyway, let's kill all the godlike gods from the Xinshui tribe and the Silver Stone tribe first. Bar. Long Yu said something, and then prepared to attack. He had been waiting for a long time. If he waited any longer, the spirit barrier might be completely defeated by the opponent. In that case, the entire Void Galaxy would be completely undefended, just like a little lamb that has lost its disguise among wolves. Kill them all? Hearing what Long Yu said, Concubine Yu, Yiziwei, and Jitao were all a little surprised. How could Long Yu be so confident that he could kill all the 6-headed gods? You know, there are 2 humanoids who are aliens with more than 20 times the power density. Even if their power density is weakened by half of the Xian brand mark, they are still stronger than them. Even if they can't defeat them and want to escape, it shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Does Long Yu have any surefire way to completely kill the opponent? Thinking of this, Concubine Yu and others are very excited and looking forward to it. They have been working with Long Yu for more than a day or 2, especially Concubine Yu. In the Eclipse Ancient Territory, they knew that Long Yu's combat power was far superior to ordinary practitioners. It will definitely be the same after becoming a god. If it's Long Yu, it's not impossible to kill all 6 alien gods, right? Concubine Yu didn't know how strong Long Yu was, but she had strong confidence in Long Yu. Now, Concubine Yu was very happy to have carved the 9 nether dragon seal for Long Yu and then let Long Yu improve all the way. Come up. Back then, she just followed a consciousness that appeared in her mind, and then the consciousness expanded, making her notice Long Yu. Thinking about it now, the consciousness that appeared in her mind was a bit weird, as if she knew something. However, Concubine Yu never received that consciousness again after that. She even felt that the consciousness appeared in her. The mind is just your subconscious mind. Of course, when Concubine Yu stepped into the godlike world, she felt that the mysterious consciousness that reminded her at the beginning seemed to transcend the existence of the godlike creature. The mystery of that kind of breath and words was definitely not something ordinary practitioners could exude. It cannot be owned by Concubine Yu herself. At this point, Concubine Yu knew that Long Yu was definitely not an ordinary person. He had some characteristics that outsiders were completely unaware of. So now, after she heard Long Yu's plan, she first said out loud, "Then let's act together, Long Yu. How about you deal with one of the gods of the water tribe with 22 times the power density? I will solve them as soon as possible. For the other 5-headed gods, I will let the demon dust clones assist you in fighting. After I solve the gods of the Xinshui tribe, I will help you kill the others." Long Yu nodded. He already had a battle plan in mind. With a power density of 22 times, the powerful gods of the Shui tribe and the Silver Stone tribe are probably not as powerful as the previous Tiangu Soul King, and because these two aliens have specific forms, they are better than the Tiangu Soul King. Too much to deal with. Of course, Long Yu couldn't be careless, so he decided to let others hold down the other 5 alien gods first, while he himself dealt with the aquatic god among them as quickly as possible. As long as his action is successful, there will be no suspense in the entire battle. The other 6 people are Yu Fei, Yi Ziwei, Zhidao, Hong Ying, Yu Ge, and Xingdi. The 6 people are all about the same strength. Among them Yu Fei is slightly stronger. Hong Ying and Yu Ge are also slightly stronger because they hold modified godlike source products, so the subsequent distribution is also very simple. The main one is the other Silverstone god, with 22 times the power density. That guy needs 2 of them to suppress it. As for the remaining 4 gods, one person can hold down one. For everyone, it's not a lot of pressure. The most important thing is that Long Yu will also use the magic dust clone to support. Those gods attacked by the magic dust clone will be affected by the Xianluo mark, and their power density will be reduced by at least half, and will be reduced by up to 10 times. Under such circumstances, even if the girls cannot kill each other easily, it is impossible for the other party to escape from the control of the girls. Our speed must be fast, because I feel that there is something else hidden behind the opponent's offensive this time. We cannot be careless at all. Even if all the opponents are wiped out by then, no one is allowed to take it lightly, because there may be other dangers coming at any time. After Long Yu said to everyone, he finally took 6 gods and rushed out of the spirit barrier. The spirit barrier is a protective barrier for the Void Galaxy. If outsiders want to enter the Void Galaxy, they must break through the spirit barrier. Even alien gods with 20 times the power density want to break through this barrier. It takes at least several days to create even a small corner of the spirit barrier. For Long Yu and the others, it is very simple to pass through this layer of divine barrier, because they all hold the miraculous fragments in their hands. Under the effect of the miracle fragments, Long Yu led 6 gods and easily passed through the divine barrier, and then felt the alien gods who were attacking the divine barrier with all their strength. On each side, kill. After Long Yu came out of the spirit barrier, he immediately locked onto the most conspicuous gray god, the aquatic god, without any hesitation. The gray god of the water tribe is in existence with 22 times the power density. Its body is like a puddle of gray stagnant water, and its whole body is filled with the breath of death. It uses the 3 attributes of shadow, life and ice. The divine power alternately attacks the divine barrier. These alien gods have been attacking the spirit barrier for more than a day, but their power is still very abundant. After all, for the gods, there is no such thing as consuming power. Of course, if the power output lasts for a long time, it will cause damage to the small world for the gods, such as Long Yu opening the Baji bloodline, but generally speaking, such a situation will not occur. Just hold on, I'll help you after I kill that guy. As Long Yu spoke, he released 6 demonic dust clones. Each of these 6 demonic dust clones followed the other 6 women and followed them to deal with the other 5-headed gods. Among them, Hong Ying and Yuga joined forces and cooperated with the 2 Long Yu's demon dust clones to attack another giant silver stone godlike strongman. They were extremely fast and swept the opponent away in an instant. Entered into a burst of space turbulence. The 2 girls, Hong Ying and Yuga, used the godlike source product as quickly as possible, and forced the Silverstone godlike strongman with 22 times the power density to stay away from the central battle area. At the same time, Long Yu's 2 demon dust clones also used the boundless grip at the fastest speed to attack the Silverstone god. The effect of the Shannon pattern weakened the power density of the Silverstone god. Come down. However, due to the long distance between them and Long Yu, the power of the 2 demon dust clones is not very complete. It only weakens the opponent's power density 8 times, but even so, it is enough to greatly reduce its strength. Hong Ying and Yu Gu, the 2 women, should have no problem dealing with each other. In other directions, the Holy Emperor, Concubine Yu, Yi Ziwei, and Ji Dao each cooperated with a demon dust clone, and then dealt with 4 other alien gods. The battle was fierce for a while, and terrifying power fluctuations came from all directions. Spreading around. The battle between the gods broke out, causing some members of the nearby alien domination army to retreat into the distance. Once they are involved in a battle at the godlike level, there is only a dead end waiting for them, and there is no way to survive, so they watched the god-like strong men rush out from the void galaxy, and immediately moved towards the distance withdrew. They don't think they will lose, because according to previous intelligence, the several gods within the force where void galaxy is located are all new gods, and there are no relatively powerful existences. Under such circumstances, how could they lose to this weak void galaxy force? Therefore, the members of these foreign master legions retreated towards the rear, staying in relatively distant places to watch the battle. Battles between gods were extremely rare. Perhaps they could learn something from the battle. Their cultivation and strength have some key impacts. At this time, the gods on the battlefield finally began to display their own tyrannical methods. Among them, Long Yu and the Grey God of the Water Tribe in the center of the battlefield are the most important. From the very beginning, Long Yu had been planning to annihilate the opponent in one fell swoop. Once the time dragged on for a long time, it would be extremely detrimental to the overall battle situation, and might even lead to the death of the godlike people in the Void Galaxy. This was not a situation that Long Yu wanted to see, so Long Yu didn't hold back when he rushed towards the Grey God of the Aquatic Tribe. With his magical power, the hand of Jiuyo burst out. Under a burst of terrifying cold breath, the shadow of a pitch-black dragon suddenly emerged from the void, condensing a pitch-black ball of 9 netherworlds, and then shot out countless pitch-black beams from the 9 netherworld balls, surrounding and shrouding the Grey God, the Water Tribe God. The feeling of being out of time suddenly fell upon the powerful Grey God of the Water Tribe. Originally, this God of Water Tribe didn't pay much attention to Long Yu. After all, he seemed to be just a new god with 10 times the power density. However, when the 9 nether ball took action, it already sensed something was wrong. Yes, this actually contains the power of time. This is a power that even it cannot control. Even the 3 major races of the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan do not have the power to control time so smoothly as gods. However, it was too late for the Shinshui tribe to react, and the feeling of time chaos completely enveloped it. After deification, the magical power of the nine nether ball pulled the grey god of the water tribe into a time-disordered space, and then made it completely unable to extricate itself. At the same time, its power density was also weakened 10 times, leaving only 12 times lower. At this level, there is not much advantage compared to Long Yu. 4 phases of killing prison, kill. Long Yu did not hesitate, and activated the 4-phase killing move, instantly covering the grey divine water tribe that was pulled into the time-disordered space. The power of 4 completely different kinds of sacred divine texts continued to erode the divine inside the body of the aquarium. Since the opponent is a life form with a physical body, the 4-phase killing prison can be corroded more easily and cause greater damage to the opponent. At this moment, the opponent's huge grey wave body immediately dispersed and turned into countless small grey water droplets, scattering in all directions. It seemed that he wanted to transform into other small water droplets and escape. It's a pity that how could Long Yu make it happen? The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. With the magical power of deification, the 9 nether balls continuously shot out countless jet-black beams, shrouding the entire place. The effect of slowing down the flow of time 10 times covered the entire center of the battlefield. Long Yu himself was not affected, but other than him everything outside seemed to move 10 times slower in his eyes. Under such circumstances, even if the grey god of the water tribe turned into billions of small water droplets and tried to fly away, it would be impossible for him to escape from under Long Yu's nose. The void dragon blade fell from Long Yu's arms. Fly out, and then the power of the water element is constantly gathering in the field. Burial in the void, explosion. Countless whirlpools of water-type primordial power exploded from the field, sucking in countless small water droplets and then completely annihilating them. If it is a grey god, water tribe god under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to be affected by the burial in the void, but if it wants to escape from the 4-phase killing prison, it will split into billions of small water droplets, so that every small water droplet his defense was not worth mentioning. He was easily involved in the void burial, and then completely exploded, becoming history in the void. Under the offensive of the nether dragon blade of the void, none of the countless small water droplets could escape, and they were all wiped out by the void burial. As for the remains of the small world of the Xinshui tribe, they survived and were scattered in the void. It was taken away directly by Long Yu. Awakening, 4th level. There was a bright light in Long Yu's eyes. After the explosion just now, he finally awakened the void nether dragon blade to the 4th level. The awakening skill born from this was passive, allowing the void nether dragon blade to the water system's Taichu power increased its density 10 times. This surprised Long Yu. So, because I have already entered the realm of a god, awakening the void dragon blade may increase its power density to the level of a new god. Long Yu thought to himself, very excited, this would give him another killer move. After the power density of the void ghost dragon blade is increased to 10 times, even the void burial can cause damage to the strong gods, and if it deals with the legions that dominate the secret realm, it can be completely crushed at once. If Long Yu now wants to deal with those foreign master legions, he doesn't need to use the dark flame ghost rope at all. He can just be buried in the void, or even use his own deified magical powers such as 9 nether dragon breath. In almost a short period of time, Long Yu killed the grey god of the water tribe. Although the main method of killing the enemy is the ancient god's forbidden technique and the 4-phase killing prison, in fact, without the 9 nether ball, the 4-phase killing prison would not be able to kill the opponent at all, and would even be easily avoided by the opponent. To say that the most powerful of Long Yu's current methods is undoubtedly the deified magical power of the 9 nether balls. This is a control method that has no suspense. It can drag the opponent into the turbulence of the time gap, at least making the opponent unable to use any power within 3 breaths. This method cannot be defended by any god. Even if the power density reaches 60, 70, or even 10 times. Only those who reach 100 times the power density and truly understand the true meaning of power in the world can resist Long Yu's move. Long Yu now used his two strongest methods one after another, without giving the opponent any chance at all. He just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to catch the opponent in one fell swoop and prevent the other gods present from having a chance to escape. Not even one. The news about the Void Galaxy has been leaked, but whenever the gods come over, Long Yu will kill them, letting them know that the Void Galaxy is definitely not a place where aliens like them can come or leave whenever they want. When Long Yu used shocking means to directly kill the powerful grey godlike water tribe god, this scene shocked everyone present. Even the Holy Emperor, Hong Ying, and Yu Ge, who had been prepared for a long time, were a little unbelievable at this moment. This grey god of the water tribe is not much different from the Tian king. Although Tian Wang activated the ancient god's brain, but how could Long Yu kill this god of the water tribe so easily? As for concubine Yu, Yi Ziwei, and Ji Tao, who were still unaware of Long Yu's combat capabilities, the three women had no idea that Long Yu could kill their opponents in an instant. Originally, they were all ready for a protracted battle, but they didn't expect that Long Yu didn't give them much chance to fight. When the water tribe god among them was killed, the outcome of the entire battle was already obvious. Almost at the same time that the god of the water tribe was killed, the god of the Silverstone tribe with 22 times the power density noticed something was wrong and immediately wanted to turn around and run away, with extremely fierce space gods exploding all over his body. The power of Wen enveloped its entire giant body. At this time, Hong Ying and Yu Ge cooperated with the two demon dust clones, and they could only fight it for 3 breaths, but it had already seen the miserable state of the god of the Shinshui tribe and planned to escape without hesitation. This Silverstone tribe god knows very well that the water tribe god that came with it to attack the Void Galaxy is not much different from it in strength. Now even that water tribe god has been killed with one hit. If it doesn't leave, it will be the next one to die. So it turned around and ran away without any hesitation, and the space divine power penetrated instantly, seeming to take him away from this space. This time, a temporary space-time tunnel appeared directly. It could only exist for a few breaths, but it could be transported to an extremely distant place within these few breaths. If Long Yu catches up, it will be just right, and he can catch all the turtles in Long Yu's jar. If he doesn't chase him, he can escape smoothly, save his life, and get the news about Long Yu, and he should be able to get some precious rewards. It's a pity that this Silverstone human god is still too naive. Demon Dust Clone, stop it. As soon as Long Yu thought, the two Demon Dust clones each used their own methods. A 9 nether ball condensed in front of one of the Demon Dust clones. Although it was not a deified magical power, it could still create an area where the flow of time slowed down. It enveloped the Silverstone clan god. Long Yu showed that although Mo Chen's clone could use most of the methods that his main body could use, only the deified 9 nether ball's magical power could not be used. Even these Demon Dust clones, and other deified magical powers such as Joyo's Hand, Joyo Dragon Breath, etc., can be used. However, when these Demon Dust clones are far away from Long Yu's body, the various kinds of magical powers that can be displayed will not be able to be used. The power of the means will be reduced. In addition, Long Yu vaguely felt that although after entering the godlike realm, performing any method does not require consuming the body's strength, if some methods are used too many times in a short period of time, the space inside the small world will be damaged. Especially for Mo Chen's clone, this move is particularly obvious. Every time Mo Chen's clone uses deified magical powers, or relatively powerful methods such as the 9 nether ball and the 4-phase killing prison, there is always something in Long Yu's small world. A shaky feeling. If it reaches a critical point, his small world will still be damaged, just like the situation after opening the Baji bloodline, and once the small world is damaged in this way, the damage caused in the small world will be greater than that of the Baji bloodline. It is more serious when the blood vessels are fully opened, and more creations are needed to repair it. If Long Yu hadn't obtained so many creations from the Eclipse ancient domain, he would definitely not have adopted such a fighting method, but it doesn't matter, even if the small world suffered some serious damage, he could quickly absorb the creations. The strength is restored. The two demon dust clones used their own methods to trap the Silverstone god who wanted to escape in the time flow slowing area, and then the four-phase killing prison started brazenly. In the blink of an eye, Long Yu's body teleported over through the void, and with a raise of his hand, he directly activated the 9 nether ball of divine power. That godlike expert from the Silverstone tribe with 22 times the power density is definitely not weak in his own strength. He was even able to defeat Red Inui Uega and 2 demon dust clones with 1 against 4, and was even faintly suppressed. Lived them. But now facing Long Yu's deified magical power, the 9 nether ball has no ability to resist at all and is dragged into the gap of the turbulent flow of time. Originally, even the temporary time and space tunnel had been summoned, but it was intercepted by Long Yu at the entrance of the time and space tunnel, and then the 4-phase killing prison crashed down, and the 4 terrifying powers of death eroded into the body of the Silverstone clan god. However, unlike that Shinshui tribe, this Silverstone tribe's physical strength is much stronger. Dragon Yu's 4-phase killing prison alone cannot even kill it completely within 3 breaths. Even though the 4-phase killing prison has been completed, the body of this Silverstone tribe contains some kind of resistance to all divine power, which makes the 4-phase killing prison weakened at least after it erodes into its body. More than half. It can be seen that this Silverstone clan god is definitely not weak, and is even very strong. If any other god from the human race or demon clan were to confront it, the effort required to kill it would be too great. Long Yu's 4-phase killing prison is a forbidden technique of the ancient gods. This method is unparalleled even in the Eclipse ancient domain. Not everyone can learn it, but despite this, if you want to, it is still extremely difficult to kill the Silverstone god. After 3 breaths, this Silverstone tribe god struggled to escape from the turbulence of the time gap and rushed towards the space-time corridor crazily. Even the area where the flow of time slowed down had some distortions of space due to the collision of its terrifying power. Unfortunately, the power of time cannot be controlled. For the gods of the Silverstone tribe, no other power can break through, no matter how strong it is. Areas where the flow of time slows down. Burial in the void, enter. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the nether dragon blade of the void struck instantly. The power of the water system's primordial power exploded at the entrance of the space-time tunnel, forming a vortex of the water system's primordial power, and involved the Silverstone god in it. The power density of burial in the void has also reached 10 times, while the power density of the Silverstone tribe god is only 12 times under the influence of the Xianluo pattern. Therefore, compared with the two sides, the difference is basically the same. Big. Under the dual influence of the void burial and the 4-phase killing prison power, no matter how tyrannical the body of the Silverstone godlike creature was, it would eventually begin to decay and be destroyed. Cracks appeared on the silver smooth surface of the Silverstone tribe, and then the dark power of death emerged from it again, surrounding it and eroding it repeatedly. At the entrance to the temporary spacetime tunnel, the giant Silverstone godlike body was completely disintegrated by 2 methods alternately. This scene made other alien gods even more frightened. The 2 strongest gods are already dead. If the remaining 4 of them continue to resist, wouldn't they be sending food to each other? Almost at the same time, the 4-headed gods began to fly away in different directions. The 2 silver-headed gods and the 2 water-headed gods all made the same choice. Faced with a powerful existence that they could not compete with at all. At that time, their fighting spirit completely disappeared. Rather than die in vain, it is better to try and see if you can escape. After all, no matter how powerful Long Yu is, there is only one person. But it's a pity that although Long Yu is only one person, he has a demon dust clone. The demon dust clones that were originally following Concubine Yu and the others quickly activated the magical power of the 9 nether balls, and the time flow slowing area instantly spread around, covering all 4 alien gods. The escape movements of these 4 alien gods were 10 times slower than before, and the space in the field had long been blocked by everyone. The Holy Emperor's holy light blockade and other magical powers made it impossible for these alien gods to use it. What space divine text can be used for teleportation? Under such circumstances, the effect of the 9 nether ball is almost maximized. The power of time cannot be stopped. The next moment, the King of Instant Kills appeared next to the 4 alien gods one after another, killing the 4 alien gods one after another. To deal with these weaker and frightened alien gods, Long Yu basically only had to kill them. It only takes one move to kill easily. However, he still used 2 tricks to deal with each alien god, which was the 4-phase killing prison combined with the burial in the void, in order to ensure that the opponent was killed without leaving any future troubles. The rapid offensive of the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silver Stone tribe was shattered in an instant after Long Yu took action. Even if they used all their strength to resist, the 2 godlike warriors from the Xuanhuan tribe and the Silverstone tribe, who had more than 20 times the power density, could not escape from the hands of the Dragon Master. The power of the deified 9 nether ball's magical power was too strong. It is not something that ordinary cultivators can resist, not even gods. After all the alien gods in the scene were killed, Long Yu did not choose to pursue the victory. There are still many members of the alien master army surrounding the Void Galaxy, and at this moment, with the death of the alien gods, they have chosen to turn around and flee. Long Yu did not want to kill all the aliens who dominated the secret realm, because it was too difficult and the opponents were scattered too widely. They were all outside the Void Galaxy, so there was no need to deal with them carefully. What's more, what Long Yu is most worried about now is the powerful gods of the 3 races, the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan. If everyone in the Void Galaxy disperses to clean up the alien races that dominate the secret realm, what if they encounter some powerful existence? A sniper attack would be very dangerous. To be on the safe side, after Long Yu used the 9 nether ball to devour the corpses of the 6 alien gods, he took everyone back to the Void Galaxy. The alien gods are dead, and the alien master legions are scattered. They dare not continue to launch an offensive against the Void Galaxy. Otherwise, there is only a dead end waiting for them. No alien race would be so stupid. The entire Void Galaxy area has finally returned to a peaceful state again, but unfortunately, such tranquility will not last long. After devouring the corpses of 6 alien gods, all of them were still powerful alien gods. The 9 nether ball did not produce any obvious changes. After Long Yu returned to the Void Galaxy, he immediately began to study it. The 9 nether ball is now his strongest method, and it is also the easiest method to deal with those alien godlike experts. However, this method seems to have fallen into a bottleneck now, and can at most achieve the effect of slowing down the flow of time 10 times, and the effect of dragging the opponent into the vortex of time gap has also stagnated and cannot be enhanced. It seems to be enough for the time being, but Long Yu knows that once he encounters a very powerful existence, he may not be able to kill the opponent even if he uses the 9 nether ball. For example, if the god of the Silver Stone tribe just now increases the power density by about 5 times, it will definitely not be so smooth for Long Yu to completely kill the opponent. At least it will take a long time. Finally, the opponent was worn to death. Although the effect of the 9 nether ball is very powerful, the power density of dragon control itself is still limited. Even if the ancient god's forbidden technique has been understood to the level of Deshang, the lethality is still not enough to deal with those terrifyingly strong enemies. And there is a particularly fatal limitation, that is, just after Long Yu used the divine power of the 9 nether balls twice in succession, some space-time cracks appeared in his small world. Although these spacetime cracks were not big, Long Yu has a hunch that once he uses the magical power of the 9 nether balls, which he deified for the third time, these time and space cracks will expand rapidly. This is a very dangerous behavior for him. Once the small world suffers relatively large-scale damage, it will even affect the foundation of his martial arts, and even the fruits of his innate magical powers may be damaged. Even though the deified 9 nether ball has only been used twice, the damage in Long Yu's small world is now like the scene after the 8 extreme blood vessels were fully activated. Time and space cracks have appeared in many places. If you want to repair these spacetime cracks, you must consume at least one first-grade creation of the sky crystal level. If Long Yu uses it 3 times in a row, he may only be able to fully recover by absorbing supergrade creations, and it may even cause some other serious effects. On his way back, Long Yu absorbed a first-grade heavenly crystal-level creation and completely restored all the cracks in the small world. And he now knows that if there is a battle next, it is better not to use the deified 9 nether ball unless it is particularly necessary. Otherwise, the gain will not be worth the loss. How much power can be used to kill the opponent? More strength is enough. Long Yu can only use the deified 9 nether ball as a trump card. But then, there should be a good improvement. Long Yu is still looking forward to the next training. After he returned to the Void Galaxy, he didn't chat with too many people, but immediately took the time to enter the 9 nether prison monument and prepare to practice. When he has improved the ancient god's forbidden technique of the 4 phases of prison killing to Deshang, he will be able to step into the 4th layer of the core space of the 9 nether hell monument to explore deeper things. This 9 nether hell monument is a divine thing, and it has an aura similar to that of the golden stone tablet in the center of the 6th floor of the Eclipse ancient domain. This made Long Yu wonder. Could it be that the 9 nether prison monument was taken from a place similar to the Eclipse ancient domain? It was impossible for Long Yu to figure out the specific situation. In any case, improving his own strength is still the most important thing now. He returned to the core space of the 9 nether prison monument and headed straight towards the 4th layer of space. The first layer of the core space of the 9 nether prison monument previously recorded the seal of the ancient god, the secret martial art of the purifying body, which can enhance the effect and ability of the purifying body to resist mental shock and control methods. The core space of the second layer of the 9 nether hell monument is the seal of the ancient god that records the heart of demon dust, making Long Yu's physical body stronger and reshaping his body faster. Almost as long as the time flow of the 9 nether ball is slowed down, it is almost impossible for the alien gods to completely kill Long Yu, because the opponent is trapped in a state of slowed time flow, and his movements are 10 times slower in Long Yu's eyes. And even if he is shattered to pieces, he can still completely reshape his body in an instant, which is definitely an extremely disgusting method. In the core space on the 3rd floor of the 9 nether prison monument, what is recorded is the forbidden technique of the ancient gods, the 4-phase killing prison. Long Yu finally learned it successfully after entering this core space. What he had previously obtained outside was just Joyo Dragon Emperor recorded the 4 phases of killing prison cultivation jade slips based on the things in this core space. Based on the jade slips alone, it is simply impossible to successfully refine the 4 phases of killing prison. When he reached the 4th floor of the 9 nether prison monument, Long Yu only felt that he had arrived in a dark and eerie ghost realm. In the center of this area, there was a square stone tablet floating in the air, with some forest green floating on it. Of ancient writing. Long Yu was alone, and when he got closer, he discovered that what was recorded on the stone tablet in the ghost domain turned out to be a secret cultivation method. This is a godlike secret method of cultivation. Long Yu took one look and was immediately pleasantly surprised. The secret method of martial arts and the secret method of cultivation are 2 different concepts. Martial arts secrets are a means to enhance one's abilities in certain aspects after cultivation and understanding. For example, balanced control, world-purifying body and devil's heart are all such martial arts secrets. However, practicing the secret method is a cultivation method specially suitable for those who are strong in the realm of gods. By practicing the secret method, the gods can continuously compress their own power density, making the power in their bodies more and more solid, and getting closer and closer to the gods. What appears in front of Long Yu now is a rare and precious secret cultivation method. In the past, among the human race and the demon race, almost no one could teach the secret method of cultivation, because each god had different talent attributes and power types, and only the secret method of cultivation that he understood was the most suitable. But a secret cultivation method appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes, which made him a little confused. He had heard from the godlike ghost crow that the most suitable secret method of cultivation for him was to go to a special secret realm at a certain time, and then comprehend it through some power of heaven and earth. Now, does he need to practice the secret method of cultivation in front of him? The things recorded in the 9 Nether Prison Monument should be quite suitable for me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come here. Long Yu thought for a while and found that even if he didn't want to practice this secret cultivation method, he couldn't do it, because the situation he was facing now was very urgent. If he couldn't improve in a short time, he would wait until the tyrannical gods of the 3 major races of the Sword Clan came over. There will be no ability to resist. Apart from anything else, even a strong man with 30 times the power density would be difficult for him to win. Once a stronger god comes, the entire void galaxy, and even the entire human race and monster race will be plunged into crisis of destruction. This secret method of cultivation must be practiced. Long Yu quickly recognized this fact. On the one hand, he urgently needed to become stronger, and he had no other way to become stronger in a short time. On the other hand, the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument obviously had more than these 4 layers. There are more at the back. As for how far the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has reached, Long Yu doesn't know, but it is obvious that the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has practiced the secret cultivation method of the 4th level of the core space. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has improved his power density to at least 80 times through this secret cultivation method. Now I should have no problem practicing this secret method. Long Yu thought in his mind that when he needed to quickly improve his strength, there was no need to consider other aspects. Long Yu began to observe the secret cultivation methods on the stone tablet in this ghost domain. Long Yu didn't recognize the ancient divine words on it, but he had some inheritance from the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor in his mind, so the meaning of these words was clearly engraved in his mind. After memorizing all these ancient divine words, Long Yu closed his eyes in the 4th core space and began to understand the secret method of cultivation. Although he could understand these ancient divine texts, it was by no means a simple matter to understand the secret method of cultivation. Fortunately, he had the magical power of the 9 nether balls, which directly dragged him into the area where the flow of time was slowed down, and with 10 seconds began to comprehend at a speed twice that of the outside world. Long Yu obtained the secret method of cultivation at the godlike level from the 4th layer of the core space of the 9 nether hell monument. After he began to understand it, he discovered that the name of this secret method of cultivation is 9 Ju of Tianyu, which is divided into 9 stages. Each stage of cultivation can double the power density, and then these 9 stages can be practiced in cycles. However, the 9 stages of the second cycle are much more difficult to practice than the first cycle. That is to say, I can easily reach 19 times the power density by practicing this set of martial arts secrets. Of course, the first cycle of Tianyu Jiujue is not easy either. If I want to practice and understand it, and continuously compress my power density, I still have to. It will take a long time. Long Yu's current advantage is that before other new gods have begun to practice, he has already obtained the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue, and has a cultivation speed 10 times that of others. In this way, there is no need for Long Yu to enter some of the places like the mysterious temples of the gods mentioned before by godlike Ghost Crow, because he already has the secret method of cultivation. Moreover, it seems that only new gods with 10 times the power density can enter the place where new gods can understand the secret method of cultivation. If Long Yu practices the secret method of Tianyu Jiujue cultivation, the power density will be increased. There is no way to enter that kind of place. As Long Yu began to understand the practice of Tianyu Jiujue, he discovered that this secret method of practice not only increased his power density during practice, but also had a very special place. That is, after practicing Tianyu Jiujue, the degree of compatibility between Long Yu itself and the shadow attribute divine text can actually break through the limit of the 12th level and reach the 13th level, or even higher levels. Correspondingly, his mutual compatibility with the Taichu power of the metal system will also be greatly improved. However, the negative impact of this is that his compatibility with other divine texts will be greatly weakened. For example, the one that has a greater impact on Long Yu is the space attribute divine text. Fortunately, he now has the special Taichu. The divine void nether dragon blade does not require him to comprehend the space divine text on his own. Otherwise, after practicing the 9 heavenly nether art, other aspects of dragon control may be weakened a lot. But at this moment, Long Yu started practicing without any scruples. Tianyu Jiuju, this secret cultivation method is definitely a very suitable secret cultivation method for Long Yu. Because Long Yu's 8 innate magical powers, as well as the ancient divine forbidden technique of 4 phases of killing prison, are all divine methods belonging to the shadow attribute, the increased compatibility of the shadow attribute will be extremely obvious for Long Yu. In other respects, the only martial arts that Long Yu has practiced are concentrated auras and crazy battles with celestial bodies. However, these martial arts are not commonly used by Long Yu now, and their power is not strong enough. At the godlike level, it cannot have a decisive impact. Only by improving a certain aspect to the extreme can you create the strongest combat effectiveness. Long Yu believed in this principle after all, so since he used the 9 nether prison monument as the basis of his training, he needed to increase the power of the shadow attributes to the extreme. Tianyu Jiujue's secret cultivation technique, every time you practice it for 1 cycle, you can increase the level of shadow attribute and divine compatibility by 1 level, and reduce the level of other attributes and divine compatibility by 1 level. It is conceivable that if you practice to the top 9 cycles, Long Yu what will the situation be like? Now that he exists in the realm of gods, it is very easy to obtain some cultivation resources in the realms of humans and monsters, so he can easily upgrade other attributes to the 10th level or above. However, after reaching the 10th level of compatibility, it is not that easy to improve again. In addition to the cultivation resources, you also need to understand it yourself. Even under ideal conditions, Long Yu can fit all the other attribute divine texts to the 12th level. After all 9 cycles of Tianyu Jiujue training are completed, his other attribute divine texts will only be at the 3rd level. At the same time, his divine fusion with the shadow attribute will reach level 21. This is an unimaginable level. Little did Long Yu know how powerful this would make him. When the compatibility of the shadow attribute divine words reached level 12, all the shadow attribute divine words he used had a natural corrosive effect, which was equivalent to an increase in lethality by 30 to 40% out of thin air. I wonder what kind of special effects will be produced if the combination with the shadow attribute divine text is raised to level 13 or even higher. Long Yu was looking forward to it, but obviously, it would be difficult for him to see the effect in a short period of time. After all, to practice a cycle of Tianyu Jiujue, you need to practice at least 9 stages to increase the power density to 19 times. Even at a cultivation speed of 10 times the time, it is not that easy. One thing that is natural is that Long Yu's cultivation must be much better than that of other human and demon gods. The secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue alone is much higher than what other gods have understood, and the cultivation efficiency, speed and even effect are much more powerful. After Long Yu learned about the effect of the practice, while practicing, he took the time to inform Han Ying and asked her to go back to the territory of the human race and the monster race to get him some special elixirs that improve the compatibility with other divine attributes, or the elixir refining materials are also good. Anyway, Liao Lei's current elixir refining level is considered to be top among the entire human race and monster race. The red warbler naturally followed the instructions. Now that she has not obtained the secret method of cultivation, it will take a long time to practice to improve. The main thing is to understand the primary transformation of the godlike source product. However, even if she fully understands it, her combat power cannot be compared with Long Yu. It's not that Han Ying is too weak, it's just that Long Yu is too strong. He is even much more powerful than the new gods of the big races of the Sword Clan. 7 days later, Han Ying brought a set of special elixirs to Long Yu, all of which could improve the compatibility of various other attributes, such as life, space, fire, ice, mad war, elements, and light. The 7 attributes of divine power are rarely used by Long Yu on weekdays, but he can't let his fitness level become negative, right? After taking these elixirs, Long Yu quickly raised the divine power combination of the other 7 attributes to level 10. Before stepping into the category of godlike, it would have been extremely difficult to obtain so many cultivation resources, and it would even take several years of hard work, but now it is just a matter of one sentence. This is the difference between godlike and other cultivators. For the entire human race and demon race, the status of gods is far higher than that of other cultivators. Then Long Yu began to practice the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. After a month has passed outside, Long Yu has been practicing in the area where the flow of time slows down for 10 months, which is nearly a year. Within such a long time, Long Yu's cultivation and understanding of Tianyu Jiujue has also achieved a lot of results. There are 9 stages in the first cycle of Tianyu Jiujue, and Long Yu can basically practice one stage every 2 months on average. 10 months have passed, and he has reached the 5th stage of cultivation, and his power density has reached 15 times. In other words, his power is stronger, tighter, and more difficult to crack than before. If before, he could deal with godlike experts with a power density of about 30 times at most, then now, the level of godlike experts that he can deal with has been increased to about 40 times. First of all, the pattern of Xianluo weakens the opponent's power density by 10 times. In Long Yu's strongest state, he activates the Baji bloodline and increases the power density by 8 times, which can make up for the 18 times difference in power density. In addition, Long Yu himself relies on the 9 nether sphere and the 4-phase killing prison, and he is able to defeat his opponents with several times the power density. This makes him not powerless against strong men with 40 times the power density. Of course, if the opponent has opened the ancient god's brain and has some weird ancient god's mark, it will be more difficult for Long Yu to deal with it, but if he thinks of ways to create opportunities, he may not be unable to defeat the opponent. At this time, another group of uninvited guests finally arrived from outside the Void Galaxy. This group of uninvited guests was not large in number, but just as Long Yu guessed, they turned out to be strong men from the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan. Each race sent 3 gods, for a total of 9 gods. The 3-headed godlike experts among them all had nearly 40 times the power density, either 38 or 38 times. 9 times. Such a strong person can already have an absolute advantage in a remote area like the human race and monster race territory, and there will be no problems at all. Of course, that's assuming there are no surprises. And now, Long Yu is the biggest surprise. I am afraid that the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan don't know that Long Yu can improve so much in a short period of time, and he can also practice secret techniques, and his own power density has also been enhanced. When the 9 powerful alien gods arrived, someone brought the news to Long Yu. The visitor is Sunset Wu. She has been practicing in the 3rd level of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Her strength has improved a lot compared to a month ago, but there is still a gap between her and the godlike realm. When she came to inform Long Yu about the arrival of the powerful men from the 3 sword clans, Long Yu was drinking the divine wine. At this time, the battle to annihilate the Soul Clan has been settled, and the Liquor Clan has also obtained the established benefits. It has occupied about 80 galaxies in the original Soul Clan territory and has begun to thrive. Long Yu asked the provincial government to help him go and get it. The Tongshan wine received a warm welcome from the other party. After all, the Liquor Clan now knows very well that the main contribution to being able to defeat the Soul Clan so quickly is that Long Yu killed the Tiangu Soul King. Otherwise, no matter how smooth this annihilation war is, it will take another 1 or 2 years to end. Therefore, the Jiao clan is very welcoming to Long Yu. Although Long Yu does not come in person, it is the same for Long Yu's women. From the perspective of the Liquor Clan, the new batch of gods from the human race and monster race should all be Long Yu's women. After all, they are so close to Long Yu. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The purpose of Long Yu drinking the divine wine is, of course, to comprehend the golden flame divine power contained in his body and use it for his own use. The divine power of the golden flame is the power of a god with 100 times the density. Although it is impossible for Long Yu to comprehend all of it, even if he only comprehends a part of it, it is an extremely powerful existence. For example, comprehending 1/10 of the divine power of the golden flame, you can have the golden flame divine power with 10 times the power density. If you comprehend 2/10 of the divine power of the golden flame, you will have the power of a god with 20 times the power density, and it should be relatively easy to comprehend this kind of divine power in the beginning. However, when Long Yu drank the divine wine and sobered up a day later, he found that he still had no understanding of Jin Yan's magical power. Long Yu frowned. He had an intuition that it was not because the divine wine had no effect, nor because it was too difficult to comprehend the divine power of the golden flame, but because of other reasons that prevented him from comprehending the divine power of the golden flame. After drinking a bottle of divine wine, the comprehension speed increases 100 times in 1 day. It is equivalent to 3 months, and I still cannot comprehend 1% of the golden flame's divine power. If it is purely because of the difficulty, it is too difficult. Long Yu thought in his mind that although it was the power of a god, it shouldn't be so difficult to comprehend in the initial stage. He felt the power within his body, only to find that the golden flame divine power that was originally integrated into his blood was completely hidden. He could feel its obvious existence originally, but now he had to be very careful to discover the golden flame divine power in his blood. Instead, a different kind of power began to brew in his bloodline. Although it had not yet been born, one could feel the murderous intent contained in this power. This is another kind of divine power? Could it be from the 9 Nether Hell Monument? Long Yu's heart moved, and he felt the aura of powerful power in his body, which was very similar to the 9 Nether Prison Monument. If it was the 9 Nether Prison Monument that prevented him from comprehending the divine power of the golden flame, then everything would make sense. Long Yu guessed and felt that the 9 Nether Prison Monument also contained some kind of divine power, and then this kind of the power of the gods conflicted with the power of the golden flame. Just by looking at Tianyu Jiujue, you can tell that after practicing Tianyu Jiujue, the degree of compatibility with other attributes of divine power will continue to decrease. If Long Yu comprehends the divine power of the golden flame, and in the future, when Tianyu Jiujue reaches a high level of cultivation, the power of the golden flame divine power will still be unable to be fully displayed. Long Yu felt the murderous intent in his blood, and realized that the 9 nether prison monument should have contained some kind of divine power. After practicing the 9 nether souls of heaven, the only thing he could choose was this kind of divine power. For now, Long Yu doesn't know what this power is called, nor what kind of abilities it has, but the 9 nether prison monument has planted seeds in his blood, allowing him to feel the brewing of that power. I wonder when it will take until this kind of power can be born. Long Yu has no clue at all, but he can't control this matter. So far, he has never been able to see through the 9 nether prison monument, and he doesn't even know what else exists in its core space after the 4th level. Not being able to comprehend the divine power of the golden flame made Long Yu a little disappointed, but fortunately, he got the 9 Ju of Tianyu, which improved his strength a lot during this period of time. The Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, the 3 major races came at the same time. Fortunately, only the 9-headed gods came, and the strongest one only had 39 times the power density. It seemed that they looked down on our remote area. Race. Long Yu nodded to Sunset Dance, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Can Brother Long defeat an alien god with 39 times the power density?" The little girl Sunset Dance has now grown into a tall and graceful beauty, but in front of Long Yu, she is still used to calling him brother, which is very affectionate. If there is only one head, there is absolutely no problem, but the other party has 3 heads, so things are a bit difficult to handle. Long Yu thought for a while and said, "It's not that there is no way. Let's go out and take a look first, and then make plans after seeing those guys." The 2 people left the core space of the 9 nether hell monument, and then went to the battle hall in the center of the void galaxy. Not long ago, Concubine Yu sent people to build this battle hall. The entire battle hall stands in the center of the void galaxy, near the entrance to the ancient ruins of the multi-winged human god, and allows the multi-winged human god to guard it by stone statues. For Void Galaxy, the battle hall is a place to discuss war. The specific structures in the entire Void Galaxy have begun to be integrated and gradually become a regular development force. In the battle hall, everyone has gathered together. Concubine Yu, Yiziwei, Holy Emperor, Hongying, Yu Ge, and Jitao can be said to be the main components of the peak combat power in the entire Void Galaxy. Although others, such as Xiangwu and others, are not weak, and even after reaching the peak of the 7th stage master, their strength has been able to crush the vast majority of the masters, but there is still an insurmountable gap between them and the gods. And Long Yu is undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even Long Yu before practicing Tianyu 9 arts was able to crush everyone in the field, not to mention that now that he has practiced Tianyu 9 arts, his power density has increased to 15 times, making him much more powerful than before. Jitao, how much has the strength density recovered? When Long Yu came to the battle hall, the first thing he asked was about Jitao. Jitao occupies the body of Joyo Dragon Emperor, and the power density has never been high. However, after Long Yu discovered Tianyu Jiujue, he taught the secret cultivation method to Jitao. With this secret cultivation method, Jitao occupied the power density of Joyo Dragon Emperor's physical body began to recover rapidly. The original 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's power density was definitely more than 80 times higher. This time has passed, and I don't know how Jitao is recovering. After regaining the 9 Ju of Tianyu, Jitao's power density increased much faster than ordinary practitioners. It has reached 30 times the power density. Jitao existed in the form of a dark dragon and could not change into a human form, so she answered Long Yu with her spiritual thoughts. The body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor with 30 times the power density is definitely not weak in combat power, and has even surpassed most gods among humans and monsters. Even the 2 strongest gods from the human race and the demon race are now unlikely to be Jitao's opponents. Even though Jitao controls the Joyo Dragon Emperor's physical body and is unable to use her innate magical powers, she has already gathered her strength till Lingguan's divine martial arts skill has reached its peak. During this period of time, in addition to practicing Tianyu Jiujue and restoring power density, she was practicing gathering spiritual light. As for the 4 phases of killing prison, she didn't understand much because she felt that it was too difficult and there wouldn't be much in a short time. As a result, if she wanted to face the powerful aliens coming soon, she had to improve in a short period of time. The best way was to practice divine martial arts and gather aura. Except for the 3 alien godlike leaders whose power density is close to 40 times, what are the other 6 godlike leaders? Long Yu continued to ask. They are all alien gods that have just reached 20 times. However, their aura is very strong. I am afraid they will not be weaker than the strength of Tiangu, Soul King. I am afraid we can't even deal with one of them. Han Ying shook her head, with a worried look on her brows. Apparently she didn't expect that the other party was so menacing and the overall strength was so strong. A total of 9 gods are attacking. Under such circumstances, even Long Yu, who has practiced the 9 heavenly art and has improved his strength, cannot resist it. If he does not take action, the spirit barrier of the void galaxy will soon be destroyed. It will never take more than 3 days for the opponent to break through. In that case, the entire void galaxy would be in an undefended state, and the situation would become quite critical. But the good news is that old man Tianhua was studying the magic circle of the multi-wing clan a while ago. Just 2 days ago, he made a breakthrough. He is preparing a spell outside the spirit barrier on the edge of the void galaxy. Bursts of eyes. Concubine Yu said solemnly, Long Yu, if that magic circle is successfully activated, it can definitely trap those alien gods, and then annihilate them one by one. In this way, our pressure will be much easier. Old Skyfire is now outside the spirit barrier. When Long Yu heard this, his expression changed slightly. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Yes, after all, we rely on the spirit enchantment. It is impossible to set up a magic circle within the spirit enchantment. That would be of no use. Concubine Yu nodded, but since he is coming from the opposite direction of the godlike attack, the opponent should not find him. Even if he is found, he can return to the spirit barrier as quickly as possible. There is no problem in terms of safety. The most important thing now is to lure all the gods into the magic circle set up by old man Tianhua after the war begins. Otherwise, it will be really difficult for us to hold on to this wave of offensive. Yuka analyzed and said. Long Yu nodded, he understood what the girls meant. It turns out that old man Tianhua has already begun to prepare the enemy's magic circle, setting up a binding magic circle outside the void galaxy. As long as the group of gods are introduced into the magic circle, they can be trapped. Long Yu doesn't know the specific situation, but I think there should be no problem. Although many of the ancient ruins of the multi-wing clan were destroyed due to the outbreak of the Yellow Sandstorm, in those remaining Yellow Sandstorms, it is still possible to learn a lot about the former civilization of the Dual-Wing clan. Old man Tianhua should have analyzed some powerful magic circle structure from it, even powerful enough to trap many gods. This is undoubtedly good news for Long Yu. Let's go, they can't break through the spirit barrier for a while. Let's go to old man Tianhua's place first and have a look. We must be fully prepared to ensure the success of the battle plan. Long Yu nodded and led everyone to leave the battle hall. Long Yu and others rushed towards where old man Tianhua was at this moment. He got the news that old man Tianhua was not acting there alone, but was taking his 2 disciples, Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, to arrange the trap called Wings of Prisoner. Enemy array. Qin Yashuang and Zi Su were the women Long Yu met in the world of Shenwu and the holy city of the 5 emperors. They followed him all the way until now. Later they became the disciples of old man Tianhua and learned the methods of refining weapons and magic circles with old man Tianhua. After such a long time, the two women have already achieved considerable attainments in weapon refining and magic circles. After all, old man Tianhua only accepted the two women as his disciples when he saw that they had certain talents. Otherwise, it would be impossible to waste them. Time to teach them something. The prisoner's wings array. This is an array learned from the ancient ruins of the multi-wing clan. It seems to incorporate a variety of godlike powers, which is enough to trap existences at the godlike level. However, I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know. What is the specific effect? Concubine, you said to Long Yu. Well, when we go over and take a look, we can deduce the power of that magic circle. Long Yu nodded, not worried about anything. Anyway, as long as the magic circle was formed, he would definitely have to take a look at the magic circle of the wings of prisoner to estimate and confirm the magic circle before officially taking action to lure the alien gods over. What kind of power it has? Soon a group of many gods arrived not far from old man Tianhua. After passing through the spirit barrier, everyone came to the void beyond the void galaxy. From a distance, they saw old man Tianhua, Qin Yashuang and Zissou, setting up an invisible magic circle in the void. When the entire magic circle was being arranged, various divine powers were transmitted, which was the power of the Yellow Sand divine words similar to the multi-wing clan. However, once the layout of the magic circle was completed, the entire magic circle would be hidden from view. The hiding method is to completely disappear into the surrounding space gaps. Even the martial arts secrets controlled by Long Yu through balance cannot feel its existence. It is excellent to use as a trap. Senior, how is the situation now? How long will it take to complete this magic circle? Long Yufei stepped forward and asked. Old man Tianhua didn't say anything, but Zissou came up to him and looked at Long Yu with some surprise. They say you have broken through to the level of God, but I haven't seen you yet. I finally saw you today. It's not easy. Hee. This heaven-confining wings array was obtained from the ancient ruins of the multi-wing clan. It should be able to trap the humanoid gods. It will probably take 3 hours to complete. Well, thank you for your hard work. Long Yu smiled and nodded, and then asked, you too, have you learned any weapon refining techniques from your seniors? What level of weapons can you refine now? The soldiers we refine are not worth mentioning in your eyes, but now other monks in the Void Galaxy often come to us and ask us to help build soldiers, which are usually ancient-level soldiers. If the materials are good enough, ancient-level warriors can also be refined, but we cannot create endless-level warriors, and there are still some key points that we have not yet fully understood. Qin Yashuang came over and said rather gently. She had a complete feeling of reverence for Long Yu. It was fine in the past, but now Long Yu feels superior in front of her, which makes her feel a little strange. After all, she hasn't seen him for a long time. However, Long Yu didn't look down on or arrogant towards the two women. He showed the same care and love as before. Well, just keep working hard. Refining weapons is not that easy. Senior Tianhua has been studying for hundreds of years to be able to do it. To have this success now. I'm not boasting, but with Lao Chen's help, these two little girls will be able to reach Lao Chen's level of weapon refining in a few years at most. Old man Tianhua chuckled, turned around and said, after all, their martial arts realm has improved much faster than mine. It took me 200 years to improve my cultivation to the realm of Great Master, and now they have already. It's only a matter of a short time to reach the 5th level of Great Dominance and reach the 7th level of Great Dominance. It's all teachers who teach well. The two women bowed respectfully. Stop saluting in front of the old man. There are still some details that need to be taken care of in this prisoner's wings array. We have to finish it quickly. Old man Tianhua waved his hand to Long Yu, and then took the two women to continue setting up the magic circle. If you want to arrange some magic circles that are beyond the scope of your abilities, such as for old man Tianhua, The current Wings of Heaven Prisoner Magic Circle falls into this category. Then the Magic Circle Master needs to use some formation stones. These formation stones are all creations whose power has been consumed, and then infused with their own power by godlike experts. For example, when setting up the Heaven Prisoning Wings array, Old Man Tianhua asked Concubine Yu and the others to prepare a total of 88 formation stones, which were creations injected with their own power by Concubine Yu and others. These formation stones were not only used to cloth outside of the formation, it has no other uses. Then according to the principle of the transformation of the 5 elements in Tai Chu, all the power in the formation stone will be converted into the type of power required by the formation. It will be attenuated during the transformation, but the impact will not be great. All 88 formation stones have been put into it and hidden in the void, turning into the purest 5 elements of Tai Chu power, which are constantly transformed into the yellow sand divine script. No one knows the specific principle of this transformation method. Heavenly Fire, the old man only learned a transformation method from the remains of the yellow sandstorm among the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan. He can only use it but cannot explain the principle, but even so, it is already amazing. If it were Long Yu, it would be impossible to do this. It's better to let Long Yu fight than to let him study this kind of thing. Unknowingly, the entire Wings of Prisoner formation took shape. Countless shadows of yellow sand wings loomed in mid-air, as if there were many gods of the multi-winged clan flying and flickering among them. These wings contained mysterious and powerful power, which shocked Long Yu. This heaven prisoning wing is not simple. He initially estimated that as long as the gods did not reach 40 times the power density, they would be completely trapped by the heaven confining wings formation. If they wanted to break the constraints of the heaven confining wings formation, at least it takes a quarter of an hour. Not to mention those gods with 20 times the power density, it is basically difficult to get out if trapped in them. When the Sword Clan, Mechanical Clan, and Six-Wing Clan sent this group of 9 gods, they would never have thought that they would be able to set up a peak formation like the Wings of Prisoner. As long as they absorbed some god-like condensed talent formation stones, you can trap even more powerful gods. Although the Multi-Wing clan is an extinct race, this alien race's understanding of the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu and the power of the godlike level is far beyond the level of the human race and the demon race. Just from the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan, Old Man Tianhua was able to decipher a lot of useful knowledge, but it just took more time. The Heaven Prisoning Wings formation is just one of them. It's finally done. Everyone, this magic circle is now starting to hide, and the rest is up to you. 3 hours later, Old Man Tianhua threw a yellow sandstone to Long Yu. This is the formation stone. After attracting them all, you only need to crush this formation stone to open the Wings of Prisoner of Heaven. Trapped those alien gods in it. Each of the gods trapped inside is separate. If you want to break the bonds of the magic circle, you can only rely on their own strength. Therefore, after trapping them, you can choose to release one of them first and kill them one by one. Defeat it. But I heard that the alien gods this time are coming with ferocity, so you must be careful. Well, I'm sorry to bother you, Senior. Long Yu took the yellow sandstone and felt the power inside it. It was connected with the entire magic circle, so he put it away with confidence. Now everyone in the entire Void Galaxy is united and working hard to repel all invading enemies. Old Man Skyfire has also tried his best. It is definitely not easy to find a way to trap so many powerful alien gods. Although so far, Long Yu has not truly fulfilled his promise to Old Man Tianhua, that is, to help him step into the realm of God, but now Old Man Tianhua does protect the Void Galaxy as his own home. If you want to break through to the level of God, it is absolutely impossible if you don't have enough talent. Old Man Tianhua himself knew this, so even though so many new gods appeared throughout the Void Galaxy, he did not feel that he was being ignored. Anyway, his archenemy, Qi Beifei, has been killed by Long Yu in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Apart from Long Yu himself, only Old Man Tianhua knows this news. Just let him know that he has taken revenge. This is enough for him. I have been doing things for Void Galaxy wholeheartedly. The layout of Prisoner's Wings Array is completed. Everyone immediately dispersed and prepared to take action. It is still relatively difficult to seduce those alien gods. The main thing is to get them all to come within the range of the prisoner's wings. It is not easy, even though the range of the prisoner's wings array reaches a radius of 3,000 miles, but even Long Yu has no way to guarantee that the other party will all chase him. You need to use something to lure them. Long Yu thought to himself, and began to think about the mentality of those sword-like gods, and then see if there was any place where he could make a breakthrough. After thinking for a while, he already had an idea. Then, he flew directly in the direction of the nine-headed alien god. Everyone else stayed in the Void Galaxy and were not allowed to leave half a step, otherwise they would definitely be dead if they encountered those group of gods. Although Long Yu could not deal with so many, there was still a way to escape. The entire divine barrier at the edge of the Void Galaxy had been bombarded to the point of collapse. At this moment, Long Yu finally rushed out. For the three races of the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, the existence of Dragon Yu is definitely no less than a blockbuster. After all, even within the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan, there is only one strong man who once obtained the Golden Flame divine power in the deepest part of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and transformed into a Golden Flame giant during the death battle, becoming the last winner. But what the specific situation was, and what the three major races thought after receiving the news, Long Yu had no idea. He only knew that the opponent was attacking the spirit barrier on the edge of the Void Galaxy, and if he didn't stop the opponent, the entire Void Galaxy would be breached by the opponent. This is not the result Long Yu wants to see. So he didn't hesitate and rushed out after preparing the battle plan. As soon as he broke out of the spirit barrier, Long Yu felt a terrifying divine power coming towards him. It was the terrifying sword light coming from a sword-like god. In the dead void, it was like the god of death shooting out from hell. The life-killing sword. Originally, this sword light bombarded the spirit barrier, but because Long Yu walked out of the spirit barrier, the sword light came directly towards Long Yu. Void travel. Long Yu subconsciously urged the void to travel, and the whole person moved out into the space in front of him instantly. He used the secret martial arts technique of Nine Nether Path at the same time, so he could break through the air. Otherwise, the nearby space would have been sealed long ago, and it would be impossible for anyone to teleport in it. And this method suddenly attracted the attention of the nine-headed powerful race god. After all, the ability to teleport regardless of space blockade is rare in the entire galaxy. Just as Concubine Yu and the others said, there are 9 gods in total who are attacking the Void Galaxy this time, including 3 heads from the Sword Clan, 3 heads from the Six-Wing Clan, and 3 heads from the Mechanical Clan, and the leaders of each are 38 times. The power density of about 39 times was still very stressful for Long Yu. It is okay for Long Yu to deal with such an opponent one at a time. He can kill the opponent with the help of the divine power of the 9 Nether Ball, but it is impossible to deal with 3 opponents at the same time. Moreover, the divine power of the 9 Nether Ball cannot be used consecutively, otherwise it will be fatal to him. The damage to the small world is too great. Using it 3 times in a row is already the limit for Long Yu, and it can make him lose his combat effectiveness for a long time. If Long Yu uses it twice in succession, although Long Yu can absorb a first-grade Tianjing level creation to recover, the number of first-grade Tianjing level creations on his body is already running out. Although he is in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, I got several of them, but I had already absorbed 2 of them by using the Baji Bloodline and the 9 Nether Balls that promoted deification twice. Although there is no shortage of things he created, they cannot be wasted like this. If Old Man Tianhua hadn't come up with the magic circle method of prisoning Heaven's wings, this offensive would have been enough to give Long Yu a headache. Come on, you alien gods. Long Yu gave a sharp shout, and flew towards the void outside, and directly activated the dark flame ghost cord. An iron chain burning with dark flames instantly appeared from the void, and then wrapped around the nine-headed alien god. The terrifying destructive power completely burst out. This was the first time that Long Yu used this method after he stepped into the god class. The power of this divine source product shocked even Long Yu. The iron chain with pitch-black flames instantly entangled one of the long sword-shaped sword-like gods, and then the dark flames burned the body of the sword-like god. God is completely unable to break free. You must know that this sword-like god is a powerful being with 24 times the power density. It is much more tyrannical than the Tiangu Soul King, and it can be felt that it has even awakened and opened the ancient god's brain, but I don't know what it is. What kind of ancient god's seal and ancient god's pattern are engraved in the brain of the ancient god? But no matter what, after being instantly entangled by the dark flame ghost rope activated by Long Yu, the power density of this sword god was directly weakened to 14 times, which was only slightly more powerful than the new god. With the power density weakened, the power of the dark flame Guesua entangled itself and instantly corroded its body. The Sword Clan was completely unable to resist it. Even though the god of the Sword Clan has used many defensive methods and recovery methods, his body is still being rapidly eroded away. Fortunately, the sword god with 38 times the power density on the side saw this and immediately took action. Countless sword lights fell from the sky and drove away all the dark flame ghost ropes that swept into the area. Go. This god of the Sword Clan actually possesses a primary modified godlike source product, and it is a sword-shaped godlike source product, and he has fully understood its power. Sword light continuously erupted from this sword-shaped godlike source product, which was evenly matched with the power of the dark flame Guesua. After all, the power density of this sword-like godlike product reached 38 times. Although it was burned by Xian Luo Jiwei was weakened 10 times, only 28 times, but it was still much more powerful than Long Yu. The other two powerful alien gods also took action to repel the dark flame Guesua. The iron chains burning with dark flames were instantly rebounded and scattered towards the surroundings, looking extremely strange and eerie in the void. The terrifying dark flame Guesua power sputtered out in all directions, but it was still unable to cause any harm to those alien gods. The leader of the Sword Clan gods seemed to be laughing at Long Yu's overestimation of his own capabilities. Countless sword lights swept towards Long Yu's location one after another, trying to kill him completely in the void. Long Yu didn't hesitate, turned around and ran away. He originally wanted to attract the opponent to leave here, go around half the edge of the void galaxy, and reach the direction of the Wings of Prisoners magic circle. He had just activated the dark flame ghost cord just to test the power of this thing. Anyway, the three major races of the Sword Clan should be aware of the existence of high-level source items. Showing it now will not bring him any additional risks, and it can also make the other party think that he relies on this high-level source item to fly. I came out to fight them, only to find that I was no match for the 9 of them. The gods of these three major races came to this remote area from the central area of Langia Star territory. They had a contemptuous attitude in their hearts and paid no attention to Void Galaxy at all. Now seeing Long Yu rushing out, it is natural. He chased after him. If other people from the Void Galaxy came out, they would certainly not be able to catch up, but it was Long Yu who appeared, possessing a high-level source item, and his identity could be completely determined. This was the man who was in the Eclipse ancient domain. Among them, the human genius has obtained the divine power of the golden flame. The goal of their trip is undoubtedly Long Yu, so they don't care about places like Void Galaxy at all, but directly attack Long Yu. Now that Long Yu has escaped, they will chase him. Such a human boy has only 15 times the power density. In their eyes, there is no way he can be their opponent. Even in their eyes, in such a remote and small place, there is no way he can be defeated. There is no way any force can kill them. So they chased Long Yu unscrupulously. Dragon Yu's speed is no slower than these gods. Everything relies on the void dragon blade. Since it awakened to the 4th level, the distance it can travel through the void has once again increased, and it is farther than the previous teleportation distance. Even the 9 powerful gods from the 3 powerful clans could not catch up with Long Yu for a while. However, they have locked onto Long Yu. No matter where Long Yu goes, they can clearly know his location and chase him. The Void Dragon Blade's ability to travel through the void alone is still unable to escape the opponent's pursuit. Long Yu must constantly throw out the power of the Dark Flame Ghost cord towards the rear. Countless shadows of chains burning with dark flames continue to block the opponent's pursuit. In the void, he can slightly block the opponent's footsteps and buy a little time for Long Yu. Fortunately, even if it circumvents the entire void galaxy, it is not too far away for a god. However, after traveling through the void more than 100 times, Long Yu finally felt the location of the Heaven Confining Wings formation, and rushed directly into the formation. He felt the heaven-containing wings in the small world. Wing Magic Formation Stone. Once the opponent's 9-headed gods are all trapped in it, he will brazenly activate the magic circle to trap the opponent inside. The prisoner's wings are an ancient magic circle from the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan. Even powerful alien gods like the Sword clan have difficulty discovering its existence. When Long Yu was at a certain distance from the prisoner's wings array, he had already subconsciously lowered his speed, shortened the distance of void crossing, and created a phenomenon where his power was not enough. After all, his void crossing relied on soldier. It is normal for this situation to occur. When the 9-headed alien gods saw this, they began to chase Long Yu without doubting his presence. The gap between them and Long Yu is really too big. They are not afraid of any traps set by Long Yu at all, because even among their Sword clan, there is nothing that can kill their opponents with more than 20 times the power density. Now Long Yu has at most 15 times the power density, but their strongest one has 39 times the power density. As long as they catch up with Long Yu, they can completely crush him. So what if Long Yu has the power of golden flames? In such a short period of time, it is impossible for this kid to comprehend the profound power of the golden flame, and he still poses no threat to them. Therefore, the 9-headed gods were hardly alert and followed Long Yu directly to fly into the circle of prisoners' wings. The next moment, Long Yu teleported away from the area, activating the weapons in the small world that had been prepared for a long time. The Formation Stone. The next moment, the prisoner's wings array was launched brazenly. The phantoms of the multi-winged clan formed by countless yellow sand divine texts continue to appear from the magic circle, and cover the void with powerful and huge sky-covering yellow sand wings. The entire magic circle, there was endless yellow sand in it, and those giant wings of yellow sand trapped every alien god in it. 9 powerful gods from the Sword clan, 6-winged clan, and Mechanical clan were surrounded by the heaven-confining wings array. Countless yellow sand giant wings formed 9 cages, making all the 9-headed gods unable to move. Long Yu didn't waste any time. He controlled the formation stone in his hand through his spiritual thoughts, and then released one of the Sword clan gods that was 24 times larger. Immediately afterwards, the dark flame ghost rope was swung out in an instant, and countless dark flames enveloped the sword-like godlike sword-shaped body of the Sword clan. The flames symbolizing death quickly eroded into the body of the Sword clan. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu used the magical power of the ordinary 9 nether ball to drag the Sword clan into the area where the flow of time slowed down, making its movements 10 times slower than Long Yu's. Under such circumstances, if the Sword clan wants to use any magical power, it will take more than 10 times as long as before. Countless sword lights appear all over its body, and several sword energy warriors fly from its small world. He came out, but was unable to disperse the dark flames on the dark flame ghost rope. The flames of death burned into his body. Just as he struggled to resist, Long Yu raised his hand, and the power of the 4 death inscriptions emerged from the void, and the 4-phase killing prison broke out. The sword-like god with 24 times the power density was weakened 10 times by Long Yu's Xianluo pattern, leaving only 14 times the power density, which is not even as good as the current 15 times of Long Yu. Okay, Long Yu used all kinds of methods, and this sword clan couldn't resist it at all. Under the joint attack of Dark Flame Guesua and Xixiang killing prison, this sword-like god couldn't even hold on for 3 breaths. He was easily killed by Long Yu, and then devoured it with the 9 nether ball. The sword, the entire body remains of the race god turned into the pure power of the growth of the 9 nether sphere. However, the remains of its small world were still taken away by Long Yu. After all, he was a powerful godlike creature from the Sword Clan. There might be some precious things in it, and the remains of his small world should not be swallowed casually. After killing one of them, Long Yu then released the other sword-like god, killing it in the same 3 breaths, devouring its remains, and collecting the remains of its small world. However, at this time, Long Yu discovered that it was still very difficult for the prisoner's wings to trap the 3 powerful gods. I'm afraid that after a stick of incense, the 3 powerful gods would be able to separate themselves from the prisoner's wings array. Get out of trouble. This made Long Yu make a decision: he must first kill these 3 powerful gods. Come out. Long Yu activated the formation stone and released the sword-like god with 38 times the power density. Then, I saw the sword god rolling towards Long Yu with great anger. Countless blade storms cut through the void, as if the entire void was going to be cut into pieces. It saw with its own eyes that Long Yu killed 2 of its clan members, and the 2 sword clan gods with more than 20 times the power density were its descendants. One can imagine how powerful this sword clan god is now. Anger. Of course, no matter how angry it is, killing Long Yu is not that simple after all. When the gods of the Sword Clan attacked, Long Yu was surrounded by 9 nether balls, dragging all the nearby areas into a state where the flow of time slowed down, and then the 8 extremes bloodline in his body finally burst out completely. When fighting against this kind of godlike strongman with 38 times the power density, it is impossible for Long Yu to hold back. If he doesn't go all out from the beginning, he will never be able to kill 2 of them before the opponent escapes. With the Baji bloodline stimulating, Long Yu's power density was further compressed, increasing from 15 times to 23 times. Moreover, the power of the Xianluo mark descended on the opponent, weakening its strength to 28 times. The gap between the 2 sides has basically narrowed to the limit. At this time, who wins and who loses depends on whose method is more powerful. The dark flame ghost ropes wrapped around Long Yu, and the black flames continued to burn, embellishing his whole body into an iron chain demon from hell. As for the sword-like god, it was in the shape of a sharp long sword. Countless sword lights continued to scatter on its body, flying quickly towards Long Yu in the void. Even the primary modified type in the shape of a long sword, the divine source product, walked side by side with the sword race god, and a wonderful tacit understanding was formed between the 2 parties. While sprinting towards Long Yu, the momentum of the godlike source product and the Sword Clan godlike item was rising steadily, and as a result, its power density began to slowly increase. Is this a method similar to that of Tiangu Soul King? However, Tiangu Soul King relied on the ancient god's brain to achieve this effect, while this sword-like god relied on that godlike source product. In this way, my dark flame Guesua must have some wonderful uses, but for now, I don't know how to exert its special effects. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then the Sword Clan god and the sword-shaped primary source product came to him. Even with the slowing down effect of the time flow of the 9 nether ball, the forward speed of this sword-like god has not slowed down at all. Some kind of godlike power is constantly rippling on its body, making Long Yu feel an extremely strong pressure. It's the pattern of the ancient gods. The effect of this guy's ancient god pattern actually ignores any control method. Long Yu was shocked. Even slowing down the flow of time could not affect the opponent. It can be seen that in the brain of the ancient god of the Sword Clan, the effect of the ancient god's pattern is extremely terrifying, and even its preciousness is no less than that of Long Yu. The pattern of Xianluo in Yu Guxian's mind. There are countless types of ancient god patterns in this world, and now Long Yu has seen another powerful existence. This sword god came to Long Yu in an instant, and together with the long sword god's source product, stabbed Long Yu from two directions. When it penetrated Long Yu's body in an instant, Long Yu's whole person turned into a state of nothingness. Incarnate into nothingness. This is the tyrannical method of the Book of Shadows. When he has not yet reached the godlike state, this method is his strongest way to save his life. But now, when he transformed into nothingness, the surrounding void space could be completely seen by the opponent, and then the power of the two swords exploded, and the sharp sword light stabbed the void space where Long Yu was hiding into pieces. Long Yu's entire body reappeared, and then two sword-shaped entities penetrated directly through his chest and head. With almost no ability to resist, Long Yu's head and chest were pierced and exploded under the sweep of the sword energy. The Sword Clan's attack capability is really too strong. Long Yu thought in his mind that fortunately, Mo Chen's heart reacted quickly and reshaped his head and chest in just one breath, and the other party didn't even feel the location of Mo Chen's heart. Before this action, the other party must have consulted a lot of information and knew that the human race's weaknesses were the head and heart, but unfortunately, Long Yu was not an ordinary human race. He cultivated the heart of demon dust. Demon dust clone. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, 3 demon dust clones separated from his small world, and then countless magical powers were used. 3 giant phantoms emerged from the space, and each used 9 nether hands, soul seal siphon, and 9 nether dragon breaths, aiming at the sword-like god. At the same time, the dark flame chain of the dark flame Guesua also wound in the direction of the opponent, and the entangled beam of the 9 nether ball did not stop at all, trapping the opponent in it. It's a pity that the opponent's ancient god's pattern is too powerful, and Long Yu's control method has no effect on it at all. Instead, the entwining beam of the 9 nether ball was instantly shattered under the sweep of countless sword lights. So strong. This is the first time that Long Yu has fought against such a being. Even though the opponent is weakened by the Xian brand, the opponent can still burst out with such terrifying power, which is amazing. But this does not mean that Long Yu has no way to deal with this Sword Clan god. It seems that it is impossible to kill this guy without using the divine power of the 9 nether ball. Long Yu thought in his mind, but he did not rush to activate the deified 9 nether ball magical power. After all, he could only use this method no more than 3 times. Even if he used it 3 times, it would cause great damage to him. He really didn't want to use it if it wasn't necessary. And the key point is that even if the deification power of the 9 nether ball is used now, it may not be able to destroy the sword-like god. The effect of the ancient god's pattern in the brain of the ancient god is really too heaven-defying. Long Yu, he was thinking about whether he could snatch the other party's ancient god's mark, but unfortunately it was impossible. Because the pattern of the ancient god is not a physical existence, but a mental state, similar to some martial arts and the like. The martial arts learned by others and the patterns of the ancient gods engraved by others will certainly not fall out in the form of items after death, unless there is a gray stone recording the patterns of the ancient gods in the other person's small world. The patterns of the ancient gods that Long Yu obtained in the Eclipse ancient domain were all disposable. After being understood, the gray stone disappeared. Presumably the patterns of other ancient gods are similar. 4 phases of killing prison. Long Yu's heart moved, and he once again used the 4 phases of killing prison, shrouding the opponent with 4 divine powers full of death, and quickly eroding the opponent's body. The burst of the opponent's double swords did not completely kill Long Yu, which made the sword god very confused. After all, the information it found was the human race's weak point, the head and the heart. It had just killed these two. The place was completely blown up. Is this human kid still alive? The next moment, Long Yu's offensive came like a violent storm. It is a pity that under the effect of the ancient god's pattern, these offensives have almost no effect. Even if the four-phase killing prison comes, those death aura divine symbols are shielded from the sword clan's body and cannot be eroded in. The opponent's body seems to have a very strong barrier, resisting any negative effects and attacks. The battle situation seems to have reached a dead end. Once Long Yu is unable to break through the opponent's barrier, even if he uses the divine power of the 9 nether ball, he will still be unable to kill the opponent, because the opponent's defense is almost watertight. Under such circumstances, if Long Yu wants to win, the first thing he needs to figure out is what is the barrier outside the opponent's body. It's a warrior, a barrier created by a special Taichu divine artifact. At this time, the Void Dragon Blade, which had been flying beside Long Yu, finally sent out his spiritual thoughts and reminded Long Yu. It is also a special primordial divine item. The Void Nether Dragon Blade sensed the existence of the Sword Clan and reminded Long Yu, but the other party has awakened this weapon to the 12th level, which is better than what I can do. The power coming out is much stronger. This barrier is just one of the abilities, you have to be careful. Long Yu nodded. Now he understood the origin of the opponent's defensive barrier, but he still didn't know how to deal with it. After all, the barrier seemed to be watertight. Whether it was control methods, attack methods, or even mental attacks, it would be blocked by it. It is too strong to resist completely. However, it is impossible for the other party to maintain such a barrier for a long time. According to Long Yu's speculation, if the battle continues like this, as long as a period of time passes, the opponent's barrier will break down without any attack. But the key situation is that now Long Yu doesn't have much time to wait. Once too much time is spent on this sword race god, the next 2 machine race and 6-wing race gods will soon wake up. By then, Long Yu may be directly surrounded and killed. Previously, these 3 races were still somewhat constrained by each other, so Long Yu was asked to lure the other party into the formation of the wings of Prisoner of Heaven. But now, this sword-like god has gone crazy. After all, Long Yu has killed 2 of its kind, making it impossible for him to hold back and fully exert his strength to deal with Long Yu. It can be seen now that this level, how tyrannical is the godlike strength. If the other 2 powerful gods escape together, it will definitely be a desperate situation for Long Yu. Fortunately, in a short period of time, he only had to face one opponent from the Sword Clan. Let me unite and take action. At this time, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, also known as Long Yu, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly sent out spiritual thoughts towards Long Yu, and at the same time, the Holy Emperor actually left the Void Galaxy, passed through the spirit barrier, and headed towards rush over to where he is. Do you have any idea? Long Yu was in an excited mood. He had no way to deal with the barrier of the Sword Clan god, so he still respected Long Yu's intentions. If the other party had a way to break through the opponent's defensive barrier, then everything would be fine. You can try it, but the prerequisite is that you use balance control and feel the structure of the defensive barrier. Long Yu's calm thoughts came. Long Yu nodded, then let's go. Taking advantage of the fact that the sword god was still trapped by Long Yu's countless attacks and could not break through for the time being, Long Yu's whole body shone with the light of balance, and he used the spiritual perception after the increase of balanced control to feel the opponent's lair. Defensive barrier. But even so, he still couldn't see anything special about that barrier. But now the Holy Emperor has finally arrived. The special soldier in his hand, Feiju Qianyu, emerged instantly and merged with the ancient dragon skeleton tower in Long Yu's hand. Countless divine dragon bones wrapped the Qianyu, and soon formed thousands of dragon skeleton feathers. After these 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers were fused together, they quickly flew towards the Sword Clan with the help of Dragon Yu's balanced control of perception. Although it was a fused special Taichu divine item, Dragon Skeleton Qianyu had not yet awakened, and was too weak to be taken seriously by the Sword God. But then the situation was completely different. Although Long Yu could not sense any flaws in the defensive barrier with his balanced spiritual perception ability, Long Yu Qianyu seemed to have a more powerful ability and had a natural ability to break through various defensive barriers. This was something Long Yu and the Holy Emperor had never thought of before. One of the special abilities possessed by the fused Dragon Bone Qianyu, a special Taichu divine item, is the extremely powerful ability to break through barriers. In the eyes of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor, the 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers swept towards different locations on the barrier in extremely strange trajectories. These attacked locations together formed an extremely mysterious patterns. This pattern appeared on the Sword Clan godlike defensive barrier, and it actually produced an extremely terrifying force that even began to disintegrate the defensive barrier from the inside. This situation not only surprised Long Yu and the Holy Emperor, but also made the Sword God feel incredible. How could this kind of method be used by a mere human race with more than 10 times the power density? This human race's Taichu divine product seems a little weird. But before it could think too much, when the defensive barrier was breached, Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, and instantly activated the divine power of the 9 nether ball, and the giant jet-black dragon's shadow emerged from behind him. The 9 nether ball emerged from the void, directly pulling the opponent's consciousness into the turbulence of the time gap. Within the next 3 breaths, this Sword Clan was equivalent to a tiger waiting to be slaughtered. Although it was very ferocious, but he has no ability to resist. Kill. The 4-phase killing prison was released, the dark flame ghost rope was released, and Long Yu's strongest killing move exploded at the same time. After the opponent's defensive barrier was breached, it completely eroded into the opponent's body. The physical body of the Sword Clan is not very strong, and even the physical strength of this Sword Clan god is not very strong, so at this moment Long Yu easily destroyed the physical body of the Sword Clan god. The 4 phases of killing prison, the erosion of 4 forces carrying the aura of death, caused the Sword Clan's flesh to decay at an extremely fast rate, and the sword-shaped body soon became riddled with holes. The dark flames on the dark flame ghost rope also burned fiercely on the Sword Clan's body, and began to burn their souls, quickly dragging the opponent into a weak stage. Although Long Yu's power density is a bit lower than that of his opponent, he can still kill his opponent by using these 2 methods now. 3 breaths passed quickly. The deified supernatural power, the power of the 9 nether balls finally dissipated, and the Sword God also woke up, and his consciousness escaped from the turbulent flow of time. As soon as he came out, he found that he had fallen into a state of serious injury, and he could be injured at any time. Possibly dying. The whole body of the Sword God was shaken, and there was a burst of clang sound, and then countless sword lights exploded from the small world. At the same time, the shadow of a long sword emerged from behind it. The phantom of this long sword represented that he had used an innate magical power to summon countless bright sword energy, which accumulated on his decaying body and began to heal it. However, his body recovered at the same speed as the dragon. Yu's demonic heart is far behind in comparison. One of the opponent's deified magical powers turned out to be a healing magical power. It seemed to be very practical, but in front of Long Yu, this innate magical power was useless. The deified magical power of Soul Seal Siphon was activated, and a siphon totem suddenly appeared in the field. It exploded with extremely strong suction force, swallowing up and absorbing the bright sword energy, preventing the opponent from continuing to heal. However, the power of the 4-phase killing prison and the dark flame ghost cord that had eroded into the opponent's body continued to destroy the opponent's body, making the opponent continue to move towards death. Faced with such a powerful alien god, it is difficult to completely eliminate them even if they take advantage of the confused consciousness of the deified Jiryo ball. They can only rely on this to gain a certain advantage. If they cannot seize this advantage, it is very likely that the opponent will turn defeat into victory, which is also unknown. Of course, Long Yu cannot allow such a thing to happen. After activating the Soul Seal Siphon to swallow up the opponent's healing sword energy, Long Yu activated the Void Dragon Blade again, and the void-flowing burial exploded where the opponent was, and the powerful vortex formed by the power of the water system completely involved the opponent. The four-phase killing prison, the dark flame ghost rope, and the burial in the void made it unbearable for the sword god. Of course, the most important thing was that after the defensive barrier disappeared, his whole person fell into a state where the flow of time slowed down. In the area, any movement that wanted to resist became extremely slow, and it was impossible to resist Long Yu's offensive. In that Sword Clan God's unbelievable mood, the entire Sword Clan God's spiritual soul was first burned out by the dark flames of the dark flame Guesua, and then his body was corroded by the 4 phases of killing hell. What remains is the remains of the small world and a decaying body of the Sword Clan. 9 Nether Ball, swallow it. Long Yu gave the order, then looked at each other with the Holy Emperor, and saw the joy in the other's eyes. There is no doubt that this battle is too thrilling. If Dragon Bones Qianyu hadn't taken action at the critical moment, then Long Yu would not necessarily have won or failed. If he failed, it would have been a disaster for the entire Void Galaxy. A big blow. But now it's finally over, relying on Dragon Bones Qianyu's special ability to break through barriers. Although I have no similar memory, a voice told me that this method is called the wall-breaking divine map. Long Yu's consciousness was introduced into the minds of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor. The divine map is a method used by powerful gods, and the wall-breaking divine map is a method specifically used to break through defensive barriers. It is very useful for breaking through various defensive barriers. It has a very good effect. This is the special ability I got after fusion. It seems that the method of divine map has been completely lost in this world. After receiving the news from Long Yu and the Holy Emperor realized how lucky they were. The wall-breaking divine map actually has such a method. Can the fusion of special soldiers obtain some corresponding divine map means? Long Yu didn't know, he only knew that there would be 2 fierce battles ahead, and each one would not be easier than this one. Let's go to the mechanical tribe first. Long Yu set his sights on the magic circle of prisoners' wings. When Long Yu killed the sword-like god, he did not stop where he was. Instead, he immediately turned his attention to the other godlike creatures trapped in the wings of prisoner array. His target was the mechanical god with 39 times the power density, and then with a thought, he activated the formation stone of the magic circle and released the mechanical god. However, after this mechanical god came out, what he did surprised Long Yu. Because this mechanical god did not directly attack Long Yu, but directly created several mechanical clones. They first attacked Long Yu in order to drag him down, and then he started to an offensive was launched against the prisoner's wings array. Countless mechanical stray bullets shot out from the body of this metal-bodied mechanical clan and continuously bombarded the giant wings of the yellow sand. The main target was the powerful godlike sealing giant wing of the other 6-winged clan. This powerful mechanical god with 39 times the power density had just seen Long Yu and the Holy Emperor kill the sword god together, so he knew that Long Yu would be difficult to deal with. The first thing he did when he came out was want to release other gods. Its first choice is of course the 6-winged human god with 38 times the power density. This time, none of the powerful godlike beings sent by the 3 powerful clans has reached 40 times the power density. In fact, every time the power density of the godlike ones exceeds 20 times, it is equivalent to a stage of improvement, and there will be some qualitative changes in power. This time, none of the 3-headed gods were particularly strong, so when faced with Dragon Yu, who could kill the sword-like god, this mechanical clan chose to save the 6-winged god first for the sake of safety, hoping to join forces with him to kill the dragon. Get rid of him. Until the sword race god was killed by Long Yu, the mechanical race god and the six-winged race god who were still trapped all knew how difficult Long Yu was. Originally, they thought that such a human god with 15 times the power density was no threat to them at all and could easily kill it. But now it seems that Long Yu's strength is completely beyond their imagination. To be able to kill that powerful sword clan god, this human clan's strength is a bit weird. Although the machine race and six-winged race gods were trapped, they could clearly see the situation in the field, and they were also very clear about the strength of the sword race god, that powerful and special Taichu divine item. The defensive barrier created is extremely troublesome. If it weren't for some special means, it would be impossible for this sword clan to be killed. It can be seen that this human clan has many methods and must pay attention to them. Long Yu was besieged by several clones of the machine tribe. He asked the Holy Emperor to retreat quickly. After all, in a battle of this level, it was basically difficult for the Holy Emperor to play any role. Basically, it could only be used when the soldiers needed to fuse and break. Only when the opponent's defensive barrier is opened will the Holy Emperor have the necessity and opportunity to take action. The Ball of Nine Netherworlds. Long Yu directly activated the magical power of the 9 nether balls, trying to slow down and control the mechanical clones, and then prevent the mechanical clones from opening the yellow sand giant wings of the wings of prisoner to block the blockade. However, he discovered that these clones were this mechanical clan clone is extremely difficult to deal with. Although it was indeed affected by the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether ball, these mechanical clones directly chose to self-destruct, and the tyrannical power of the golden element burst out from the field, surrounding Long Yu's entire body. Assimilation stance. Long Yu used this martial arts secret that had not been used for a long time, and then the surrounding people assimilated their positions, directly weakening the opponent's self-destruction power by 90%. The remaining golden power of Taichu swept into Long Yu's body, causing Long Yu's physical damage. It was quite a bit of damage, but it didn't hurt his demonic heart. In just an instant, Long Yu completely recovered. However, this period of time has passed, and the body of the mechanical race has almost broken the seal of the wings of Prisoner of Heaven, and released the six-winged race god. Not good. Long Yu's heart moved. If he were to face two powerful alien gods at the same time, his situation would be extremely critical. The strength of this mechanical tribe is 39 times the strength density, and that of the six-winged tribe is 38 times the strength density. Together, the two sides are definitely stronger than the previous sword tribe, and much stronger. Now Long Yu knows very well that among all the godlike experts at this level, who doesn't have a few tricks to beat the odds? For example, the Sword Clan's defense barrier alone can make Long Yu helpless. The Machine Clan and Six-Wing Clan definitely have similar powerful methods. If they are used, it is hard to say that Long Yu can win. Even if it's a one-on-one fight, it's not an easy thing for Long Yu. After all, he can't use the divine power of the 9 nether ball in succession. Now that the opponent joins forces, the situation will be even more difficult for Long Yu. Void travel. Burial in the void. Under Long Yu's thoughts, the void nether dragon blade teleported directly towards the place where the prisoner's wings were located. At the same time, it took Long Yu with it, and the power of the water element burst out directly next to the powerful mechanical clan, forming a terrifying vortex. It's a pity that the power density of the Void Dragon Blade is only 10 times higher now, so it can't have any impact on this mechanical clan at all. Even this mechanical race stayed firmly in the void, with a metallic silver ripple barrier flashing on its body, completely blocking the destructive power of the void burial, and unable to harm it in the slightest. Dragon Skeleton Thousand Feathers, Fuse. Dragon Skeleton broken. Long Yu activated the special primordial divine item that was fused, and then activated the derivation method of the previous warriors. Then countless dragon skeleton feathers appeared in the field, spinning at high speed from all directions and attacking the mechanical god. Dragon skeleton break was Long Yu's previous attack method. The high-speed rotation of the dragon skeleton ancient tower brought extremely strong destructive power. But now, 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers are spinning at extremely high speeds. Although the destructive power is not that terrifying, their penetrating power is much stronger than before, not to mention that their number has increased 1,000 times than before, and they are flying at extremely high speeds from different directions. And then, like raindrops, it bombarded the metallic silver ripple barrier of the mechanical clan. The special lines of the wall-breaking divine map once again appeared on the ripple barrier, and then instantly shattered the defensive barrier. 4 phases of killing prison. Long Yu continued to launch the offensive, and 4 kinds of power with a breath of death spread out from the void, directly covering the defenseless machine race, and began to erode into its body. However, when the machine clan encountered such an attack from Long Yu, it did not panic. Although its power density was weakened to 29 times, it still suppressed Long Yu. After all, even if Long Yu now has the Baji bloodline, the explosion is only 23 times the power density. The difference of 6 times the power density means that the basic strength gap between the two sides is still very large. However, just as the 4-phase killing prison shrouded the mechanical god, countless mechanical tentacles burst out from his body and stretched out towards the surroundings. At the same time, an eternal divine power burst out. Actually cleared the entire 4 phases killing prison at once. The powerful method of this mechanical god directly dispelled Long Yu's 4-phase killing offensive, and the breath of death disappeared from the scene without a trace in an instant. At the same time, more mechanical tentacles stretched out from the mechanical race god, and they directly grasped the giant yellow sand wings that sealed the 6-winged race god, and then entangled it tightly, and a burst of golden light shone. Next, the terrifying power breaks through the air and breaks it directly. The next moment, 3 pairs of 6 pure white wings burst out of the yellow sand. The 6-winged human god, with 38 times the power density, escaped from the wings of prisoner array. This 6-wing clan is a 6-wing with white wings, not a golden 6-wing or a silver 6-wing. It can be seen that among the 6-wing clan, it should be considered as one whose blood is not pure, at least not among the noble royal family. Category. However, there is no doubt about its strength. Although it was trapped by the prisoner's wings array, it still knew the situation clearly, so when the mechanical clan rescued it, it launched an offensive directly towards Long Yu without any hesitation. The 3 pairs of white wings behind it instantly bloomed with snow-white light, turning into 3 pairs of sky-covering giant wings, which suddenly shrouded the entire prisoner's wings formation, completely covering it. Buzz. The 6-winged tribe also erupted with ancient-level divine inscriptions, and the power of endless divine inscriptions erupted from the giant snow-white wings, directly destroying the entire wings of prisoner array. All the other 4 humanoid gods that were originally trapped inside were released. The 2 6-winged race gods and the 2 mechanical race gods are all powerful godlike men with a power density of about 25 times. They are nothing to Long Yu, but to other people in the Void Galaxy, they are okay. A completely crushing existence. In an instant, the heaven-prisoning wings formation was broken, and all the remaining 2 racial gods of the opponent escaped from the trap. Not only Dragon Yu, but even the entire Void Galaxy is in crisis, because once Dragon Yu fails, Void Galaxy will have no room for defense. Although the goal of these gods is Dragon Yu, if they kill Dragon Yu, how could they let go of the Void Galaxy? After all, Void Galaxy is the force of Long Yu, and their foreign race naturally knows how to eradicate the roots, so it is impossible to leave the Void Galaxy force as a future trouble. This is trouble. Long Yu thought in his heart, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He originally wanted to prevent the other party from breaking through the prisoner's wings formation, but his own strength was really not enough. It was already quite difficult to kill a sword-type god just now. Now facing two powerful gods at the same time, plus four ordinary alien gods, the pressure on Long Yu has become very great. The three six-winged gods and the three mechanical gods each escaped from the heaven-prisoning wings array and surrounded the dragons in the center. A terrifying aura descended on the whole place and every void galaxy. Godlike mind. So far, the biggest crisis in the void galaxy has finally arrived. Long Yu was alone, outside the spirit barrier of the void galaxy, facing three mechanical gods and three six-winged gods, two of which were even 30 years old. A tyrannical existence, with 8 times and 39 times the power density. This situation can be said to be quite bad for Long Yu. No matter what, you can't retreat today. Long Yu thought in his heart, not to mention that in front of such a powerful enemy, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The fact that the other party can find him in the void galaxy instead of in the human territory means that the other party can detect his specific location. Although it is not known what the reason for the detection is, there is no doubt that Long Yu has no way escape the opponent's tracking. Otherwise, the opponent would not have found void galaxy first, but would have gone directly to the human territory. Under such circumstances, Long Yu had no possibility or way to escape. The six-headed gods surrounded Long Yu, and the surrounding space was completely blocked. Long Yu could feel that even if he activated the innate magical power of the Nine Nether Path, it would be difficult to escape from this enclosed space. Extremely difficult. Because when he activates his magical power, the other party cannot remain indifferent and will definitely use various means to stop Long Yu. Just the two alien gods with a power density close to 40 times are enough to make Long Yu unable to fight back, not to mention the other four gods with a power density of about 25 times. These four gods, the combined strength of the gods is definitely not weak. After all, this level is the existence of Tiangu Soul King. Even now that Long Yu's strength has improved, it is very difficult to kill four alien gods of this level together. It is difficult for him to do it alone. Escape is impossible, so the only option is to fight to the death. Fortunately, Long Yu now has many methods. Even if he deals with so many alien gods at the same time, he will still have no problem if he persists for a while. As for what to do next, we can only tell when the time comes. The demon dust clone comes out. Long Yu was already prepared when the opponent was about to break through the prisoner's wings formation. At this moment, when the opponent's 6 alien gods surrounded him, he brazenly activated the magic dust heart, the ultimate secret of martial arts secrets, the magic dust clones, and 8 clones appeared at the same time, and they instantly dispersed around. Drive away. There are 8 demon dust clones, 4 of which are each used to contain an alien god with 25 times the power density, and the other 4 demon dust clones are used to deal with the snow-white 6-winged race with 38 times the power density. Godlike. As for the mechanical god with 39 times the power density, it is up to Long Yu himself to deal with it. The 8 demon dust clones dispersed, and Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, within the spirit barrier of the void galaxy, all the new gods took a deep breath. Concubine Yu, Holy Emperor, Hong Ying, Yu Ge, as well as Ji Tao and Yi Ziwei, a total of 6 women, all held their breath at this moment and stared intently outside the field. In the distant void, the alien god came for a burst of sound. A terrifying and powerful aura. Can we help? Feeling the tyrannical aura of the 6 alien gods, the girls felt a little frustrated. They originally thought that after they stepped into the realm of gods, they were already at the pinnacle of the world, with enough strength to protect and help those around them in need. But now they realize that after stepping into the realm of gods, they are still just a person. Just the beginning. The gods of the human race and the demon race are really different from the godlike warriors of some other powerful alien races, such as the Sword Clan, the Machine Clan and the 6-Wing Clan. Just send 3 middle-level godlike warriors at random. There is no resistance at all in the human and demon territory. These three major races are the strongest alien races located in the center of the Langus star territory. They have no regard for the resources of remote areas such as the human race and the monster race. Otherwise, there would be no human race or monster race at all in the Langus star territory. Living space. I'll go help. Soon, someone among the crowd made a decision, and the decision was made by three people at the same time. Hongyin, Xingdi, and Jitao looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The relationship between Hongyin and Long Yu is the most intimate and special. Now of course she will not hide behind Long Yu alone. Even if she is going to die, Hongyin hopes that she and Long Yu will die together instead of living alone. So instead of waiting for death here, it is better to go out and help. Even if it is just to help Long Yu lure away one of the alien gods, it should be a great help to Long Yu. The Holy Emperor, on the other hand, has the same mind as Long Yu, and knows that Long Yu will probably need him later. After all, Dragon Bones Qianyu's current special ability, that is, the wall-breaking divine map, is still very powerful, and maybe he can, just like when dealing with the gods of the Sword Clan, it comes in handy at critical moments. As for Jidao, she has the highest power density among the girls. Even at this moment, the body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor she occupied had finally returned to 35 times its power density. Such a level of power could completely help Long Yu bear a certain amount of pressure on the frontal battlefield. Of course, the body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor occupied by Jitao is not complete. The small world in his body has been swallowed up by the Nine-Nether Hell Monument, and condensed into the 8th magical power, the Nine-Nether Ball, in Long Yu's body. So, Jidao, although she has 35 times the power density, her actual combat effectiveness is weaker than this. Although the combat power is slightly weaker, Jitao feels that he can still resist a six-winged human god that is 38 times stronger. Although he cannot block the opponent for too long, he can at least buy time for Long Yu. This already is enough. Then let's go together. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. The remaining three girls, Yi Ziwei, Yu Fei, and Yu Ge, suddenly made up their minds upon seeing this. Although the power density of the 6 alien gods was too strong compared to them, they still wanted to stay here. Waiting for death is also death. There is still a chance of survival if you go out to help, so it is better to go out and fight. Even if you sacrifice yourself and others can continue to live, so what? If you don't go, you will die. It is possible to survive if you die. I believe everyone will make the one that is most beneficial to them. Therefore, after Hongyin, Xingdi, and Jitao broke out of the spirit barrier of the Void Galaxy, Concubine Yu, Yi Ziwei, and Yu Ge also broke out and rushed to support where Long Yu was. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor were connected, so they naturally knew the actions of these people. In this regard, he was a little helpless, but also a little moved. Helplessly, the few of them basically played no big role in such a battle, but what was touching was that they actually came out to choose to fight together, and no one among them flinched, which showed that Long Yu really didn't have any intention at the beginning. Wrong person. In the Void Galaxy, there are more people watching. Old Man Tianhua took Qin Yashuang and Zissou within the spirit barrier. The old man sighed sadly, mainly because it was a pity that the Heaven Prisoning Wings formation was broken, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The alien gods that attacked were too powerful. Long Yu could really kill the sword-like god among them. It was quite beyond Old Man Tianhua's expectation. As for Qin Yashuang and Zissou, they were extremely worried. In the battle at the godlike level, the two of them can't help at all. Unlike Concubine Yu and the others, who can contain those alien gods, they are in the realm of masters. If they run out, they may be touched casually by the other party. Just dying is completely tantamount to committing suicide. It is precisely because of this feeling of powerlessness that the two women feel even more worried. This worry is not only for Long Yu, not only for themselves, but more for the many creatures in the entire Void Galaxy. Once the spirit barrier is lost, the entire Void Galaxy will suffer. For a long time, Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, while following the old man Tianhua to learn weapon refining, also made many friends in the Void Galaxy. They did not want these friends to die because of this. Of course, they were more worried about Long Yu. After all, it is entirely because of Long Yu that they are able to get out of the world of Shenwu, see a broader world, and learn the skills of weapon refining and magic circle as they are now. Without Long Yu, they would still be in Jiuyu, wandering in a small world like the Netherworld. Unlike now, they even have a small world with a vast territory. Beside Old Man Tianhua and the two women, other cultivators and beings from the Void Galaxy continued to gather. They leaned against the edge of the spirit barrier and watched the situation outside the spirit barrier from a distance. Everyone was looking for Long Yu and others. And pray. Xuelua, Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, Shi Qingfeng and others led their respective members of the Dominator Legion and waited in the Void Galaxy. It seemed that if the situation outside went wrong, they would rush out and fight the aliens desperately. No matter what, everyone now understands that their lives have been completely determined by Long Yu. If Long Yu can resist these gods, then they can continue to survive. But if Long Yu cannot resist and dies in the hands of these alien gods, then the entire Void Galaxy will suffer. Therefore, at a critical moment, if these Demon Lord Legion soldiers really need to sacrifice, they will not complain at all. Because in the Void Galaxy, they have been friends for many years, they have comrades who have cooperated in countless battles, and they have brothers and sisters who have jointly developed a force. No matter what, they must not all die here. The entire Void Galaxy was united, and tens of thousands of creatures gathered at the edge of the spirit barrier of the Void Galaxy. These creatures that at least dominate the secret realm can already be said to be dominant in some places within the territory of the human race and the demon race, but now, they are just a part of the Void Galaxy, and they all focus on facing Long Yu. In this battle with extremely low odds of winning. In the galaxy in the void, countless people are looking forward to it. Outside the spirit barrier at the edge of the Void Galaxy, Long Yu and the others faced strong pressure from alien gods. At this time, Long Yu knew very well that there would be no reinforcements from the outside world. If they wanted to resist this alien attack, they could only rely on themselves. Even the human race and the demon race are unable to come here to help now. It is not a question of whether they will come to help, but whether it is necessary. The Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan are the top alien races in the Langi Galaxy. Their overall strength is extremely terrifying. Now that they have set their target on Long Yu, even if the human race and Monster Clan are all elite, it will be difficult to resist that force. A joint offensive by 3 alien races. What's more, the human race and demon race are now fighting against the outer gods, and there is no chance to reinforce Long Yu's side. Since we can only rely on ourselves, we can only rely on our own efforts to gain a glimmer of victory for Long Yu in that desperate situation. The remnant soul of the girl, Jitao, occupies the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. At this moment, it has 35 times the power density, and is the only being who can confront these alien gods head-on. Her target was suddenly the snow-white 6-winged human god, with 38 times the power density. The others went to contain the weaker alien gods. The leader of the 6-winged clan was left to Ji Tao to deal with. Although everyone could not hold on for too long, this was already the best help for Long Yu. As long as Long Yu frees up his hands, it is possible to cut off the opponent one by one. Long Yu condensed the 8-headed demonic dust clones in the field to contain the alien gods except the leader of the mechanical tribe. This was almost his limit, and these 8-headed demonic dust clones would soon be there are signs that he is gradually unable to hold on. Just at this time, all the girls came together. The Holy Emperor and Long Yu had the same mind, and directly faced a 6-winged human god with 26 times the power density. Under the attack of Long Yu's demon dust clone, the power density of this six-winged human god was weakened. When it reached 16 times, the Holy Emperor directly urged the soldiers to fuse. Dragon Skeleton 1,000 Feathers. As soon as the Holy Emperor thought, the dragon skeleton's 1,000 feathers merged around her, and then 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers continued to circle around her. Each one contained extremely powerful power, even though she was stronger than the six-winged one. The race god's power density has been reduced by 6 times, but at this moment it seems that he is not losing at all. Coupled with the fact that Long Yu's demon dust clone was still on the sidelines, the Holy Emperor finally withstood the powerful offensive of the six-winged tribe. Golden divine power continued to erupt from the 6 wings, forming space turbulence, trying to involve the Holy Emperor in it, but Dragon Bones Qianyu awakened to the first level at this time. The special weapon of Dragon Bone Qianyu is a strange existence that even the powerful Sword Clan god could not see through before. It is the fusion of 2 special Taichu divine items. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor joined forces to fight against the enemy at the same time and place, and fused the dragon skeleton Qianyu together. After doing this several times, they finally got the chance to awaken at this time. Screen of 1,000 Feathers. The 1,000 feathers of the dragon skeleton awakened by the Holy Emperor is a defensive method that can activate the 1,000 feather screen. The 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers are constantly flying around her, and the trajectory of the tyrannical divine power condenses into layers of 1,000 feather screen. These 1,000 feathers, the defensive ability of the screen is not very strong, but it has many layers, as many as 1,000. There is a saying in the human race that a chopstick can be easily broken, but if there is a bundle of chopsticks, it will take many times more effort to break it. This is what the 1,000 feather screen is like now. 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers turned into a screen of thousands of feathers, which continued to condense around the Holy Emperor, making her seem to be enveloped in a giant white eggshell, while the 6-winged human god launched several waves at her. The offensive was all blocked by the 1,000 feather screen. Although the attack of the 6 wings was able to break through hundreds of layers of the 1,000 feather screen, it was unable to completely penetrate it and harm the Holy Emperor who was protected within it. This situation allowed the Holy Emperor to finally stabilize the situation. If Long Yu's demon dust clone and dragon skeleton Qianyu hadn't just awakened the defense method of 1,000 feather screen, it would have been too difficult for the Holy Emperor to resist this godlike creature. On the field, except for the Holy Emperor, everyone else's situation was not very good. The body of the 9-nether dragon emperor occupied by the girl Jitao, the giant black dragon's body flows in the void, stimulating the power of space anytime and anywhere. The power of the apocalyptic 9-nether divine inscriptions constantly emits power ripples, taking her with her. Arriving in front of the snow-white 6-winged human god. This godlike creature was originally besieged by Long Yu's 4 demon dust clones, and was about to completely suppress the 4 demon dust clones, but at this time Jitao arrived. Carrying the body of the 9-nether dragon emperor, the 9-nether divine inscriptions blasted out, and the divine martial arts that focused on spiritual light were activated instantly. Like the reaping beam of the god of death, it instantly shattered the void and bombarded the snow-white 6-winged tribe. But the 6-winged race god is not that easy to deal with. This is an existence with 38 times the power density. Although under the suppression of the demon dust clone, only the actual combat power of 28 times the power density is left, its methods are much more than the Joyo dragon emperor body occupied by Jitao. This phantom. Jitao's concentrated spiritual light spiritual martial arts came with a bang, and concentrated bombardment behind the 6-winged tribe, but a giant snow-white phantom of the 6-winged tribe appeared directly behind it. This phantom was a defensive phantom. Then the 6 wings opened, and the beam of concentrated spiritual light was absorbed into the 6 wings, and then completely digested. This method is a kind of spiritual martial arts of the other party, which can make the snow-white 6-winged clan phantom swallow all the energy offensive, and even absorb it for its own use. The next moment, a dark beam of power erupted from the 6 wings of the phantom, and in turn bombarded Jidao. For a moment, terrifying power surged in the field, and a big hole was blasted out of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's body. If it hadn't possessed the secret martial art of the Heart of Demonic Dust, I'm afraid it would have been seriously injured at this moment. Although the power density of Joyo Dragon Emperor's physical body has surpassed that of the 6-winged race god under the suppression of the Shanluo pattern of Demon Dust's clone, Jitao's methods are really too few, which was vividly displayed in this battle. Is reflected. The opponent used all kinds of methods. Even Jitao, who had the advantage of power density, was suppressed and had no power to fight back at all. It's similar in other directions. The Holy Emperor was fighting against one of the 6-winged humanoid gods, and the other 4 were fighting against the other 3 alien humanoid gods. Concubine Yu faced off against another 6-winged human god alone, while Hong Ying alone resisted a mechanical human god with 25 times the power density. Yuga and Yiziwei joined forces to withstand another human being. An offensive from a mechanical god. Although the situation has temporarily stabilized, the overall situation is still at a complete disadvantage. No matter which aspect of the battlefield, there is no chance of victory at all. So in the end, the most critical battlefield lies on Long Yu's side. Long Yu was alone, facing the strongest mechanical god in the opponent's lineup, which had a power density of 39 times. The battle situation had reached an extremely critical stage. To be honest, Long Yu did not expect that at this time, everyone in the Void Galaxy would actually mobilize. Even if each of them could only resist for a short period of time, they would have to sacrifice themselves to create opportunities for Long Yu and win for him. Machine. If Long Yu cannot kill the mechanical god in front of him in a short time, then all the other women will be in danger. What Long Yu needs is not only to kill this mechanical god in a short time, but also to kill him in a short time. Within the time limit, kill the other 6-winged human god with 38 times the power density. This requires him not to waste any time at all. Kill. When others rushed out of the Void Galaxy to buy time for Long Yu, he had already determined the murderous intention in his heart, and turned it into a boundless 4-phase killing prison, spreading from the space where he was to all around. Drive away. This ancient god-forbidden technique, under this urgent situation at this moment, he unleashed all his power. Although it was still unable to be promoted from the Desheng realm to the Peak realm, its power was completely erupted under Long Yu's full concentration. 4 kinds of divine words carrying the breath of death continued to erode into the body of the mechanical race. Although the life form of the mechanical race is in the metal form, it still contains the existence of soul, and the main method of harm in the 4-phase killing prison is to target the conscious soul. And at the same time, Long Yu's dark flame ghost rope was also constantly dispatched, turning into an iron lock made of black flames all over the sky, chasing the powerful god of the mechanical race who wanted to avoid it. The mechanical god is not escaping. He is just trying to avoid himself being injured by using extremely flexible actions to find opportunities to counterattack Long Yu. For this mechanical god, it is not easy to deal with Long Yu. Originally, he thought that when it broke open the prisoner's wings formation and rescued other gods from it, this human boy would only die. But he didn't expect that so many gods would jump out of the Void Galaxy. Although they are all new gods, the strange ancient god pattern of this human boy has made these new gods restrain their fellow gods and the 6-winged gods. It was left alone to deal with Long Yu. It became extremely cautious and did not dare to take action easily. It always remembered the scene where the sword god with 38 times the power density died in the hands of Long Yu. It will never act easily until Long Yu takes action. Anyway, this mechanical tribe understands that the overall situation on the field is still very favorable to it. On several other battlefields, the gods of the 6-winged tribe and the mechanical tribe have gradually taken the lead in the battle. It is only a matter of time before they win. You just need to delay this period of time, wait for others to come to help, and join forces to easily deal with this human boy. When the continuous attacks failed, Long Yu became a little impatient. At this time, he thought of something he had left behind but had not used yet, which was a divine elixir obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain. The magic elixir he left behind that could increase the density of power. Previously, when Long Yu asked the self-awareness of the bitter sea medicine cauldron owned by Liao Lele to identify 2 magic pills, one of the magic pills had the effect of doubling the power density. However, at that time, Long Yu was not very clear about what doubling the strength density meant. Now that he thinks about it, there may still be 2 meanings. One of them is that after taking it, the practitioner's power density can be doubled on the existing basis. For example, Long Yu's current power density is 15 times, and after taking the magic pill, it can be increased to 16 times the power density. Another possibility is to directly double the power density of Long Yu, from 15 times the power density to 30 times the power density. Long Yu originally thought that this magical elixir should have the second effect. After all, it was a rare magical elixir obtained from the Eclipse ancient realm, and the other magical elixir had the same effect before, but now it seems that this elixir increases the power. The effect of the density of the magic elixir should be the former possibility. Otherwise, this kind of magical elixir is too terrifying for a god. If it is taken when the power density is 50 times, wouldn't it be directly increased to 100 times? Now that Long Yu has taken out this magical elixir, he just wants to verify what kind of effect this magical elixir has. Regardless of its effect, it can ultimately help Long Yu's current situation. At that time, Long Yu had not yet entered the godlike realm and did not inquire clearly about the self-awareness of the Sea of Bitter Medicine cauldron. Now he regrets it. But it doesn't matter. Now Long Yu is facing that mechanical god. Although he can't kill him for a while, it's impossible for him to kill him. The 2 sides can only be considered balanced at best, but Long Yu needs to be killed quickly. The opponent can win the normal battle as long as he delays. Taking the magic pill can be regarded as adding a possibility for Long Yu to win as soon as possible. Although this possibility is unlikely, it is better than nothing. Long Yu didn't hesitate and took the magic pill directly. Then he felt a strange tightening force emanating from the magic pill and began to compress the power in his body. However, the degree of compression was quite limited, which made Long Yu frown slightly. If the effect of this magic elixir was just this, let alone doubling his power density, it would even double his power density. Extremely difficult. Just when Long Yu was feeling strange, suddenly Long Yu's warrior consciousness came from Long Yu's consciousness. This divine elixir is a divine elixir that assists in cultivation. After taking it, it will allow you to cultivate your mind at a speed similar to that of a god. Improve, instead of directly compressing your power density to a higher level. Simply put, this magical elixir is completely useless if you take it now. After Long Yu got this spiritual thought, he suddenly became speechless and a little confused. It turns out that the effect of this magical elixir is to increase the speed of Long Yu's mental training. Now he has 15 times the power density. After taking this magic pill, his cultivation speed will increase to a certain extent before reaching 30 times the power density, at least by about 30%. After Long Yu's power density reaches 30 times, the effect of this magical pill will disappear, allowing Long Yu's cultivation speed to return to its original level. Such a magical elixir effect is indeed of no use to Long Yu now. If he had known earlier, he might have taken this magical elixir within a month before this. In that case, his current power density would probably, if it can reach a level close to 20 times, it will not be so difficult to deal with this group of alien gods. It is a pity that he did not take this magical pill to heart at that time. He only thought that it should be postponed to a later stage, before taking it for better effect. Now it seems that he was completely wrong. This magical elixir, combined with Tianyu Jiujue, seems to be able to increase my power density very quickly, but unfortunately it is useless to take it now. Fortunately, taking this magical elixir at this time is not a waste. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then shifted his mind to the battle again. Since the magic pill cannot increase his power density at the moment, there is no need for him to care about it now, even if it is a waste of the magic pill. There is nothing we can do. In his heart, the importance of the entire void galaxy obviously exceeds that of this divine elixir. So currently, the most important thing for him is to win this battle. The weakness of the mechanical race is that they have a self-repairing power core in their bodies. This power core is different from our human race's dantian and the demon race's demon elixir. It is made of metal elements, and even the entire body of the mechanical race. They are all filled with metal elements. Long Yu began to look for a breakthrough in the entire battle based on the characteristics of the mechanical race. Obviously, the body of the mechanical race is different from that of the human race and the demon race. Flesh and metal can even be regarded as two extremes. Such a being has a metal power core in its body. As long as this metal power core is destroyed, it can kill the opponent completely. Long Yu had never had any experience in dealing with aliens from the mechanical race. Only in the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he was once hunted down by a powerful mechanical race's magical power mechanical submersible, but the opponent failed at that time. The mechanical god that Long Yu is facing now is a super strong man with 39 times the power density, which is much more powerful than the mechanical master he encountered in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. If there had been a head-on confrontation with the machine tribe at that time, we might be able to see some of the opponent's weaknesses now. Long Yu thought in his heart, and immediately activated the martial arts secret technique of balance control, and enveloped himself with the light of balance. In the process of confronting the powerful mechanical god, Long Yu always maintained a strong spiritual perception ability. The current power density difference between the two sides is not very big, so after Long Yu uses the light of balance, he can completely control the opponent's actions and even the flow of power in the body. In this way, no matter what method the opponent wants to use, Long Yu can know a little bit in advance. Through the flow of power in the opponent's body, although Long Yu doesn't know what specific means the opponent wants to use, he can tell what type of means the opponent wants to use, such as attack type, defense type, or wanting to escape. Can be predicted in advance. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu no longer had any more energy to gather more demonic dust clones, so he could only use the power of his body to activate the magical power of the 9 Netherworld Ball, and then countless jet-black winding beams flew towards the mechanical clan. The influence of this 9 Nether orb is not facing the machine race directly, but towards the surroundings of the machine race, and then gradually surrounding the machine race, causing the machine race to gradually fall into the flow of time. In a regional space that has been slowed down 10 times. The realm of absolute sky. The dragon bones and thousands of feathers were fused in the hands of the Holy Emperor, and were dealing with the six-winged race god with 25 times the power density. However, under the urging of Long Yu, a layer of the sky realm was also activated, which enveloped the mechanical god with 39 times the power density, and then 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers gathered around the Holy Emperor again. Next to him, he traveled back and forth between the two people through the void without any hindrance. The two sides were originally able to communicate with each other due to the fusion of the special Taichu divine products. Now they are able to achieve flawless battles. They can know what the other party is thinking with a single thought and will not waste time on communication. The now fused dragon skeleton 1,000 feathers activates the Jukong realm, which has the absolute ability to block space. Unless the opponent has special means, or the opponent is much stronger than Long Yu, it is impossible to escape from this space. A completely empty realm. But now, the realm of absolute space and the area where the flow of time slows down completely overlap, which means that the mechanical race will never be able to escape from the area where the flow of time slows down before breaking through the realm of space. In this way, Long Yu was 10 times faster than the opponent and could easily suppress the opponent to fight. Next, the mechanical tribe began to face Long Yu's powerful offensives one after another. The four-phase killing prison and the dark flame ghost rope were alternately used, and they kept blasting towards the mechanical tribe, violently attacking it. Indiscriminate bombing. The power of death always lingers around the mechanical god, causing it to constantly use defensive methods to deal with it. Even because it is in an area where the flow of time slows down, the activation of defensive methods is 10 times slower than usual. If you are not careful, there is a force of death eroding in. If Long Yu is the mechanical god, there is only one thing he needs to do now, and that is to concentrate all his strength to break through the blockade of the Jukong realm, otherwise he will be consumed to death by him like this. Of course, now that Long Yu continues to use powerful means one after another, the small world itself is gradually becoming unstable. In addition, the Baji bloodline that was previously opened has also caused some time and space cracks to appear in the small world. If we don't act quickly at this moment, the damage to Long Yu's small world will become extremely serious, even affecting the operation of the Xinwu world in his small world, and may even cause the loss of his 8 innate magical powers. There are some flaws on the fruit. This is the consequence of excessive use of power after reaching the godlike realm. Although you can use unlimited methods without worrying about running out of power, the pressure from the small world cannot be ignored. And just as Long Yu thought, the mechanical race quickly began to look for opportunities to break through the sky realm when faced with such an offensive from Long Yu. At this moment, Long Yu accurately grasped the location of the core of power in the body of the mechanical clan through the power of balanced control. He did not attack it immediately, but continued to use the power of the dark flame Guesua and the four-phase killing prison to attack it. Launch erosion and constantly prevent the opponent from breaking through the realm of absolute void. Time keeps passing. Outside of the battlefield between Long Yu and this powerful mechanical god-like creature, the situation of the many new godlike creatures in the Void Galaxy is very bad. The most unlucky one is probably Hong Ying. She can fight 25 times more than she can on her own. The powerful mechanical god has sealed Long Yu's demon dust clone with countless mechanical tentacles. Immediately afterwards, this mechanical god used various magical powers to deal with Hong Ying. In a short period of time, the power density of this mechanical god was still suppressed to 15 times, but if Long Yu could not quickly deal with the opponent and come here to help, the blocked demon dust clone would not be able to do anything at all. It is no longer possible to apply the effect of Xian's mark on it. If this godlike creature were to restore it to 25 times its power density, the red warbler would be killed almost instantly without any suspense. For the mechanical race, the human race and the demon race are alien races, and there is no such thing as showing mercy. If you can kill them, then kill them. Long Yu took Hong Ying's situation into consideration. The others are okay for the time being, mainly because the demon dust clones are constantly exerting the effect of the Shinbrand mark, suppressing the opponent's power density. Otherwise, Void Galaxy's side would have been completely defeated. As for Jitao and the six-winged human god with 38 times the power density, they are still in a relatively balanced situation for the time being. Under the suppression of Long Yu's 4 demon dust clones, the six-winged human god is almost unable to deal with it. Jidao's body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor caused any damage. It's just that Jidao's strongest means, which are divine martial arts and concentrated aura, cannot pose any threat to the six-winged human god. This snow-white six-winged human god wanted to move the battlefield to help the mechanical human god deal with Long Yu. Unfortunately, he was tightly restrained by Jitao, and was also restrained by the demon dust clone, making him unable to do so. To help. Under such circumstances, if Long Yu couldn't kill the mechanical race, it would be a shame for the others. At this moment, Long Yu carefully observed the actions of the mechanical tribe anytime and anywhere. When the mechanical tribe finally stared at the pressure of Long Yu's offensive and was about to prepare to break through the empty realm, Long Yu planned to take action at this time. When the opponent breaks through, it must be the most relaxed moment. At this time, the opponent will be caught off guard. If you can kill this robot, this is the best moment. If you lose this opportunity, you will want to kill this robot again. The mechanical race is much more difficult. Even if they can catch up and kill the opponent, Hongying will become very dangerous. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds is coming. Just when the opponent's metal element and divine power exploded, finally destroying the entire Jiwekong domain, and then trying to escape, Long Yu finally unleashed his long-prepared deified magical power. The giant black dragon's shadow emerged from the void, and then spit out a pitch-black giant black ball, the 9 Nether Ball. As soon as it appeared, it controlled the entire body of the mechanical race. From the magical power of this deified 9 Nether Ball, the turbulent flow of time surged out, dragging the consciousness of the mechanical tribe into the gap of the turbulent flow of time. I only have 3 breaths. Long Yu knew very well what kind of effects the deified 9 Nether Ball's magical power had, so he launched the final offensive against the mechanical race without wasting any time. However, he noticed that when the opponent's consciousness was dragged into the turbulent gap of time, it seemed that an effect of the ancient god's pattern in the brain of the ancient god was activated, which made Long Yu feel wary of him. Before he knew the specific effect of the ancient god's pattern, he would not easily assert that the opponent would be killed by him. It is very likely that this machine clan has the same powerful means as the sword clan and can help in desperate situations. It looks for a glimmer of hope. Dark Flame Gueso. 4 phases of killing prison. Prison shaking divine text. Unbounded grip. Long Yu activated 3 powerful means one after another, and because he had always focused on the core of the opponent's power before, at this moment, all 3 powers went straight to the core of the opponent's body. The dark iron chain of the dark flame Guesua exploded with terrifying power at this time, and actually produced some kind of change at this time. A seemingly inconspicuous black flame broke through the gap in the opponent's body in a unique trajectory, igniting and burning the body organs composed of many metal elements in the opponent's body. The metal element organs burned by this black flame were reduced to ashes in an instant. The 4 forces of the 4-phase killing prison, which are full of murderous aura, are also eroding towards the core of the opponent's power in an instant. Long Yu has already mastered the movements in the opponent's body through balanced control. At this moment, the 4-phase killing prison, the power penetrated through the gap in the opponent's body strength without any hindrance, and reached the core of the opponent's power. The unbounded grip was activated with the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions. In an instant, there was an eternal momentum, which directly shattered the void and appeared in the core of the opponent's power. Then the 3rd section of the unbounded grip exploded, and the hell-shaking divine inscriptions appeared on the opponent. The internal explosion of the power core began to destroy the power core, composed of metal elements. The power of the hell-shaking divine Wen and the 4-phase killing prison quickly destroyed part of the core of power. However, at this moment, a power seemed to come out of the opponent's ancient god's mind, and it actually coated the core of power. A layer of golden light was applied. Under the protection of this layer of golden light, its core of power would not be harmed at all. The destructive power of the prison-shaking divine script and the 4-phase killing prison were all absorbed by this layer of golden light. Then through the effect of a certain martial arts secret method, its core of power began to recover quickly, and the metal elements destroyed by the prison-shaking divine words and the 4-phase killing prison were also quickly restored. At this time, a wisp of black flame derived from the dark flame ghost rope finally burned through the important areas of his body, and finally came to the place where the core of power was. Under the burning of that wisp of pitch-black flame, it actually burned that golden light protection. This is the power of the ancient god's pattern, and it was actually burned by this black flame? Long Yu was truly shocked at this time. He didn't expect that the dark flame Guesua would be able to awaken a brand new power. Although he had mastered all the power of the dark flame Guesua before, this godlike item still contained some of the magical powers of its former owner. If there is a chance, you can understand it and use it. Advanced transformed godlike source products. At least a powerful godlike person with a power density of at least 80 times greater, will only be born after death. What is the existence of 80 times the density of power? It can be said that he is the leader and the strongest among powerful races such as the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan. How could such a being not have the means to press the bottom of the box? Now that Long Yu had activated the power of the Dark Flame Ghost Cord, Long Yu felt that it was called the Dark Flame's fault. It seemed to be the specialty of this kind of divine source product, which could use the Dark Flame divine inscriptions. Power that burns everything that exists. Even if it is the power of the ancient god's pattern, under the offensive of Dark Flame's fault, it will only end up being burned. Unless it is a power or substance of the same level as this dark flame's fault, it is possible not to be burned by it. However, although this dark flame bug is powerful, its power is too subtle, so subtle that only a wisp of black flame comes out of the dark flame ghost cord. It was only by chance that Long Yu used the power of the dark flame. It could be said that he suddenly realized it during the life and death struggle. After that, although he was able to use the dark flame's fault, it was only once every time he used it. The power of a small wisp. If this ray of power were used to directly attack this mechanical god, it would be impossible to have any effect. Although the opponent cannot extinguish it, the power of the dark flame's fault will be annihilated after burning a certain amount of matter. Only when used at the right time and at the critical moment can it produce miraculous effects. To put it simply, although this power is very powerful, the amount that can be used at one time is too small, and it is impossible to use it to produce any key effects in normal times. But now, the core of power used by Long Yu to deal with the opponent is just right. The core of the opponent's power is protected by the pattern of the ancient god. When it is fatally attacked, it will condense a layer of golden light for defense. This layer of golden light almost reaches absolute defense among god-like experts of a considerable level. Effect. But now facing Yin Yan's mistake, there is no ability to resist at all. When that layer of golden light was burned away by Dark Flame's QO, the power of Dark Flame's QO was also consumed and annihilated, but the core of the opponent's power finally lost any resistance and defense. Long Yu's four-phase killing power was endless. The erosion comes in and quickly corrodes the opponent's core of power, completely cutting off the vitality within it. The consciousness of the mechanical god was dragged into the turbulent gap of time. After 3 breaths, the opponent's consciousness returned to the original body. He immediately felt that something was wrong, but by this time it was too late. The core of its power has been completely corroded, and the power of the 4 phases of killing hell has spread to its whole body, and even its whole body strength has begun to collapse. The entire body made of metal elements has been completely decayed by the power of the 4 phases of killing hell. In the end, only the remains of a small world were left in place. As for its metal element body, it was swallowed up by Long Yu's 9 nether ball. Even if it swallowed the physical body of the mechanical race with 39 times the power density, Long Yu's 9 nether ball did not produce 2 obvious changes, which made Long Yu feel a little pity, but now was not the time for him to feel pity. When he mastered the method of Dark Flame Guesua, a godlike source item, Dark Flame's fault, he knew that his strength had once again reached a higher level. He must kill all the remaining alien gods first. You all will die. Long Yu first traveled through the void and teleported to Hongying. At this time, the mechanical god had just recovered to 25 times its power density. He wanted to kill Hongying, but he suddenly found that Long Yu appeared there. In front of it. Originally, the mechanical god that Hongying faced blocked Long Yu's demon dust clone, which finally freed him from the oppression of the Xianluo mark and restored his power density 25 times. It wanted to kill Hong Ying first, and then help other gods of the same race in other directions. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Yu finally killed the mechanical race god with 39 times the power density and arrived in the battlefield here. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. 4 phases of killing prison. Long Yu used 2 methods in succession. The mechanical god with 25 times the power density was dragged into the time slowdown area by the entwining beam of the 9 nether ball. Before he could react, he was killed by the 4 phases. The power of hell enveloped him. The killing power of the dark flame Gueso followed one after another, and the dark and deadly flames enveloped the mechanical god. Painful mechanical roars came from it, as if countless metals exploded in it. The noise passed through the void and reached everyone's ears. However, the harsh noise did not last long. Soon, as Long Yu's 9 nether ball completely devoured the mechanical race, it completely disappeared from this world. Only the remains of the small world remained, which were taken away by Long Yu. Some of them can be found later. Something useful for the development of Void Galaxy. Are you okay? Long Yu killed the mechanical god and then stopped in front of Hong Ying. He found that Hong Ying had suffered a lot of injuries and was very distressed. Fortunately, she also practiced the secret martial art of demonic heart taught by Long Yu. Although she has not yet reached the highest level of the 9th level, she can reshape her body very quickly. This injury should not be a serious problem. It's okay, you go help others first. Hong Ying nodded. She had already breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Long Yu appear. Now that her opponent was swallowed by Long Yu, she completely relaxed and began to recover from her injuries. On other battlefields, since Long Yu has his hands free, there won't be any problems. Hong Ying has always had an almost blind confidence in Long Yu. It is precisely because of this that she will fly out of the Void Galaxy regardless of her own safety to fight for a chance of victory for Long Yu. After receiving Hong Ying's reply, Long Yu solemnly focused his attention on other aspects of the battlefield. There is no doubt that when Long Yu killed the mechanical god with 39 times the power density, all the alien gods in the room were already a little panicked. They knew very well what could kill the mechanical god. Such an existence. When Long Yutong takes action, what else can these guys do? For a moment, these alien gods wanted to run away. Only the Snow-White Six-Winged tribe with 38 times the power density did not have the thought of escaping. Because it knows very well what the biggest shortcoming of cultivators in the godlike realm is, that is, the small world will collapse after using some relatively powerful methods too many times. Therefore, it carefully observed the current Long Yu, but it could not see any signs of collapse in Long Yu's small world. But it didn't want to escape, but wanted to take a gamble. Because this mission is a private mission, it has the opportunity to be dispatched to this remote area to get some oil and water. After all, in this remote area, it is an extremely powerful existence. Maybe there are some in these galaxies. The more precious things can be taken back and be of great use to yourself and your tribe. The Snow-White Six Wings means that its status in the Six Wings clan is not high. Even a cultivator with 38 times the power density does not occupy much cultivation resources in the Six Wings clan. Most of them, all the cultivation resources of the Six Wing clan, are occupied by the Golden Six Wing and Silver Six Wing. Therefore, if it wants to move to the next level, it needs to seize every opportunity. Now is its big opportunity. That human boy has a high-level modified godlike source product. Once he possesses this high-level source product, after it returns to the Six-Wing clan, its overall status will rise by at least a big level, and it can at least be comparable to those that are 60 times more powerful. A super strong person with high power density. It is very jealous of Dark Flame Guesua. And watched with his own eyes as Long Yu killed 2 powerful gods one after another. The strength of the Sword Clan and Mechanical Clan gods was no less than that of the Six-Winged Clan. Although it could not detect it, it was certain that now Long Yu's condition is definitely very bad, and some methods may be difficult to use. Once used, the small world is likely to completely collapse, and it will be no different from death by then. It made up its mind that once Long Yu used powerful means, it would immediately retreat, allowing Long Yu himself to die and the small world to collapse. Then it would come back and seize everything Long Yu had. Now Long Yu is dealing with the mechanical tribe, and the six-winged tribe strongman has not taken action for the time being. He is just constantly observing all Long Yu's actions during the confrontation with Jitao, even some extremely small changes. Be seen by it. Long Yu first dealt with the weaker alien gods. After all, now that the situation has stabilized, he must ensure that everyone survives this war safely and prevents anyone from having any accidents. Jitao's side is still stable for the time being, so let's put the snow-white six-winged human god at the end. Now Long Yu can easily deal with those alien gods with more than 20 times the power density, but except when he first dealt with Han Ying's opponent, he did not use the 4-phase killing prison and the 9 nether sphere magical powers. Instead, he only used Dark Flame Guesua to kill the opponent. The reason is that Long Yu's small world has indeed begun to collapse. After entering the godlike realm, his small world has expanded to a radius of 100 billion miles. There are 8 fruits of his innate magical powers, as well as a continent of Shenwu world. At this moment, even in Shenwu world some space cracks have appeared near the continent. The existence of these space cracks forced Long Yu to move the location of Shenwu world continent to other safer places. Including the fruits of innate magical powers, they are also in a relatively dangerous environment, but the fruits of innate magical powers cannot move their position. Once they encounter a crack in time and space, they are likely to be damaged. If the fruit of innate magical power is damaged, it will have a great impact on Long Yu's body, and it will not only affect his combat effectiveness. So now he can only stop using those more powerful methods, mainly the 4-phase killing prison and the 9 nether sphere. The problem of maintaining the time flow slowing down area of the 9 nether ball is not big, but if you want to continuously create an area where the time flow is slowing down, the burden on Long Yu's small world will be a bit heavy. Fortunately, just relying on a dark flame ghost rope is enough for Long Yu to deal with those alien gods with more than 20 times the power density. He does not need the 4-phase killing prison and the 9 nether ball to crush the opponent. In addition, he did not dare to summon too many more methods, including the magic dust clone. As long as he kills an alien god, he will disperse the demon dust clones that previously dealt with that alien god, gradually relieving the pressure of collapse facing the small world. It didn't take long for Long Yu to clean up the 2 mechanical gods and the 2 six-winged gods in the field. In the end, only the 6-winged one with 38 times the power density that was still fighting Jitao was left. Clan. Everyone on this side of the Void Galaxy has suffered moderate to severe injuries, and they are all recovering on the spot. And Long Yu finally took over the already scarred Jitao's class at the end, and came to the snow-white 6-winged tribe with 38 times the power density. All the demon dust clones in the field were dismissed by Long Yu and restored to their own internal power, slightly stabilizing the overall structure of the small world. Everyone else was recovering from their injuries, looking at Long Yu and the snow-white 6-winged human god confronting him, looking forward to Long Yu's final victory. Although the body of Joyo Dragon Emperor, incarnated by Jitao, was scarred, it did not flinch. It was still fighting for him not far away from Long Yu. Once the 2 sides fought, Jitao would most likely intervene at the critical moment. Let the balance of victory between the 2 sides tilt more towards Long Yu's direction. Long Yu stared at the snow-white 6-winged human god with 38 times the power density. If it was Long Yu in his prime state, he didn't need to be afraid at all. But it is a pity that now he must always be careful to prevent the other party's methods. The most important thing is that Long Yu's own powerful methods are limited. If it is not necessary, he does not want to use the deified magical power of the 9 nether ball again. Long Yu carefully observed the snow-white six-winged human god. He had also observed the battle situation here when he was fighting against the machine tribe before, so he had some understanding of the fighting style of this six-winged race god. However, it was obvious that the six-winged race had nothing to do with Jitao before. The occupying 9 nether dragon emperor did not use his full strength when fighting physically. It also focused its attention on Long Yu, but was restrained by Jitao and could not deal with Long Yu. Now, both sides understand each other, to about the same extent. If this guy doesn't run away now, he must have seen that my fighting power can no longer be fully utilized. But even so, it won't be too difficult for me to kill him. In this case, let's start the fight. Long Yu thought in his mind as 1,000 dragon skeleton feathers began to surround him. The first awakening skill of this special fusion weapon, Dragon Skeleton 1,000 Feathers, is the defensive method, 1,000 Feathers Screen. Compared with the ordinary Taichu divine products, it is much more practical. Now that the Holy Emperor is resting, the Dragon Skeleton Qianyu is in the hands of Long Yu to help him continue to fight. Let's go. There is an indescribable tacit understanding between Long Yu and Long Gue Qianyu. Almost the moment Long Yu made up his mind to step forward, the Qianyu screen opened instantly, protecting Long Yu's entire body. Updated today. Long Yu was surrounded by 1,000 dragon bones and 1,000 feathers. The screen of thousands of feathers opened, and the whole person seemed to be surrounded by countless flying birds, quickly moving towards the snow-white six-winged bird in the void. The race god teleported over. The realm of absolute sky. Long Yu raised his hand, and the power of Dragon Skeleton Qianyu emitted instantly, creating a layer of absolute space between him and the six-winged human god. Under such circumstances, it would not be so easy for the other party to escape. But at this moment, the snow-white six-winged clan's wings spread out behind its back, and 4 identical clones flew out from under its wings. This is a method of condensing clones, but it is not as powerful as Long Yu's demon dust clone. The condensed clone is much weaker than the main body. If Long Yu was in his prime state, he could defeat the opponent's move directly with the demon dust clone, rendering the opponent's clone useless. But now that he is in a weakened state, the small world may collapse at any time, and the demon dust clone it is impossible to use it. However, he did not panic, but directly activated the Dark Flame Ghost Cord, spreading the Dark Flame Ghost Cord towards the opponent's location. Countless iron chains burning with dark flames quickly destroyed the six-winged clan clones. Wrap it up. The jet-black flame stained the 4 clones of the six-winged tribe, constantly eroding into their bodies, and soon stained their white wings in the jet-black flames. Taking advantage of this moment, the six-winged human god was waiting for the opportunity and launched the most violent offensive directly towards Long Yu. The giant six-winged clan's phantom flickered behind him, and when he took action with his deified supernatural power, countless snow-white streams of divine texts emerged from all directions in the void, and then rolled towards Long Yu, as if there were endless waves rolling towards him, and his whole body was enveloped. Long Yu, it's up to you. I'll look for opportunities to disrupt the opponent's position. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then when the 1,000 feather screen was opened, it continued to withstand the offensive from the snow-white divine flow of light from all around. The layers of defensive barriers were constantly defeated, but they also continued to recover and condense. Dragon Skeleton Qianyu is a special Taichu divine product. It is the fusion of Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower and Feiju Qianyu. Even though it has only awakened to the first level, it still has extremely strong combat effectiveness. While defending, Long Yu began to think about how to kill this six-winged tribe. Like the human race and the demon race, the six-winged race is a body of flesh and blood, not a special existence like the mechanical race or the soul race, so it is easier to find the core of power in its body. Long Yu turned on the light of balance, and soon through the snow-white divine light flowing in the audience, he found the core of power in the opponent's body. It's right there. It seems that we can only use the deified magical power. Long Yu's heart moved. After finding the opponent's power core, he found that there were many power shields around the opponent's power core, which were similar to those of the Sword Clan before. However, this power shield did not seem to Long Yu now. It's not particularly difficult anymore. After all, now he not only knows the special ability of Dragon Skeleton Thousand Feathers to break the shield, but also has the method of Dark Flame's Fault, which can completely burn the opponent's flesh and blood all the way to the core of the opponent's power, and break the opponent's power shield. Go. But to achieve this, the opponent must be unable to resist. Long Yu can only use the divine power of the Nine Nether Ball, otherwise, he will not have the chance to touch the core of the opponent's power. When he finds a force that threatens him, the other party will definitely find a way to deal with it, unless the other party is unconscious. Now the only way Long Yu can do this is the deified Nine Nether Ball magical power. Even if his own small world faces a crisis, Long Yu has only this choice to make. Otherwise, with his current power density, it is really not easy to kill the opponent, whether it is the four-phase killing prison or the neither Dark Flame Gueso has the ability to directly crush the opponent to death. But in this case, your little world. The Holy Emperor, who was connected to Long Yu's mind, conveyed a worrying thought through Long Yu, the consciousness of Long Yu Chenyu. There is no other way. No matter what happens to the small world, this will happen in the future. I will protect the creatures in the Shenwu world, and the rest can only be left to fate. Long Yu sent back his spiritual thoughts. As long as we kill this six-winged humanoid god, we will have a chance to breathe. Next time they come again, my power will be even stronger. Now Long Yu is in a period of rapid growth. As long as he is given a period of time, he can easily increase his power density. Not only because he has practiced Tianyu Jiuju, but also because of the effect of the magic pill he has taken. His cultivation speed was about doubled before he reached 30 times the strength density. This is an excellent opportunity for advancement. Therefore, Long Yu finally made plans to die together. Come on. After learning about Long Yu's plan, the Holy Emperor did not stop Long Yu anymore, because she knew that Long Yu really had this only way to kill the opponent now. As long as the six-winged race god is killed, everything will settle down, and at least Void Galaxy will be given some time to develop. In the field, with countless people looking up, Long Yu finally launched his offensive. The raging and fierce offensive of the six-winged race gods was all resisted by the Thousand Feathers screen. At the moment when the Thousand Feathers screen was about to be broken by the opponent's eternal-level divine words, the aura of death emanated from Long Yu's whole body, and a head appeared behind him. The phantom of the Black Divine Dragon. The Ball of Nine Netherworlds. Long Yu directly activated this move of deification. The other party did not expect that Long Yu would activate such a terrifying deified magical power when the small world was about to collapse. He was suddenly unable to react and was directly affected by the Nine Nether Orb condensed in the void. The consciousness of the entire six-winged race of gods was instantly dragged into the gap between the turbulent flow of time. However, Long Yu discovered that there was still a trace of connection between the opponent's body and consciousness. Although the opponent's consciousness was dragged into the turbulent flow of time, a small part of his consciousness still remained in his body. This small part of consciousness does not belong to this six-winged human god, but to some other living being. However, at this moment, this small part of consciousness controls the body of the six-winged human god and heads directly towards it. Run away in the distance. It's a pity that Long Yu has set up a void area on the field in advance. How can the opponent escape from this area? Unbounded Grip. Long Yu directly activated the Unbounded Grip, and the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions roared out, condensing into an invisible hand, pulling back the opponent's body that wanted to escape, and then the small amount of hell-shaking divine inscriptions in the opponent's body, an explosion occurred near some remaining consciousness, directly causing that small part of consciousness to fall into chaos and panic. Immediately afterwards, Longyu Dark Flame Guesua and Xixiang Killing Prison were dispatched. At the same time, a wisp of black flame from Dark Flame's fault also followed the gap in the opponent's body and quickly reached the vicinity of the opponent's core of power. Kill! As Longyu gave a sharp shout, the dark flame directly burned away the opponent's power shield, and then the power of the 4 murderous divine texts of the 4 phases of Killing Prison came with a crash, eroding instantly. It reaches the core of the opponent's strength. The 6-winged human god suffered the same fate as the previous mechanical god. This 6-winged god was instantly killed by Longyu. There was no room for him to fight back. Only the small amount of consciousness remaining in the opponent's body made Longyu a little confused. Of course, this did not affect Longyu's ability to kill the 6-winged race god, but he noticed that the deified magical power of the 9 nether ball did not drag the consciousness in the opponent's body into the turbulent gap of time. It can be seen that the ball is not completely omnipotent. If what is left is not this small part of the remaining consciousness, but the main consciousness of the 6-winged race god, then it is not certain what the situation will be like now. As Longyu launched his killing moves one after another, the 6-winged god's physical body could not hold on. When its consciousness finally returned from the turbulent time gap, the core of power had completely collapsed, and Longyu's 9 nether balls it was already devouring its body, and then its consciousness knew that the situation was over, and it immediately felt extremely regretful. If I had known that this human kid still had the ability to use this magical power, he would have just escaped. There was no need to hold on here, and now he was risking his own life. As the 9 nether ball devoured the body of the snow-white 6-winged human god, Longyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. You guys clean up the battlefield, I have to go back quickly. Longyu felt the power churning in the small world, and immediately knew that he had to rest for a while and use the creation to completely repair his wounds. Otherwise, the scars in the small world this time would affect him in the future. Practice. The Holy Emperor, Concubine Yu, Hongying, and others each nodded. Their own injuries have not fully recovered, but the injuries they suffered were all external injuries, which were minor and not harmful, so there was no problem in staying to clean up the battlefield. There were also many small world wreckage of alien gods in the field. Among these wreckage it is very possible to find something important to the Void Galaxy. If you find any creations, give them all to me. I have to restore the small world. Longyu left these last words and left in front of everyone. At this moment, in the Void Galaxy, Shui Luo, Qi Hua, Man Xian, and others had already cheered. They had never expected that Longyu could possess such terrifying strength, using nearly 40 times the power density. Kill all the alien gods. This kind of method is almost invincible in the territory of human race and demon race, right? However, after this battle, Longyu's small world may suffer serious trauma. Walk. After giving the order, Liao Lele took the bitter sea medicine cauldron and left the Void Galaxy to go to Concubine Yu and the others. She wanted to collect materials and refine a special elixir for Longyu that could repair the small world. Longyu quickly returned to the Void Galaxy and rested among the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan. He also had several objects of creation on his body, and he directly absorbed the power of creation in them to repair all the wounds encountered in the small world. After he killed the 6-winged human god, due to excessive use of his own power, the small world has become a mess. It can almost be described as being riddled with holes. The largest space crack among them has reached 3,000 holes. Area within. It was the same as when he entered the ruins of the small world of sufferers in the divine martial world of the 9 nether realm. Countless space cracks shot out across the small world, tearing apart the entire space. Fortunately, what reassured Long Yu was that the fruits of his 8 innate magical powers were not affected, and the continent of the Xinwu world was also affected by him. Constantly shifting positions, to avoid areas with space cracks. Otherwise, this battle alone would have killed and injured hundreds of billions of creatures in Xinwu world. It could be said to be a complete disaster. This is the case for strong men in the godlike realm. Countless creatures are nurtured in the small world. Once one is harmed, countless creatures in the small world will suffer a devastating blow. In fact, even some cultivators who dominate the secret realm are already facing such a situation. Long Yu still cherishes the creatures in his small world. After all, the existence of these creatures adds the power of the world to him and enhances his strength in disguise. If there is any way to improve the basic strength after reaching the godlike realm, there is only one way left, and that is to let more creatures into one's own small world. It is not difficult to do this, it just requires enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to feed these creatures. The stronger the overall strength of the creatures in the small world, the stronger the power of the world that Long Yu gets, and the two sides are it is a state of prosperity and loss for both. We have obtained the remains of the small worlds of these 3 major races, the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan. It seems that the next time we meet, we will learn a lot more about these 3 powerful clans. Long Yu thought in his heart. There must be many relatively weak alien creatures living in the wreckage of the small worlds of these 3 powerful races. By studying these alien creatures, we can undoubtedly obtain a lot of precious information about these 3 powerful alien races. Of course, the consultation received cannot be about the overall situation of these 3 alien races. After all, the creatures living in these small worlds are extremely ignorant of the outside world, just like now in the Long Yu small world, on the Xinwu world continent of the hundreds of billions of creatures. At least 90 billion of them are unaware of the outside world. There are less than 10 billion people who know the existence of the small world and the outside world, but have no idea what the situation in the outside world is like. Only a very small number of people can know that they live in Long Yu's small world. Therefore, through the 3 major alien creatures in these small worlds, it is impossible for Long Yu to know the overall situation of those 3 alien races in the outside world. At most, he can only use this to study the cultivation conditions, body structure and good at means, and so on. However, even this information is enough for Long Yu and others to improve their understanding of these 3 alien races. They are likely to know where the other party's weaknesses are the next time they meet. It is actually very easy to explore the other party's weaknesses. Just send people to the wreckage of the opponent's small world, hide it, and observe where the creatures in these small worlds attack each other when they fight each other. The core of power is naturally one of them, but just like humans and monsters, if the head and heart are destroyed, most of them will not survive. Knowing more of the opponent's weaknesses makes it easier to find flaws in the battle and launch a fatal blow to the enemy. Long Yu can now only use the martial arts secrets of balanced control to detect the location of the opponent's core of power. If he encounters some stronger beings in the future, he may not be able to attack the opponent's core of power, so it is extremely important to know the opponent's other weaknesses. Long Yu began to absorb the creations he had retained, and then absorbed the creative power in them to repair the space gaps in the current small world one by one. There are no less than 100 space cracks in his small world, and the largest one is even 3,000 miles in radius. Repairing it requires a huge amount of creative power. After this battle, Long Yu obtained the creative power from the Eclipse ancient domain. Basically, all the things were consumed, and not a single one was left. If there is another battle next, Long Yu will not only be unable to use the 9 nether balls divine power too many times, he will even have to consider using the Baji bloodline, otherwise he will not have so many creations to deal with it. Small world for repair. It seems that we have to find a way to find some creations to store up. However, existences like super-grade creations and top-grade creations cannot be found in the territory of the human race and the monster race. Even the first-grade creations of the Tianjing level things are very rare. Long Yu thought in his mind that he had a vague plan, but it was not mature yet. After all, the Sword Clan and other three major alien races were still exploring the Void Galaxy, and maybe the next wave of offensive would come soon. He maintained the state of slowing down the flow of time in his 9 Nether Hell monument, and then began to heal his injuries. The Void Galaxy outside was in a state of joy, because this time the 3 alien races came to attack, but they were all killed by Long Yu. There were too many treasures in the wreckage of these godlike small worlds. There are no less than 100 created objects alone, and they are all sky crystal level created objects, at least 3rd grade or above, and there are even 4 supergrade created objects in total. Of course, all 4 supergrade creations were seized by Concubine Yu and others, and were prepared to be given to Long Yu. After all, this battle was ultimately won because of Long Yu, and all the spoils were distributed by Long Yu. At its best. There are also 11 first-grade Tianjing level creations, all of which are prepared for Long Yu. As for the other 2nd and 3rd grade Tianjing level creations, the creative power contained in them is for Long Yu. It would not be of much use, so Concubine Yu and others decided to use it as a reserve material for Void Galaxy, which could only be used at critical moments. In addition to these, there are 5 primary modified godlike items. Godlike source products are different from war soldiers. If they are war soldiers or Taichu divine products, it is difficult for others to use them for your own use. However, it is different with godlike source products. No matter who gets the godlike source products, they can use them. As long as you can understand the power in it. 5 pieces of primary transformed godlike source products can greatly enhance the overall strength of Void Galaxy, allowing the strength of many new godlike creatures to be raised to at least 1 level. In addition to the godlike source products and created objects, there are also many other warriors and the like in the ruins of these alien godlike small worlds. The most important thing is that the cultivation resources are too abundant, and various pills and medicines are available for battle. Soldiers can all be broken down into the most primitive materials and used to refine pills that humans and monsters can take and soldiers that can be used. These training resources, among other things, can at least increase the strength of the bone race survivors raised by every combatant in the Void Galaxy to the level of dominating the secret realm. What a terrifying method this is. When these bone race remnants all became the beings who dominated the secret realm, the overall strength of the Void Galaxy Dominator Legion and the Great Dominator Legion doubled. The same was true of the other Dominator Legions of the human race and monster race, and the 4 Dominators of the Void Galaxy. It seems as if they have no fighting power in front of the Legion, and they will definitely be easily crushed if they confront them. After all, each member of the 4 dominant legions of the Void Galaxy maintains at least 3 skeleton clan survivors, at least one of whom is the main combat force, and the others are the family members of the main battle skeleton clan survivor. All in all, with the treasure cultivation resources sent by these alien gods, the entire Void Galaxy has once again entered a stage of rapid improvement. Long Yu quickly received 4 supergrade creations sent by Concubine Yu and the others, as well as 11 first-grade creations of the Sky Crystal level. These became his strategic reserves for the future. If a fight breaks out again, he can continue to use various means to kill his opponent. It's best if they can also obtain the secret method of cultivation and increase their power density. Otherwise, the crises that will follow may be difficult to deal with. This time, the 3 major alien races have already arrived with such powerful existences. Next time they will be dispatched, it is definitely a godlike creature with a power density of more than 40 times. Long Yu thought to himself, a little confused. The godlike Ghost Crow said that there are still 2 years until the Void Temple is opened. By that time, the new godlike people can go there to learn their own godlike cultivation secrets. Under normal circumstances, 2 years would fly by in a blink of an eye for a human god. But now, Void Galaxy does not have so much time to wait. We have to think of other ways. But now, Long Yu can't think of any way. He can only improve himself first. After taking the divine elixir, the speed of his Tianyu Jiuju cultivation secret method doubled. Combined with the effect of slowing down the flow of time 10 times, his cultivation speed was almost 20 times that of others. 1 month in the outside world is equivalent to 20 months of cultivation for him, which is nearly 2 years. This efficiency is simply unimaginable to others. Previously, Long Yu was able to successfully cultivate one of the 9 skills of Tianyu in the area where the flow of time was slowed down in basically 2 months. But now, it only takes 1 month, which is 3 days when converted to the outside world. It takes 3 days to double the power density. No one would believe this efficiency, but it did happen to Long Yu. Of course, to outsiders, only 3 days have passed. For Long Yu, it has actually been a month. However, his patience is super strong. Even if he practices alone for several years, nothing will happen. What's more, needless to say, it was only for a few months. What's more, sometimes there are people who come to accompany him from time to time, such as Hanying, Concubine Yu, Sunset Dance, etc., who will come to discuss certain things with Long Yu from time to time. Long Yu thought for a while and simply taught the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue to Concubine Yu. Because the 9 nether divine inscriptions that Concubine Yu has comprehended may be suitable for this secret method of cultivation. Facts have proved that Concubine Yu can indeed practice the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue, but for her, this is not the best secret cultivation method. Because the 9 nether divine inscriptions are only part of the power that Long Yu has comprehended. For her, the 9 nether divine inscriptions and the white fairy energy divine inscriptions are both balanced. If she practices the Tianyu 9 Ju, she will be able to. On the other hand, it is weakened. In this way, Concubine Yu's overall strength might actually be reduced. In this case, you should stop practicing Tianyu Jiujue. Long Yu felt a little pity. Concubine Yu smiled, it doesn't matter. For me personally, I naturally have to choose a more suitable secret method to practice. But there is no improvement during this period, but I can only rely on you to guard this void galaxy. I feel that the Sword Clan they probably won't give up, and the crisis you need to deal with next will probably be even more difficult. Well, I think so too, but there is nothing I can do. No matter who comes, I will not let them harm the void galaxy, harm the human race and the demon race. Long Yu nodded solemnly. After Concubine Yu left, Long Yu started practicing directly. While the effect of the magic pill is still there, Long Yu's cultivation speed is now twice as fast as before. Unfortunately, Long Yu took it too early. That magic pill should be taken when the power density is higher. That way, the journey of cultivation will be easier and faster in the future. But now that he has taken it, Long Yu will not be entangled, and just take this opportunity to improve his strength. Tianyu Jiuju is divided into 9 rounds of practice, and each round is divided into 9 Ju. Each time he completes 1 Ju, his power density can be doubled. Now he has only reached the 5th level in the first round of cultivation, and his cultivation speed is still very fast. However, Long Yu certainly does not think that his cultivation speed is too fast, and he even feels that it is too slow. It is true that compared to other gods, his cultivation speed is almost as fast as the sky, but for the current situation, it may not give him the strength to solve the problem. Starting from the 6th Ju in the first round of Tianyu 9 Ju, and continuing to the 9th Ju, there are 4 Ju in total. It took Long Yu 12 days to complete the practice. Of course, 12 days refers to the time that has passed in the outside world. In fact, Long Yu has been practicing in the time flow slowdown area for nearly 4 months, which is 120 days. At this time, Long Yu's power density has finally increased from 15 times to 19 times. If he goes one step further, he will be able to reach the level of 20 times the power density. But what surprised Long Yu was that Tianyu Jiujua's second round of training speed was at least 5 times slower than the first round. This made Long Yu a little surprised. If it were 5 times slower, it would take a long time to reach 20 times the power density. Even at Long Yu's speed, he would have to wait for 15 days after the outside world had passed. The first one who can successfully cultivate the second round of Tianyu 9 arts. If the training speed of each round in the future is increased 5 times, basically until I reach the fourth round of Tianyu Jiujue, my power density will stagnate. Only then did Long Yu realize how difficult it was to cultivate the power density of the godlike realm. If it weren't for the effect of the divine elixir, it would have been impossible for Long Yu to reach the second round of cultivation in a short period of time, that is, to reach 20 times the power density. However, at this stage, apart from practicing honestly, Long Yu has no other choice but to practice first. Soon, about a month had passed since the days when the 3 powerful clans attacked. Long Yu had been in the area where the flow of time had slowed down, and almost more than 2 years had passed before he was able to successfully practice the second round of Tianyu Jiujue, the first one, allowing him to reach 20 times the power density. Then he discovered that there was a huge difference between the force density of 20 times and that of 19 times. Although there is only a one-time difference in power density, when actually fighting, the power can be at least doubled. This is the level of power you have when you are in the godlike realm. Every time you break through 20 times the power density, the combat effectiveness can be much improved than before. A godlike product with 40 times the power density can be condensed into a godlike source product after death, which can carry out primary transformation. A godlike product with 60 times the power density can be condensed into a godlike product capable of intermediate transformation. Look. It seems that every time the power density exceeds 20 times, it is a qualitative change for the gods. Long Yu thought in his heart. And at this time, he felt another big change, and that was about the ancient god's brain. The ancient god's brain he opened up originally had a capacity of 500, but when he stepped into 20 times the power density, the capacity of the ancient god's brain suddenly expanded to 600. This allows Long Yu to engrave more ancient god's seals in the ancient god's brain to enhance the effect of his magic dust clone martial arts secrets. In this way, his recovery speed in battle will become faster and he will survive. The rate is also higher. No matter when, Long Yu always puts survival first, so in the process of practicing martial arts secrets, he also takes the means that are conducive to survival into consideration first. Now the brain capacity of Long Yu's 600 ancient gods are all occupied, including the marks of comprehension, the marks of Shanluo, and the marks of ascension of the body of purity and the heart of demonic dust. The strength improvement is not much, but if he obtains the patterns of other ancient gods, he can imprint them directly into the brains of the ancient gods without affecting his current combat effectiveness. Then Long Yu came out of the 9 nether prison monument. He has only entered the 4th layer of the 9 nether prison monument. If he can enter the 5th layer of the core space, then he doesn't know what kind of things will be there. The condition is that after practicing the first 2 rounds of Tianyu Jiujue and starting the 3rd round, you can enter it. In other words, Long Yu needs to practice until the power density reaches 28 times before he can enter the 5th layer of the core space of the 9 nether prison monument. Long Yu is not in a hurry about this. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight, and the 9 nether prison monument is something related to the gods. The secrets hidden in it are definitely not something that Long Yu can completely solve at this stage. After coming out of the 9 nether prison monument, Long Yu found that everyone in the Void Galaxy seemed to be in a very heavy mood. He also felt that the entire Void Galaxy seemed to be shrouded in a special kind of pressure. After feeling it carefully, I found that this is equivalent to the feeling of prey being targeted by a hunter, which makes people feel intuitively uneasy, and this uneasiness comes from deep in the heart. No one can feel this kind of uneasiness. Be freed from anxiety. However, the detection array set up by Old Man Tianhua around the Void Galaxy did not transmit any news that the aliens were about to attack. On the contrary, since the last attack by the three powerful clans of the Sword Clan, Six-Wing Clan and Machine Clan was thwarted, basically no one has paid attention to Void Galaxy, as if other alien races have given up on this goal. However, Long Yu knew that the three powerful clans of the Sword Clan and the Six Wings Clan would not let him go so easily. Although he was not very clear about what the Golden Flame divine power represented, how could the other party give up easily on the advanced modified godlike Dark Flame Ginsu? But no matter what, no one came to attack the Void Galaxy, but everyone felt a layer of faint uneasiness in their hearts. How long have you had this feeling? Long Yu found Concubine Yu and asked her. It's only been 2 days. Just 2 days ago, it was like a dark cloud shrouded the Void Galaxy, making all of us uneasy, but we didn't notice anything unusual. Concubine Yu frowned. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She guessed that it was probably the powerful one from the 3 alien races of the Sword Clan who was about to come, but there was no sign from all directions, and the other party never appeared, which made her feel more and more uneasy. Intensified. Don't be too nervous. No matter what alien race comes over, I will block it. Long Yu smiled and nodded to Concubine Yu, and then prepared to go outside the spirit barrier of Void Galaxy to investigate. No matter what the situation was, he believed that with his own strength, he would not be able to resist at all. If they don't, they will be killed by the other party. He was prepared that the alien gods that were coming this time would be very powerful, but at most they would only have 60 times the power density. It's impossible for a powerful clan carrying a tripod with 80 times the power density to come to such a small place to deal with a mere human kid like him, right? Once you encounter a strong enemy, don't resist forcefully. You can still resist it for a while with the spirit barrier. Then we can discuss countermeasures together. Do you understand? Concubine Yu reminded Long Yu. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Long Yu nodded. Of course he would not die in a meaningless way, but if the other party's target was just him, he had an idea in his mind, maybe he could lead the other party to other places. No matter what, Long Yu decided to go out and have a look by himself. I'll go with you. After learning Long Yu's thoughts, the Holy Emperor stopped from the process of training, and then sent his spiritual thoughts to him through the dragon skeleton Qian Yu. I know what you are thinking, but what if you encounter someone like the Sword Clan before? To exist, we still need dragon skeleton Qian Yu to break through the opponent's defensive barrier. No idea of Long Yu could be hidden from the Holy Emperor. However, what the Holy Emperor said is not bad. If he encounters such a strong person, it is very likely that Long Yu will lack the means at the critical moment and be suppressed by the opponent and eventually die. Therefore, if the Holy Emperor follows him, Long Yu's safety will indeed be much bigger. Although this would put the Holy Emperor in danger, even so, Long Yu believed that he would be able to hold off his opponent and allow the Holy Emperor to escape first. Then let's go out together. This time I plan to go to the territory of the Shinshui tribe and the Silver Stone tribe to explore and see if there are any special situations. Now that I have reached 20 times the power density, I can finally open time and space by myself. Tunnel, as long as the distance is not too far, you can return to the Void Galaxy at any time. Long Yu thought for a while and agreed to accompany the Holy Emperor. Long Yu took the Holy Emperor with him, and the two quietly set out from the Void Galaxy. This time, Long Yu didn't even notify Hong Ying, because now Hong Ying is also cultivating and hiding, and there is no need for Long Yu to disturb her and tell her this news that will make her worried. Now around the Void Galaxy, among the original 3 alien territories, the Soul Tribe territory has been basically occupied by the Human Tribe, Monster Tribe and Liquor Tribe. In addition, the Ice God Tribe and the Desolate God Tribe are also occupying the territory. The entire Soul Tribe territory is in a mess and in chaos. It is impossible for anyone to come to the Void Galaxy for the time being. The other two sides are the Xinshui Tribe and the Silver Stone Tribe. Now with Long Yu's strength, if he goes to the Xinshui Tribe and the Silver Stone Tribe, he will be completely crushed. Even if he encounters the most powerful godlike beings among these two alien tribes, they will only be less than 30 times stronger. Long Yu Qing, you can kill the opponent easily without even using any means that will damage the small world. Therefore, Long Yu chose to go to the territories of these two alien races to explore the situation, and maybe he could find some clues that would make everyone in the Void Galaxy uneasy. Moreover, the target of the three major alien races of the Sword Clan is Long Yu. If Long Yu is not in the Void Galaxy, maybe the other party will not go directly to the Void Galaxy? Long Yu guessed that the other party must have a way to detect his location, so he took such action. Anyway, this time he went out, Long Yu mainly went to find out the news, except for the strange situation that everyone in the Void Galaxy is facing now. And there is news about the Void Temple and the like. Among the humans and demons, the most recent temple known to be opened is the Void Temple, where new gods can learn the secrets of cultivation that suit them. But other alien races may know some other news. There are a total of more than 10 temples known to the human race and the demon race alone. Each of them has a different opening time. Some have an interval of 3 years, and some have an interval of 30 years. And these more than 10 temples are hidden between the human race and the demon race. It's not far from the Monster Clan's territory, no more than 10 domains away. In the galaxy, the unit of distance is a domain, and a domain is 100 million miles. This is also the farthest distance that the time and space mark can mark. The time and space mark transmission array can only transmit this far distance. The territories of the human race and the demon race are only 3 or 5 domains vertically and horizontally. They radiate outward to 10 domains, which is almost beyond the territory of the adjacent alien races. It is almost at the position of the Void Galaxy. Therefore, if Long Yu goes to the territory of the Xinshui Tribe and the Silver Stone Tribe, he may know a few other temples. If he can get the corresponding information, he can let many new gods in the Void Galaxy go to the open temples to realize that they are suitable. The secret method of cultivation. Long Yu quickly arrived in the territory of the Xinshui Tribe and hid himself. With his current power density, unless he was a godlike existence, it would be impossible to find his traces. As for the Holy Emperor, he was included in his small group. In the world, it is relatively safe. After all, the time spent on the road can be used by the Holy Emperor to practice. The territory of the Xinshui Tribe is quite vast, similar to that of the Soul Tribe. It consists of more than 400 galaxies in total. There are 8 domains between them vertically and horizontally. It is nearly twice as wide as the territory of the Human Tribe and the Monster Tribe. The overall strength of the Xinshui Tribe is also much higher than that of the human race and monster race. Although the Xinshui Tribe has lost many godlike experts when they attacked the Void Galaxy a while ago, the overall impact is not great and they still maintain their influence. The ability of a galaxy nearby. But in front of the current Long Yu, the Xinshui Tribe has nothing to fear. It was as if in his previous life, humans who had mastered firearms were not afraid when facing deadly beasts such as ligers and tigers. Long Yu can move freely through the territory of the Xinshui Tribe. Even if he may encounter danger, it is definitely not from the Xinshui Tribe. He is almost certain that the 3 major races of the Sword Clan should have driven the Xinshui Tribe and the gods of the Silver Stone Clan went to attack the Void Galaxy, but unfortunately they failed. It is not known whether there are traces of those 3 powerful tribes in the territory of the Xinshui Tribe. Among the Xuanhuan tribe, most of the sources of divine inscriptions are derived from the primordial power of the water system and the primordial power of the metal system. Like those in the realm of the human race and the monster race, they are basically source-level sources of divine inscriptions. Source. There is an apocalyptic source of divine texts. It definitely exists in the Xuanhuan tribe territory, but it is not so easy to be found by Long Yu. It must be hidden in some core places in the Xuanhuan tribe territory. Only the most talented Xuanhuan tribe cultivators have it. Qualified to comprehend the source of revelation-level divine texts. With the strength of the Xuanhuan tribe, it is impossible to obtain the source of the eternal divine text at this level. Ordinary cultivators of the Xuanhuan tribe will definitely not know the news about the temple. It seems that we still have to find the gods of the Xuanhuan tribe to find out the information. However, if we just inquire about the information like this, the other party will probably not tell the truth. You have to think about it. There's a way. Long Yu thought to himself, and then quickly came up with an idea. His Book of Shadow method, although it will be seen by a strong godlike person if he transforms into nothingness, but what if he simulates becoming a cultivator of the Xuanhuan tribe? Then there will be no flaws. Long Yu only needs to find an opportunity to sneak in with the gods of the Xuanhuan tribe, and he has a chance to get some information about the temple by sneaking around. If the gods of the Xuanhuan tribe know that there is a temple opening in the near future, they will definitely start making preparations in the near future, allowing new gods to go to the temple to learn the secrets of cultivation. Of course, the Xuanhuan tribe seems to have no new gods recently, but this does not prevent Long Yu from inquiring about the news. Long Yu quickly had a plan of action. He casually killed a third-level master of the Xuanhuan tribe on a small planet, and then used the Book of Shadows to incarnate into this Xuanhuan tribe. And this Xuanhuan tribe, he is considered a strong person on this cultivation planet. There just happened to be an opportunity recently, and the Xuanhuan tribe was needed to go to a large training planet nearby. It was the main galaxy of the Xuanhuan tribe, and even controlled several galaxies around it. There happened to be a new member of the Xuanhuan tribe on it. A godlike person sits in charge. Long Yu then transformed into the third-level master of the Xuanhuan tribe, headed towards the training planet, and soon blended into the society of the Xuanhuan tribe. The appearance of the Xuanhuan tribe is a puddle of liquid. This liquid can change into any shape at any time. Liquid life is relatively rare. However, in terms of cultivation, the Xuanhuan tribe also has its own advantages. Since its body is in the form of a liquid, when he understood the derived divine text of the water system's Taichu power, he was born with a great advantage. Long Yu mingled among the Xuanhuan clan galaxy and began to investigate news about the temple and the three major alien races of the Sword clan. He continued to incarnate into different powerful men of the Xuanhuan tribe, becoming stronger and stronger, and his level became higher and higher. He even soon became the leader of one of the cultivation planets in the Xuanhuan tribe, and got the opportunity to meet the godlike powerhouses. Chance. Long Yu was immediately ready to meet the new god of the water tribe. After transforming into the Xuanhuan tribe, Long Yu also gained the ability to simply communicate with the Xuanhuan tribe. At least he could clearly understand some ordinary cultivation things, but he was completely familiar with some things about the Xuanhuan tribe's culture and history. Don't know. Of course, there is no need for him to understand these things. You're lucky. It seems like this is the only new god in the entire Xuanhuan tribe who doesn't have his own secret method of cultivation. You just happened to meet him. The Holy Emperor was practicing in the small world of Long Yu, and he wanted to laugh a little when he heard the news. Luckily, there is no other way. Moreover, this guy has just been preparing to set off recently. He is now summoning the leaders of the cultivating planets in the nearby galaxy to prepare an explanation before heading to that temple. If my news is correct, that temple, it's called the Rain Temple. It will be opened in 2 months. It is located in the other direction of the Xuanhuan tribe's territory. It is about 10 realms away from the Void Galaxy. You can go directly by opening the spacetime tunnel. Of course, the prerequisite is that we have to find the location of the Rain Temple within 2 months, obtain its time and space coordinates, and then return to the Void Galaxy. There was a silent communication between Long Yu and the Holy Emperor through the dragon skeleton Thousand Feathers and their spiritual thoughts. I just don't know if there are any differences between different temples. The Holy Emperor was a little confused. There shouldn't be any difference. The godlike Ghost Crow also said before that any new godlike person can understand his own secret cultivation method in the Void Temple. Anyway, I want to go to the Rain Temple to have a look first. It would be great if we could find something. Long Yu said to the Holy Emperor. Okay, let's go take a look first. We should be able to make some discoveries. The Holy Emperor nodded in the small world. After finishing the explanation, the new god of the Divine Water tribe teleported directly in the direction of the Rain Temple through the spacetime marked teleportation array. Naturally, Long Yu was not to be outdone. After changing his identity and simulating, he continued to follow directly behind the godlike creature in the form of the Divine Water tribe. Long Yu now thinks to himself, it would be great if the Book of Shadows could be transformed into a deified supernatural power. Maybe he could catch up quietly while transforming into nothingness. Unfortunately, now he can only bother to disguise himself as the Xuanhuan tribe. In the past, without privileges, you had to queue up to pass through the spacetime marked teleportation array. Fortunately, even if he queues up to walk through the spacetime marked teleportation array, the speed is much faster than directly traveling through the void himself. After all, the time and space teleportation array directly travels the farthest, and can teleport a distance in one area at a time. As for the distance of a domain, if Long Yu had to continuously cross the void, it would take at least several days to cross it. 3 days later. Together, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor finally followed the new godlike god of the Xuanhuan tribe, and followed the godlike elders of the other Xuanhuan tribe, and arrived near the area where the Rain Temple is located. The news we received is that in addition to the Xuanhuan tribe who came to the Rain Temple at the same time, there are also 3 other nearby alien races, and there will be new gods entering the Rain Temple. Preparations start almost 2 months in advance, and once the Rain Temple opens, they will enter it. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The Rain Temple is located near the middle junction between the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe and the territories of several other foreign races. Long Yu followed the new god of the Xuanhuan tribe to this place, and found that it was also in a void galaxy. However, there was no divine barrier outside this void galaxy. It could be seen that it had been discovered for too long. It's time, so even the spirit barrier has either been breached or has disappeared. In this void galaxy, there is a Rain Temple. The biggest difference between the temple and the ordinary buildings of other races is that only those who have reached the godlike state can enter this building. If cultivators who have not reached the godlike realm come near the temple, they will be shocked by the divine power inside, and then unknowingly stay away from the temple. For those under the godlike realm, the temple is an extremely dangerous place. Once you break in by force, you will even be destroyed physically and mentally. From the appearance point of view, the shape of each temple is different. The Rain Temple that appeared in front of Long Yu looked like a water drop. An extremely huge water drop-shaped building stretched across the void. With the intimidating aura of the gods, it is awe-inspiring. You guys stay outside, the Rain Temple will not open for another 2 months. When I enter, you will stay outside and observe the situation to see how many people from the other 3 races can come out. The newly promoted god said to Long Yu and other followers. Long Yu was now transformed into a strong master of the Xuanhuan tribe, and he followed with the other 7 great masters of the Xuanhuan tribe without showing any flaws. A total of 8 great masters of the Xinshui tribe were now acting as scouts. Because there are 3 other races of new gods who will come near the Rain Temple. It is necessary for the Xinshui tribe to grasp the accurate situation of those 3 alien races. After all, they are races adjacent to their territory. If they do not investigate carefully, it is very likely that it will be a tragedy if the other party develops it quietly. Of course Long Yu will not act rashly now. He currently holds the space-time coordinates of the Void Galaxy in his hand, so as long as he waits for the opening of the Rain Temple and directly opens the space-time tunnel back to the forces of the Void Galaxy, he can take over many of the new gods of the Void Galaxy. Before that, he had to observe the situation on the court. 4 new alien gods are coming to the Rain Temple. The pressure faced by Long Yu is not small. Although his current strength is unimpeded among the Xinshui tribe, facing 4 Xinshui tribes at the same time if different races of the same level join forces, the pressure will still be a bit high. In addition to the Xinshui tribe, there are 3 other alien races near the Rain Temple, namely the Giant Whale tribe, the Yun tribe, and the Rainbow tribe. I have not seen these 3 races in the Eclipse ancient territory. Just as I haven't seen much of the Xinshui tribe, and it seems that the overall strength is not strong. Long Yu thought in his mind, but among these 3 races, there will be some with more than 20 times the power density. If the 4 races join forces, it will still be a bit troublesome for me. I don't want to use the trump card. Come on, if you want to kill this level of godlike creature, you must use the dark flame Guesua. Long Yu stood still and waited quietly for the situation to arise. At the same time, he was still thinking about the situation of the 3 powerful clans, the Sword Clan, the Six-Wing Clan and the Mechanical Clan. They had previously damaged so many godlike warriors near the Void Galaxy, and then the Void Galaxy was shrouded in a layer of terrifying pressure. But no powerful existence has appeared, leaving Long Yu a little confused. He knows that once the opponent launches an offensive, it will be an unprecedented fierce offensive, and it is impossible to give Void Galaxy any chance to breathe, so he must prepare all retreats before that. Now this Rain Temple is one of the opportunities in Long Yu's eyes. Everyone in the Void Galaxy must be allowed to grow up, otherwise it would be impossible to save the entire Void Galaxy if Long Yu alone improves. In another aspect, Long Yu must figure out whether the other party can accurately know his location. If there is something going on in the Void Galaxy, Long Yu can know it immediately, because he holds an immortal demon thunder in his hand. This is what concubine you gave him before he left. If there is something unstoppable in the Void Galaxy situation, then as long as concubine you detonates another fairy and demon thunder on the other end, then the fairy and demon thunder in Long Yu's hand will detonate at the same time. As long as this immortal demon thunder explodes, he will know that there must be something going on over there in the Void Galaxy. If the 3 powerful clans of the Sword Clan, Mechanical Clan, and Six-Wing Clan directly pursue the Rain Temple, then Long Yu can be sure that the other party will be able to directly calculate his specific location. But if the 3 powerful clans still choose to attack the Void Galaxy, there is an 80% chance that the opponent only knows the place of the Void Galaxy, but cannot deduce the specific location of Long Yu. In both cases, Long Yu already has a way to deal with it, ensuring that he and everyone in Void Galaxy can create a relatively stable environment for improvement. 3 days passed. 10 days have passed. During this period of time, Long Yu cannot use the area where the flow of time slows down to practice, because there are always the presence of the Xinshui tribe around him. It is not yet time for him to take action, and there is nothing he can do even if he wastes time. For him, as long as he creates a stable enough cultivation environment, he can continue to practice and practice much faster than others. No matter how he cultivates at present, he will never be able to compete with those 60 or 80 times super gods all at once. Therefore, the most important thing is not to improve, but to create a stable training environment. The Rain Temple is a more suitable opportunity. After a month passed, the three races, except for the Xuanhuan tribe, finally arrived in this galaxy one after another. There is basically nothing special about the three major races of the giant whale tribe, Yun tribe and Rainbow tribe. Long Yu observed that there are basically only one or two new gods, and the Rain Temple was opened 30 years ago. Once upon a time, the last time a temple nearby was opened was 4 years ago. Therefore, in 4 years, these four races, including the Xuanhuan tribe, each gave birth to only one or two new gods. This speed is considered normal for these four races. After all, they are not the Sword tribe and the Mechanical tribe. Such a super powerful clan. Every godlike powerhouse is a very important resource, especially for a race at the level of the Xuanhuan tribe. Because the number of godlike beings born is too small, they are relatively conservative in war, and generally do not easily send out godlike people to take risks. The previous attack on the Void Galaxy has caused the Xuanhuan tribe and Silverstone tribe to lose a lot, and now, they basically can no longer shrink back. Long Yu has been in the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe for so long, and he knows it. The public of the Xuanhuan tribe does not know the existence of the Void Galaxy. Only those in the godlike realm and some Battlefield Legion personnel know about the Void Galaxy, and knowing that his clan suffered many losses in the Void Galaxy, he has listed the Void Galaxy as the #1 source of threat. As long as there is any movement outside in the Void Galaxy, the Xuanhuan tribe will immediately respond accordingly. What makes Long Yu strange is that he did not get information about the three powerful clans, the Sword clan, the Six-Wing clan and the Mechanical clan. It can be seen that the existence of these three powerful clans in the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe is very secretive. At least the god he is pretending to be at the water level cannot know such news yet. First, estimate the strength of these opponents. We can take action almost 3 days before the opening of the Rain Temple. Long Yu calmed down secretly and observed the godlike experts from the 4 major alien races in the field. He secretly activated the martial arts secrets of the Light of Balance, and basically saw all the details of the gods of the 4 major races in the field, observing them clearly. Each of the gods of the 4 major alien races had treating each other as a threat. They never expected that there was a kid from another race hiding between them, preparing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Each of the 4 races is led by a god with 23 or 4 times the power density, and the others are all new godlikes. There are 6 in total. It is not difficult to deal with them. Just use the Dark Flame Gueso. I can kill them all. Long Yu thought in his mind that the key issue now is to bring these 4 racial gods together. Originally, these 4 alien gods were on guard against each other. Before the opening of the Rain Temple, they basically would not get together. They would not even be able to get close to each other, let alone all 4 alien races. If Long Yu chooses one of the races to take action, the other 3 races will not necessarily take a helpful attitude when they see this, but will watch from the sidelines, or simply run away when the situation is not good. In this way, Long Yu cannot annihilate all these alien gods and will soon cause some trouble. After all, the Rain Temple is the joint territory of these 4 major races. If these 4 major races really join forces because of this, it's hard to say that Long Yu can defeat the opponent reliably. Of course Long Yu himself is not afraid. But the key is that Long Yu belongs to the human race, and if he wants to show his strength, he must appear in the form of a human race, so that the other party will know that it is the human race that is causing trouble near the Rain Temple. If the Xuanhuan tribe and other alien races launch an offensive against the human race, it would be very bad. The current human race and the demon race have joined forces, and do not have the ability to join forces with the Xuanhuan tribe and other alien races. Now, just dealing with the Ice God clan, Desolate God clan and other Outer God clan is enough to give the human race and Monster clan a headache. If you add the Xuanhuan clan and the 3 nearby races, not to mention, it may even lead to total annihilation. In Long Yu's plan, there is a plan to run away with everyone in the Void Galaxy. But it does not include the entire human race and demon race. The territory of the human race and demon race is too large, and it is impossible for them all to migrate. Then, that's all we can do. Long Yu had an idea in his mind. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Near the Void Galaxy where the Rain Temple is located, the newly promoted gods of the four races, the Xuanhuan tribe, the Giant Whale tribe, the Cloud tribe, and the Rainbow tribe, are each following a senior godlike person, waiting for the opening of the Rain Temple. There are only 3 days left before the Rain Temple opens. At this time, the 4 alien gods have begun to get excited, because the Rain Temple is opened once every 30 years. In addition to the new gods who can enter it and learn the secrets of cultivation suitable for them, other gods can also enter. Among them, if the opportunity comes, it is still very possible to get some good things from it. It is said that some people once opened the brain of the ancient gods in the Rain Temple and obtained the powerful ancient gods pattern. There are also people who once obtained some kind of divine martial arts in the Rain Temple, and after fully understanding it, they exerted extremely terrifying power. Of course, the probability of getting benefits from the Rain Temple is low, but there is not much danger in the Rain Temple, so many gods are willing to serve as guides and get a chance to enter the Rain Temple. After the Rain Temple is opened, the number of gods that can enter each time is limited. 10 people. This time, the total number of godlike people from the 4 races who came together was exactly 10. This was also agreed upon by these 4 races in advance. Every time the Rain Temple is opened, each race can only have 1 godlike person leading the team. If there are no new ones to be promoted to gods, you can choose 2. If a race has more than 2 newly promoted gods, only 2 of them can be selected to enter the Rain Temple. 2 of the races have 3 entry quotas for the Rain Temple. This quota is rotated every time the Rain Temple is opened. This time it is the turn of the Giant Whale tribe and the Cloud tribe, so this time the Giant Whale tribe and the Cloud tribe are each an elder godlike person came to the Rain Temple with 2 new godlike people. As for the Xuanhuan tribe and the Xuanhuan tribe, only 2 gods came this time. There were 10 people in total. When the Rain Temple was about to open, they were all excited, but they still maintained a deep relationship with each other. Alert! Although the 4 races have made an agreement about the Rain Temple in advance, this agreement is not very binding at all. If any race wants to cause trouble, it can easily break this agreement, and they have to guard against it. At this point, with only 3 days left before the opening of the Rain Temple, Long Yu finally decided to take action. Just when the 4 tribes were excited and vigilant, something suddenly appeared in the center of the space where their 10 gods and other followers were. It was an iron lock burning with dark flames. From this iron lock, a heart-stopping aura of death was constantly coming out. It was as if those who were contaminated by those dark flames would lose their souls, even if it was more than 20 times the power density. There are no exceptions for the 4 races of gods. What's this? Each of the 4 races of gods became a little confused. The 10 powerful gods were very curious about the iron chain burning with dark flames, but for a moment they did not dare to act rashly. These old guys know very well that there are too many unknowns and too many dangers in this world. If they want to explore anything they encounter, even 100 lives will not be enough for them. So when this iron lock first appeared, a total of 10 gods did not take any action, but each stared at the iron lock. This is exactly the bait Long Yu throws out in order to gather these gods, Dark Flame Guesua. I just didn't expect that these gods didn't know the goods, or that these guys were too cautious and didn't act rashly. But the vigilance of many alien gods only ends here. This is an advanced modified godlike source product. The great master of the Xuanhuan tribe that Long Yu simulated immediately made a longing look, and showed that he knew what it was. Without waiting for the 2 gods of the Xuanhuan tribe to speak, he moved directly towards the dark iron lock in the center flew over quickly. Long Yu has been in the territory of the Xinshui tribe for so long, and has mastered the method of simulating the real Xinshui tribe, so naturally he can communicate with the Xinshui tribe. Advanced Modified Godlike Source Product. When the two gods of the Divine Water tribe and other members of the Divine Water tribe heard this, they immediately remembered that the iron lock burning with dark flames exuded the aura of the godlike source product. Although I don't know how that kind of divine source product appears here, it is indeed possible to encounter such magical things near the Rain Temple. The temple is a temple after all. Although the temple will not open for 3 days, it is now thrown out. It is not impossible for treasures to reach outside the temple. Seeing that the god Shui tribe transformed into a simulation of Long Yu was about to come into contact with the iron-locked divine source product that was burning with dark flames, the 10 alien gods around him began to take action. They don't dare to get too close for the time being. After all, it is an unknown and powerful thing, but they are not willing to lose the opportunity to get that thing. An advanced modified godlike product. How terrifyingly powerful is this? Once obtained, one's own strength will be greatly improved. Under the condition of ensuring their own safety, they are willing to compete for this. Even if it is the qualification to enter the Rain Temple, what is it compared to the advanced modified godlike source products? Even if you enter the Rain Temple, you may not be able to get any treasures, but the advanced modified godlike source products are already considered the strongest soldiers in this star field. The two gods of the Xinshui tribe are the most leisurely, because now the big master of the Xinshui tribe is closest to the high-level source item. If it is really a treasure, then they, the Xinshui tribe, will get it first, even if it is dangerous. Then the person who died was just a little guy who was a 7th-level master. For a god, sacrificing such a guy is not worth mentioning at all. Soon, Long Yu arrived not far from Anyan Guesua. He was always observing the movements of the 10 gods around him. Among them was a new god from the Rainbow Clan and a giant whale clan. They were relatively far away from the dark flame ghost cord, even far enough away to be enveloped by Long Yu's Jukong domain. Outside the scope. No, we have to wait until they all enter this area. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then the transformed Xinshui tribe body suddenly arrived in front of the dark flame Guesua, put it into his bag, and then the terrifying aura emanated from him. Become stronger, I have become stronger, this is mine. The Xinshui tribe incarnated by Long Yu showed an expression of ecstasy, and then began to wave the dark flame Guesua. When he transformed into the Xinshui tribe, he could not use the full power of the dark flame Guesua. If he wanted to fully utilize the power of the dark flame Guesua, he must return to human form. However, this does not affect him from showing the power of dark flame Guesua to other gods. What he is showing now is the fighting power of a 7th-level master. But the terrifying aura emanating from his body began to approach the level of the godlike realm. This is the horror of the advanced modified godlike source product. In the past, when Long Yu was a 7th-level master, he could quickly defeat an entire foreign master army with the help of the dark flame Guesua. Now, he has shown such power and aura that the godlike beings of the 4 major foreign races around him can feel it. Arrive. He certainly meant to make those guys feel it. Sure enough, after dark flame Guesua was used in Long Yu's hands as he wished, and exuded a terrifying aura, some alien gods who were originally cautious began to attack where Long Yu was like crazy. No one still doubts that this advanced modified godlike source product can be used by them, and there is no danger for the time being. I didn't see that even a 7th-level master of the Xinshui tribe got it and began to use its power. This made them all crazy. This is an advanced modified godlike source product, and there is no such thing in the entire race. This is likely to be the key to the rise of their race. Once they obtain this advanced modified godlike source product, they are likely to become the strongest among the entire race, and then lead the entire race to a more glorious era. Therefore, in their opinion, this high-level modified godlike source product is a must-have. They're all hooked. When Long Yu saw that all the foreign races were surrounding him, he immediately knew that his plan was successful. This plan of using advanced modified godlike products to attract opponents to gather together was basically impossible to make any mistakes. Because becoming stronger is the eternal theme of this world. For these alien gods, there are only a few ways to become stronger, and obtaining this advanced modified godlike source product, Dark Flame Guesua, is undoubtedly a great shortcut to becoming stronger. Once obtained, their strength will change qualitatively, and their importance is self-evident. It's a pity that these aliens don't know that this dark flame ghost rope is actually a trap set by Long Yu. Even the two-headed gods of the Xinshui tribe do not know that there is such a being in the Void Galaxy with the dark flame Gueso. As for the Void Galaxy and Long Yu, they only know that this force is composed of human races and demon races, very strong. But how could these two gods know the specifics? Most of the aliens who attacked the Void Galaxy were all dead. He had seen Long Yu using the Dark Flame Guesua, and he did not let go of any of them. The news of the Dark Flame Guesua has not been known to the Xinshui tribe until now. Under such circumstances, Long Yu is basically guaranteed to win. After gathering all 10 alien gods in this area, Long Yu's methods were launched brazenly. The Realm of Absolute Sky. Holy Emperor, you deal with those followers who dominate the secret realm. All the alien gods here, leave it to me. After Long Yu finished speaking to the Holy Emperor, he returned to his human form, and then sent the Holy Emperor out of the small world. The Holy Emperor completely saw Long Yu's plan and knew what Long Yu was thinking. Even if Long Yu didn't say anything, she could cooperate seamlessly with Long Yu. Kill. At this moment, before all the aliens in the field could react, the killing had already begun. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The Divine Water Tribe, the Giant Whale Tribe, the Yun Tribe and the Hongguang Tribe, the 4 major alien tribes with a total of 10 gods, were instantly trapped in the void near the Rain Temple, covering the entire void nearby. At this moment, the 10 alien gods reacted almost simultaneously and noticed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The closest ones were the 2 aliens from the Xinshui tribe, one of them was a newly promoted god, and another was an elder god. They only saw the iron chain burning with black flames rushing towards them, and then swept them away. Both of them are trapped. And the 7th-level master of the Xinshui tribe turned into a foreigner at this moment. Human race. Of course, the gods of the Xinshui tribe recognized the race of Long Yu, but this did not help them at all, because then the dark flame Guesua trapped them all, and the dark flames continued to erode into their liquid bodies, and even quickly set their bodies on fire. The power of death penetrated into the opponent's body, and then Long Yu pulled away the dark flame ghost cord, and the 4-phase killing forest came out, carrying the power of the breath of death, killing the opponent in an instant without even the slightest ability to fight back. After all, if they are attacked by Long Yu Xin, their power density will be weakened by half. The godlike elders of the Xinshui tribe will also have their power density weakened by 10 times. Facing the Dragon Yu who has now reached 20 times the power density, the gap is really a bit big. Coupled with the power of the dark flame Guesua, it was originally an extremely lethal existence. The combination of many reasons allowed Long Yu to kill the 2 aquatic gods in an instant, and then devour them with the magical power of the 9 nether sphere. The Holy Emperor emerged from his small world, and then turned into a snow-white bird. He attacked the remaining 7 stage masters of the Divine Water Tribe at the fastest speed, and used the strength of the godlike realm to attack the monks who dominated the secret realm. It can be said to be a breeze, it can even be said to be a massacre. Without any suspense, the Holy Emperor directly used his deified innate magical power to completely kill and eliminate the cultivators of the Xinshui tribe who were the 7-headed and 7-segment masters. At this time, how could the gods of the other three races not know that they were ambushed? After each scolding the Xinshui tribe for being stupid, the three races fled from three directions. Just as Long Yu was dealing with the gods of the Xinshui tribe, they began to attack the surrounding Jukong realm, trying to break the space blockade and escape. Here, however, the godlike abilities of these three races are not strong. If the eight-headed gods could unite to attack the realm of the sky, it would be possible to break through the realm of the sky before Long Yu wiped them all out. But now they are acting separately, and it is impossible to break through it. Drop the Jukong realm. Kill. Long Yu didn't stop at all. After killing the two water-headed gods, he flew directly towards the three-headed gods of the giant whale clan. The giant whale tribe is a very huge alien race, somewhat similar to a whale, but with hundreds of pairs of eyes on its forehead. The basic strength of this race is very powerful. After turning into a god, the basic strength is also higher than other races. Out several times. However, their understanding of divine literature is not as good as other races. It can be said that they have advantages and disadvantages, and they are relatively rough-skinned and fleshy. However, no matter how strong the physical body is, it cannot withstand the power of dark flame Guesua. If the opponent's power density is not enough, the death power of dark flame Gueso can easily corrode all the power in the opponent's body, and then burn it in the opponent's body, causing the opponent to lose consciousness and life in a short period of time, and even the spiritual soul is burned away. Like a life-seeking soul, the dark flame ghost cord spreads directly behind the opponent, tying up the three giant whales. Although the bodies of the giant whales are huge, it is not a big deal to the dark flame ghost cord. What? You must know that the dark flame Guesong can expand to thousands of feet in length, and can even trap a Dominator Legion, let alone these three giant whales. No matter how large they are only individuals, not groups. For dark flame Gueso, trapping them is no problem at all. The Ball of Nine Netherworlds. While attacking the giant whale race god, Long Yu also activated the ordinary Nine Nether Ball magical power, causing the effect of slowing the flow of time to spread, directly covering the realm of the sky, thus making Long Yu's relative speed faster than these guys are 10 times faster. The three-headed god of the giant whale tribe. The three-headed god of the Yun tribe. There are also the two-headed gods of the Rainbow clan. The remaining 8 alien gods do have some means, and some of them were even able to counterattack under the offensive of Dark Flame Guesua. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by Long Yu's secret martial arts method of purifying the body of the world, or they used the secret method of demonic heart reshapes the body, and the opponent cannot harm Long Yu at all. In a short period of time, all the foreign races in the field were cleaned up by Long Yu, and then they were all devoured with the 9 Nether Ball. Nailed it. The Holy Emperor is no slower than Long Yu. The followers of the 4 races who dominate the secret realm, after all the gods were killed by Long Yu, were also killed by the Holy Emperor. No one was spared, and they became the energy swallowed by the 9 Nether Ball. But Long Yu still didn't feel any changes in the 9 Nether Ball, as if it was really stuck at a bottleneck. We have already devoured so many gods, even gods from the Sword Clan, 6 Wing Clan and Mechanical Clan with nearly 40 times the power density. How come there is no change at all? Do you want the 9 Nether Ball to continue to improve? Do you need more stringent conditions? In other words, you need to swallow existences with a power density of more than 40 times. Long Yu didn't know what was going on. He could only summon the 9 Nether Balls every time he fought and devour the alien corpses, hoping that one day it would bring about changes. Holy Emperor, give me a helping hand to open the space-time tunnel leading to the Void Galaxy. Long Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. After putting away the Jukong domain, he asked the Holy Emperor to cooperate with him to open the space-time tunnel. This time, when we go back, we will bring everyone in the Void Galaxy with us, leaving no one behind. Long Yu said. Are you sure? If this happens, our foundation in the void galaxy will be lost, and the Taichu Golden Pool is also a resource that we cannot take away. The Holy Emperor was a little surprised. He didn't expect Long Yu to make such a decision. This decision was obviously just a sudden thought of Long Yu. Otherwise, as long as Long Yu had a thought in his heart, the Holy Emperor would have known about it, so she didn't quite understand why he suddenly made such a decision. The Taichu Golden Pool is not a very powerful existence. We have a revelation-level source of divine writings, which is more precious than the Taichu Golden Pool. This can be taken away. Long Yu smiled. He had seen so much about cultivation resources now that he didn't care too much. Because he knows that in the direction of the human race and the demon clan, the cultivation resources are really scarce. If he can go to the central areas of some star regions, then the cultivation resources will be much more than if he stays in the human race and the demon clan. The mere Taichu Golden Pool cannot be a reason to retain Long Yu. The most important thing is that there are obviously powerful beings eyeing the Void Galaxy, but have you noticed that when we left the Void Galaxy and arrived near the territory of the Shinshui tribe and the Rain Temple, the oppressive aura gone? Long Yu analyzed and said, this means that the powerful existence is only targeting the Void Galaxy, not me. Under such circumstances, it is really unwise for us to stick to the Void Galaxy. Now that the Rain Temple is about to open, it is time. It's our best choice for retreat. Good. The Holy Emperor's eyes lit up after hearing this analysis. When the Rain Temple is about to open, everyone in the Void Galaxy can be brought here. Each godlike small world can accommodate everyone in the Void Galaxy. Let them stay in the godlike world for the time being. Well done in the small world. Then the Rain Temple is opened. If they encounter any danger, they can hide directly in it. No matter how powerful the existence is eyeing the Void Galaxy, it is impossible to break into the Rain Temple. Of course, every time the Rain Temple is opened, there are 10 places to enter. Long Yu calculated, including himself, there are 7 new gods in the Void Galaxy: Yu Fei, Yi Ziwei, Jitao, Hongying, Yu Ge, the Holy Emperor, and Long Yu himself. If 7 people enter the Rain Temple, there are still 3 places left, and Long Yu cannot prevent other alien gods from entering. But in the Rain Temple, Long Yu believed that even those powerful alien races would not dare to cause trouble. The godlike Ghost Crow once told Long Yu about some things about the temple. In the temple, no one was the state of sealed power. Although only cultivators in the godlike realm can enter, the godlike ones after entering are no different from ordinary people. Under such circumstances, Long Yu and the others have a total of 7 people. No matter what kind of existence there are on the other side, even if there is a conflict, they can still have an absolute advantage. Now Long Yu is more worried about the strong men from the Sword Clan, Six Wings Clan and Machine Clan. The aura that makes the entire Void Galaxy uneasy should be a strong person from these 3 powerful races, but such a strong person will not be so scary if he goes to the Rain Temple and has his power sealed. The godlike Ghost Crow also said that after entering the temple, the position of the godlike god when he comes out will be completely random. Therefore, even if the strong man is waiting outside the Rain Temple, it is impossible to wait for Long Yu and the others. This is a plan that Long Yu has started since he got the news from the Rain Temple. Now it depends on whether it can be successfully implemented. Obviously, if he opens the time and space tunnel to the Void Galaxy, then the time and space tunnel will last for 3 days. The powerful existence that makes the Void Galaxy uneasy as a whole must be able to detect the emergence of the space-time tunnel and learn that Long Yu has transferred everyone in the Void Galaxy away. But the space-time tunnel opened by Long Yu appeared inside the Void Galaxy. That powerful existence cannot do anything to stop Long Yu, unless it can break through the divine barrier in a short time, and how can the divine barrier be so easy to break? Long Yu has enough time to take everyone away. As long as they time it well, Long Yu and the others will have already entered the Rain Temple by the time the powerful being chases them. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. In the first 3 days of the Rain Temple, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor worked together to kill all 4 alien gods including the Xuanhuan tribe. Then they began to join forces to prepare to open the spacetime tunnel, leading all the way to the Void Galaxy. This was no longer a problem for Long Yu. After the power density reached 20 times, the biggest change was that he could create a spacetime tunnel alone. Before this, it was impossible for a cultivator to create a spacetime tunnel alone. He had to work with other gods to open it up. It would take a long time for Long Yu and the Holy Emperor to work together to open up the time and space tunnel. However, they have the accurate time and space coordinates of the Void Galaxy. It is not difficult to construct the time and space tunnel, but it only requires a lot of energy. Around the Rain Temple, many Joyo hunters were sent out by Long Yu and hid in secret. If anyone approached from the outside, he would be the quickest to know. Of course, relying on the 9 nether hunters to investigate cannot be 100% guaranteed, so Long Yu must be fast. Fortunately, the Rain Temple is relatively remote. The 4 races of the Xuanhuan tribe usually protect it very closely. It is extremely difficult for other than related individuals to come to this star field. Someone will come to the rain at this time. The possibility of a temple is not high. At most, it would be a little strange for members of these 4 races to find that they could not contact the several gods who came to this place. However, this time happened to be around the opening of the Rain Temple, even if their 10-headed gods were still there. While alive, it is possible to lose contact with the outside world. All in all, there are only the last 3 days left. Even if the Xuanhuan tribe and other 4 races notice that something is wrong, it will be difficult for them to rush over. What's more, even if they rush over, Long Yu will not be afraid. What he is afraid of is that the 4 races join forces, but in this case it is impossible for the other party to know that someone has killed all the gods from the 4 races who came to the Rain Temple, so it is impossible for them to join forces. If any race comes to investigate alone, Long Yu can kill the opponent easily. When there is only 1 day left for the opening of the Rain Temple. From the magnificent temple, within the sight of Long Yu, a majestic momentum spread out, causing the surrounding void to be shrouded in that momentum. Some kind of power that did not exist in this starry sky began to move toward the outside world. Radiate out. Long Yu didn't pay attention to the changes in the Rain Temple. He just observed it for a while and then confirmed the entrance of the temple. This is a majestic light blue temple, surrounded by countless water droplets, as if endless raindrops are falling in circles around the temple. Because of this temple is called the Rain Temple. Through the thousands of layers of rain curtains, you can see the entrance to the entire temple. The Rain Temple, which stretches across the void, has a total of 4 entrances, located in the 4 directions of the temple. In the past, it happened to be the 4 entrances of the Xuanhuan tribe. Each race was occupied separately. As for now, Long Yu can enter the Rain Temple from any of the entrances. He just confirmed that the entrance to the Rain Temple was still closed, and it would take another day before the entrance would actually open. It just so happened that at this moment, Long Yu finally fully opened the spacetime tunnel. Let's go back and bring everyone with us. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor nodded, and then the 2 of them stepped into the colorful spacetime tunnel entrance. The next moment they appeared inside the Void Galaxy. In this world, the time and space coordinates of any location can only be collected by the cultivator when he is at that location. Therefore, even if people from the Xuanhuan tribe, Sword tribe and other races know that the Void Galaxy is here, they cannot pass the time and space coordinates and directly enter the interior of the Void Galaxy like Long Yu, because it is impossible for them to know the time and space coordinates inside the Void Galaxy. After all, spacetime coordinates are not a series of simple numerical symbols, but a kind of imprint. The deepest spacetime imprint engraved on this place cannot be obtained through calculation and other means. The only way is to come to this place. Then the spacetime coordinates are collected. Long Yu and the Holy Emperor appeared directly within the spirit barrier of the Void Galaxy, and then felt the oppressive power from outside the spirit barrier, as if the entire Void Galaxy was targeted by some powerful being. However, the opponent still did not launch any offensive, or even took any action, which made everyone in the entire Void Galaxy increasingly annoyed. But at this moment, Long Yu and the Holy Emperor returned. Of course, except for Concubine Yu, not many people knew that Long Yu had left the Void Galaxy during this time. Everyone was wondering why Long Yu didn't show up under such circumstances to deal with the oppressive force from the outside world. Among some of the dominant legions from the demon clan, many people have begun to discuss privately, wondering whether the situation this time will be more dangerous than the last time, and whether Long Yu will abandon them and escape at the critical moment. There are not a few people who think this way. After all, Long Yu's strength has now surpassed all the godlike strongmen among the human race and the demon race. With such strength, it is completely possible to go to other places to develop again. But more people chose to believe in Long Yu, believing that Long Yu would never abandon them when facing danger. Facts have proved that it is impossible for Long Yu to disappoint them. After Long Yu and the Holy Emperor returned, they told others about their decisions and plans, and they soon spread throughout the Void Galaxy. The decision to abandon the Void Galaxy shocked everyone. But now the powerful suppressive force from the outside world really makes them unable to do anything. Being in such panic all day long makes everyone no longer even think about practicing. Now that Long Yu says he wants to leave here, they are naturally willing to follow Long Yu. Most people only have two questions. The first is, where will they find similar development sites after leaving the Void Galaxy? The Void Galaxy is not only protected by the spirit barrier, but it is also relatively close to the territory of the human race and demon race. Sometimes it is no problem to go back and visit relatives and friends in the territory of the human race and demon race. If they left the Void Galaxy, wouldn't they even be able to return to the territory of the human race and the monster race? Another question is the threat from the outside world. They don't know why Void Galaxy has encountered these recent successive attacks, so they don't know what kind of targets these attacks are aimed at. If it is against Long Yu or Void Galaxy, then there will naturally be no danger after they leave, and Long Yu can also hide. But if it is aimed at humans and monsters, what if after they leave, those threats target the territories of humans and monsters? Regarding these questions, Long Yu simply answered them, and then asked Concubine Yu to explain everything he said. First of all, Long Yu has not thought about where to go now, but the world is vast. With Long Yu's current strength, he can still travel in most places. It may not be that easy to find a stable development territory, but when it comes to creating a good cultivation environment for everyone, there is still no problem. Secondly, regarding the target, Long Yu has finally made it clear that the recent crises are all for him personally, not for the entire human race and demon race. But now that Long Yu has left the Void Galaxy, the depressive power still envelopes the Void Galaxy. Obviously, the Void Galaxy is no longer a safe place. Long Yu knew exactly what kind of existence he was provoking. If the other party wants to deal with the Void Galaxy, the spirit barrier will never stop the other party. His only worry is that if the other party cannot catch him, they will go to the human race and the demon race to take out their anger on those two races. Of course, the possibility of this is very small. Because, as soon as Long Yu left now, he clearly showed an attitude: even if you go to attack the human race and the demon race, I will not come back and throw myself into the trap. In fact, it would be useless even if Long Yu came back. My cultivation potential is not bad. I ascended to the throne of God in the eclipse ancient realm and was imbued with the divine power of the golden flame. Me whose whereabouts are unknown is a much greater threat than the weak me who appears in front of the alien race now. Long Yu knew this very well. If he never shows up, the other party will probably be afraid of his strength after his rise, and thus will not dare to attack the human race and the demon race. But if he appears in front of the other party, there is only one way to die now. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know what the other party's purpose is for finding him, and why he wants to kill him. The most likely speculation now is that the other party may be trying to prevent his rise, and then create an extra race to fight them in the Langus Star territory. Compete for training resources. But he didn't know the specific details. Under the mobilization of Long Yu and the Holy Emperor, as well as concubine Yu, Hongying, Yu Ge, and other godlike powerhouses, others quickly accepted Long Yu's idea and entered the small huts of many godlike powerhouses. World, and then prepare to leave the starry sky. Many people are still very reluctant to part with it, because they still have their relatives and friends in the territories of the human race and the demon race. If they leave, no one knows when they will come back. Many people have guessed that if they follow Long Yu and leave immediately, they will probably live a wandering life outside, but they have no regrets. Because everyone has already felt that Long Yu's cultivation talent is really terrifying. Now he can kill alien gods with nearly 40 times the power density. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, wouldn't he be able to become such a powerful person? The strongest among the stars? What's more, during the period of following Long Yu, all of them improved their cultivation many times faster than before. They even got followers from the remaining members of the Bone Clan, which significantly improved their personal combat effectiveness. Everyone finally decided to leave the Void Galaxy. The clinging to this galaxy is finally over. Long Yu and everyone are about to usher in a new moment. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Rain Temple. This temple, which is extremely far away from humans and demons, now welcomes the first batch of human and demon gods in history. Long Yu, concubine Yu, Holy Emperor, Hongying, Yiziwei, Yu Ge, a total of 6 gods, came to this temple surrounded by 1,000 layers of rain curtains through the time and space tunnel. There was also a 9 nether dragon, among which was occupied by the remnant soul of the girl Jidao. They came to the outside of the rain temple together. As for everyone else in the Void Galaxy, they have basically entered the small world of 6 people in batches. Except for the girl Jidao. Because the small world of the 9 nether dragon emperor, the 9 nether realm, has been completely destroyed and turned into Long Yu's 8th magical power by the Joyo prison monument, the current girl Jitao does not have a small world. Because of this, although its power density has reached more than 30 times, but its real combat effectiveness is still not as good as those alien gods with more than 30 times the power density. That space-time tunnel still exists, and it will take another 2 days to dissipate. If any alien race comes to the starry sky where the Rain Temple is located, they can go to the interior of the Void Galaxy through this time and space tunnel. However, since Long Yu has decided to abandon the Void Galaxy, it does not matter if there is any existence that goes to the Void Galaxy. Among the stars. Let's go in. Long Yu said to everyone. After a day of resting in the Void Galaxy, it was now time for the Rain Temple to open. When everyone came out of the entrance to the colorful space-time tunnel, they found that the rain curtain in the sky was spreading towards the surroundings. Countless raindrops even fell on the space-time tunnel and spread to places tens of millions of miles away. The closer you got to the Rain Temple, the denser the raindrops became, forming mysterious and majestic symbols that seemed to represent the power of the gods. However, these raindrops and rain curtains will not prevent the existence of the godlike realm. If you get close to the Rain Temple, if there are some beings who have not reached the godlike realm, they will be completely eroded by these raindrops and rain curtains. Not a single dregs remains. As Long Yu and others approached the gate on this side of the Rain Temple, the exit of the colorful space-time corridor where they appeared soon was no longer visible. The surrounding void was completely covered with raindrops, and the entire space was completely covered with raindrops. Occupied by water vapor. Floating white light and drops of rain and dew surrounded everyone. Although it is a temple and there is no danger in theory, you still have to be careful. Long Yu warned everyone, and then took the lead towards the entrance of the Rain Temple. Walking through the rain curtains, everyone got wet, but as they got closer and closer to the Rain Temple, everyone also realized that there was something hidden in these raindrops and rain curtains. The power of the gods. Although it is not very obvious, it is obvious that these raindrops and rain curtains are derived from the power of gods similar to the golden flames. They are not as rich and powerful as the pure golden flames, but their essence is that of gods. Force. In this rainy curtain, everyone seemed to have an improvement in their realm. Originally, they had no idea of the power of the gods, but now, Concubine Yu and others have a rough impression of it. As for Long Yu, he gained even more from the rain curtain and raindrops, because he was a cultivator in the godlike realm who had obtained the secret method of cultivation. Feeling the raindrops around him actually increased his cultivation speed several times. However, this place is not a place where he can practice in peace. Maybe some powerful being will catch up from behind and kill him. If you want to practice, you'd better get inside the Rain Temple and see what's in the temple. However, in this environment, everyone's spiritual perception was completely isolated. Even the 9 nether hunters released by Long Yu before were completely corroded by the raindrops and rain curtains, unable to bring him any useful information. After just a moment of progress, the surroundings of everyone became completely white. The time and space tunnel has long since disappeared behind everyone, and in front is the majestic light blue building, the Rain Temple, surrounded by thousands of layers of rain curtains, making it look as if some god has come to the world. If it were ordinary raindrops and water vapor, Long Yu could completely disperse it with a wave of his hand, but now surrounded by these raindrops, Long Yu couldn't even use any power in his body. This is the ban from the Rain Temple. The temple's seal for cultivators does indeed exist. In this way, even if powerful aliens with 70 or 80 times the power density come here, they will not be able to use any means, so we can rest assured. Long Yu thought in his heart that the Holy Emperor agreed with him, so he naturally understood his thoughts and nodded in agreement. In this rain curtain, not only can they not use the divine power in their bodies, they can't even fight hand to hand. They can't make any other movements except moving forward, as if they are controlled by this rain curtain. Same. In the rain curtain, there was a mysterious force pushing them into the Rain Temple. Soon, after passing through the layers of rain curtains, the gate of the Rain Temple appeared in front of them. Go in. Long Yu looked around and found nothing wrong. Anyway, when he came here, he was planning to enter the Rain Temple and let the other girls learn the secret method of cultivation suitable for them. Now even if they want to retreat, they can't. In this layer of rain, their behavior is somewhat involuntary. This has nothing to do with their cultivation, but only with their realm. As long as a godlike person comes here, he will be attracted by it and pushed to the Rain Temple. If he has not stepped into the godlike person, he will be completely eroded by the rain curtains. Think about it this way, if he is in the realm of gods, if a strong person comes over, he should be able to avoid being affected by these rain curtains, right? The realm of gods is still too far away for Long Yu. There is still a doubt in his mind, that is, where is the god? Judging from various signs, gods must exist in this world. Otherwise, the existence of Rain Temple, Void Temple, Eclipse Ancient Domain, etc., cannot be explained. The power of gods such as the Golden Flame Divine Power also really exists. Yes, it's just that Long Yu can't understand it yet. However, he has never seen a real god appear in front of him. From his perspective, he has only seen some relics of the gods, obtained some relics of the gods, and learned certain methods from the relics of the gods. But where do those gods actually exist? Regarding gods and gods, Long Yu has known about these two realms a long time ago. When he was still very weak, he had seen the strength of the gods. On the alien battlefield, the gods of the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan had been dragged down by the Dragon Emperor, and finally killed by the demon race gods. But he has never seen the existence of gods until now. This is a bit intriguing. Regarding gods, powerful races such as the Sword Clan, Mechanical Clan, and Six-Wing Clan may know more, but it is naturally impossible to ask people from these three major races. It is simply seeking death. Anyway, let's take a look at what's in the Rain Temple first. Long Yu stepped into it, and then found that the raindrops and rain curtains around him became denser, and the water vapor became richer. Other than that, it was not much different from the outside world. It did not feel like stepping into a building at all. The main reason was that Long Yu there are no buildings at all in the royal field of vision, only water vapor and rain curtains swaying around. The other people who were originally following him all disappeared after Long Yu stepped into the Rain Temple. It seemed as if he was transported to a different place, but Long Yu clearly did not feel any fluctuations in time or space power. Of course, the Rain Temple is a relic of the gods, and the methods involved are beyond what Long Yu can imagine. It is not difficult to separate all of them unconsciously. Long Yu just doesn't feel any malice in this Rain Temple. So I felt relieved and continued walking forward. As he walked, the rain curtain in front of him suddenly spread to both sides, and a space shrouded in clouds and mist appeared in front of him. In this space, a burst of melodious piano music seemed to be heard. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the sound of the piano, and Long Yu couldn't help but be immersed in it. During this process, Long Yu clearly felt that something was being engraved into his ancient god's brain, but now his mood could not produce emotions such as sadness and joy at all. He could only remain as indifferent as possible, and then felt the sound of the piano constantly lingering in his ears, and then bit by bit traces were engraved in his brain of the ancient god. Logically speaking, he should be surprised in this situation. After all, he knew very well that the seal of the ancient god was engraved in his brain. However, this melodious sound of the piano contained a sense of extreme sadness. This sadness invaded in Long Yu's mind. He was completely immersed in inexplicable sadness, and he was unable to feel surprised at all. Long Yu didn't know how long the sound of the piano lasted. It seemed that countless years had passed, and he had experienced the death and birth of countless worlds, before he finally woke up from the sound of the piano. Although he woke up, the feeling of sadness completely reverberated in his mind and could not be erased, no matter what. This is how the same thing. Long Yu got a seal of the ancient god from the sound of the piano, but he couldn't be happy at all. The lingering feeling of sadness made him feel very bad, as if he had lost his motivation for everything. This was something he had never experienced before. Status. And even the pure body did not make any resistance to this, perhaps because this sad meaning did not cause any harm to his spiritual soul or physical body. Let's see what effect this ancient god seal has first. Long Yu thought to himself, and then tried to explore the mysterious imprint that appeared in the ancient god's mind. For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Long Yu didn't expect that he would get an ancient god's pattern as soon as he stepped into the Rain Temple. Guqin pattern. I wonder what its effect is. Long Yu began to think about it, but now there seems to be no way to explore the effect and function of this ancient god's pattern. Even now, he doesn't know how long it has been since he stepped into the Rain Temple. In the Rain Temple, time seems to be a concept that doesn't make much sense. This made Long Yu a little confused. As a result, all 7 of them were separated, and they couldn't even match the time. Basically, they couldn't leave the Rain Temple at the previously agreed time and meet up outside the Rain Temple. Of course, as long as Long Yu leaves the Rain Temple, he will have a way to contact other people who have also gone out, but if someone is still in the Rain Temple, he will definitely not be able to contact him. Now of course Long Yu will not leave the Rain Temple directly. On the one hand, he has just obtained the pattern of the Guqin, and the exploration of the Rain Temple has just begun. On the other hand, if he goes out now, he is likely to encounter some mishaps. When they exited the Void Galaxy, the Divine Barrier was already under attack. Although it was not easy to break through the Divine Barrier, they could still feel that it would not take long for the Divine Barrier to be broken, and then the other party could still pass through and survive. He followed the time and space tunnel and came to the void near the Rain Temple. That powerful existence should be near the Rain Temple now. Long Yu didn't know how much time had passed, but it was best not to risk leaving the Rain Temple now, and it was impossible for others to understand the secret cultivation method suitable for them in the temple so fast. If Long Yu leaves now, he will basically not be able to find anyone else. The pattern of the Guqin. It seems that it can only be used to replace the seal of the ancient god in the heart of demonic dust. Long Yu thought about it for a while. The latest Guqin pattern he got was the ancient god's pattern that occupied the brain space of 100 ancient gods. If he wanted to make the Guqin pattern take effect, he could only get it from the ancient god's brain space. Make space for it. There are now a total of 600 spaces in Long Yu's ancient god's brain. The pattern of comprehension, the pattern of Xianlao, and the pattern of Guqin occupy 300 spaces. The remaining 300 spaces are mainly allocated by Long Yu to the body of purification and the heart of demonic dust, so that these two the effects of each martial arts secret method were enhanced 6 times. If Long Yu obtains the latest pattern of the ancient god, then he may consider reducing the effects of the body of purification and the heart of demonic dust, because these two secret martial arts techniques are not particularly useful at this stage. In terms of the body that purifies the world, Long Yu basically won't let others bring attacks to him. The improvement of the demonic heart is to increase the speed of physical body reshaping. Even without the bonus of the seal of the ancient god, Long Yu can reshape the entire physical body in a short time, so the demonic heart is just the icing on the cake and cannot achieve the role of providing help in times of need. I just don't know what effect this Guqin pattern has. Long Yu thought to himself that it was a pity that he couldn't study it now, because he couldn't use any power in his body. Of course, he couldn't see the additional effect of the Guqin pattern on his body's power. But just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt the power seal in his body gradually dissipate, and then a strange-shaped stone statue appeared in front of him. This stone statue is similar to the shape of the human race, but it has 6 arms and gray-white 6 wings spread out behind it. It looks a bit weird, like a combination of the 6-winged race and the human race, but it also has some features that are not found in the other 2 races. Features. This is probably another alien race that Long Yu has never seen before. This alien race may not exist in the world now, but in the Rain Temple, it is used as a model to create stone statues. I don't know what this stone statue is used for. Long Yu felt that a barrier appeared around him, isolating himself from the outside world. Within this barrier, it seemed that his power became able to be used. Are you asking me to test the effect of the Guqin pattern? Long Yu stared at the 6-armed and 6-winged stone statue. Its head was similar to that of a human being, but its face was uglier and looked extremely vicious. Long Yu didn't act rashly because he couldn't figure out the current situation. Until the 6-armed and 6-winged stone statue started to move, it first activated the power in its body to construct a defensive barrier around itself, and then stared at Long Yu with ferocious eyes and became motionless. Is this really asking me to launch an attack on it? Long Yu thought in his heart, and then removed the pattern of Guqin from the brain of the ancient god, and then activated the deified magical power 9 Nether Dragon Breath. The shadow of the giant black dragon appeared behind him, and then a jet of black flame dragon breath came and enveloped him directly. On the 6-armed and 6-winged stone statue. However, Long Yu noticed that his attack had no effect on the stone statue. The surging 9 Nether Dragon Breath attack ability was definitely not weak, but now it was easily blocked by the opponent's defensive barrier. Very good, then try the effect of the Guqin pattern. Long Yu thought about it, secretly thinking that this Guqin pattern might have the effect of weakening the opponent's defensive barrier. Otherwise, this stone statue would not have appeared in front of him in this way. Long Yu didn't think much. He directly engraved the pattern of the Guqin in the brain of the ancient god, and then once again activated the deified magical power of Jiuyo Dragon Breath. This time, the dragon's breath spurted out, with the sound of the Guqin. Waves of sadness spread out, covering the entire space. The dark flame dragon breath fell on the defensive barrier around the stone statue, and then Long Yu saw that the defensive barrier seemed to naturally begin to dissipate, and then the 9 Nether Dragon Breath successfully attacked the stone statue. What effect is this? The stone statue is very strong, and Long Yu's deified magical power cannot cause any damage to it, and it cannot even produce any scars. But Long Yu saw the scene where the Guqin pattern caused the opponent's defensive barrier to dissipate. He could confirm that the effect of the Guqin pattern was effective on the defensive barrier, but the specific effect was unknown. As for erosion and melting, Long Yu didn't see any similar signs. In the scene just now, it was as if the stone statue itself gave up resistance and defense, so the defensive barrier melted away. This made Long Yu frown slightly. After an experiment, he still didn't know the effect of Guqin's pattern, which was quite embarrassing for him. But since we want to test the effect of the Guqin pattern, why insist on relying on the stone statue in front of us? Long Yu thought for a while, then took out the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and then returned to the small world of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Man Xian, come and practice with me. I won't use any attack methods, but you can try my current strength and tell me what you feel. Long Yu directly chose to practice with Man Xian and others in the small world. Now Man Xian, Qi Hua, and the previous Shintian sect and others are all in Long Yu's small world, and then Long Yu can communicate with them well, and can also give advice on some cultivation issues at any time. For them, it is very important to talk to them. There is no difference in the Void Galaxy. In particular, Long Yu has brought the source of the revelation-level divine text with him. When he leaves the Rain Temple and finds a stable place, he can completely release the source of the divine text and let others understand it. Brother Long, if you use us as test subjects, I'm afraid you won't have any effect, right? Man Xian was a little puzzled, but he was a generous man and did not refuse Long Yu's request, but directly nodded in agreement. I don't know if it will have any effect. All in all, I'll give it a try first. As Long Yu spoke, he used the power within his body to directly condense a beam of power from the Mad War divine inscriptions towards Man Xian, and bombarded him. His attack was the most ordinary attack. He did not use any martial arts or magical powers. It was just a force condensed from his half-baked Mad War divine inscriptions. Then he came leisurely towards Man Xian with the seal of the Guqin. Moreover, he only used 1/10 of his power, so that Man Xian would not be really hurt by this force. It can be said to be a relatively safe method, and it would not affect Long Yu's test of the Guqin. Tattoo effect. However, Monqing felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy when Dragon Yu's power arrived. After all, he was only a 7th-level master in cultivation. Facing a godlike person, even 1/10 of Dragon Yu's power, it can still pose a threat to him. However, for some reason, when the sounds of the Guqin reached Man Xian's ears, he felt a strange feeling. This sound of the piano seemed to evoke the deepest sadness in his heart, which was about his father when he was still in the world of divine martial arts in the 9 Nether realm. His father's death on the battlefield between ancient Mongolia and the Tang dynasty always made him blame himself. If he had been powerful enough at that time, would he have been able to save his father and prevent his father from dying on the battlefield? What happened back then was very complicated. Of course Man Xian would not blame Long Yu. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame the other despicable people in the Tang dynasty. This matter emerged from the bottom of his heart, making him forget to resist Long Yu's power for a moment. Before Long Yu could react, Man Xian was hit by the force without moving. His whole body flew backwards towards the void under the melodious sound of the guqin, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Although he was not seriously injured, it made Long Yu frown slightly. What's going on? This kid didn't move? Long Yu realized that this was unusual, so he flew towards Man Xian and quickly put a healing pill into his mouth. Not long after, Man Xian finally woke up from the influence of the sound of the guqin, his eyes full of doubts. Brother Long, I feel it. As soon as I hear the sound of the piano, I recall the sad things in the past, and for a moment I forgot to defend myself. This sentence gave Long Yu a vague idea in his mind. This guqin pattern is very likely to be an ancient god's pattern that disturbs the opponent's mind, and the effect is very good. Long Yu quickly came out of the Nine Nether Prison monument. But before that, he still found the couple Chihua and Huameyer to try it again. Because of Man Xian's experience, the couple from the Fire Fox Demon clan deliberately reminded them to pay attention, but in the end it was because they were unable to defend against Long Yu's offensive. When Long Yu attacked, the sound of the guqin lingered around, reminding both of them of some sad things in the past, making them forget about defense and resistance for a while. This situation allowed Long Yu to be sure that the pattern of the guqin was a means of disrupting the opponent's mind. The effect was pretty good, but it was hard to say how effective it would be when dealing with gods. There are many ways to control opponents, such as the Nine Nether Ball and the deified Nine Nether Ball. However, the good thing about the guqin pattern is that its effect is passive and does not require Long Yu to actively activate it, and it will not cause his little world to collapse. Long Yu can foresee that its control effect is definitely not as good as the divine power of the Nine Nether Ball, but for Long Yu, this is a very good control method. There is no need to worry about using it too many times and causing a small world collapse. Compared with the divine power of the Nine Nether Ball, the advantages and disadvantages of the guqin pattern are clear at a glance. Of course, Long Yu still doesn't know how much specific control strength the guqin pattern can have. If it is used to deal with strong men in the godlike realm, what kind of effect it can have. If the effect is very good, it will be even more powerful. People are pleasantly surprised. All in all, there is no real opponent for Long Yu to test now. After he came out of the Nine Nether Hell monument, he returned to the space filled with white mist in the Rain Temple. The six-armed and six-winged stone statue for his experiment had disappeared, replaced by a misty scene. This is to make me move on. No one is around Long Yu. However, after entering the Rain Temple, Long Yu was still able to contact one of the others. That person was the Holy Emperor. The two had the same mind, as if they were like unparalleled warriors, knowing each other's thoughts. No matter how far apart they are, no matter what kind of environment they are in, they cannot block the exchange of ideas between them. But now Long Yu and the Holy Emperor are facing the same situation, that is, they don't know how much time has passed, and they don't know where they are. They are surrounded by a large white fog. Even if Long Yu and the Holy Emperor knew each other's situation, they still couldn't get together. Keep going, Holy Emperor, work hard to understand the secret method of cultivation. After all, this is an extremely important part for the gods. Long Yu reminded the Holy Emperor. He already has the secret cultivation method of Tianyu Jiujue, so after entering the Rain Temple, he does not need to have any hard goals. Whatever he can get is considered earned. However, the Holy Emperor is different. She does not have a cultivation secret method suitable for her. You have to work hard. Through the warrior dragon skeleton Qianyu, Long Yu knew that some holy white light began to slowly appear around the Holy Emperor. These white lights were quite consistent with the kind of bright divine text that she was born with. The Holy Emperor stopped in place and began to comprehend the power in that burst of holy white light, and then his consciousness was interrupted. Long Yu did not bother the Holy Emperor, but continued to move forward. Soon, as the white mist drifted forward, Long Yu began to see wisps of dark lines all around. These dark lines contained some kind of power that he was familiar with. This was the divine text of the shadow attribute. It is worth mentioning that when Long Yu cultivated Tianyu Jiujue to the first level of the second round, he completed the first round of cultivation, and his compatibility with the shadow attribute was able to be upgraded to the 13th level. However, for the time being, he has not taken the initiative to promote this change. Because once the shadow attribute divine text makes such a change and reaches the 13th level of compatibility, the degree of compatibility in other aspects of the divine text will be reduced by 1 level. Long Yu was not ready for such a weakening. Anyway, if you practice Tianyu Jiujue, you can actively control whether the degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine text is improved, which made Long Yu feel relieved at the time. Now he is facing the appearance of wisps of dark lines with shadow attributes. There are not many surprises. These lines should be the power that can improve him. Next, he only needs to work hard to understand the meaning contained in these lines. Strength will do. As for the effect of understanding the power, this is not within the scope of Long Yu's consideration. Anyway, you can't guess the result by guessing, so there is no need to waste your time. I don't know how long it took, but Long Yu became more and more aware of these dark lines, and more dark lines appeared around him, and finally they were gradually absorbed into his body. Gathered around the innate magical power of the Eye of Shadow, this is. Long Yu soon discovered that the power contained in these dark lines was actually improving the magical power of the Eye of Shadow. Currently, there is only one improvement that can be made to the Eye of Shadow, and that is deification. The Rain Temple, like the Eclipse Ancient Domain, is a relic left by the gods. The power of the Eclipse Ancient Domain can directly deify the cultivator's innate magical powers, and can even elevate the cultivator to a godlike state. Then the power in the Rain Temple will naturally not be too different, and can transform the cultivator's innate magical powers. The ability to deify is not beyond Long Yu's expectations. Under such circumstances, Long Yu's Eye of Shadow began the process of deification. After entering the Rain Temple, the concept of time became increasingly insignificant. Long Yu didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world. It might have only been a few days, or it might have been a few months. In short, even Long Yu couldn't sense the flow of time in the Rain Temple at all. The Holy Emperor has not yet understood her own secret method of cultivation, but Long Yu's shadow eye powers are in the process of becoming deified. Those strands of pitch-black threads were absorbed into the small world within Long Yu's body, and then the innate magical power of the Eye of Shadow was continuously sublimated and improved. Finally, this innate magical power became a deified magical power. After deification, the perceptible range of the Eye of Shadow actually exceeds the range of spiritual perception. Long Yu was a little surprised after trying it for a while. When the deified Eye of Shadow was used, a giant pupil shadow would appear behind him, and from this giant pupil shadow, he could control the range of 1 billion miles around him. Situation within. This change was so exaggerated that even Long Yu was caught off guard. The range of 1 billion miles is at least 1,000 times greater than Long Yu's spiritual perception, and under the phantom shadow of the deified Eye of Shadow's pupils, many people who are hiding in the shadow have become unable to hide. Even now, after Long Yu activates the Eye of Shadow, he can see through the white mist surrounding him in the Rain Temple. Of course, in the Rain Temple, the range that the deified Eye of Shadow can observe is far less far than in the outside world, but it can still see hundreds of feet around. This is still useful for the current situation of Long Yu. Very helpful. The Rain Temple actually exists like this. The deified Eye of Shadow behind Long Yu told him that his current location was actually a space formed by the interlacing of streams of water. Countless streams of water were interlaced and moving, constantly flowing throughout the space, and constantly changing positions. This flow of water contains the supreme power of space and time, which disrupts the basic control of space and time by cultivators in the godlike realm who step into the Rain Temple. Long Yu, the Holy Emperor, and other people were scattered among the crisscrossing currents, but now there was no one within 100 feet around Long Yu. Obviously everyone else was far away from him. The internal space of the Rain Temple is still very large. Even if Long Yu deified the innate magical power of the Eye of Shadow, he can only see the surrounding scene within 100 feet, and it is impossible to detect any place further away. However, Long Yu still cannot move freely in the Rain Temple. Even if he sees someone within 100 feet, he can't move towards the other person's location. Not only is he blocked by the crisscrossing currents, but also because there is a mysterious force that is constantly driving him in the Rain Temple. He's heading in a certain direction. This power was relatively strong at the beginning, but as he realized the pattern of the Guqin and the magical power that deified the Eye of Shadow, this power was weakened twice in succession, but it still guided Long Yu. The function of this guidance is not a simple guidance, but a semi-coercive force. It was probably like the Guqin pattern, which made people unable to resist. Now Long Yu didn't feel any force forcing him to move in that direction, but he wanted to move in that direction in his heart. It seems that the powerful gods who left the Rain Temple have very powerful control over the minds of cultivators. Long Yu thought in his heart. He did not resist the almost instinctive feeling brought by this force, but directly followed the force and moved in the established direction. Gradually, he disappeared into the deeper and thicker mist of water vapor. Even though the deified Shadow Eye Phantom has been following Long Yu, the range he can see is getting smaller and smaller, shrinking from 100 feet to a range of only 50 feet that he can see soon. But when he got here, bursts of dark light flashed out from the surrounding white mist, making him serious. These dark rays of light seemed to be the same as the dark lines that appeared just now, and contained power that could be absorbed and understood by Long Yu, but Long Yu subconsciously felt a little bit of danger from these bursts of dark light. Long Yu's intuition about danger has always been very accurate. Although godlike Ghost Crow had said before that places such as the Void Temple and the Rain Temple generally do not pose a threat to cultivators, they are just places to learn the secrets of cultivation and gain benefits, but Long Yu also noticed, there is the word generally in his words. In other words, there may still be dangers in the Rain Temple. After all, Long Yu's situation is different from others. In the past, in the realm of humans and monsters, after the new gods entered the temple, they basically understood the secret method of cultivation and came out directly, without going very deep into the temple. What would the cultivators who could go deep into the temple encounter? No one knows about such a situation, and the godlike Ghost Crow certainly doesn't know about it. Therefore, Long Yu is now likely to encounter a situation that the new gods of the human race and demon race have rarely encountered before. 2 rewards, 1 test. Long Yu observed the dark light around him, feeling the dangerous aura that was constantly coming out of it. Then these dark lights turned into bursts of black smoke, which continued to appear in the space around Long Yu. Originally, the white water mist was covered by the black smoke. Now Long Yu knew that there must be danger in the black smoke. Realizing that this might be a test from the Rain Temple, Long Yu immediately became cautious. Now he has almost no idea what is going on, so he can only prepare himself and face any possible situation with the most solemn attitude, and remain unchanged to deal with any changes. As the black smoke covered the surrounding white mist, Long Yu was basically in a situation completely shrouded in black smoke, and then the black smoke was approaching him, trapping him soon. In an extremely small space. Even Long Yu could smell some evil aura emanating from the black smoke, which made him very uncomfortable. His spirit was affected by the black smoke, and then he began to be in a trance. Even though he alerted himself in the most effective way, and even cut off one of his legs, the pain could not wake him up. In fact, after he cultivated the heart of demonic dust, his body was destroyed too many times. For ordinary people, that kind of pain might make them pass out, but for Long Yu, it could not even keep him awake. Can't do it. Soon his spiritual soul was dragged into a place similar to a fantasy by the evil power in the black smoke. What appeared in front of Long Yu was an endless vast land, but the sky above this land was filled with black smoke like dark clouds, rolling in from all directions, covering the entire land, making it dark. Where is this? A feeling of desolation rolled towards Long Yu, the cold wind blew away, and the vast land was barren, with no grass growing. Countless corpses of unknown categories appeared in Long Yu's field of vision. Most of them were incomplete and were buried in this vast land. Long Yu tried it and found that he actually had a form, but it was not a human body, but a liquid life. He turned into a rain cloud, suspended in midair over this land, overlooking the vast scenery ahead, but only desolation entered his eyes. This is the body of the rain god? Long Yu's heart moved, thinking that he had entered this strange place in the rain temple, and he suddenly realized that his current body should be owned by the powerful god who created the rain temple. This is a fantasy. Long Yu clearly determined this. But suddenly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Deep in the memory, a burst of memories that originally belonged to the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor suddenly emerged in Long Yu's mind. By the way, Joyo Dragon Emperor. Long Yu's heart moved, and he thought of the memory scene that was born in his mind when he was in a coma. The Nine Nether Dragon Emperor was traveling in the heaven and earth, and black flames burned throughout the entire earth. At that time, he thought it was the earth of the Shenwu world, but now it seems that the earth cannot be the Shenwu world at all, but a place on a higher plane. Now Long Yu recalled that the original Joyo Dragon Emperor's cultivation realm had reached the peak of the godlike realm, and its power density had definitely reached 100 times, which was equivalent to the level of the rumored gods. The Nine Nether Dragon Emperor at that time just happened to go from the world where many of our races live to the land in front of me now. But as soon as he came up, he was chased by the dark flames, and was finally struck by the coming of divine light. Kill. Long Yu recalled the memory of Joyo Dragon Emperor at that time, and immediately had a guess. This land now should be higher than the vast galaxy where he is, and the bones buried in this land all come from gods. This discovery made Long Yu unable to help but be a little shocked. Then, Long Yu saw a burst of divine light break out of the dark clouds in the sky, and suddenly fell towards where he was. This divine light was almost exactly the same as the divine light that destroyed and suppressed the Joyo Dragon Emperor in Long Yu's memory, but now it fell on the body of the rain god that Long Yu had transformed into. Are you going to be killed by this burst of divine light like the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor? Long Yu thought in his heart and suddenly became solemn. If this is the test brought to him by the rain god temple, then he must not sit still and wait for death. Although he is in the illusion now, he has the body of the rain god, but the power in his body is only stronger than Long Yu Lai. Although he was not familiar with the power within his body, he still mobilized it as quickly as possible. Joyo Dragon Emperor seemed to have just arrived on this land and did not fully control the power of the gods. But now that Long Yu has transformed into the body of the rain god, he has a deep understanding of the power within his body. This power is very strong. It even surpassed the power of the golden flame giant he transformed into. Long Yu just mobilized the power in his body and blasted out towards the descending divine light, condensing into a pillar of white water vapor, which actually contained the power of time and space that Long Yu could not understand, intertwined with each other. Together. This move seemed to tear the entire space between heaven and earth into two halves, and then time was torn apart in chaos, creating a huge vortex of time cracks, tearing the surrounding space and everything is involved. including the divine light that fell from the dark clouds. It was also absorbed by the time rift vortex, and finally did not fall on the body of the rain god now incarnated by Long Yu. If that's the case, then the test of the rain temple is too simple. Long Yu was not careless at all, but continued to carefully observe everything around him. If there was any abnormal movement, he would find it and could not escape his observation. Sure enough, after he resisted the arrival of the first divine light, more divine light suddenly fell from the dark clouds and rushed towards him. Several of them bypassed the huge light. The whirlpool of time cracks will fall on the body of the rain god that he incarnates in an instant. Run! Long Yu didn't hesitate and galloped forward in one direction. However, the speed of rain god's physical body is very fast, but it cannot be faster than the nearly 10 divine lights coming down. Soon Long Yu will be overtaken by those divine lights. However, at this time, the 10 divine lights were chasing Long Yu in the same direction, so they were relatively close to each other. At this time, Long Yu turned back and blasted out a pillar of white water vapor, and the resulting time crack vortex suddenly enveloped all 10 light pillars and swallowed them completely. These dozen divine lights were once again broken by Long Yu's skills. Although he was not familiar with the power of the rain god's physical body, as long as he relied on the speed of the rain god's physical body and the white water vapor pillar that could create a whirlpool of time cracks, the combination of the two can still deal with the divine light falling from the dark clouds for a long time. Divine lights of various colors continue to fall from the sky, and each divine light carries the majesty of the gods. However, this true majesty carries an evil aura, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Long Yu didn't know what the specific situation was. But now all he has to do is survive the attacks of divine light, coming one after another. Presumably, if this is the test given to him by the Rain Temple, then there should be no problem in doing so. Streams of divine light fell from the sky, but Long Yu relied on speed and pillars of white water vapor to continuously annihilate and destroy those divine lights. Such power had surpassed the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor at his peak, but he was not excited at all. As Long Yu entered the realm of gods, his vision became higher and higher. The original level of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was no longer the peak level in his eyes. He has seen the gods, even those divine lights that can kill the gods, and is eager to know the truth of it all. The rain god is undoubtedly a deity. And those divine lights should also come from gods. So, there is also a fierce struggle between gods and gods? But what's the matter with the corpses everywhere on this earth? Even if he is a god, if he dies in battle, he should not be thrown into the wilderness after death. Moreover, does the rain god still exist in this world? If it is still alive, where is it? Of course, if the rain god is already dead, then he was probably killed by the coming of these divine lights, and also turned into part of the bones on this land. Nearly 100 divine lights, there is no way, it is impossible to escape just by running away. After Long Yu dodged several waves of attacks, the number of divine lights falling from the dark clouds finally increased to a terrifying level, reaching nearly 100. Nearly 100 rays of divine light fell from the sky, broke through the dark clouds, fell on the desolate land, and then attacked the body of the rain god incarnated by Long Yu. The various colors of divine light in the sky contain various different powers. If it is bombarded by these nearly 100 divine lights, the body of the rain god transformed by Long Yu will inevitably be completely destroyed. Moreover, these nearly 100 divine lights were coming from all directions. Long Yu could not rely on speed to gather them together, or in other words, he did not have enough speed. In this world, space and time were all in chaos. This kind of power cannot be used at all. What to do? Long Yu found that he was almost in a desperate situation. The nearly 100 divine lights descending from the sky were completely determined to kill him completely, or they would never give up. That's right, underground. Long Yu suddenly thought of a way, that is, to hide under the ground. The nearly 100 divine lights all descended from the sky and were besieged from all directions. No matter which direction Long Yu ran from, it was impossible to escape. The only possible way to escape was at his feet. Below him is the vast land where countless corpses are buried. I don't know if this layer of earth can be broken. Anyway, give it a try first. Like just now, Long Yu released a pillar of white water vapor towards the ground. The terrifying turbulence of time directly pulled the land into it. Under the raging time vortex, a terrifying deep pit appeared on the land. The bones originally buried in the deep pit were all involved in the time vortex. However, these bones were able to remain intact even in the turbulent time vortex. They were obviously extremely hard and could not be destroyed by ordinary forces. This is just what Long Yu was thinking. The bones buried in this vast land are probably the bones of gods. But now is not the time to think about this matter. After he created the time turbulence on the ground, he controlled the entire rain god body and threw it into it. He passed directly through the area affected by the time turbulence vortex and hid under the ground. At this time, the nearly 100 terrifying divine lights could only turn towards the ground, but if they wanted to attack Long Yu, they would inevitably hit the turbulent vortex of time. Even after Long Yu arrived underground, he once again released a pillar of white water vapor towards the vortex of time above, causing the vortex of time to rapidly expand, and the scope of influence continued to expand. It is basically impossible for the nearly 100 divine lights to break through the turbulent vortex of time and bombard Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, I saw divine light falling into the vortex of the turbulent flow of time, and then being sucked into it and dissipated in an instant. It was completely annihilated by the power of the turbulent flow of time. The divine light kept falling in, but there was no trace of divine light. Everything that light can break through is blocked by the vortex of time. Long Yu was under the earth, raised his head and looked at the nearly 100 divine lights that were constantly being annihilated in the turbulent vortex of time, and his vision gradually blurred. His heart moved. Could it be that the test of the Rain Temple was passed, just like this? Immediately afterwards, the scene he was in changed instantly. The vast land, the turbulent vortex of time, and nearly 100 divine lights disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by a white mist of water vapor. Long Yu lowered his head subconsciously and found that his body had turned back into a human being, which meant that he should have returned to the Rain Temple. Everything he experienced just now should be an illusion, but Long Yu thought to himself that it might not be the situation that the creator of the Rain Temple encountered, but he didn't know if the creator of the Rain Temple in the end had fallen from the constant bombardment. Escaped from the divine light? Now Long Yu has no way to explore the answer to this question. He can only focus on the matter in front of him. After he came out, he exchanged news with the Holy Emperor and found that the Holy Emperor still hadn't been able to comprehend the secret method of cultivation that suited her, but now she had some clues and should be able to figure it out in a while. Long Yu himself decided to continue moving forward, because he could still feel the existence of the power that drove him forward. Even after the test at the Rain Temple just now, this driving force has become stronger and can support him to move forward a longer distance. Now Long Yu feels that this driving force is similar to the concept of scores in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. With this driving force, cultivators can step into deeper places in the Rain Temple. Once driven, once the power dissipates, the practitioner will be unable to move forward. The test that Long Yu just experienced was similar to killing other cultivators in the Eclipse Ancient Domain and getting more points. After the test, he strengthened his driving force, allowing him to move forward in the Rain Temple. The longer the distance, the greater the chance of getting more benefits. Long Yu continued to move forward. The Rain Temple is undoubtedly a good place for him. He has just obtained the Guqin pattern, which has the effect of passively disturbing the enemy's mind, and has made the Eye of Shadow a deified magical power. I wonder what kind of benefits he can get next. The godlike ghost crow told Long Yu that every temple is a treasure land, which contains countless secrets. For the new godlike people, stepping into it can understand the secret method of cultivation that is suitable for them. For other kinds of gods, as a god, you can also get a relatively big improvement in it. For example, Long Yu's current improvement is not small. Although there is no change in power density, his overall strength has improved a lot than before. Long Yu kept his eyes of shadow behind him to observe the surroundings, but the white mist was getting thicker and thicker. Gradually, he could no longer see clearly even the 50 feet around him. However, after Long Yu moved forward for a while, then I felt a black light spot similar to before gradually appear from the white mist. This is the aura of power that transforms my eye of shadow into a deified supernatural power. Long Yu thought to himself, and his mood suddenly became better. Does this mean that he will have another innate magical power that will transform into a deified magical power? He began to understand the power of those pitch-black light spots, and directly absorbed these pitch-black points of light and integrated them into his body. Soon he discovered that these pitch-black points of light were indeed heading towards an innate supernatural power in his little world. The fruit condenses in the past. The fruit of this innate magical power is the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows. Long Yu had been thinking before that if the Book of Shadows had reached the level of deified supernatural powers, whether it would not be discovered by strong men at the godlike level when it transformed into nothingness. He did not expect that such an opportunity would come to him now. Yes, this trip to the Rain Temple has helped me a lot. Now let's see what effect the Book of Shadows will have after it is deified. While Long Yu absorbed the power of those pitch-black light spots, he observed the changes that were constantly taking place in the innate magical fruits of the Book of Shadows. He soon discovered that some extremely mysterious things were gradually emerging from the magical fruits of the Book of Shadows. The power of space. The power of space? Long Yu's heart moved, and he didn't think much about it for the time being, but concentrated on absorbing the power of the dark light spots. I don't know how much time passed, but at the same time when the Holy Emperor finally understood her own secret method of cultivation, Long Yu finally absorbed the power of these dark light points, and then successfully deified the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows, has been transformed. The Book of Shadows, after being deified, it actually allowed me to transform into the power of space. When Long Yu tried the magical power of the Book of Shadows after deification, he became even more excited. The original Book of Shadows allowed him to incarnate into nothingness. As long as he did not reach the godlike realm, his existence could not be discovered. Later, after incorporating the essence of divine literature, he could be simulated into various alien forms to understand various divine texts with different attributes. Long Yudong didn't use this effect much, but it still helped him a little. And now his Book of Shadows deification power can actually allow him to transform into the power of space. What this means, he is not very clear in his heart now, but he vaguely feels that this is a great progress. Although the original Book of Shadows can simulate the divine power of various attributes, it can only simulate space and time. Power cannot be simulated. However, now, the Book of Shadows can already simulate the power of space divine texts. Doesn't this mean that I will no longer be afraid of space cracks and space turbulence? Because I can become a part of it myself. Long Yu thought of the space cracks that he had seen in the wreckage of some small worlds. Originally, it was impossible for him to get close to them. Even some powerful gods could not escape from the space cracks. But now Long Yu, by using the effect of the Book of Shadows and transforming into the power of space, should be able to enter and exit those space cracks. No one knows what is in the space cracks and whether there is absolute silence in it, but for Long Yu, no matter what is in it, his ability to survive will become stronger at some point. Apart from anything else, as long as he takes the initiative to create a space crack and hides in it, even the strongest alien race in the godlike realm will be unable to do anything to him. This can be the ultimate trump card like the 9 Netherhell monument. Long Yu thought to himself that he was quite satisfied with the magical power of the deified Book of Shadows, but he had not yet tried its specific effects, and it was not yet clear under what circumstances it would work. But in this way, he only has 2 innate magical powers that have not been deified, namely, the 9 Nether Hunter and the 9 Nether Path. After the 9 Nether Hunters are integrated into the Shadow Essence, they can obtain the effect of infinite division. Under certain circumstances, they become extremely terrifying and can even kill all living beings on a cultivation planet. After the 9 Nether Path is integrated with the essence of space, it can disintegrate all space barriers it touches and any power derived from the power of the water system. The effect is also extremely excellent, saving Long Yu many times. These 2 innate magical powers, like the Book of Shadows, are the 3 most powerful magical powers of Long Yu. I wonder what kind of effects can be achieved if they are deified? For the fastest updated and error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels.